He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but he had recently met many long-lived species who wanted to talk to him about emotions and reason. He could indeed feel the change in Kesh's tone. However, he was not a true long-lived species after all. He could use his imagination to empathize with her, but he could not truly empathize with her. I haven't met him. I don't know. Matthew answered honestly. Haha. Kesha chuckled. Her laughter was as pleasant as a silver bell. Then, she slowly turned around. Matthew finally saw her face clearly. Compared to her figure, that was extremely eye-catching. Kesha's face was full of scars. Her face was covered with hideous scars as if there were 7 to 8 centipedes crawling on her body. At the same time, Matthew also noticed that when she moved, a yellow light flashed across her body. The yellow light was like a chain that trapped her somewhere. What are you? Matthew looked at Kesha in surprise. Kesha's eyes were calm. Death predicted that he would die soon and might fall. In order to prevent me from having sex with others after his death, he locked me here 30 years in advance and completely disfigured me. For many years, I have lived alone in the castle and never met anyone until today. Matthew's expression turned serious as he lowered his head slightly. I'm sorry to hear such news. Kesha shook her head. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's not your fault. As for death, I think he was right to worry, but it was too late. Before he locked me up and disfigured me, I had already had countless affairs with others. At that time, the secret garden of the ancient beauty god Hathor was still there. It was really a crazy period of time. Chapter 1335 Can I see your ass? Chapter 1335 Can I see your ass? He looked at the light in Kesha's eyes. Matthew's facial muscles twitched slightly. He didn't know what to say. He knew that I wouldn't die, so he built a cemetery here and ordered me to clean it for him from time to time. If I can't do it, a group of terrible bugs will crawl out of the cemetery and bite my soul. That kind of pain, as long as a mortal is bitten, his soul will be scattered. Kesha gently recounted her experience. Matthew's face showed sympathy. Do you sweep the graves every day? Kesha nodded. More or less. Occasionally, I would deliberately not do it because it was too quiet for too long. Sometimes, I would hallucinate and doubt if I really existed. If I were bitten by a bug at this time, the pain would be painful, but it would also remind me that I'm still alive. What a familiar rhythm. Matthew had a feeling that the other party was going to entrust him with helping her leave. Therefore, he asked directly. Is there any way to get you out of here? Unexpectedly, Kesha shook her head. I don't know. There shouldn't be any other way. I don't care if there is. A hint of surprise flashed across Matthew's eyes. Kesha's eyes seemed to read his mind. She whispered. Don't worry, I have no intention of entrusting you with anything. It's just that someone happened to come over. I wanted to chat with you to relieve my boredom. Moreover, you've already shouldered too much fate. Even if I were to throw caution to the wind and lean towards you, it would be very difficult for me to truly gain anything. Moreover, I'm absolutely unwilling to do so. The future you will definitely be very tired. For some reason. Matthew actually felt a strong sense of pity from the other party. Shouldered too much fate? Matthew didn't understand. Kesha's gaze became even gentler. Yes. Everyone who comes into this world is someone else's burden and responsibility. However, as you continue to grow, the predetermined responsibilities in the trajectory of fate will descend on you one after another. It could be the expectations of parents when they were young, the wishes of their spouse when they grow up, or the future of their children after they have children. Those complicated things, livelihood, career, dreams, they force themselves on you, either voluntarily or under coercion, and they will always press down on you, making it difficult for you to breathe. By the time you come to your senses, you might already be not far from death. The vast majority of living beings are like this, and you mages are no exception. Matthew didn't say anything. However, Kesha seemed to be able to capture his thoughts. The holy mages of the Alliance are powerful enough, right? But they also have the same laborious life. Isabel, Link, Soria, Nameless, none of them can transcend this. To them, the entire world of Ander is like a giant cage. The more powerful a person is, the more they can feel the suffocating feeling. It's a fact that they find hard to accept. The land that once gave birth to you has now become your shackles. Those powerful creatures in our eyes, be they mages or gods, are like balloons in a cage, growing bigger and bigger as their power increases. But the cage was still there. The end of those balloons is always implosion and collapse. Since ancient times, there has been almost no exception. As for you, a visitor from outer space who should be free and easy, you're walking the same boring path as the natives. Don't you feel a little sad? Matthew raised his head and stared at Kesha sternly. Who exactly are you? Kesha smiled gently. Her expression was ugly, but strangely, Matthew could feel a warm smile deep in his heart. I am the wife of Death. Of course, I have other identities before that. I think you've probably heard of the blood meteor incident. As for me, I came here on a blood meteor, the god of the other world you speak of. Tong Luo Divine Branch. Matthew's pupils constricted. He didn't expect that the plague lady, Kesha, was actually the same as the evil empress, Babasha. They were both outer gods of Tong Luo Divine Branch. Are you the culprit who destroyed the eastern continent and the Sioux country? Matthew asked. There was a hint of grievance in Kesha's eyes. Your people summoned me. Matthew was speechless. That was done by the demons. Kesha immediately asked. Can't the demons be your own people? Matthew didn't know how to answer this question. This question was a little complicated. However, from the perspective of the otherworldly gods, the demons did indeed have a proper local residence in Ander. Did you become the wife of Death after that defeat? Matthew understood. Kesha nodded. After the defeat, I should have died like the others, but the god of Death coveted my body and protected me against all opposition. Then, I became his wife in name. Matthew said silently. Read New Adventures at Empire. It seems that he still liked you. Kesha shook her head. No, at first, he only wanted to eat me. Death is a lunatic who has a strong obsession with immortality. He knows that Ander's death clergy can't make him truly immortal, so he goes crazy to find a way to truly live forever. Our god Tong Luo is born with eternal life, so he plans to eat me directly to see if he can achieve eternal life too. Even cannibalism could be so understated? As expected of a god. Matthew broke out in a cold sweat. But he should have failed, right? Kesha nodded. Although he was crazy, he knew how to control himself. He knew that if he ate me whole in one go, it might cause his divine kingdom to collapse, so he only ate some of my organs and innards. Including my vagina. Matthew clenched his fists, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. He tried his best not to be shocked. But how could he endure such a thing? His eyes widened in disbelief. And then? Kesha said calmly. Then, my organs took root and sprouted in his body. Unfortunately, he did not achieve eternal life through this. The good news is that he became pregnant. 3 years later, he gave birth to our child, Mabarin. You might think it's unreasonable. Since Mabarin came out of Death's body, why is he my child? But I insist that he is. Because when Death gave birth to him, Mabarin came out of my vagina, and other organs. Could it be crazier? Matthew was already pulling out his hair. It is also because of this bizarre birth experience that the child is destined to become a true legend. Mentioning Mabarin, Kesha's eyes were filled with tenderness. Matthew sighed and said, Why are you telling me this? I wish I had a pair of ears that hadn't heard these stories. Kesha looked at him tenderly. Because from the moment Mabarin was born, I've been praying for him. I'm worried that he'll grow up beside Death and become a pervert like his father. So when he was 3 months old, I took advantage of the opportunity when Death left home to say goodbye to my child. Then, I secretly used the remaining divine power and used the secret technique of the Tong Luo divine branch to extract Mabrin's soul from his body and swap it with a random otherworldly soul. What happened after that was within my expectations. That unlucky otherworldly soul replaced my child and became the second son of death. In the end, he was tortured by his father until he went crazy. Hearing this, Matthew suddenly felt that something was wrong. I believe that my real child is definitely doing well in the other world. But all these years, I've dreamed of seeing him again, even if it's just one more time. Kesha looked at Matthew with deep affection, and her voice trembled. Child. Can you turn around to let me see your butt? Chapter 1336 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. Chapter 1336 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. There was too much information in Kesha's words. Matthew instinctively fell into deep thought. However, just as he was thinking about whether there was a conspiracy, Kesha suddenly said, "There's no need to look anymore. You can leave." Her tone was firm, and her voice suddenly became cold. The speed at which her expression changed was so fast that it left people speechless. As she spoke, Kesha stood up from her kneeling position. Then, she pushed out with her hands, and a huge force pushed Matthew further away. At the same time, 4 bamboo tubes emitting a dark green light flew in front of Matthew. "These are the 4 little cuties that I promised to give you. They are in here. You have to cherish them. It's best if you learn how to nurture them so that you can get more help." Kesha's voice drifted over from afar. "Remember, the death, plague and poison are inseparable. Since you have chosen the path of a necromancer, you should not let go of the domain that is close to you. Go." Matthew saw her turn around and leave. The other party's attitude changed so quickly that Matthew could not react in time. Immediately, looking at Kesha's receding figure, he asked in a hurry, "So what you said just now was just a joke?" As expected, Kesha stopped in her tracks. She did not turn around, but her voice still drifted over slowly. "No, of course not." Matthew quickly asked. "Then why do you suddenly not want to know the answer? Continue reading stories on Empire. Or should I say, what exactly did you want to see on my butt from the beginning?" There was a hint of a smile in Kesha's voice. "I won't tell you. As long as I don't say anything or look, I will always have that hope in my heart. And once I say it and see it, that hope might be dashed. If that's the case, I'll only be left with endless pain for the rest of my life. I don't want to face those years, so I made this choice." Matthew frowned. "I don't understand, I can't understand." Kesha sighed softly. "I'm sorry, child, but I didn't mean to tease you. It's just that I chose to be weak when the situation came to a head. I've been in this world for many, many years. I've lost my divine power, lost many organs in my body, and almost everything in my life. In most of the years, this castle was the only thing that accompanied me. It was my cage, and it was also the place where I settled down. I couldn't leave it anymore. To me, living is just a dream. The reality of this dream comes from pain and hope. As long as they are still here, I can feel that I am truly alive. This is the most important thing to me at the moment. I don't dare to reveal the mystery of hope now because the probability of my dream being realized is too illusory. I'm still able to hold on because I told myself that my child would come back to see me sooner or later. This is where he was born and has his mark. He will come back sooner or later. This is a stubborn and fragile obsession. In fact, I know very well in my heart that I don't really care about that child. Not necessarily, but I have to care. Only then will I not completely collapse. As for whether that child is you or someone else, it doesn't matter anymore. Leave this place, child. I have nothing else to say to you. Oh right, there's one thing you have to remember. Sometimes, people have to live selfishly. Don't believe what they force on you." She finished her last sentence. Kesha's figure completely disappeared from Matthew's sight. The scenery of the castle and the forest was still there. However, that graceful figure had already disappeared. Matthew was left alone in the same spot, feeling lost. He had to admit. Kesha was indeed an expert at playing with people's hearts. The more she didn't say it, the more Matthew could imagine it. There were indeed many subtle connections between Matthew and death. His identity as a visitor from outer space perfectly matched the story of Kesha's soul from another world. And the death fairy orchid in Camella's laboratory. That's not right. Matthew suddenly calmed down. He realized that there were some flaws in Kesha's story. According to her, the second son of the god of Ander, Mabarin, should have nothing to do with her. She wouldn't care if a foreign soul had gone mad. But when I handed her the stone tablet, her emotions couldn't have been faked. This shows that she has feelings for Mabarin. But Mabarin is clearly not her child. Or rather, he only has the physical body of her child. His soul is from another world. Matthew instantly found the flaw. However, he soon frowned again because this flaw was not perfect. There were many reasons that could explain it. For example, it wasn't impossible for Kesha, who had been tortured by the death god, to develop some strange feelings for the otherworldly soul that had occupied her child's body. Wait. This is ridiculous. Matthew rubbed his temples hard to prevent his way of thinking from gradually becoming confused. He subconsciously touched his butt and could not help but complain in his heart. Kesha wouldn't say those words to every visitor from outer space, right? Won't that get people to suspect this supposed mother? Chapter 1337 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. Chapter 1337 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. The more Matthew thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. For example, he was thinking about Kesha now. If there was a chance in the future, he wouldn't mind coming over to see her. This was perhaps a form of comfort for a soul that had been lonely all year round. Thinking of this, Matthew suddenly felt relieved. He also understood Kesha's actions. He couldn't help but recall what Lorraine had mentioned when they were talking about story creation. When is suspense the most attractive? When is a story the most exciting? Of course, it's when everything is still up in the air. The protagonist and the audience are on their way to find the answer. The excitement, longing, and anticipation when they gradually approach the truth do not require the author to spend time and effort to outline the emotions and the plot. The audience's imagination of the suspense itself is enough to make them climax on their own. This is the most beautiful part of the story. And when the truth is revealed, no matter how wonderful it is, it will give people a dull feeling. In the end, everyone knows that the building of the story has collapsed. This journey has come to an end, and it is time for the song to end. Matthew now felt that the above words were quite reasonable. Of course, Matthew did not agree with what Lorraine said. He continued. That's why I never write an ending when I write a story. By leaving the most beautiful things for people to imagine. This is the highest realm of art. It could only be said that Ander's environment for literary and artistic creation was relatively tolerant. If it was Matthew's previous life, Lorraine's family could probably open a blacksmith shop. But no matter what, Matthew would remember this conversation with Kesha for a long time. He was deeply aware of how terrifying these immortals were. Time had given them an almost infinite thickness of life. They sat in the upper circle of the ecological niche and had experienced countless ups and downs. They looked down on any newborn. No wonder the social structure of Jade Court was so deformed. An environment full of immortals was already abnormal. When facing these old things, the young generation had almost no advantage, other than passion and courage. As he sighed, Matthew said goodbye to Syringa again and returned to Brutal Dragon Town. In addition to gaining stories, suspense, and logic, Syringa and Kesha had indeed helped Matthew in his operation. The 4 poisons and 4 plagues that they gave Matthew were not ordinary creatures. Instead, it was the souls of 8 different domains. The domain soul was similar to the nature soul. However, due to the power of the poison and plague domains, the 8 types of domain souls were much lower in level than the ordinary nature soul. They did not even have enough independent self-awareness. They could only be considered domain items with abundant spirituality. But no matter what, after obtaining the 4 poisons and the 4 plagues, Matthew immediately began to forge the Death Plague Sphere. Although this thing was a semi-divine artifact, it was actually a special domain field. It was not difficult to set up such a domain. The difficulty lay in obtaining the raw materials. Matthew had the souls of the 8 domains, and he was in the Death Canopy. He had plenty of negative energy, so he could start the move immediately. He found a basement and drew a basic magic circle to gather negative energy. Then, he placed the 8 domain souls in the 8 corners of the array. Soon after, countless derivatives came out of the bamboo tube and the ball of light. Poisonous frogs, vipers, wasps, scorpions, flies, rats, mosquitoes, cockroaches. Matthew used the materials he carried with him to construct a mini poison and plague domain. Just as Kesha said, death, plague and poison were inseparable, and it was not difficult for him to construct the poison and plague as he was proficient in the negative energy domain. Moreover, he also had the plague domain. Then, Matthew began to guide the negative energy there, forming a constantly rotating sphere. There were a large number of poisons and plague seeds in the sphere, mixed with pure negative energy. 2 hours later, the mother ball of the death plague was completed. He looked at the black sphere in the basement that was spinning like a planet. A satisfied smile appeared on Matthew's face. Next, I can make the child balls. The so-called child ball was actually a negative energy ball that was separated from the mother ball and could be used in real-life battles. Under the enhancement of the 4 poisons and 4 plagues, the mother sphere of the death plague sphere had the attributes of death, plague, and poison. And what Matthew was going to do was to slowly peel off small balls from the mother ball. These small balls were the best way to spread the undead calamity. Immediately, he sat near the death plague sphere, took out a silver knife, and began to cut it bit by bit. After cutting off a ball of negative energy, he quickly used his mental power to knead it into a temporary sphere. Then, he tried his best to compress it into a sphere. The entire process was quite simple. Enjoy exclusive content from Empire. The only thing to note was that each small ball had to contain at least one of the 4 poisons or the 4 plagues derivative. Otherwise, the transmission effect would be greatly reduced. Moreover, these little things were quite unruly. When Matthew was rubbing the balls, they would occasionally stick out their heads to bite him. Although it was not a big problem, it hurt. It doesn't seem like there's much skill involved in this job. Chapter 1338 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. Chapter 1338 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. In the beginning, Matthew could only make 1 ball in a minute. Later on, he gradually adapted to the rhythm of cutting and kneading and could make 1 in half a minute. Later on, he could make 1 in almost 15 seconds. However, in order to increase the production efficiency of the death plague sphere, Matthew still pulled all the free contract undead over to rub the balls with him. Under the cover of the death canopy, these elite undead were brimming with soul fire and spiritual energy. They could be used as production assistants. Matthew only taught them a little. They learned it quickly. What was even more amazing was that they were all dead spirits, so they were not afraid of the 4 pestilences and 4 poisons, so their efficiency was actually higher than Matthew's. In the end, apart from Olerin, who was sleeping well, and Vasnov, who was searching for Lance's spiritual source, Matthew's underlings entered a team-building activity where all of them rubbed the balls together. Under their collective efforts, Matthew quickly obtained 1024 balls of the Death Plague. Death Plague Sphere, Child Sphere, a creature that contains a poisonous frog, viper, wasp, scorpion, fly, rat, mosquito, cockroach, and any other negative energy. You can place the plague of death in a specific area, causing pollution to the surrounding area and spreading toxins, plagues, and negative energy. Each death plague sphere can affect an area with a diameter of 300 to 500 meters. Done. Matthew walked out of the basement with his underlings and rubbed his sore shoulders. His face was flushed. With this batch of death plague balls. Whether it was New Moon Mountain or Night Angel City, it was impossible for them to reach his undead army. As expected. No matter what he did, he had to consult an expert. Coincidentally, Matthew received a letter from New Moon Mountain. This letter was written in the name of the evil spirit overlord of the New Moon Mountain, Orse. The handwriting was very elegant. Negotiate? The local evil spirits are quite polite. Matthew sneered after reading it. No matter what, the poison he had previously poisoned had killed many people from New Moon Mountain. The grudge had already been formed, but the other party had not mentioned a word about it in the letter, as if this matter had never happened. If Matthew was a legendary mage, there was a reason for the other party to do so. After all, the pressure and deterrence of the legendary Necromancer was enough for the New Moon Mountain to swallow their anger. But Matthew was not. The other party's humble tone made it seem like they had ill intentions. The deception of the astral world seems to be a little too straightforward, Empire. Or are all evil spirits like this? Matthew was puzzled. However, after thinking for a moment, he still agreed to the negotiation request in the letter. Matthew and the Lord of the New Moon Mountain had agreed to negotiate at the ancient Demon Lake, which was the lakeside where Matthew had previously poisoned them. The time was set for an hour after the next sunset. Neither side could have more than 5 people present. Matthew's train of thought was very simple. He originally had to choose between New Moon Mountain and Night Angel City to strike first. Now that someone had taken the initiative to come to his door, it was equivalent to helping him avoid the trouble of choosing. Although there were many astral humans on New Moon Mountain, Matthew did not have the slightest sympathy for them. Since they had chosen to become dogs for the evil spirits and slaughter the natives of the Sampan Plain, it was reasonable for them to bear the hatred of the natives now. The next day, by the ancient Demon Lake, the evil spirit overlord Hodges and his favorite concubine Gulixiati stood side by side. The two of them were wearing very ordinary casual clothes, but the various equipment and weapons under the casual clothes were already full. Just as Matthew was puzzled. The schemes of the astral plane were sometimes so straightforward. It wasn't that Gulixiati couldn't come up with more complicated schemes, but sometimes, it was easier to get straight to the point. At least from past experience. Gulixiati's suggestions almost never failed. But Hodges still looked hesitant. Isn't it too risky for us to do this? Gulixiati smiled. How is it risky? I believe that guy named Matthew must be an excellent necromancer, but there is some basic logic that a person can't change no matter how excellent he is. For us, Matthew's greatest reliance is nothing more than the death canopy and his summoned creatures. The negotiation location we chose was far away from the death canopy, and we also set a limit on the number of people we could negotiate with. Forgive me for being blunt, but if this can't do anything to Matthew, then it means that we can't win this war ourselves. Hodges nodded and muttered. You're right. That makes sense. But in the next second, his eyes suddenly turned white. 5 seconds later, Hodges gasped as if he had just woken up from a dream. No, let's go. Gulixiati looked at him in confusion. Why? Didn't you go to Father to pray for strength just now? Hodges' face was as white as a sheet of paper. Evil spirits did not sweat. If he could, he would probably be sweating profusely now. Father just rejected me. He told me to run. Gulixiati was stunned. Hodges' father was the evil spirit lord, Omadochi. He was a big shot in the astral world, the kind that was on equal footing with the god of midnight. Even he said to run away. Let's go. Gulixiati said decisively. However, it was too late for them to escape. Not far away. A young man wearing a mage robe and a dust mask stepped on a tombstone and rushed over like lightning. Chapter 1339 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. Chapter 1339 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. The tombstone was stuck to the ground, and waves of dust rose to the sides. His speed was unparalleled. What was even more terrifying was that there were a few ropes hanging from the back of the tombstone. The ends of the ropes were billowing with smoke and dust. It looked like they were connected to a rectangular outline. The two of them looked through the dust and saw that the rectangular outline was actually a stone coffin. A tombstone could slide? And so fast? A coffin that could be hung behind it? Hodges and Gulixiati looked at each other. Both of them could not help but rub their eyes, seriously suspecting that they had seen wrongly. Just as they were in a daze, Matthew had already dragged the coffin to them. Facing the unblinking gazes of the two legendary evil spirits, Matthew was not afraid. He easily took off his dust mask and chuckled. The two of you, I'm afraid it's not very polite to just stare at others like this. I'm Matthew. You asked me to negotiate. Tell me your conditions. Gulixiati reacted quickly. A bright smile appeared on her face. We were just surprised by your way of moving. We didn't expect the prime material world to have developed such tools. This is very impressive. Matthew smiled faintly. Thank you for the compliment. His gaze instantly focused on Hodges' eyes. The latter looked a little unnatural. We can help you raise Night Angel City to the ground. In fact, we've already captured a group of suspicious people related to evil Art Master Lance and the Dragon God Society. If you need them, we can hand them over to you at any time. Gulixiati said happily. As long as you promise not to attack us, and give us a place to stay in the sampan plain, it will be fine. Of course, this was not the condition that the two of them had considered at the beginning. They did not even consider the content of the negotiation. However, after Hodges received Omodochi's warning, Gulixiati had to improvise and try to calm Matthew down. As for what exactly happened, it was better to return to New Moon Mountain to discuss it. Oh? That sounds good. Matthew raised his eyebrows and asked bluntly. Then how many people are you prepared to send to attack Night Angel City with me? Hodges' expression was a little ugly. It was unbelievable for two legends like them to be questioned by a mere tier 5 mage. If it wasn't for his father's exhortation still echoing in his mind, he had already turned hostile. 2,000. Gulixiati looked rather calm. And I can guarantee that they are the most elite troops of our New Moon Mountain. Matthew demanded an exorbitant price. I want 5,000 people. Gulixiati answered without hesitation. Sure. When do you want it? We'll go back and prepare now. Matthew laughed. If the other party was haggling over every ounce with him, it meant that they did have the sincerity to negotiate with him. However, their current performance was clearly trying to fool him. Your journey continues at Empire. That shouldn't be. According to my previous judgment, they lured me here to ambush me. Why haven't they made a move yet? Matthew was also a little puzzled. However, seeing that the two legendary evil spirits had no intention of attacking, he simply continued to play along with them. How about this? I never work with people I'm not familiar with. The two of you are too unfamiliar to me. Not only do I not know you, but I will also be on guard against you. After all, we come from different races, and I know nothing about evil spirits. Why don't we spend more time together? Sit by the lake, chat, or fish. Maybe we can become friends. That way, cooperation will be easier. Matthew said with a smile. Hodges instinctively wanted to refuse. For some reason, he felt extremely chilled when he saw Matthew's smile. He didn't want to stay with him any longer. Gulixiati agreed. The three of them, each with their own ulterior motives, did not make a big move. Instead, they found a place to sit by the lake. Matthew summoned 4 zombies to carry the coffin, then took out 3 fishing rods from his inventory and gave them to the other 2 evil spirits. He also introduced his fishing experience to them. Of course, 90% of it was nonsense. Matthew didn't know how to fish at all. However, Gulixiati and Hodges were still willing to play along. At the very least, they were all pretending to sit there. No one mentioned that the fish in the lake had long been poisoned to death by Matthew. Matthew leaned against the coffin and held the fishing rod with both hands. Two evil spirits were chatting casually. Suddenly, he smiled and asked, "It's boring to sit and chat all the time. Why don't we make a bet? Do you think I can catch anything?" Hodges finally perked up. "Sure. I bet you won't catch anything." He knew very well that the creatures in this lake were all dead. Not to mention the fish, not even the water grass could survive. Although the lake had already undergone a purification, the recovery of species was not that fast. "Do you want to place a bet?" "I'll pay 1 caddy of mithril." Matthew blinked. Hodges nodded casually. "Sure." As the Lord of New Moon Mountain, Hodges had a considerable amount of wealth. A caddy of mithril was not even a drop in the ocean to him. Chapter 1340 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. Chapter 1340 We evil spirits are not afraid of poison. He had always liked to gamble, and now that he had encountered such a depressing situation, since he could not lose his temper, he could only use other methods to get back at him. Hodges stared fixedly at Matthew. He knew that mages were good at magic. If the other party was planning to use magic to cheat, then he would expose the other party no matter what. However, a few seconds later, Hodges was stunned, because he heard a crisp thud beside his ear. It was a zombie that had plunged into the lake. Then, under Hodges and Gulixiati's incredulous gazes, the zombie bit Matthew's hook. The latter laughed. He easily dragged the zombie ashore. "How is it?" "Mr. Hodges, you must admit defeat," Matthew said with a smile. Hodges finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He said angrily, "What kind of shameless cheating method is this? You never intended to be friends with us." Matthew looked at him calmly. "Are you really going to negotiate with me in the first place?" Hodges was slightly stunned. Gulixiati had a bad feeling. At this moment, an evil spirit rode on a flying squirrel-like beast and rushed over. As he flew, he shouted, "Not good, not good. The Death Curtain and the Undead army have attacked the New Moon Mountain. They've already attacked near the Wishing Square." The two evil spirits suddenly looked at Matthew. However, at some point, the coffin behind Matthew had been opened. A sleepy-eyed undead walked out. Immediately after, the flames that filled the sky evaporated more than half of the water in the ancient demon lake. New Moon Mountain. In the backyard of a mansion in the city. "Are you really not planning to return to the abyss?" A bald demon looked at the luxuriously dressed man in front of him and said with some emotion. His name was Pinkerton, a half-demon, half-evil spirit hybrid. He was also the only friend of demon vigilante Charles in New Moon Mountain. Stay updated via Empire. Pinkerton was the one who had found out about the Black Dragon Overlord, Ors, and passed it on to Charles. The man smiled lightly. "Why should I go back? I obtained power and wealth here that I couldn't have obtained in the abyss. The Lord here admires me very much. I'm very happy here, the kind you can't imagine," Charles said worriedly. "But this plane isn't very peaceful. I just escaped from brutal Dragon Town a few days ago. I'm worried that the Necromancer will soon attack New Moon Mountain," Pinkerton said with a relaxed expression. "Don't worry, old friend. Our Lord has long thought of a way to deal with that Necromancer." Charles was still a little worried. "I heard that he poisoned the water source here. Many people have died in New Moon Mountain recently." Pinkerton nodded. "There is indeed such a thing. But as everyone knows, we evil spirits are not afraid of poison." As he spoke, an inconspicuous fly flew past him. Suddenly, Pinkerton stuck out his long and thin tongue and fiercely curled it in the air. The poor fly was instantly sucked into his mouth. "Kacha kacha." Pinkerton's mouth made chewing sounds as he spoke in a triumphant tone. "Look, this fly doesn't look too clean, but who am I? I am Pinkerton, the son of a demon and an evil spirit. I have the constitution of a demon and the resistance of an evil spirit. I am immune to most poisons and plagues in the world. This is no exception. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed, and then he hugged his stomach and began to vomit violently. Charles looked at him in a daze. Before he could react, there was a sudden commotion outside. He easily jumped onto the roof to take a closer look. A terrifying and ferocious bone dragon broke through the city wall and charged in with irresistible force. Charles was even more confused. Because of this scene, he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Chapter 1341. Recently, Divine Kingdom was quite short of people. Chapter 1341. Recently, Divine Kingdom was quite short of people. Outside the New Moon Mountain, by the ancient demon lake, the world-destroying fireball slowly dissipated, leaving only a large number of sparks jumping on the surface of the lake. The terrifying heat ignited the air, and the flow of heat disturbed the nearby airflow. Matthew was walking on the lake with his body covered in gemstone radiance. Even if he had to take a breath, his lungs were burning. Is this really a fireball? He sighed with emotion. Matthew found a huge skeleton exposed to the dry lake. This skeleton looked like a huge monster. She had a total of 9 heads, but at this time almost all the flesh and blood except for the bones had been reduced to ashes. In fact, if she had not hidden in the lake before she died, it was very likely that these bones would not have been left. Matthew's gaze wandered over the skeleton. Not long after, he found what he wanted. It was under the ribs of the 9-headed monster. Matthew stretched out his hand and accurately grabbed the bug that had the skin color of the starry sky and the appearance of a silkworm baby. I've long heard that evil spirits have 2 lives. Now that I've seen it today, it's true. Matthew smiled faintly. Ignoring the worm's trembling and pleading, he stuffed her into a glass bottle and skillfully sealed the mouth of the bottle. This was Gulixiati's ghost bug. They were also known as life bugs. This was the true form of the evil spirit. The 9-headed monster on the lake was just her parasite. Every evil spirit would have a different host, and some powerful evil spirits would even have multiple hosts. It was different from other hosts. The relationship between the main body of the evil spirit and the parasite was much closer. Once the parasite was killed, the main body would also become very weak. For example, Gulixiati's ghost bog. Even if Matthew was unarmed, she did not have much ability to resist and could only be controlled by others. Unless she could absorb enough tenebrum energy and find a suitable host, she would never be able to make a comeback. Matthew was quite interested in evil spirits. He could capture this ghost bug and do research on it. Unfortunately, I still let Hodges escape. Matthew couldn't help but glance at the water's edge. There was still a gray area there, which was one of the few areas near the ancient demon lake that hadn't been burned by the flames. The moment Matthew threw out the card, Olerin, a gray shield suddenly appeared on the evil spirit Lord Hodges' body. It was that shield that absorbed most of Olerin's damage. At that moment, Matthew also knew that the power came from the evil spirit Lord Omidochi, whom he had offended. Even so, Hodges was also seriously injured and could only escape in a sorry state. Matthew was not worried that he would return to New Moon Mountain. Instead, he was worried that he would not return. That would mean that there would be one less evil spirit to study. Matthew, I've been lacking sleep recently. As we discussed earlier, after this fireball, I'm going to sleep. Olerin let out a groggy voice as if he could collapse at any moment. I'm really sleepy now. Matthew smiled. Do you need me to refresh your mind? Olerin chuckled. My love for sleep is inborn and eternal. No matter what you do, it's impossible to wake me up. Matthew blinked. Why don't we combine? Olerin suddenly became alert. He immediately realized that Matthew was joking and could not help but complain. Don't tell ghost stories before people go to bed, Matthew. I treat you as a friend. You can't keep coveting my body. This is too strange. Matthew comforted him. Only then did Olerin calm down. However, this guy was probably really sleepy. He borrowed a shovel from Matthew on the spot and then dug a hole for himself by the lake. Then, he pushed the coffin into the pit, crawled in, and closed the coffin from the inside. Please bury me. When you leave this plane, just remember to bring me along. I really need a good night's sleep. Please, please. Olerin had already made such a request. Matthew naturally had to give him face. He personally filled the hole in no time and even piled a small mound on it. There was even a chrysanthemum that he had brought from Jade Court inserted into the mound. He stood on the mound. He reviewed the battle record. Isn't your lich subordinate a little too powerful? Mulan, the shield of the Gem Mountain, spoke in Matthew's ear. Matthew explained. He's not my subordinate. He's my friend. Actually, I don't know much about his strength. He seems to only be good at fireball, but his fireball. It's a little unusual. Mulan cried out. If you didn't say that it was a fireball technique, I would definitely think that it was an extreme technique. Sunburst. But I just identified a characteristic of his fireball. It seems to have an instant kill effect on units below legendary. But for units above legendary, his fireball can only severely injure them at most, and this kind of serious injury is the kind that treats everyone equally. It's probably a percentage damage. Matthew nodded lightly. Mulan was indeed a legendary mage who specialized in defense. He could analyze so many things just by looking at Olerin's fireball. Experience exclusive tales on Empire. You mean, his fireball isn't that dangerous to legendary and above units? Chapter 1342 God's Kingdom is quite short of people recently. Chapter 1342 God's Kingdom is quite short of people recently. But that female evil spirit couldn't withstand it. Matthew asked, puzzled. Mulan replied. Fireballs are a great counter to evil spirits, and the power of that female evil spirit isn't pure. She probably advanced to legend through some forbidden secret method. That Hodges is different. He really has some strength. Even without Omodochi's shield, he should be able to survive. Of course, he would barely be surviving. I don't think that his fireball is ineffective against legends. In fact, it's already a terrifying ability to steadily injure a legendary unit. I just want to remind you that if you rely on his fireball to deal with units above legendary, you have to be prepared to perform a last-ditch attack yourself in most situations. Matthew nodded lightly. Mulan's combat experience was undoubtedly extremely rich. Since he had already said so, it was only right for him to make more preparations. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. When dealing with legends, Olerin's moves seemed to be able to severely injure them, but it rarely had the effect of directly ending their lives. This was actually not compatible with the power of his fireball. I understand. Matthew clapped his hands. He has no equipment. This was the crux of the problem. Although Olerin was very fierce, he did not have any equipment that could increase his attributes. He didn't even have a magic staff. This was a serious violation of the common sense of mages in battle. What you said makes sense. If he had a piece of equipment that provided legendary penetration, perhaps even an ordinary legendary would be killed by him in one move. Unfortunately, legendary penetration is a very precious attribute. Mulan agreed with Matthew and gave his own guess. Matthew didn't say anything. However, he had already thought about it. Other than the last hit. I can also play support for Olerin. Broken Moon Moonlight can provide 15% legendary penetration, not to mention that necromancers have 2 spells that specifically reduce resistance, Lost Mind and Dead End. The more Matthew thought about it, the more excited he became. Lost Mind and Dead End were both Tier 5 spells in the domain of necromancy. Both of them could reduce resistance and provide a certain amount of legendary penetration. However, these 2 spells were very unpopular. It was obvious that they were used to fighting above their level, and necromancers almost never fought above their level. They were only good at bullying the weak. Even if he had reached the legendary realm. Legendary-level necromancers rarely clashed with enemies of the same level. Most of the time, they were hiding behind the battles. But Matthew was different. compared to the traditional necromancers. He seemed to be more talented in frontal assault and magic duels. Looks like I have to learn something when I go back. I'll try my best to be a good support for Big Brother Olarin. If the two of us work together, we might be able to become legendary assassins. Matthew laughed at himself. The negotiation by the ancient demon lake ended on bad terms. Matthew led his men straight to New Moon Mountain. At this moment, in the New Moon Mountain, little ghost faces were running around with death plague balls in their arms. These little ghost faces had the ability to pass through walls and cracks, which made them suitable for planting the death plague sphere. When Matthew arrived, Peggy and Filey had already brought a considerable portion of the undead army to the city. This was Matthew's greatest advantage as a necromancer. As the undead king, Filey naturally had the ability to lead troops. Peggy was a hero unit and could also lead a certain amount of troops. The two of them could share the strategic pressure for Matthew, and it was precisely because of their existence that Matthew's plan to split his troops into two was successful. Matthew deliberately stalled the evil spirit couple at the ancient demon lake. When he was stalling them, Peggy was already instructing the little ghost face to throw the death plague ball at the New Moon Mountain. Filey secretly led a group of people and charged through the wooden walls of New Moon Mountain. When Matthew arrived with the death canopy and the rest of the army, the situation at New Moon Mountain was already set in stone. It only took half a day. The death canopy floated above the New Moon Mountain, and almost all the areas were occupied by the undead. In fact, Matthew occupied the town much faster than Brutal Dragon Town, and the process was smoother. After all, compared to the Draconids who had high resistance, the three main forces of the New Moon Mountain, the evil spirits, astral humans, and wild boarmen, were exceptionally weak in the face of the death canopy. The most important thing was, when the undead army raided the New Moon Mountain, the latter lacked a backbone. Just as Matthew had expected. The evil spirit overlord Hodges was scared out of his wits by Olarin's fireball. He didn't dare to escape back to the New Moon Mountain but fled elsewhere. It was also because of this. The defenders of New Moon Mountain could not even put up a decent resistance before they were defeated by the Bone Dragon Legion's charge. The remaining mob naturally could not withstand the continuous instant death judgment. Find exclusive stories on Empire. When the dark clouds pressed down. That was the day the city was destroyed. Matthew stood at the edge of the magic carpet in the thick gray clouds, looking down at the east. At this moment, a large number of people were abandoning the city and fleeing. These figures rushed out of the eastern gate of the New Moon Mountain like a tide, fleeing along the two sides of the road. Back in Brutal Dragon Town, about 2/5 of the residents had successfully escaped. And this time, at New Moon Mountain, there were even more people escaping. Matthew estimated that 4/5 of the town's population had actually fled. Chapter 1343 God's Kingdom is quite short of people recently. Chapter 1343 God's Kingdom is quite short of people recently. On the one hand, this was because they did not put up any resistance. On the other hand, it was also a result that Matthew deliberately created. He had instructed Filey and Peggy to attack New Moon Mountain to spread fear and expel the population. In fact, in the absence of the evil spirit overlord, the New Moon Mountain defenders were indeed a pile of loose sand. Matthew's strategy was quite successful. He did not kill everyone in the city but watched them flee to the east. And at the end of this path, on the plain that was invisible to the naked eye, there was the last large gathering place of the Sampan Plain. Night Angel City. It was said that the business and population there were extremely developed. Not only did it have a floating dock that led to the astral world, but there were also many large and small mercenary groups from the astral world. It was also the territory where the God of Midnight and the Order of Calamity operated the most. The difficulty of attacking Night Angel City was clearly several times that of Brutal Dragon Town and New Moon Mountain. Matthew was ready for a fierce battle. But before that, he planned to give a gift to the defenders of Night Angel City. That was this group of fleeing astral refugees. There were also more than 2,000 poisonous creatures, and the source of the plague was mixed among the refugees. Because the attack on New Moon Mountain was too smooth. Before the Death Plague Ball could take effect, Matthew had already taken the city. Therefore, he temporarily suppressed the large-scale outbreak of the Death Plague sphere. The little cuties who carried the poison and plague would mingle with the crowd and arrive at the next destination with them. This was undoubtedly an extremely cruel gift. War makes people evil. Matthew sighed and shook his head. Unknowingly, his hands were also stained with so much blood. However, he did not feel much of a psychological burden because of this. When war was about one's own survival, discussing whether it was unjust or not became a very laughable thing. Especially when the astral forces saw Ainder as a meal. Matthew knew very well that his actions represented the will of the Alliance. Since he had decided to go out and bite them, he had to take a big bite. Hint, your soldiers are sweeping through New Moon Mountain. The strength of the undead calamity has been greatly increased. Enjoy new tales from Empire. Your title, Despicable Matthew, has been spread further. The reverence of the astral creatures for you is growing stronger. Current number of undead controlled by the Death Canopy, 39471, including 1 legendary unit. Your undead calamity has triggered the ritual of the death. You will automatically summon the second death's projection. Another projection of the death? Matthew looked up. The second projection of death descended. Unlike the first image, the second death god's projection was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His posture seemed to be meditating. Even so, his head was also pressed against the death canopy, making it look even more majestic and shocking. Matthew silently watched the 2 projections of the god of death. After talking to the plague lady, Kesha, he was stunned. Matthew's attitude towards death had also changed slightly. It was an indescribable emotion. Even he himself found it difficult to describe it precisely. Forget it, don't think so much. I can't use the thoughts of mortals to try to understand the gods. Matthew shook his head. In addition to the emotional changes, Matthew could also feel that the projection of death contained some kind of powerful power that had yet to be released. If I continue to conquer more cities, will I be able to summon more death god projections? When I have 3 or 4 death gods projections, the effect of this thing might undergo a qualitative change. Matthew clearly sensed it. After the second death god's projection descended, the first death god's projection also became more vivid and clear. In the dark, it was as if there was a magic that attracted Matthew. He could not help but stare at the 2 projections in a daze. I can't watch any longer. This might also be a subtle backlash from the undead calamity on the controller. Matthew quickly stabilized his will. As the number of undead under his command increased, he actually felt an omnipresent pressure. Even if Peggy and Filey could help share the burden, he still felt very uncomfortable. He felt as if he was breathing with a mask on, and the layers of the mask were still increasing. Looks like we still have to stick to the original plan. We have to end this quickly. At this moment, Peggy walked over. She shouted, Matthew, Matthew. Do you have any way to make me bigger? Matthew looked at Peggy up and down and finally replied, I think you're quite big. Peggy shook her head frantically. It's not big enough. I'm always the first one to attack, and I've killed quite a number of defenders. However, everyone's attention is focused on those stupid bone dragons, especially that big bone dragon. He really attracts people's attention. Why? This isn't fair. I want to be big too. Peggy looked indignant. At this moment, Filey coincidentally came to Matthew's side. He let out a whimpering sound and lowered his head meekly. Just like usual. Filey's chin was almost stuck to the ground. It rubbed its cheek against Matthew's arm like a dog. Peggy couldn't help but glare at him. You just got in the limelight, and now you're pretending to be wronged? Filey did not speak at all. Chapter 1344 God's Kingdom is quite short of people recently. Chapter 1344 God's Kingdom is quite short of people recently. He only opened his mouth and A small mountain of treasure kept pouring out of his stomach. In just an instant, Matthew's eyes were filled with golden splendor. He quickly scanned the place and found that it was filled with treasures and spoils of war that Filey had collected from the New Moon Mountain. Most of them were precious metals and gems, while the rest were rare materials, standard equipment, and some other items. When they attacked Brutal Dragon Town, since Matthew was supervising the battle personally, most of the spoils of war fell into his pocket. This time, Filey and Peggy were the main attackers. Matthew did not mention the distribution of the spoils of war at all. Unexpectedly, Filey was thoughtful and directly sent the items up. This made Matthew very happy, and he couldn't help but touch Filey a few more times. The latter immediately let out a joyful cry. "If you can hand it over like Filey." Matthew turned his head as he spoke, only to find that Peggy was nowhere to be seen. He could not help but laugh. Actually, he did not mind that Peggy or Filey had hidden some treasures. He also knew that Peggy couldn't hide too much, so he didn't mind her. Even on some levels, Matthew would even secretly encourage such behavior. Immediately, he directly took out a tenth of the gold mountain in front of him and gave it to Filey as a reward. The latter accepted it happily. The rest of the things were naturally all in Matthew's bag. He had to admit, war and plunder were indeed the fastest ways to earn money. There was almost no other way. He had attacked the Sampan Plain, and so far, he had only taken down Brutal Dragon Town and New Moon Mountain. The wealth he had obtained from these two cities had already exceeded 8 million Alliance gold coins. Stay tuned with Empire. The Alliance gold coins alone had more than 1 million gold coins. There were about 1.2 million Alliance gold coins worth of Astral Golden Balls left. This was one of the hard currencies of the Astral factions. The other gems, blueprints, materials, equipment, props, and various supplies added up to nearly 6 million. This did not include the real estate in Brutal Dragon Town and New Moon Mountain. Of course, in places swept by the undead calamity, it was hard to say whether the houses and other real estate still had value. But even so, Matthew's harvest was shocking enough. Of course, this excessive return was also built on the few glorious moments of the Necromancer. The soldiers recruited by the undead calamity did not need rations or wages, and they were completely obedient to Matthew. This was a subordinate of which the other mages were envious. If they had used other methods to complete this war, the benefits might not be as great. They might even lose money if things did not go smoothly. Among the various gains from these two cities, what made Matthew feel the most gratified was that he had successfully seized a large number of standard equipment. The attributes of these standard equipment were not eye-catching. However, the improvement of the undead unit was a huge boost to the undead army. Matthew had been troubled by the equipment of his underlings before. And after this battle, it was impossible for them to lack equipment. What was even more amazing was that the equipment seized from these two towns perfectly matched Matthew's undead. After all, many of them were the undead's equipment when they were alive. Matthew spent some time cleaning up the spoils of war that Filey and the others had collected. After a while, Peggy appeared again as if nothing had happened. Matthew, I've called Myosax over. Shall we continue to build the cemetery?" Matthew shook his head. "No. Send the undead lightning birds to follow those refugees and confirm how many of them have entered Night Angel City. Keep an eye on the last batch of people who left New Moon Mountain. The undead army will move out soon. We'll tail them." As he spoke, he looked at Vasnov, who had been hacking beside him. "Have you found it?" The latter nodded lightly. "Found it. Before you start, you have to practice the Sea Elf meditation tree more skillfully. We only have one chance. When he comes to his senses, we have to retreat. Otherwise, it might be dangerous." Matthew asked in confusion. "Can he really do anything to us in the evil space?" Vasnov shook his head. "Under normal circumstances, he can't do anything to us. But if he goes crazy, he might still exile himself to the Void World with us. You don't want to see the Void Ruler now, do you? I don't want to either. So let's just take a bite, a small bite. Matthew nodded. Not long after. The death canopy slowly moved away from the Crescent Mountain. The tireless undead army also followed the road and headed east. Why are you in such a hurry to attack again? I thought you would settle down. On the way, Peggy asked in confusion. Matthew smiled silently. There aren't many corpses in New Moon Mountain. There's no need to settle down. When I deliberately let them leave, I had already made this plan. Previously, I set up an astral gate at the intersection to invite them to leave. Unfortunately, they didn't appreciate it. Since they rejected the Necromancer's kindness. Then we can only let them taste the cruelty of a Necromancer. As he spoke, the death canopy and the undead army gradually formed a line. The world was dark. The two projections of the god of death looked down at this plane as if the end of the world had arrived. Chapter 1345 God's Kingdom is quite short of people recently. Chapter 1345 God's Kingdom is quite short of people recently. In the air that was filled with terrifying killing intent and negative energy ripples. Even the grass and trees by the roadside withered rapidly and then let out a low mournful cry. Night Angel City. Midnight Cathedral, at the top of the Holy Tower. Archbishop and City Lord Underwood was sitting on the throne with a serious expression. As one of the only 4 archbishops in the Church of Midnight, Underwood had absolute authority in the city. At this moment, there were no other clergymen of the God of Midnight in the hall. On the contrary, there were 2 evil art masters from the disciples of the Calamity. Mr. Tai Long, at this time, you're telling me you want to leave? Isn't this a little too irresponsible? Underwood scolded the blond man in front of him in a very rude tone. The golden-haired man called Tai Long smiled calmly. This is Lance's territory, not mine. I'm just here to see if I can help, but from the looks of it, there's a limit to what I can do. Why don't I hurry back to the material world while the passage from the sampan plane to the prime material world is still in effect? I have a mission to complete, and it won't be so easy to smuggle people in the future. Underwood snorted again. Are you sure that we will fail? Tai Long smiled modestly. No, I don't want to bet. The Void Ruler will protect you. As he spoke, his figure slowly disappeared, leaving only a shadow that kept twisting on the spot. Underwood looked at evil art master Lance with some dissatisfaction. Are you letting him go just like that? Aren't you afraid that he's going to take drastic measures? Lance shrugged indifferently. If he really has that kind of courage, perhaps there is hope for the Order of Calamity. He's the number 1 figure in the Order of Calamity after all. How could a fringe like me dare to tell him what to do? And speaking of which, when Tai Long wanted to leave, didn't you also not stop him? Underwood was silent for a moment, then said. I just received news that Matthew took down New Moon Mountain, and evil spirit Lord Hodges fled without a fight. That kid has exceeded our expectations. His strength is very shocking. Matthew was mentioned. Lance also put on a rare serious expression. Yes, I know that he has a fireball thrower. That guy is quite powerful. There's also a false god. I suspect that he's Basnov or related to him. Underwood immediately perked up. Are you sure it's the war god? I remember that Basnov had a very good relationship with the God of Midnight. They even called each other brothers. Find more to read at Empire. If you're sure it's him, I might be able to ask God to cast a projection at an appropriate time to convince Basnov to defect. Lance immediately had a strange expression on his face. Based on historical experience, the brothers of the war god didn't have a good ending. Underwood looked angry. However, he thought about it and changed his mind. What you said makes sense. We can't pin our hopes on instigating the enemy's subordinates to defect. What did that 1000 transformer brat say? Lance replied. He said that he is ready, but like before, he can only make a move in the astral plane. If we can't lure Matthew to the astral plane, then there's nothing he can do. Underwood slowly shook his head. Matthew's thinking is hard to fathom. Luring him to the astral plane isn't that easy. And he has a Patronus on him. I don't believe that the 1,000 Transformer kid can kill him. Lance snorted softly. If it weren't for the Patronus, I would have killed him long ago. Underwood sneered. Still using your old method? Turn the enemy into a woman first and then win by using despicable methods? Lance raised his head proudly. What else? This is my way of survival. As long as someone is pregnant with my child, they will listen to me. At this point. He sighed helplessly. Even if he's a man, I have a way to make him pregnant. It's a pity that the damned evil queen, Baba Shah, actually used my method first. The other party will definitely be on guard against this. Moreover, after being messed with once, his body will also develop immunity. This method is dangerous to begin with. If I'm not careful, I'll be dragged into the domain battle. Speaking of which, that kid has a lot of domain monsters on him. He has a Tauran domain of unknown origin. In short, it's very strange. Underwood also sighed and nodded. He is indeed a strange person. Let's take it one step at a time. We'll first deal with the undead calamity before thinking of a way to banish him to the astral world. As long as he enters the astral plane, who knows how many people can easily kill him. Lance narrowed his eyes. Have you found a way to deal with the undead calamity? Underwood said calmly. They're just a bunch of skeletons. They're not worth mentioning. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his right hand, and an irregular blue crystal appeared on his fair palm. Lance's pupils constricted. The divinity fragment of the Lord of Storm and Ocean? The Eye of the Ocean's divine tear enchantment? You want to create a world-destroying tsunami in the sampan plane? Are you crazy? Of course, the tsunami can destroy the undead calamity, but what about the people in this city? Archbishop Underwood nodded slightly, showing a trace of compassion, but his tone was extremely firm. God will bless them. Moreover, I heard that the divine kingdom is quite short of people recently. When he said the last sentence, Underwood couldn't help but grin. His expression seemed a little mocking or cruel, but from another point of view, it seemed sacred and devout. Chapter 1346 Innumerable News. Chapter 1346 Innumerable News. Night Angel City. On a small mountain about 100 miles to the west, a few undead thunderbirds swooped down from the sky. Their figures quickly passed through the death canopy and then landed on the Necromancer's shoulder. A few wet and rotten feathers fell to the ground. Matthew patted his robe nonchalantly. He let an undead thunderbird stand on his palm and looked into its eyes. Then, he slowly extracted the information that the thunderbird had detected. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent scene flashed across his mind. It was the scene of looking down at the eastern side of the sampan plain from a high altitude, especially the scene of Night Angel City. It was a prosperous city. It was densely populated, and the buildings were tall. From time to time, colorful lights would shine from the top of the buildings. Other than the most dazzling cathedral obelisk, there were many other dazzling buildings that reached into the clouds. Matthew had heard about it from Alan. Night Angel City was the most prosperous city in the sampan plain. There were about 80,000 to 100,000 permanent residents there, and there were quite a number of illegal households that were not included in the statistics. To the west of the city were the Sea Dragon Mountain Range and the Redemption Valley in the center. To the north was a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. The southern part was where the hills and plains met, and there was a dense crystal forest. To the east was the Sea of Stars. Countless astral ships sailed from the sea and docked on the floating dock. Due to the special plane structure, most of the time, the Sea of Stars was hanging high above Night Angel City. This resulted in their dock having to be built in the air, or they would not be able to dock ships from the astral plane. This strange phenomenon also attracted many nearby tourists. Most of them were natives from the astral plane. Brutal Dragon Town and Night Angel City were located at opposite ends of the sampan plain. Similar to the former, Night Angel City could also communicate with many secondary planes through the Sea of Stars. The difference was, the secondary planes connected to Brutal Dragon Town were attached to the prime material plane. The secondary planes that the City of Night Angels led to were suspended in the astral plane. It was also because of this special geographical environment. As a result, there were a large number of astral mercenaries in the city. In order to prevent being discovered, the undead Thunderbird could only look down at the city from a very high position. But even so, Matthew also saw Storluck Industries' logo in the fast-moving images. It was obvious. The Space Undead troops also had their stronghold in this city. Continue your journey on Empire. The pressure is a little too great. Matthew sniffed. The predicament faced by the undead calamity was indeed something that the other war instigators could not understand. After all, he had made a move. It was as if he was provoking all living beings. This was a battle between the undead and the living. It was very easy for the nature of the battle to change completely. Matthew had to stay calm at all times. Immediately after, he focused on the situation in the west of the city. Night Angel City was built on the southwest Sea Dragon mountain range. The western gateway was completely dependent on the Valley of Redemption, which was located in the mountains. At this moment, the Valley of Redemption was almost filled with people. Matthew saw that the refugees were lined up in a long line, squeezing the valley so tightly that it was almost impossible to move a foot. He roughly estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of people there. Moreover, they were all young adults who had successfully escaped. Most of the active creatures in the sampan plane were young and strong because the old and the weak had long been eliminated. Matthew also saw it. In the sky above the valley, there were knights riding on one-eyed griffins, maintaining order. It was not difficult to deduce from the actions of those knights. The city lord of Night Angel City chose to accept the refugees from Brutal Dragon Town and New Moon Mountain. However, he did not arrange for them to enter the city at once. Instead, they chose to settle them down in the valley. Of course, Matthew also saw them let some people into the city. As for the specific criteria for entering the city, it was unknown. If we charge at them now, these tens of thousands of people will definitely not be able to escape. They will become part of the undead calamity. Matthew took a deep breath. This seemed to be a great opportunity. Apart from him, even the death canopy moved forward restlessly. As long as he could swallow these tens of thousands of people, Matthew's undead calamity would be upgraded to a whole new level. At that time, the death transformation of the entire sampan plane would also be successfully completed. Wait. However, Matthew was not in a hurry to act. The other party's choice to settle the refugees gave Matthew a feeling that the door to Night Angel City was wide open. This didn't make sense. The north is a plain, and there's also an open space in the south. Why don't they settle the refugees there? There seem to be some fortresses and outposts in the south that are used to resist the magical beasts in the astral world. Those buildings can more or less accommodate some refugees. Is it because it happened so suddenly that they didn't have time to plan it so carefully? Matthew thought for a moment. The last possibility was still possible. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable. If one looked down from a higher angle, it was not difficult to see that the Redemption Valley, which was about 40 miles long, was particularly narrow in the Sea Dragon mountain range. There were some particularly narrow places that could only allow 3 people to pass side by side. If there were ambushes on the mountains on both sides, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Matthew tilted his head. If one chose not to go through the Redemption Valley and instead took a detour from the north or south, it would take 2 to 3 days. Chapter 1347 Innumerable News. Chapter 1347 Innumerable News. Zombies were slow to begin with, and skeletons would disappear as they walked. A large-scale march would consume the strength of the undead calamity. What was even more subtle was, the sun would rise in 2 hours. Although the death canopy protected the undead, the attributes of the undead would still be weakened to a certain extent under the intense sunlight of the astral world. This was very disadvantageous to Matthew. A few minutes later, Soldier and Death Knight 47, who were in charge of scouting the Sea Dragon Mountains, returned successfully. The two of them expressed that there was nothing strange on the mountain, only some traces of wild beasts. This phenomenon made Matthew feel even more suspicious. It wasn't just recently that he had taken down Brutal Dragon Town. The city lord of Night Angel City would at least be prepared for the upcoming undead calamity, right? However, from the current perspective, he didn't seem to have done anything. An empty city stratagem? Matthew frowned. This was his first time experiencing such a large-scale war. His subordinates were all undead, and he didn't mind losing them. But even so. Continue reading at Empire. Matthew also felt an invisible pressure. Grasping the battle situation, grasping the timing, collecting information. Many things were invading Matthew's focus. Moreover, he still had to maintain the contract with the undead and the entire undead calamity. It made his thoughts slow down. Most of the time, he would feel that his head was empty, and he did not have the energy to think about too many things. Calm down. Don't be anxious. He took a deep breath and asked Vasnov for his opinion. Matthew shared the information collected by the undead Thunderbird with him. The zombie god of war looked at the Redemption Valley from afar and said, "This is obviously a conspiracy. This terrain is specifically targeted at the undead army." Matthew suddenly perked up. "What do you mean?" Vasnov replied without any tone. "If you were Underwood, what methods would you use to deal with the enemy's undead army?" Matthew thought for a moment. Holy water? Or a weapon made from holy water? God's army of petitioners? Divine spell? Legendary spells? Vasnov replied. "Of course, the methods you mentioned might work, but why don't we take a look at how the undead calamity in history was resolved?" Matthew was enlightened. He quickly recalled the details of the 3 undead calamities that had happened in history. There was once when someone successfully assassinated the Necromancer who initiated the undead calamity and ended the disaster. The other time was when the Necromancer lost control of the undead calamity and died from the backlash. It ended with the Necromancer's death. There was only one time when it was a small-scale undead calamity, and what solved it was an unexpected flash flood. Floods or tsunamis were another type of natural disaster that had an absolute restraint on the undead calamity. Firstly, the undead calamity was a type of mobile domain field, and its power was also unique. Floods and tsunamis usually also had their own domains. Under the clash of the two, the advantage of the undead calamity would be wiped out. Especially tsunamis. The pressure brought by the deep-sea domain on the undead was very great. Secondly, the kinetic impact of a flood or tsunami was enough to destroy most of the undead. The skeleton would definitely shatter upon contact. Zombies would also have their soul fire extinguished. It was very likely that only a very small number of undead would survive. Great flood? Matthew's expression was serious, and his heart was cold. If he had led the undead into the valley and faced a sudden tsunami or flood, he might have been fine, but there would probably not be many of his underlings left. If it happened on the plains, the situation would be much better. After all, under the conditions of open terrain, the kinetic energy of the flood would be shared and diluted. Once, the undead calamity was suddenly destroyed by an external force. Then, as a spellcaster, Matthew would suffer a very serious backlash. If it was serious, it might hurt his soul. Even if the symptoms were mild, they might not be able to cast spells for several years. Vasnov said with certainty. If it was before, there was only a small probability. But now, with the fall of the Lord of Storms and the ocean, after that guy's divine kingdom collapsed, most of his inheritance was divided up by the remaining small fries of the heavenly palace, including the Midnight God. As far as I know, this city is his property. As long as he has the divine fragment of the Lord of Storm and Ocean, it's easy to create a tsunami that can destroy your undead calamity. Matthew frowned. Do you mean they plan to create a tsunami in the valley? What about the refugees? Vasnov replied calmly. Generally speaking, the gods don't care about the life and death of the low-level supporters. Moreover, the god of Midnight's divine kingdom might be in need of people now, and he might want to take the opportunity to collect some free labor. Matthew's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Regardless of whether the enemy had thought of this move or not, he had to be careful. He glanced at Vasnov. The god of war was indeed the god of war. Not only did he know the way the gods did things like the back of his hand, but he was also an out-and-out expert in the war domain. If it wasn't for the fact that Matthew didn't trust him. Chapter 1348 Innumerable News. Chapter 1348 Innumerable News. In fact, handing the undead calamity to Vasnov was the most efficient choice. Other than open terrain, are there any other ways to counter tsunamis or floods? Matthew humbly asked the god of war for advice. Vasnov said casually. There are many ways. For example, we can split up and march. For example, we can use counter spells. Of course, the most foolproof way is to continue increasing the strength of the death canopy. As long as your death canopy is not completely destroyed by the first wave of the flood, the corpses and deaths caused by the disaster itself will, in turn, add fuel to your natural disaster. Moreover, the undead born in this situation usually has the attributes of a water ghost. Even if the environment has been completely transformed into a lake or ocean, they still have a chance to swim in it. Matthew looked deeply at Vasnov. The latter's soul fire was as quiet as usual, which made Matthew unable to guess whether the other party was sincerely suggesting or deliberately leading him astray. Continue to increase the strength of the death canopy. There was a possibility of a backlash. However, Matthew hid his doubts deep in his heart. He discussed with Vasnov what he needed to pay attention to next and then pretended to ask unintentionally. When do you think it's better to steal Lance's spiritual force origin? Vasnov immediately replied. The sooner the better. It would be best if you could make a move now. When the main battlefield really starts, I doubt you have the extra energy to deal with Lance. Matthew pursed his lips. Perhaps, but I really don't have any extra energy right now. I have to determine the next route. Vasnov shrugged and didn't say anything. At this moment, a woman in a red robe suddenly barged into Matthew's field of vision. Rose? How did she get here? Angel Rose seemed to want to approach Matthew, but she was quickly stopped by Peggy. Hey, woman, Matthew isn't someone you can see anytime. Rose raised her chin proudly. He will see me. Matthew looked at her in confusion. He did not understand why a prisoner like her would behave so strangely. But in the next second, Matthew reacted. The other party's eyes suddenly became vertical pupils. Pentashade Dragon God, Baruch? Do you still have the strength to cast Divine Descent? Matthew looked into Rose's eyes and asked tentatively. This gaze was actually a little familiar to him. Previously, in the battle at the Moss Green Hills, Matthew had killed Baruch's divine vessel. However, things were different now. The Pentashade Dragon God Baruch didn't seem as high and mighty as before. Facing Matthew's probing, he quickly gave a clear answer. It's me. Matthew, I have something important to discuss with you. Matthew signaled for Peggy to let him through. Baruch, who was in Angel Rose's body, walked up to Matthew. He glanced at the zombie god of war and said with a complicated tone. Long time no see, Vasnov. Vasnov's eyes were blank, and he didn't say a word, as if he didn't realize that the other party was greeting him. Brooke hesitated. Is it really not you? He still wanted to continue sizing up the zombie. But Matthew still cleared his throat. You'd better explain your intentions as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose another wisp of consciousness and a devout believer. Devout? Don't think I don't know that this bitch told you everything. Baruch cursed in annoyance. Soon after, he said coldly. Listen, Matthew, I have a piece of invaluable news for you. Explore more adventures at Empire. Of course, this information is not free. I hope to exchange it for something. To be exact, I want to talk to Isabel. Matthew calmly replied. That depends on whether the news you bring is really that valuable. Baruch said confidently. This concerns your life. Without this piece of news from me, you and your undead would probably have died here. However, before he could finish his sentence, another woman's figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the death canopy. Because she was close, Matthew immediately sensed it. Melinda? Matthew looked at Rieger's ex-wife, who was shining with arcane light, in surprise. He immediately opened the death canopy and let her in. Melinda quickly walked over. Her face was red, and she looked like she was in a hurry. Before she could reach Matthew, she shouted loudly. Matthew! I brought you a piece of invaluable news. The people of Night Angel City have prepared an earth-shattering tsunami for your undead army. Once you rashly enter the valley ahead, the seawater will drown your army. Matthew looked at Melinda. Then, he looked at Baruch. The latter's face was filled with shock and anger. Chapter 1349 There really were words on her leg. Chapter 1349 There really were words on her leg. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Empire. Matthew smiled at Melinda. Thank you for your reminder, but we have already received relevant information before this. Melinda's face didn't show any shock. She nodded lightly and continued. I also heard that they plan to attack you in the astral world. The specific location is. Are there others here? She looked at Rose warily and immediately pulled up her collar and put on a veil that could hide her aura and face. However, it was too late. Baruch looked at Melinda warily, his voice low. Someone from Storlek Industries? Melinda neither admitted nor denied. She only used the same hesitant gaze to size up the angel Rose's body. Pentashade Dragon God? She snorted softly. Baruch didn't say anything. Both parties looked at each other, and the atmosphere became ambiguous and strange. Amongst the crowd, only Matthew and Vasnov were the most content. The former was happy to see this scene. And the latter was still drooling like a retard, fully expressing the phrase veteran actor to the fullest. Matthew, can we talk in private? Melinda said softly. Matthew nodded. Sure, but Mr. Baruch came first. I'll talk to him first before coming to you. How about that? Melinda thought for a moment and didn't say anything, obediently retreating to the side. Matthew led Baruch to another place and opened a secret barrier. Although there was almost no risk of information leaking out of the death canopy, considering the importance of the conversation, Matthew still had an extra defense. Now, you can tell me what your invaluable information is. Matthew smiled and said. If the information you gave is indeed priceless, then I will at least go to my teacher and report that you want to talk to her. As for whether she is willing to talk to you, that is not something I can decide. Matthew's attitude seemed quite sincere. The other party was expressionless after listening. But the Pentashade Dragon God Baruch was probably cursing in his heart. Seeing this, Matthew could only increase the intensity of the stimulation. Or should I talk to my other friend first? She looks quite anxious. Baruch immediately said. Wait. How could he let Matthew and Melinda chat? By the time the two of them were done chatting, all the valuable information would have been sold out. Baruch gritted his teeth. Before he came, he was confident that he could use this important information to exchange for some alliance resources. However, he never thought that he would have to rush to betray his allies. He only hesitated for more than 20 minutes after receiving the news, and he almost missed the good time. If that woman had arrived earlier, Baruch would not have dared to think about it. No. He had to seize the opportunity to talk to Matthew first. At this moment, Baruch also saw the smile on Matthew's face. He was an old fox, so he knew that he had no room to continue holding back. He had to show his value as much as possible, or else this trip would be in vain. If he returned with nothing, it meant that he would suffer a loss. Divine descent consumed a lot of energy. With Brooke's current predicament, he would lose something with every bit of energy he expended. This was a vicious cycle. Once one fell into it, it would be very difficult to extricate oneself. He knew that the young mage in front of him was his only chance to break this cycle. Immediately, he took a deep breath and quickly said, "You should know about the Dragon God Society, right? It's a newly established organization that specializes in opposing the Alliance. On the Dragon God Society's bounty list, your ranking is relatively high. There are already many dangerous people secretly eyeing you. I can be your spy in the Dragon God Society. If anything happens, or if someone wants to target you, I can pass this information to you immediately. The method is through this bitch's body." Matthew looked interested. "Rose's body?" Baruch nodded. "Yes, she is my creation. I know her like the back of my hand. I can transmit information to you from afar through the Hall of Heroes in the Divine Kingdom. You only need to pay attention to her thighs and back at all times. When I transmit information, the corresponding words will appear in these places. These words will flash red for at least 2 hours. As long as you pay enough attention, you won't miss it. I suggest you imprison this bitch. Don't let her escape. Otherwise, you might delay the intelligence." When talking about Rose, Baruch looked rather cold, but he still maintained a certain degree of restraint. After all, Rose was an angel who betrayed him. If it were any other situation, she would have long gone back to the furnace to be reborn. Matthew nodded secretly. This was the tragedy of angels. They were God's creations and toys. Even though Baruch was so weak, it was still easy for him to control them. Matthew didn't have extra sympathy for Rose. He calmly analyzed Brooke's sincerity. "Aren't you the leader of the Dragon God Society? Being my spy, isn't that opposing yourself?" Chapter 1350 There really are words on her leg. Chapter 1350 There really are words on her leg. Matthew's intention in trying to get information was obvious. Baruch also looked quite bright. He said generously, "Anyway, this bitch has already revealed my current situation to you. Yes, I admit that I'm very embarrassed now. Ever since Edmund ate my astral remnant, my strength has dropped drastically. I can no longer establish myself in the heavenly palace. Everyone treated me as a meal, and the only reason I wasn't completely eaten was that someone wanted to squeeze out the last drop of value of my life as a god. This was common in the history of the heavenly palace, even when the sun god fell. In short, I'm just a tool that they used to oppose the Alliance. Of course, I don't want to see this happen. They did all the bad things and took all the benefits under my name, but in the end, they put all the blame on me. How can there be such a good thing?" Baruch seemed to be getting more and more anxious and angry. "Even those dog-like evil art masters have climbed over my head. Lance, who has a grudge against you?" When I went to ask him about the situation, guess what? He replied to me. He actually dared to ask me to eat shit. If it were 100 years ago, I would have stuffed him into the pit of the abyssal worms or thrown him naked into the nest of the sawtoothed spiders. I'm going fucking crazy. Since they won't give me a way out, then everyone won't have it easy. Matthew stared at Baruch's expression coldly. His mood was quite agitated, so much so that he didn't look like a long-lived species but like a young man in his 20s. Matthew's evaluation was. It was a little fake. He knew very well that Baruch's emotions were about 30% true and 70% false. He might have indeed been insulted by Lance, but this was definitely not the root cause of Baruch's betrayal. The reason why he exaggerated the matter and appeared quite angry was just to increase his credibility. His ultimate goal was to try to gain more bargaining chips in the negotiation with Matthew. If Matthew and him developed a common hatred for evil art master Lance, then Baruch had achieved his goal. Unfortunately, Matthew did not fall for it. Matthew remained calm from the beginning to the end. Regarding your situation in the astral world and the heavenly palace, I can only express some sympathy. Of course, if you want to be my spy and provide me with valuable information, I will certainly welcome you with both hands. In fact, the Alliance has always been supportive of the people of the Heavenly Palace. At least, I personally agree with Mr. Edmund's theory. Both of us should strive to find a balanced path of peaceful coexistence. If you can indeed bring something useful to the Alliance, our cooperation will have a solid foundation. But unfortunately, you said so much just now, but it seems that you didn't mention anything substantial. Matthew blinked. Baruch frowned. Didn't I say that I can be your spy? Isn't this enough? Matthew smiled and shook his head. Not enough. To be honest, whether it's the Heavenly Palace or the other factions in the astral world, we don't lack sincere and loyal friends. Of course, Matthew was bullshitting. Because he didn't know anything about this. But he was sure that Baruch didn't know that he didn't know about this. Moreover, he deliberately used vague words to make it seem as if he was serious. Baruch was fooled. His frown deepened. At the very least, none of your friends are at my level, right? Matthew's smile became even brighter. Do you think I would dare to enter this plane without absolute confidence? Baruch stared at Matthew, trying to read a trace of guilt or other emotions from his bright smile. However, in the end, he could only rebel in vain. He had already cursed his previous ally 10,000 times in his heart. Damn it, everyone said that they were going to the Twin Heavens to ambush the people from the Seven Saint Alliance, but I was the only one who took it seriously. Now that the Heavenly Palace is facing a collapse, they are selling their allies faster than anyone else. I reckon that those people have already made peace with the Seven Saints Alliance in private. He was very regretful now. He should have taken action earlier after he recognized the strength of the Seven Saint Alliance. Of course, it was better to betray one's allies as soon as possible to gain as many benefits as possible. He was too late. Baruch was in a passive position. He couldn't figure out Matthew's background, but he felt that the man in front of him had victory in his hands and was omnipotent. For a moment, Baruch even suspected that Matthew was already a legend, but he was just pretending. Once this thought crossed his mind, it could no longer be contained. After spending 2 minutes thinking it through, he finally decided to lay his cards on the table. What do I need to do? A gratified smile appeared on Matthew's face. Evil Art Master Lance. Didn't he tell you to eat shit? An eye for an eye. Kill him, and you can become my friend. Hearing this, Baruch hesitated. But, the current me might not be a match for him after leaving the Divine Kingdom. Had the Pentashade Dragon God already reached such a lowly state? Chapter 1351 There really are words on her leg. Chapter 1351 There really are words on her leg. Matthew was shocked, but he maintained a calm expression on the surface. That is your own problem. I can tell you that it's not that I don't have a way to deal with Lance. However, since you need such an opportunity, I don't mind letting you try. Baruch looked at Matthew suspiciously. Do you really know Lance's strength? That's a legendary evil art master, and the Order of Calamity's influence in the astral world far surpasses that of the Alliance. You might not know the status of the Void Lord among the giants. Matthew interrupted Brooks rambling confidently and rudely. After breaking through Night Angel City, I'll go and capture Lance immediately. Before that, this is your last chance. Baruch was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, All right, I promise you to kill Lance. But after this is done, I hope to be reincarnated into a secondary plane that is attached to the prime material plane. In the corresponding territory, I hope to continue maintaining the Pentashade Dragon God's divine title and domain. This is my bottom line. However, Matthew only calmly looked at the other party's vertical pupils and replied casually. After killing Lance, we can talk about the rest. Baruch was a little anxious. Something of this level, can you make the decision? Matthew slowly pulled out the shovel from his back and waved it in front of Baruch. Baruch was stunned. Then, he suddenly remembered that this was the shovel that shattered the Star Core during the Blood Moon attack. Matthew was hinting at his status in the Alliance. Baruch let out a long sigh. I understand. I'll let you know before we make our move. Goodbye, Mr. Matthew. After saying that, Angel Rose's body suddenly trembled violently. Her eyes turned white, and turbid saliva flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Matthew knew that this was the after-effect of divine descent. Even an angel would find it difficult to bear the spiritual imprint of a god. After Baruch had done this, Rose was completely crippled. She had almost become an idiot, but her body still retained the strength of a level 18 angel. What a pity. Matthew shook his head. Due to their special attributes, angels could not be made into undead, which made Matthew feel that it was a waste. Immediately, he called Paige over and told her to keep an eye on Rose's thighs and back. If there were any abnormal signs, she would immediately inform Matthew. Peggy looked at Matthew with a strange expression. She opened her mouth. I wanted to complain about something. But if once I think about it carefully, it's understandable since you're a necromancer. Matthew was too lazy to argue with her. After sending Baruch off, he immediately went to see Melinda. But Melinda came and went like the wind. When Matthew arrived, she had already left, leaving only 3 thick scrolls for Matthew. Matthew checked them one by one. The first scroll recorded detailed information about Night Angel City, including the structure of the city, the distribution of forces, the location of barracks, important checkpoints, and so on. It even wrote where there were tunnels, where there were cracks in the city walls, and which day the drainage channels led to the outside of the city. The content inside could be said to be complete. Matthew was overjoyed with just a glance. With this information, it would be much easier for him to attack Night Angel City. According to Melinda's message in the scroll, this information came from the intelligence department of Storluck Industries. It was a gift to Matthew, a potential ally. The second scroll contained the information Melinda had gathered. It included a series of relevant information such as Setrunk intends to make a move in the astral plane, Underwood intends to release a tsunami in the Valley of Redemption, the Order of Calamity may summon a giant beast lurking in the meteorite plane, and Tai Long, the number 1 figure of the Order of Calamity, has left the Sampan plane ahead of time. This information could help Matthew better sort out the situation he was facing. At the moment, Isabel and the Alliance were able to resist the pressure from the astral plane. Matthew had not encountered any enemies from outside the Sampan plane. This was the battle environment that Matthew dreamed of. He was not afraid at all if he were only to face Cossack, Hodges, Underwood, and the others. Melinda is still very useful, Matthew thought contentedly. The contents of the first 2 scrolls were within Matthew's expectations. However, the third scroll surprised him. Because it was a psionic scroll. Light of Accusation, legendary. You can use a small amount of mental strength to pry the power in this scroll and judge an individual or a group. You can list out a series of crimes to be imposed on the target of the Light of Accusation. The latter could not refute or resist. They could only silently accept all of this and bear the condemnation in their hearts. The ring of guilt will appear on the accused target. The ring of guilt would automatically detonate when it encountered the light of judgment, legendary. Duration, 60 minutes. Accusation plus trial? Matthew raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that this was a combination of abilities. Matthew had no doubt that Melinda had the scroll of the light of judgment. This woman is quite smart. He knew very well that she was showing him her value. At the same time, she did not give away all the good things she had at once. Chapter 1352. There really were words on her leg. Chapter 1352. There really were words on her leg. She chose to give it to him bit by bit, thus constantly creating opportunities to interact with Matthew. Perhaps she had been scheming to leave without saying goodbye just now. Matthew's attitude towards this was very clear. He would take all the benefits, but it was impossible for him to bite the hook. The light of accusation alone is disgusting enough. Matthew put away the things without any greed. The arrival of Baruch and Melinda hinted at the changes in the structure of the astral plane to some extent. However, Matthew still had some concerns about the way Storluck Industries sold out their allies. For this reason, he specifically asked Vasnov for his opinion. Vasnov wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "It's normal for them to do this. You might not realize this, but ever since the Blood Moon incident, the situation of Storluck Industries has become very delicate. On the one hand, they can't continue to openly oppose the alliance. At least, they can't do that before the fleet of the Prince of Undead returns. Otherwise, they will face great risks. On the other hand, the conflict between them and the alliance is real. Compared to the forces of the Heavenly Palace, the Abyss, the Purgatory, the Evil Spirits, and even the Void World, the conflict between the Storluck Industries and the Seven Saint Alliance is the most irreconcilable. The other factions are still native to the world of Aender, but the Space Spirits are different. They come from another universe, and they have different life forms from the natives of Aender. They also have goals and pursuits that are incompatible with the major worlds of Aender. They really lack a way out. If they show too much weakness, it might cause everyone to side with the alliance. To them, the most important thing now is to maintain a structure that is the most detached from the alliance. To achieve this goal, they either have to act in a high-profile manner to establish their prestige or they can only pray that the alliance will start a war without discrimination. Matthew understood a little. You mean, if I take down the sampan plane, I'll be relieving the pressure on the Storluck industry? Vasnov nodded. This is actually very easy to understand. After Second Brother was beaten up by the enemy boss, if Second Brother wanted to maintain his previous prestige, he would either beat up everyone else himself or pray that the enemy boss would repeat what happened to him to others. The crueler your methods are, the happier Storluck Industries will be because this is exactly what they want. Matthew frowned. According to you, will my actions be disadvantageous to the alliance? Vasnov shook his head. For the strong, nothing is disadvantageous. You have to remember, if you are walking up the slope in an imposing manner, then all the news about you will be interpreted as good news. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. He stared at the zombie's turbid eyes. So you gave up your status as the war god and risked your life to enter the prime material plane just to avoid the alliance? Vasnov was silent for a moment. A moment later, he said slowly, "Whether you believe it or not, I didn't enter the material world for this reason." Matthew continued asking, "Then why?" Vasnov said in a deep voice, "Because I discovered a very terrifying secret: the Heavenly Palace is about to fall. It's not a fall in the figurative sense, but a fall on a physical level. I saw in the prophecy that the five-clawed heavenly dragons roar and the fall of the Heavenly Palace will be the signs of the days of heavenly change. That was the opening of the chaotic era and also the beginning of the catastrophe for all living beings." Matthew asked in a daze. "The fall of the Heavenly Palace? Do you mean the entire heaven realm will fall? Then what will happen?" Vasnov raised his head slightly and looked into Matthew's eyes. His tone was calm and restrained, but there seemed to be a hint of indescribable excitement. "This is the terrifying part. This is something that has never happened before in history. The Heavenly Palace is like a huge ship that is about to fall silently. Its collapse might not affect itself terribly, but it will form an extremely terrifying vortex in the sea of all life. We are nothing more than fishes of all sizes swimming in the whirlpool. Other than protecting ourselves, there is very little else we can do." Matthew did not say anything for a long time. "How much longer do we have?" he asked. Vasnov didn't answer directly. "I don't know. But soon. Soon. You don't have to worry. Just focus on the matter at hand. After all, we are now in the same boat. If there is any change in the Heavenly Palace, I will inform you immediately." Matthew looked deeply at Vasnov. Then, he suppressed these matters in his heart and began to step into the final marching strategy. Half an hour later, the stagnant death canopy slowly moved again. And this time, Matthew did not follow the refugees into the Valley of Redemption. He chose to take a detour from the south. This would add about 2.5 days to his schedule, But at least it could prevent the undead army from being wiped out by the tsunami. It was midnight. The undead army advanced tirelessly at the southern foot of Sea Dragon Mountain Range. Matthew was riding on the Crimson Flame Nightmare and looking at the terrain ahead. Chapter 1353 There really are words on her leg. Chapter 1353 There really are words on her leg. But at this moment, Peggy suddenly rushed over with Angel Rose's body on her shoulder. Matthew. There really are words on her thigh. Matthew looked at it. There was a sentence written on it. I've already made an appointment with him. We'll take action in 10 minutes. Matthew immediately went to Vasnov. I've already mastered the Sea Elven meditation spell. Can I steal the Evil Art Master's spiritual source now? Vasnov nodded. Like I said before, it can work anytime. I can use the worms to provide you with a spell coordinate. You can open a teleportation door and go there. However, there are 2 prerequisites. First, only you and I can go. If there are too many people, we might be discovered by the Evil Art Masters. Second, we have to use the spirit body method to go over. Only then can we safely and efficiently collect the Evil Art Master's spiritual source. Matthew looked at Vasnov unkindly. Why didn't you tell me these 2 conditions before? Vasnov shrugged. I thought you should know about them already. Matthew laughed in his heart. Of course, he did not believe the other party's nonsense. He asked directly. With your current condition, how do you transform into a spirit body? Vasnov didn't say anything. His soul fire flew out of the zombie's body and floated in the air, looking a little small. You really don't have to be so guarded against me. War God's tone was quite sincere. In a way, you are my savior. Without you, I would have been killed by Isabel. Ever since my memories awakened, I've treated you as my friend. I won't hurt you, Matthew. Matthew fell into deep thought. He really could not trust Vasnov completely. Soon, he decided not to stick to the requirements of the spirit body. If Lance found out, then let him find out. However, at this moment, Peggy suddenly stood up. Matthew, let me go. With me keeping an eye on this old fellow, he won't dare to do anything. As she spoke, her soul fire also flew out from the huge minotaur skeleton. Compared to Vasnov's small flame, Peggy's soul fire was as majestic and vigorous as a bonfire. Matthew thought about it and finally nodded. Letting Peggy go in his place was indeed the safest choice. If there was an accident, he could summon her back at any time. If everything went smoothly, she could also summon herself over. After all, the 2 of them had signed a complete equality partnership contract. Soon after, according to the coordinates provided by Vasnov, Matthew opened a portal to Lance's evil space. Very quickly, Peggy and Vasnov's soul fire entered the door. Matthew stood near the portal. He slowly opened his hands. In an instant, a swollen eyeball floated on his chest. This was the immortal eye transformed from the observer eye devil. Matthew could use this eye to check the vision of people who had a good impression of him or hated him deeply. The weakness was that the person being looked at would receive a certain amount of bad luck. He could choose Peggy. However, Matthew chose Vasnov. Although he couldn't see the affinity or hatred points between him and Vasnov, the immortal eye was still effective because of the deep contract. Therefore, Matthew soon gained Vasnov's vision. Unexpectedly, Matthew saw an elegantly decorated wooden room. In the middle of the room was a soft velvet bed. There was a figure sitting on the bed, crying. There was a tall and thin man smoking beside the bed. Just as Matthew was feeling puzzled, Vasnov's voice sounded quietly. Don't be nervous. This is a memory illusion that Lance set up near his spiritual source. Generally speaking, these are the most beautiful or deepest memories of an evil art master. We just need to watch it quietly. Remember, don't show any emotion. Looking at the decorations, it should be the Elven Queen's bedroom. Peggy replied. Elven Queen? Does that man is the evil art master himself? You mean, we might see a live erotic show next? That's a pity. Matthew will definitely beat his chest and stamp his feet for not being able to come personally. Dasnov did not answer. At this moment, the woman who was crying on the bed suddenly raised her head. It was an extremely beautiful elf. She sobbed and said, "Liar. You said I wouldn't get pregnant in those few days." Woo-woo. Her expression looked delicate and pitiful. Coupled with her near-perfect figure and face, it made one's heart ache. However, the man beside the bed just shrugged irresponsibly. You can't say that. You agreed to it yourself. Stay connected through Empire. And weren't you very satisfied at that time? The Elven Queen was stunned for a moment before crying even harder. The young evil art master pulled her into his arms and said a few sweet words to her. The latter immediately broke into a smile. The Elven Queen exclaimed in surprise, but she was shocked by the evil art master's reckless actions. What are you doing? Even now? Lance smiled wickedly and said, I haven't tried doing it to a pregnant woman yet. The atmosphere in the room became more and more charming. Suddenly, Dasnov's voice rang in Peggy's ears again. Peggy. You should still remember me, right? Back then, under the sun god, I also fought side by side with you. Chapter 1354 Isabel's Patronus. Chapter 1354 Isabel's Patronus. I forgot. Why? Are you trying to hook up with me? I'll make it clear in advance that I'm not interested in you at all. How could a beautiful Terran girl like me like you? It can't be because you're good at drooling, right? Peggy still spoke in that carefree tone. Hearing this, Dasnov's vision suddenly blurred. He didn't say anything for a long time, as if he was speechless. Matthew was laughing in his heart. In theory, he could not hear the conversation between the two of them through the immortal eyes. But this voice sounded in Matthew's heart. This meant that Peggy had sent it over through the contract of equality. No. Dasnov denied. You just remind me of the past. Friends. I often miss them now. His tone sounded a little lost, and there seemed to be a hint of sadness. However, Peggy was unmoved. She only gave a faint "oh," then moved her soul a few inches to the side. You can miss them over there. Don't disturb me from watching the show. Look, they have already made their move. While the two of them were talking, a large-scale erotic drama had already begun in the Elven Queen's bedroom. Evil Art Master Lance pressed the former down domineeringly. The Elven Queen pleaded. Don't be like this. There will still be danger. However, her movements and voice did not match perfectly, giving people a feeling that her mind was in chaos. TCH, what are you pretending for? What a bitch. The evil art master impatiently chose to enter with his lance. Besides, wouldn't you be happier without the child? The Elven Queen begged. No, that's not it. However, in the next second, she lost the ability to speak and could only silently endure the abuse of the evil art master. Experience Tales with Empire. The scene in the bedroom became more and more bizarre. Even the air seemed to have a hint of pink. The two soul fires stared at each other as they watched the evil art master fight the Elven Queen 3 times. Just as the two of them in the illusion began to enjoy the aftertaste, the surrounding scene finally began to slowly dissipate. This was a sign that the memory anomaly was about to be resolved. It's just SOSO. Peggy bluntly commented. I thought evil art masters would have some tricks up their sleeves. I didn't expect them to be so ordinary. He should at least have some speciality, right? I really don't know how he became an evil art master. If it were me, I would definitely do better than him. Also, why did he keep muttering when he was doing things just now? Is this some kind of special hobby? Dasnov replied calmly. He's using the heart-eating curse, which is the signature technique of the sorcerers. In fact, there's no need to use the heart-eating curse at this stage. After all, the Elven Queen has been trained into a bitch by him. It's probably out of habit. He still demonstrated the heart-eating curse again very professionally. What's the heart-eating curse for? Peggy asked curiously. Vasnov replied. This is an evil curse that can swallow the confidence of others with words and actions. This evil spell can be used not only on a single target but also on a specific group of people. Once it succeeds, the subsequent effects will be very far-reaching. It can be said to be endless harm. You have to know that self-confidence is the most important factor in determining the existence of one's self. If a person loses self-confidence, there is no doubt that he will gradually lose himself and become a vassal of others. Evil art masters use the heart-eating curse and other evil curses to deprive others of their complete personality and then tame them into their slaves. This is their signature move, so it's easy to tell. Peggy nodded thoughtfully. You seem to be very familiar with this. Vasnov didn't shy away. Of course. Evil art masters learned this from the gods. Peggy carried on the spirit of getting to the bottom of things. Then where did the gods learn this? Vasnov was silent for 2 seconds. This is a taboo question. I can't answer you now. Moreover, Lance's spirit is about to completely open up to us. We only have 15 seconds to enter this next checkpoint. When you see a ray of light, squeeze in with all your might. You have to be fast. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in the Elven Queen's bedroom completely disappeared, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Suddenly, a bright light pierced through the darkness. Vasnov's soul fire drilled into it. Peggy followed closely behind. They followed the light as if they had crossed the galaxy and the universe. Time lost its meaning at this moment. It felt like 1,000,000 years had passed. It also seemed like it was just a blink of an eye. When the white light disappeared, 2 balls of soul fire appeared beside a pool that was filled with white mist. This seemed to be a beautiful mountain. It was sunset, and the outline of the setting sun could be seen in the fog. There was also the shadow of a bright moon in the east. Peggy and Vasnov walked toward the pool. However, all of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past. The mist beside the pool dissipated a little, revealing the figure of a tall and thin man in a windbreaker. The man's face was filled with confidence and calmness. Welcome to my memory palace. Dear thieves, I have prepared a prison in the depths of the universe for you that can last up to 100 million years. I only need to count to 3 seconds, and you will be locked up. Chapter 1355 Isabel's Guardian God. Chapter 1355 Isabel's Guardian God. As he spoke, he started counting. 3. Vasnov did not move. 2. Vasnov glanced at Peggy. 1. Peggy directly passed through Lance's body. What a fake fellow. She even snorted. Lance's figure instantly disappeared. Vasnov followed. Your emotions are quite stable. Matthew is really lucky to have you as his companion. Experience exclusive tales on Empire. You're right. Evil art masters are the kind of people who deliberately mystify things. They're constantly looking for flaws in others' hearts. As long as your heart is perfect enough, it's impossible for them to take advantage of you. Just like that shadow just now. He doesn't have any consciousness. It's just a trap set by Lance. If you were really scared by him, he would really know what happened here. Peggy said. What you just said seems to be very applicable to gods too. Vasnov did not deny it. The two of them came to the pool, and Vasnov said. This is Lance's spiritual source. The so-called spiritual source is a ball of pure spirituality without a soul. No matter what arrangements you and Matthew have, my suggestion is to start devouring as soon as possible. I've already told Matthew not to devour more than 3 units of spiritual origin at most. Otherwise, he'll easily lose control. I hope he can remember that. You should still remember how to leave this place, right? Use your greatest strength to recall the portal we came from and you will be able to return there in an instant. This should not be a problem for you. After saying that, He jumped into the pool impatiently. Walala! Water splashed everywhere. The fog surged over from all directions. Peggy lost Vasnov's vision. On Matthew's side, the vision provided by the immortal eyes suddenly turned black. Just as Matthew was about to discuss with Peggy, a message quickly flashed in front of Matthew. Hint, your deeply contracted partner, Vasnov, has used the Sea Elf meditation spell and has begun to devour the evil arcane master Lance's spiritual source. Vasnov's spiritual power is rapidly expanding. This guy. It really sucked on it fiercely. The Sea Elven meditation spell will take away all of a person's focus when used. Vasnov should be fine. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. He did not hesitate to ask Peggy to summon him over. The contract of equals took effect instantly. Not long after, Matthew's figure also appeared beside the pool. In order to deal with the possibility of an accident, he was also careful. He didn't follow Vasnov's instructions to come here in his soul form but in his physical body. This might increase the risk of exposure. However, it could also prevent many potential dangers. After all, a pure spirit body was too fragile. This was the evil art master's evil thought space, so Matthew did not dare to take the risk. He and Peggy sat side by the pool, feeling the warm and humid fog around them. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if a warm blanket was wrapped around you, giving you an indescribable sense of security and joy. The liquid in the pool is Lance's mental energy source. It said that because of the mutual attraction between spirituality, the spiritual source of others will often appear in your field of vision in the form of your favorite drink. Matthew looked at the pool of black liquid that was constantly bubbling and thought that the rumor was true. He turned around and looked at Peggy's soul fire. Do you want to temporarily learn the Sea Elf meditation spell? Peggy refused decisively. Although this pool of milk looks delicious, I don't like to drink milk of unknown origin, and it's someone else's milk. Did Peggy see milk? Matthew smiled. He didn't say anything else. He first sat by the pool, then stretched his feet into the bottom of the pool. Finally, he slowly dived into the pool of Coca-Cola. The liquid in the pool reached Matthew's waist. The moment he entered, before he could use the Sea Elf meditation spell, he could feel his spirituality being awakened. His eyes became brighter, his ears became sharper, and his sense of smell became abnormally sensitive. He could feel it. It was as if countless gossamers were drilling into his pores. And these gossamers eventually surged into his brain. He seemed to have become smarter in an instant. Of course, Matthew knew very well that this was all an illusion. The absorption of spirituality would not make a person smarter, but would only make their spiritual power stronger. In fact, soaking in someone else's spiritual source was no different from absorbing the spirituality in the surroundings. However, the efficiency of this process was slow. It was far less satisfying than the Sea Elven meditation spell. Matthew focused his attention and began to slowly circulate this evil meditation technique. In an instant, he felt his pores opening up, especially at the back of his head and near his neck. A large amount of spirituality surged in, hitting his face and skull like a rising tide. At that moment, Matthew was so comfortable that he almost moaned. No wonder devouring the spiritual energy of others is so addicting. Not to mention the immediate effect, just this feeling alone is something that few people can resist. Matthew was secretly shocked. Time passed by. More and more spirituality surged into his body. He could clearly feel that his spiritual power was growing without limit. Chapter 1356 Isabel's Guardian God. Chapter 1356 Isabel's Guardian God. However, from the beginning to the end, Matthew's rationality was absolutely clear. Vasnov's suggestion to him was to devour 3 units of spiritual source at most. But Matthew planned to be more restrained. He had only absorbed 2 spiritual sources before he decided to stop. 1 unit of spiritual source can increase focus by 3 points. Converting it to the number of summoned creatures that the Necromancer controls, That's the amount of focus needed to control 6,000 undead. This doesn't include other means, such as special contracts, the Book of Necromancy, or the cemetery ritual field to relieve the pressure of focus and control more immortals. 2 units of spiritual source can provide 6 points of permanent focus. To me, this is already a double increase in spiritual power. I should be content. Although the greed in Matthew's heart urged him to eat more, Matthew still decided to stop. He took a look. He had already devoured 1.5 units of spiritual source. Read new chapters at Empire. There was still a lot of coke in the pool. Evil Art Master Lance also didn't seem to notice anything. This made Matthew both excited and worried. He was excited because the process was smoother than he had imagined. He couldn't help but want to inhale more. What worried him was that Lance still had no reaction even after he and Vasnov inhaled from his spiritual pool. Was he too weak, or was there another reason? Considering that this was a space of evil thoughts and there could not be any emotional flaws, Matthew immediately suppressed his emotional fluctuations. He was there. He had already inhaled. Don't worry too much. Just execute the established plan and run. Whoosh. Whoosh. Massive amounts of spirituality continuously filled Matthew's soul, making him more complete and stronger. Unknowingly, he had already absorbed 2 units of spiritual source. After hesitating for a moment, Matthew immediately interrupted the sea elf meditation. I need to get out of here. He forced himself to climb out of the pool. However, as soon as he came ashore, he saw Peggy's soul fire cry out towards the depths of the pool. Matthew, look. Matthew turned around and looked. He didn't know when the white fog that lingered above the pool had dispersed, and the view around the pool became clearer. He saw an extremely burly shadow in the depths of the pool. The shadow was wearing a golden armor and had thousands of hands on its back. Each hand was holding an indestructible weapon. Is this the true body of the war god? Matthew quietly watched Vasnov devour the spiritual source around him like a whale sucking in water. The liquid in the pool was sucked into the air, forming a gorgeous rainbow under the illumination of the sun and moon. This scene was quite shocking. This guy is sucking so fast. Matthew was secretly surprised. From the beginning until now, he had only absorbed 2 units. With Vasnov's efficiency, how much was he planning to absorb? Wait. Matthew suddenly felt that something was wrong. Even if evil art masters were known for their mind power, and Lance was a legend-rank evil art master, the mind source here was a little too abundant. What was Vasnov's appetite? With his efficiency, even 10 evil art masters wouldn't be enough for him to absorb, right? Unless we weren't absorbing evil art master Lance's spiritual source. This thought rose in his mind. Matthew felt his hands and feet turn cold. At that moment, a cold message flashed in front of him. World event, personal pentashade dragon god Baruch has successfully ambushed and killed the legendary evil art master Lance near the astral plane near the Sampan plane. Lance was dead? Died at the hands of the pentashade dragon god Baruch? Matthew became more and more bewildered. He believed that the pentashade dragon god Baruch had some trump cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chatted with Baruch for so long. But could this guy kill Lance so easily? This is impossible. Matthew knew that there must be a problem. Who was Lance? He was a ruthless character who was able to escape from the Alliance for decades after the big case at Jade Court. Baruch was a tottering god. How could he possibly kill him? Lance was also an evil art master known for his strange and ever-changing skills. Behind him was not only the Order of Calamity but also the legendary Lord of the Void, Yurkus. Void Ruler? Matthew suddenly looked up. The war god's phantom that was still sucking in the water had already disappeared. The scene near the pool became extremely dark. It was as if dusk had turned into midnight. In the thick, endless darkness, Matthew seemed to see an eye as bright as the Milky Way. Terrifying tentacles grew out around the eyes. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles came in front of Matthew. But at that moment, Matthew and Peggy also disappeared. Whoosh! The two of them relied on their strong memories of the teleportation gate to instantly complete their return journey. In the next second, a huge tentacle swept out from the void and slammed toward the teleportation gate. The two of them calmly entered the portal. After returning to the sampan plane, Matthew immediately destroyed the other end of the portal. Phew! He let out a long breath, turned around, and went out. Matthew saw the legendary mage Mulan waiting outside. He finally felt more at ease. How is it? Did things not go well? Chapter 1357 Isabel's Guardian God. Chapter 1357 Isabel's Guardian God. Mulan saw Matthew's forehead covered in sweat. Matthew nodded. There were some twists and turns. Fortunately, I managed to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle from the void suddenly swept over from an unknown place and wrapped around Matthew's waist. Mulan reacted quickly. He instantly cast a defensive spell on Matthew. However, the spell was ineffective against the tentacle. At this critical moment, Matthew, who knew that something was wrong, shouted with all his might. Go and find teacher. Puff! A black light flashed. He disappeared from the spot along with his tentacles. Matthew's voice was completely muffled in the void. Evil thought space. Next to the ever-changing pool, the god of war's phantom stood in front of Matthew. He was no longer the drooling zombie, but the god of war of the heavenly palace who was covered in golden armor and had unparalleled determination. However, above the shining head of the war god, in the starry sky tens of thousands of feet high, hung a creepy eye. It was the eye of the void ruler, Yurkus. At this moment, Dasnov was looking up at the starry sky and speaking passionately. Great void ruler. As promised, I brought Matthew to you. I hope you can fulfill your promise and grant me the power to advance to a void creature. Enjoy more content from Empire. I will abandon all the characteristics of material life and embrace the embrace of the void. This is not only a rebirth from the fire for me but also an unprecedented glory. Above the dome, a mechanical voice sounded intermittently. Sure. Why, your wish will be fulfilled. Dasnov looked satisfied. Soon after, he turned to face Matthew, a mocking smile on his face. Thank you, Matthew, my dearest friend. Thank you for using your life to exchange for the chips to advance to the void. You might not know this, but no one else is qualified to make the void ruler offer such a high price. At this moment, Matthew had completely calmed down. He knew very well that the void ruler was indeed very powerful, but the days of heavenly changes had yet to arrive, and the other party's influence on this world was still very lacking. Even though this was Lance's evil thought space, at most, the other party would only send down a projection or something similar. It might be very powerful, but it would definitely not reach the point where it could not be resisted. Moreover, he still had Isabel's Patronus on him. Matthew looked at Dasnov coldly. Do you think you have already won? Dasnov's mocking smile became even stronger. Only ignorant people like you who have been protected by the eternal barrier for a long time do not know the power of the void ruler. Coming here means that you're dead. Stop struggling, Matthew. No one can save you. I will pay you back for all the insults you gave me, especially that bastard called Misak. However, before he could finish his sentence, the void ruler's impatient reprimand came from above. Shut up. I'll talk. Dasnov's face turned green, but he could only obediently walk to the side. Immediately after, Matthew felt unprecedented pressure. He saw the eye slowly descending from the starry sky. Matthew. We meet again. The void ruler's human language seemed to have become more fluent. His tone of speech also became more like a living being. Matthew gritted his teeth. He knew that he had been tricked this time, but he did not want to lose. In order to meet me, you even sacrificed a legend evil art master. I feel honored. Unexpectedly, the void ruler said. You should feel honored. However, Lance is not sacrificing himself but advancing. I have already granted him the unlimited life that he has always dreamed of, allowing him to wander in the void and obtain eternal release. This is his greatest wish. Similarly, the god of war beside you has also realized this. He will soon become a void creature with my help to break free from the shackles of material life. You should look up to them, Matthew. Matthew nodded silently. So this was his plan. No wonder Vasnov didn't care about deep contracts at all. After this fellow was captured by him, he had already decided to become a void life form. And void beings only needed one spiritual imprint. He could even give up on the other parts of his soul. He must have hooked up with the void ruler when he first entered Lance's evil thought space. In fact, there might have been a warning beforehand. The beacons we left behind were all discovered, but the worms he left behind as a weak false god were actually safe and sound. I was a little careless. Matthew smiled bitterly in his heart. Of course. He had never expected this. The Void Ruler was actually willing to give up the life of a legendary evil art master to kill him. This was too ruthless. You might not be able to kill me. Matthew looked up at the shining eyes. My teacher will be here soon. Although the astral plane isn't the material world, it's also not a pure void. Your Excellency's effort in mobilizing so many people might be in vain. However, the Void Ruler did not say anything. It only slowly lowered its altitude. As the height of the eye decreased, it became smaller and smaller. Chapter 1358 Isabel's Guardian God. Chapter 1358 Isabel's Guardian God. The pressure that Matthew had to bear was also increasing. There was a moment. He almost felt like his body was about to explode. An extremely dangerous aura stimulated his nerves. In an instant, a violent beast roar sounded from Matthew's body. He lowered his head in shock. He realized that his body was actually glowing with a pale white light. The area covered by the light grew larger and larger. Immediately after, Matthew saw a roulette above his head. There were all kinds of animals in different areas of the wheel. There were a lot of them, almost 100 kinds. Buzz. 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 The wheel spun wildly. At a certain moment, the needle stopped spinning. Matthew focused his eyes and saw that the silver needle had stopped on a white tiger. Suddenly, the white light on his body also condensed into a ferocious and huge white tiger. Roar. The white tiger let out an earth-shaking roar. The pressure on Matthew instantly disappeared. Isabel's Patronus. White tiger of all creations. Is this teacher's Patronus? At that moment, Matthew seemed to have been resurrected. He even dared to look straight into the eyes of the Void Ruler. He could feel that the flow of his magic power had become many times faster, and his entire body seemed to have endless energy. Even if he had to carry a small mountain now, he seemed to be able to do it. The world was dark. Discover hidden stories at Empire. The huge white tiger enveloped Matthew's body. Above the star dome, the eye was almost stuck to the white tiger's forehead. I'd like to see if Isabel's Patronus is really that powerful that it can even block the Void Ruler's attack. Vasnov's malicious laughter came from the side. However, Matthew could not care less about him at the moment. He looked nervously at the white tiger that was raising its head in anger. At that moment, a tentacle suddenly appeared around the eye. What Matthew did not expect was, the tentacle pierced through the white tiger's forehead like a hot knife through butter. Almost in the blink of an eye, the tentacle turned into a thin black needle and pierced through all of the guardian god's defenses. In the end, it pierced through Matthew's forehead. Ha 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 ha. Vasnov was laughing so hard that tears were about to flow out. He clapped and shouted. Who would have thought? The legendary invincible Isabel's Patronus is just a high-level illusion. This is even more ironic than the joke that the god of war is a coward, ha 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 ha. The black needle pierced Matthew's brain. A strong sense of impending death filled Matthew's heart. Time froze. He could barely hear anything. However, at a certain moment, the god of war's mocking laughter awakened Matthew's hearing. It was as if he had just experienced a long hibernation. The spring breeze blew across the earth. Matthew's body also began to miraculously recover. No. Soon, he realized that this was not a recovery. Because nothing happened to him at all. On the data panel. Hint, you have received a gift from the Lord of the Void, Yurkus, Void Bloodline. Void Bloodline, Saint. When you die as a physical being, you will be reborn in the Void and become a Lord with a Saint Void Bloodline. The Patronus didn't set up a defense because it's a gift? Matthew came to a realization. Beside him, Vasnov, who did not notice anything unusual, was still laughing, but his laughter soon stopped. Another tentacle swept down from the starry sky. The tentacle slapped Vasnov's mouth. Only then did the latter shut his mouth. Noisy. The void god said unhappily. Matthew looked up at him. Why? Why are you giving me this? The void ruler slowly said. This is your punishment. It's also a show of pity for you. I won this round, Isabel. Chapter 1359 Void Bloodline and the Seven Stars. Chapter 1359 Void Bloodline and the Seven Stars. Looking at everything that happened before him, Vasnov was full of doubts. He did not understand what the Void Master had done to Matthew. However, one thing was clear. The other party did not seem to have any killing intent towards Matthew. This made Vasnov feel a subtle sense of danger. He really wanted to ask what had happened. But he didn't dare. For this reason, his expression became very solemn. He even quietly withdrew the golden light behind him. Even the war god armor that he had materialized disappeared. He turned back into a ball of soul fire the size of a bean. At this moment, Matthew did not pay attention to this detail at all. He just raised his neck and looked at the eye in confusion. Pity? Yes, pity. This should be an adjective that you physical beings can somehow understand. As a transcendent who stands above everything, my descent with the void is unstoppable. The torrent from the void will eventually assimilate all things. This is the final destination of all universes. Only the ignorant would block the torrent, thinking that they are protecting their own world, but I don't blame you. As material beings, this is your sad limitation. Therefore, I feel sympathy and pity for you. If it was someone else who said this, Matthew must have turned hostile. However, the person who spoke was the void ruler, Yurkus. Matthew could actually read a trace of sincerity from his words. He shook his head. He immediately felt that it was the void bloodline that had just been implanted into his body. Just as he was shaking his head, Matthew saw the uneasy Vasnov from the corner of his eye, so he asked directly. You gave me the saint-level void bloodline. What about him? Is he also at saint level? Yurkus said calmly. Him? He is not qualified to receive such a high honor. As he spoke, a black line split at the edge of the eyeball and merged into Vasnov's body. Compared to the black line that entered Matthew's body, it was so thin and minuscule. Matthew glanced at the data panel. Hint, your deeply contracted partner, Vasnov, has received a gift from the Lord of the Void, Void Bloodline, common. You and Vasnov have formed a void bond. Void bond? Vasnov and Matthew looked at him in confusion. Yurkus said to Matthew casually. After you die, you will become his immediate superior. Vasnov almost collapsed. He seemed to want to say something, but the terrifying pressure from the star dome made him shut his mouth in despair. Matthew looked at it and couldn't help but feel a little pleased. However, he was also puzzled by the Void Ruler's arrangement. He tried to communicate with the other party. Why is the Void destined to assimilate everything? Why can't the material world and the Void world exist at the same time? Can't we not invade each other? I admit that I'm just a lowly material life. I can't see the vastness of the Void, and I can understand the limitations you mentioned to a certain extent. But I don't understand why you don't allow the material world to continue to exist. Yurkus answered directly. No, you're wrong. It's not that we don't allow it. It's because they don't allow it. They? Matthew was confused. Who are they? Could it be that there are existences in this universe that are more powerful than you? There was a hint of hesitation in Yurkus' voice. No, I don't know who they are. I only know that they really exist. They were the ones who formulated the law of the void devouring all things. And the laws are at the forefront of everything. Therefore, none of this can be changed. Since ancient times, in the billions of years of void time, many lives have tried to subvert this law, but they all failed in the end. As they spoke, Yurkus' voice seemed to become a little ethereal. Look, they are stopping me from continuing again. The time has not come yet. Cuckoo, this is also one of the manifestations of the rigid laws. Before the void ruler could finish his words, he was interrupted by a violent roar. The roar was so shocking that it seemed to explode a mountain in Matthew's mind. Rumble. The lingering sound of the roar shocked all the souls, who had a high perception of the material world. In that instant, experience tales at Empire. Matthew felt his entire body go numb, and he couldn't move. A feeling of near death that was almost no less than when he faced the void ruler surged into his heart. But very quickly, the surging heat from the myriad white tiger saved Matthew from this uncomfortable feeling. He lowered his head and was shocked to find out. The brutal and barbaric beast roar just now actually came from inside his body. Immediately after, a strange scene appeared in front of Matthew's eyes. He saw an ocean. There was wind on the sea. The wind swept the waves and slapped the golden beach. On the island where the beach belonged. Suddenly, a thick green and gold light shone. Matthew immediately recognized it. That's Junlu Island. That's the soul of the sleeping heavenly dragon. Matthew's heart was pounding. He could feel a violent power bursting out from his body, but it quickly disappeared, leaving only a shallow mark on his body. In a flash, the green and gold light above the island turned into two intertwined beams of light that shot into the sky. Chapter 1360 Void Bloodline and the Seven Stars. Chapter 1360 Void Bloodline and the Seven Stars. The phenomenon slowly collapsed. Matthew, who had been in pain just a moment ago, suddenly felt warm all over. Not only was the heat flow from the Patronus white tiger surging in his body, there was also another force surging in. Hint, you have received the gratitude of the Heavenly Dragon's soul. Heavenly Dragon's soul's gratitude, 5-clawed Heavenly Dragon's favorability +1. Your Constitution Intelligence Charm +1. The Heavenly Dragon's soul had been revived? Was that the roar of the 5-clawed Heavenly Dragon that he had just heard? Matthew looked at the sky in shock. At that moment, he saw a golden dragon wrapped in clouds crash into the eye. At the same time, the white tiger on his body also let out a fierce roar. The dragon and tiger roared together. Matthew only felt that his soul was as dangerous and terrifying as a lonely boat in the sea. They won't allow me to speak anymore. Hee, you will know everything very soon. Because from today onwards, you are mine. Under Matthew's gaze, Heavenly Dragon and Single Eye disappeared from the horizon of the evil thought space. Only Matthew and Vasnov were left in a daze. However, very quickly, the two returned to the sampan plane together. Because the evil thought space had also collapsed in the violent turbulence just now. What happened? Mulan came over with concern. I've already informed Lady Isabel, but she hasn't replied. Matthew wanted to say something. However, at this moment, the white tiger Patronus on his body suddenly transformed into Isabel's appearance. Mulan immediately lowered his head. You're here. Isabel pointed to the side, gesturing for Mulan to move aside. The latter pursed his lips and had to give Matthew and Isabel some space alone. Isabel drew a red circle beside them. Then, she said, Remember, don't tell anyone about what just happened, including your teacher Isabel. Matthew looked at her in surprise. Then, he reacted. You're not Isabel? The other party looked at Matthew as if he was looking at a fool. I am your guardian. Ever since Isabel gave me to you, I've been with you. If anything happens to you, I will disappear from this world as well unless I eat you when the number of times is up. In that case, I can continue to live as you, but I don't want to do that. It's against my duty as a guardian. At least for now, I only want to protect you. Matthew frowned slightly, but he seemed to understand something, so he asked carefully. Is the void bloodline a very sensitive thing? The guardian god sneered. More than sensitive. It might ruin your life. Do you really think Yurkus is being kind? He contaminated your body and soul with the void bloodline so that you will be reborn in the void world after you die. I estimate that not long after today, he will use all his power and call on all other physical lives to kill you. Don't you understand? He wants you to become a part of the void world, not to fight against the void world. But this isn't the scariest part. Once the physical beings know that you will become a saint-level figure in the void army after your death, do you think they will do everything they can to protect you out of kindness, or will they simply confine you in a place forever? Don't underestimate the limits of the Seven Saint Alliance. Don't trust others too much. Even Isabel, the master who created me, I can only guarantee that she will not do so. But what about the others? What will the others think? To others, you're already a part of the void army. In the eyes of some extremist, you are already a void creature. Continue reading at Empire. The Guardian's words made Matthew's heart turn cold. However, he knew that the other party was right. It was always more convenient to be imprisoned than to be protected. Overestimating the good character and patience of others would only bring trouble to oneself. Doing nothing was the safest. But the Void Ruler also knows about this. Wouldn't he publicize it? Matthew asked. The Guardian God shook her head. Of course not. He just wants to use those who work for him to achieve his goal of killing you. Think about it. For example, if the group of Calamity disciples knew that you would become their immediate superior after killing you, would they still do their best like now? Don't worry. The Void Ruler is probably the most willing to protect this secret besides you and me. He can't spread it around. And the people who know about this, the evil art masters Lance and Vasnov, are about to become void beings, so they won't have the chance to say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the Guardian God waved her hand, and 2 balls of soul fire appeared in his palm. One of them belonged to evil art master Lance. The other was Vasnov's. I'll leave these 2 soul fires to you. Even if you don't interfere, they'll die within 24 hours. Then, they'll become void beings and temporarily leave the material world. The Guardian God warned solemnly. You can kill them in advance. Just don't let them talk nonsense in these 24 hours. Matthew nodded and stuffed the 2 defenseless soul fires into 2 glass bottles. Chapter 1361 Void Bloodline and the 7 Stars. Chapter 1361 Void Bloodline and the 7 Stars. What happened just now? Why do I hear the 5-clawed heavenly dragons roar? Seeing that the Guardian Patronus seemed to know everything, Matthew immediately voiced his doubts. The Patronus silently replied. The heavenly dragon's soul has been revived. With your body as the medium, the Void Ruler's stimulation has successfully awakened the dragon's soul on the island. After repelling the Void Ruler's approach, the 2 dragon souls have successfully returned to the original position of the 7 stars of UNZ. The 7 stars of UNZ? Matthew was confused. Those are the 7 most famous stars in the history of the Sioux country. It is said that they symbolize disaster and power. In the ancient times, which was difficult to verify, the 5-clawed heavenly dragon fell and split into 7 pieces. Its body split into 7 stars, and it was said that each of them had the potential to advance to the prime material world. As for the heavenly dragon's soul, it is scattered all over the place. Because of its overwhelming power, it has continuously caused 1,000 years of war on the East Road. The entire continent has been plunged into misery and suffering, and the people are in dire straits. the guardian Patronus said. Fortunately, many years ago, a genius astromancer from the Sioux nation guided the power of the heavenly dragon's soul to seal the fish and mother of the abyss. At that time, the mother of the abyss had already penetrated deep into the mantle of the eastern continent, and the two were inseparable. The astromancer's actions were like killing two birds with one stone. Not only did he resolve the chaos brought about by the heavenly dragon's soul, but he also stopped the invasion of the mother abyss, continuing the prosperity of the eastern continent for thousands of years. Enjoy new tales from Empire. However, that astromancer also left a warning before he died. If the heavenly dragon's soul left the seal one day and returned to the 7 stars of Unz, the heavenly dragon would be resurrected, and it would bring an immeasurable disaster to this world. According to Ainder's worldview, the 5-clawed heavenly dragon should be a supergiant beast that is not inferior to Yurkas and Fenrir. However, for various reasons, it accidentally fell into the material world. I believe that the revival of the 5-clawed heavenly dragon is part of the days of heavenly change. This cannot be stopped. We can only try our best to delay it. Because of you, 2 of the 7 stars of Unz have been lit up. There are still 5 dragon souls that have yet to return to their original positions. Theoretically, it shouldn't be that fast, but no one knows what the current situation in the eastern continent is like. Matthew took a deep breath. Then, he rubbed his temples hard. He had received too much news today, and he almost couldn't digest it all. His thoughts kept jumping around, and it took him a while to sort them out. Let's not think about the matter of the heavenly dragon for now. Let's deal with the 2 balls of soul fire first. Matthew first released Evil Art Master Lance's soul. The latter was already very weak, but his tone sounded extremely relaxed and happy. I told you, Matthew. You're just Isabel's chess piece. I'm not lying, am I? She clearly knew that there was something wrong with the zombie beside you, but she still left the scar of the dead to you. Don't you think it's suspicious? However, from a certain perspective, what you said before was right. The world is always short-sighted. Many people don't even have the chance to be chess pieces. Just thinking about how we'll soon become companions in the void, I feel incomparably excited. I'm different from that kid. There's nothing wrong with being your subordinate. We're all noble void life forms, after all. It's a pity that I won't be able to see you deal with the scar of the dead. Imagine the Terminator of the scar of the dead has secretly become a moving scar of the dead. If your friends who trust you know this truth, guess what their expressions will be? Matthew expressionlessly extended a hand. Bang! He directly extinguished Lance's soul fire. Void bloodline, you have sensed that Lance is about to be reborn in the void world. You have formed a void bond with Evil Art Master Lance. As for Evil Art Master Lance, Matthew's attitude was very clear. The other party was destined to become a void life form. There was no point in wasting his breath. The next step. He released Vasnov's soul fire from the bottle. Vasnov was in a similar state as Lance. He looked like he could die at any moment. However, with the power of void resurrection, Vasnov also became unscrupulous. I won't let you become my superior. No one can always ride on my head. Don't worry, Matthew. When I reach the void world first, I will advance to a stronger life form before you. However, Matthew ignored the other party's clamor. He quickly took out a large pitch-black jar from his inventory and opened it. The moment he opened the can, extremely high negative energy surged out from it. Under the nourishment of the negative energy, Vasnov's soul fire actually became stronger than before. However, Vasnov still sneered. You don't think you can keep me here with this method, do you? To tell you the truth, even if you extend my life crazily, I won't be able to last long. Nothing can stop me from becoming a transcendental void being. Matthew used his pale hand to take out the contents of the jar. It was a petal. Matthew crushed the petals and shoved them into Vasnov's soul fire. Just when Vasnov thought he was about to die, a gray-white light emerged from his soul fire. Immediately after, an astonishing vitality bloomed from the depths of Vasnov's soul. His soul fire was gradually becoming a perfect soul. First, it was the head, followed by the chest, abdomen, and limbs. Then, it was the internal organs, bones, and skin. In the blink of an eye, Vasnov had transformed from an incomplete soul fire into a living person full of vitality. He scratched his body in fear and then screamed in disbelief. No, no, no. What did you do to me? Matthew pressed his shoulder, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, you have become an immortal. I think you might not be able to go to the void world for a while. Hint, you have fed your deeply contracted partner Vasnov a petal of the death immortal orchid. Vasnov lost all his supernatural powers and became an immortal. He could not truly die. Naturally, he will lose the qualification to go to the void world. Chapter 1362 Lance's Bounty. Chapter 1362 Lance's Bounty. Matthew had given Vasnov eternal life with the death immortal orchid, which meant that the bloodline from the void could no longer be triggered. Vasnov regained his physical body and soul. Therefore, the deep contract between the two of them was once again in effect. Such a sudden change caused Vasnov to completely collapse. However, at this moment, he was just a powerless mortal. He wanted to do something. However, he realized that Matthew was pressing one hand against the wall beside him. No, no, no. Listen to me, listen to me. I have a very important secret to tell you. Vasnov grabbed Matthew's wrist hysterically. Let me go, let me go. However, what welcomed him was only Matthew's cold and merciless eyes and a whisper that seemed to come from purgatory. In my place, traitors have no right to speak. Don't say anything now. I'll take you to a fun place. As he spoke, Matthew opened his demiplane and dragged Vasnov into it. In the empty demiplane, Matthew summoned the mother of slaves in front of Vasnov. Build a dungeon here, the kind that will never see the light of day. You don't have to do anything for the next period of time. Matthew told her. He is yours. The fat and rotten body of the mother of slaves laughed wildly. Is that so? Can I do whatever I want? Vasnov shouted. The mother of coolies hooked her whip around his neck, then with a lewd smile, she dragged him to the shadow at the side. Matthew summoned a few more coolie zombies for Myosax. Then, he left his interdimensional space. No matter what. He had finally vented his anger. In the supernatural world, eternal life without power was a terrible curse. This was equivalent to a real-life sentence. Your next journey awaits at Empire. Meyer's experience was a good example. Although the person who humiliated him had died, his own existence had become numb, and his memories were filled with pain and unbearable. After witnessing the true effect of the death immortal orchid, Matthew couldn't help but feel a little confused about Meyer's attitude. Why did he trust him so much? The moment they met, he told them the true effect of the death immortal orchid. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he hold back when meeting a stranger? He did not hold back at all. It was as if he did not believe that Matthew would harm him at all. In Matthew's opinion, the reason that the other party had given previously was not sufficient. He said he was numb, but at least he still has a desire to fish, right? Matthew thought to himself. Meyer speaks with utmost respect towards death. Could it be that my transmigration is really related to death? He could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. The amount of information he had received during this period of time was a little excessive. He had to go back and slowly sort it out after this battle. Matthew returned to the sampan plane. The legendary mage Mulan immediately came over. He asked curiously. What exactly happened? Before Matthew could explain, a powerful aura descended beside the two of them. Matthew took a closer look and saw that the person who came was white and red, with an overbearing aura. It was Isabel. Mulan was stunned when she saw Isabel. He wanted to ask. You're here again? On second thought, something seemed wrong, so he decided to say. You haven't left yet? However, this statement seemed even more inappropriate. So he just bowed respectfully to Isabel and lowered his head without saying a word. Isabel pointed to the side, gesturing for Mulan to move aside. Mulan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just curled his lips and walked away. Peggy, who was beside him, could not help but scratch her head when she saw this. Why does this feel a little familiar? Isabel cast a soundproof and concealment barrier. The surroundings instantly turned dark. Matthew was still thinking about how to report his experience when the other party said, "My time is very tight. There are many places in the astral world that I need to keep an eye on, so I can't waste too much time here. Next, I will ask you 3 questions. You only need to answer them." Matthew nodded lightly. Isabel immediately asked, "Did you trigger the Patronus? What animal is it?" Matthew answered without hesitation. "It's triggered. It's the white tiger." Isabel continued. "Are you hurt?" "I mean you." Matthew shook his head. "I'm not injured." Isabel asked the last question. "Can you continue fighting? Not only at the sampan plane but also the Scar of the Dead?" Matthew thought for a moment. "There shouldn't be any problems." Isabel nodded in satisfaction. "That's enough. I have no other questions." "You'd better not have any questions because I don't want to answer them." Matthew was stunned. "Don't you want to ask me what happened?" Isabel said with a straight face. "I have to take care of so many things every day. Why should I care about everything that happens to you? As long as you're not dead. I'll take this opportunity to say something in passing. You don't have to ask my permission for everything, and you don't have to tell me everything. Other than your identity as an Alliance mage, you are an independent individual who should make your own decisions. You should have the ability and authority to face the various risks and opportunities in this world." Chapter 1363 Lance's Bounty. Chapter 1363 Lance's Bounty. Similarly, I won't tell you everything. Everyone has their own secrets. There are many paths that you are destined to walk alone. Remember, don't count on others. People change, including you and me. Our camp, standpoint, strength, level, inclination. It could change with time. Today's allies might be enemies in the future. Therefore, there are times when you do not need to think too far ahead, and there is no need to constantly worry about the so-called big picture. You're just an ordinary mage in the Alliance. Compared to other mages, you might not be that ordinary, but in the end, you're just one of the common people. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't harbor the spirit of sacrifice and sense of responsibility. Don't think of the Alliance as omnipotent. No one in this world is omnipotent. Gods can't do it, and neither can the holy mages. Do you understand? Matthew nodded thoughtfully. He wasn't stupid, so he understood what Isabel meant. She definitely knows what happened. Matthew felt a little emotional. Perhaps she was afraid that Matthew couldn't hear her. She started by saying she didn't have time. However, after asking 3 questions, she spoke for such a long time. It was obvious. The first 3 questions were just perfunctory. The last sentence was what Isabel wanted to say to Matthew. "Then nothing happened today," Isabel said calmly. "The awakening of the heavenly dragon's soul came from an accident. The arrival of the Void Ruler is just a rumor. You cooperated with the Pentashade dragon god Baruch to kill the evil art master Lance. This is a great merit, and it will greatly boost morale. Nothing else happened." After saying this, her gaze swept across Matthew's face, then lingered on his forehead for 3 seconds before disappearing. "She's hinting that you have to find your own way in the future." The Patronus that had disappeared earlier suddenly appeared again and sighed in Matthew's ear. "It's just as I thought. She won't go so far as to expose you. But the Alliance won't be pouring resources into you in the future. The Scar of the Dead project is probably the biggest project you'll ever come into contact with in your life. Make a lot of money while you still can, Matthew. Matthew knew this very well. The Void Ruler's move was indeed very insidious. He did not attack Matthew but instead turned Matthew into half of his own people, causing Matthew to be in a dilemma. Isabel's words were clear. It was to tell Matthew what he should do with his identity. Today, the Alliance would protect Ander and resist the invasion from the Void and the Outer Planes. If he became a Void creature one day, he just had to do his part. What a flexible attitude. Matthew shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he knew that Isabel's words were correct in the context of this world, he still found it difficult to change his mind. He even felt a little lost. If he would become a Void creature sooner or later, and it was an especially powerful one at that, why not kill himself earlier? It also saved him the effort. But in the end, he knew nothing about the Void and was filled with instinctive fear. What if he was tricked and became the Void Ruler's slave? At least everything in the material world was so clear. Matthew shook his head. He did not want to become a Void creature for the time being. Then he had to live well. He had to constantly increase his strength and transcend life and death to find the true path of transcendence. Since Mayor and Death were able to create a deathly celestial orchid that can circumvent the Void bloodline, I might have the chance to create something even better in the future. Matthew temporarily found some comfort in his heart. His gaze became firm again. At this moment, Mulan walked back unsteadily. Seeing that his face was filled with curiosity, Matthew took the initiative to repeat Isabel's conclusion. Mulan exclaimed. Aren't you exaggerating? That's evil art, Master Lance. Did you actually kill him? Are you sure you killed his real body? Could it be a clone? Matthew smiled. It's absolutely true. However, it was the Pentashade dragon god Baruch who did it. I only provided a bit of help from the side. Mulan was still amazed. That's still amazing. The younger generation is indeed formidable. At your age and strength, I could only bully legendary warriors. I wouldn't dare to find trouble with legendary spellcasters, let alone a famous evil spell master like Lance. Matthew was embarrassed by the praise. It's not that exaggerated. It was all an accident. Mulan reminded him. Explore new worlds at Empire. Remember to go to the Silver Council to collect the bounty within a month. After a month, Lance's bounty will automatically be lowered by 1 level. When that time comes, you'll lose a lot of money. Matthew nodded and asked curiously. How much is Lance's bounty? Mulan answered without hesitation. A reward of 3 million and a slot in the Arcane Castle. Only 3 million? Matthew frowned. Chapter 1364 Lance's Bounty. Chapter 1364 Lance's Bounty. Why is it the same price as my bounty from the Dragon God Society? It's a little too low. Mulan replied. It was originally 6 million, but not long ago, the willow leaf mechanism of the Jade Court withdrew the reward for Lance, so the price has shrunk to half. 3 million is a lot, alright? And not everyone can enter the Arcane Castle. Many legendary mages are eagerly waiting for this quota. Matthew immediately looked like he was asking for advice. What's the situation with the Arcane Castle? I've never heard of it before. Mulan patiently answered. The Arcane Castle was built in the north. It's a holy land of spells built by the Calamity Mage. It's said that it's connected to the core area of the Ether Plane, so it's most suitable for spell training. Generally speaking, we can improve our spell abilities and supreme magic abilities in the castle. We can also carry out training related to spell abilities and spell upgrades. We can even train our signature spells. But the quota to enter the castle is quite precious, so in most cases, only legendary mages can enter. There are very few who can enter at the 5th rank. Of course, you have to urge the Silver Council on this matter as soon as possible. If you don't bother them, they will give you an unlimited delay to use the castle. When talking about this point, there was no lack of complaint in Mulan's tone. He had probably suffered a loss before. Matthew quickly thanked him. These were all valuable experiences. He was actually very clear about the Alliance system's bureaucratization. According to the Patronus, it would be very difficult for him to obtain more resources in the future. Therefore, he had to grasp every single point. When he thought of the Patronus, Matthew shifted his gaze and found that this guy had turned into a blurry shadow and was following behind him. He had a thought. "You haven't disappeared yet?" The Patronus replied. "In theory, I should have disappeared long ago." However, the arrival of the Void Ruler's aura stimulated the Patronus to activate automatically. "After that, you didn't receive any meaningful attacks, which led to me being activated but not completely activated. I'm not sure what state I'm in right now. But don't worry. I'll return to your body in 24 hours at most. During these 24 hours, I'll stay by your side to protect you and provide you with help when necessary." 24 hours? Matthew pondered. Coincidentally, at this moment, Mulan came over and asked, "So, is everything still the same?" Matthew nodded vigorously. "Everything is as usual. All troops, cross the southern foot of Mount Helen at full speed. Target, Night Angel City. Late at night. In the southern part of the Helen Mountains. The light on the starry sky was clear, and the earth was bright. Archbishop Underwood stood alone on a tall mountain peak. He looked into the distance with a cold gaze. Over there. A dark cloud was approaching. At the edge of the dark clouds. They were all terrifying walking corpses. Read new chapters at Empire. Underwood's gaze was sharp as he silently calculated the time. At a certain moment, the dark cloud finally arrived at a more dangerous mountainous terrain in the southern foothills. In the key area of the hills, there was a basin that existed on the road that they had to pass through. That was the best time to make a move. Underwood held his breath and waited silently. Finally, he saw the white bone monsters at the edge of the sky calmly enter the basin. Half an hour later, the lead gray sky entered the estimated position. Underwood no longer hid himself. He opened his arms, and a blue scroll that was half the height of a person floated in front of his chest. Accompanied by his chanting, a vast amount of divine power fell from the heavenly palace and gathered in front of his chest. Legendary divine spell. Tsunami. Chapter 1365 Eight-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. Chapter 1365 Eight-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. The peak of the mountain bathed in starlight. Underwood opened his arms and chanted loudly. Behind him, the yellow and white holy light interweaved into beautiful multicolored light. From time to time, the sound of singing could be heard from the multicolored light. Pieces of white feathers and petals fell as the divine spell was unleashed. Immediately after, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the starry sky above his head. After the hole was torn open, it quickly expanded into a crack that was hundreds of miles long. Terrifying seawater gushed out from the cracks. The seawater turned into a waterfall under the gravitational pull and rushed down the hill. The seawater was like a black silk hanging down, completely drowning Underwood's figure. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky. When the first wave hit the mountain peak, the protruding rock was instantly flattened. Stay connected via Empire. Seawater poured down, instantly turning the mountainous area into a swamp. Under the impact of the kinetic energy, countless mountain rocks cracked. They were engulfed in the seawater, forming a terrifying mudslide at the forefront. The tsunami descended. The scene felt as if it was the end of the world. In the dark gray darkness, the hundreds of skeleton soldiers at the outermost perimeter retreated slowly as if they had just reacted. However, they had only taken a few steps before they were smashed into pieces by the mudslide. Boom! The huge roar of the tsunami caused an endless echo at the southern foot of the Sea Dragon mountain range. Everything was as Underwood had expected. The tsunami that descended from the sky instantly filled the shallow basin, and the undead army that had almost all entered the basin was not spared. A full 8 minutes passed. The crack in the sky slowly closed. Underwood's figure appeared again. His gaze was fixed on the ground, but the expected smile did not appear on his lips. On the contrary, his expression was rather solemn. The numbers, something's not right. Underwood's pupils contracted violently. Then, one of his eyes turned golden. In an instant, he saw the situation in the basin clearly. There were less than 1,000 undead under the death canopy that had been washed away by the tsunami. It's actually a smoke bomb? Underwood had a complicated expression. In fact, before he released the tsunami, he had already divined from the God of Midnight. After obtaining the latter's permission. As an archbishop, he resolutely released this legendary divine spell. However, what he did not expect was, could the other party actually block the perception of the God of Midnight? How was this possible? Underwood found it hard to believe. But he was never an indecisive person. Very quickly, he recovered from the failure of the tsunami and snorted coldly. He raised his hands again and chanted loudly. There should be a lake here. Underwood pointed with his right hand, and the tip of his finger pointed at the basin that had been washed by the tsunami and the surrounding lowlands. In the next second, a large amount of seawater gushed out from the void, slowly filling the area. Not long after, many lakes of various sizes appeared at the southern foot of the Sea Dragon mountain range. These lakes created an even more complicated terrain. Although it couldn't completely stop the invasion of the undead army, it could provide more help to Underwood's defense. Tell Andre that he can make his move. Remember, he must unite all the forces to help with the defense. He must not take the initiative to attack. Underwood whispered. Very quickly, a featherless crow flew away from him. 15 minutes later, many airships slowly rose to the east of Night Angel City. These airships were mostly made from the remains of astral creatures and had a natural resistance to gravity. They could easily float in the air, so they were more common among the many organizations in the astral world. With the help of the airship, mercenary groups from Night Angel City arrived at the east side of the man-made lake. All the members of the mercenary group had a serious expression on their faces. They all knew that the line of defense they were about to defend was the last line of defense for the sampan plain against the terrifying Necromancer. Once this place was exposed, then Night Angel City would be in danger. The entire sampan plain was about to fall. Set up checkpoints on the shore and sentry posts on the mountain. Release all the hot air balloons and observe the movements of the death canopy. According to the task assigned previously, the leaders of the various mercenary groups also found their own encampment in the chaos. It was rare for everyone to unite as one. After all, they were facing the horde of the undead. The calculations between living people seemed insignificant. Just as the defenders of Night Angel City on the east side of the lake were busy, a few undead thunderbirds quietly flew across the sky. They saw everything clearly. On the west side of the lake, in a hidden cave, Matthew was standing at the entrance of the cave, looking down at the general changes through the eyes of the undead thunderbird. What a waste. Matthew's expression did not change. After experiencing so many things, he didn't feel proud of himself for successfully deceiving Underwood and using a few undead to exchange for the divine spell, Tsunami. Chapter 1366 Eight-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. Chapter 1366 Eight-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. The quality of the Night Angel City's defenders had exceeded his expectations. According to Matthew's observations, other than the Church of Midnight, which had a holy guard of 2,000 people, among the other mercenary groups, there were 5 to 6 large mercenary groups that seemed to be very good at fighting. The main members of these mercenary groups were the Frederian's tribe, the Astral Gnolls, and the Red Orcs. The Fred people were a kind of living creature from the astral plane. They had a relatively indifferent relationship with humans. Due to the stimulation of cosmic starlight, their skin was dark purple or even blackish purple. This was a creature with terrifying combat talent. In the Ander continent or other outer planes, Mercenaries like Ferdirians who went out to fight alone were very popular with their employers. This was a group of creatures that were naturally obsessed with fighting. However, Ferdirians had a strong desire for base desires. Wherever they went, if they couldn't fight every day, they had to have sex every day. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live in peace. Therefore, Ferdirians' mercenaries were not common in the prime material plane. They could only be seen in the more chaotic areas of the outer planes. Matthew saw it. There were at least 2 large mercenary groups on the east bank of the man-made lake with Ferdirians as the main force. There were more than 2,000 of them. They were a force that could not be underestimated. I heard that the Ferdirians are fearless when they charge. In the material world, the only soldiers who can resist the charge of the Ferdirians are the Undead army and the Northland barbarians. Matthew discussed this with Mulan. Mulan nodded. Indeed. But Ferdirians is good at attacking and not good at defending. If you delay them for a while longer, they might start fighting among themselves because their hands are itching. Moreover, the Ferdirians' legion isn't invincible in history. As far as I know, there was a city lord from a secondary plane who gathered all the prostitutes with sexually transmitted diseases in the city when the Ferdirians' legion attacked the city. He offered them to the city. Not long after, that small legion collapsed on its own. Matthew was surprised. Is it because they all have sexually transmitted diseases and their combat strength has been greatly weakened? Mulan shook his head. That's not it. The sexually transmitted diseases didn't act up that quickly. Ferdirians have a strong sense of self-awareness. Every Ferdirian wants to have more resources of the opposite sex. Even if the other party is a prostitute, they will fight because of this. That city lord initially thought the same as you. He only wanted to reduce their combat effectiveness by spreading sexually transmitted diseases. In the end, he accidentally discovered the weakness of the Ferdirians' people's disregard for discipline. Since then, many people have used the means of sowing discord against the Ferdirians' army. This method has almost been tried and tested unless there is a very prestigious boss in the army. It's a pity that everyone in your army is not that good-looking. Otherwise, we could really give it a try. Hearing this, Peggy, who was beside him, was a little dissatisfied. What about me? Even if I can't be said to still be charming, I should at least be a little good-looking, right? Mulan smiled awkwardly. Matthew waved his hand and continued to discuss business. The astral gnolls and red orcs are also very strong. I also saw the figures of some descendants of the heavenly realm. The others, including the kobolds, astral humans, and some lizard men, should not be a concern. Their defense structure is very strange. The main roads in the north are all elite units. The further south they go, the weaker they are. Although the northeast side of the lake is in the direction of Night Angel City, we can easily choose to pick the south path, go by the Crystal Forest, and go straight to the south gate of Night Angel City. Mulan said uncertainly. I don't understand the art of war. But it looks like Underwood wants us to take this path. Could it be that he has an ambush in the Crystal Forest? Matthew shook his head gently. Underwood should have already heard the news of Lance's death. The situation had developed to this point. There were many things that could not be solved with schemes or strategies. The two sides were in a situation where they would not rest until one of them died. If he were to stand in Underwood's shoes, every deployment he made had to consider the big picture. Otherwise, he would be a real idiot. If the Undead army successfully broke through the mixed troops in the south, they could snowball the elite troops elsewhere. It was a complete loss for Underwood. It was impossible for the other party to make such a stupid deployment. The only answer was, he should have something else planned in the south path. Matthew had just finished speaking. Suddenly, a sound that sounded like the earth was shaking came from the south. Matthew looked at Mulan. The legendary mage immediately took him high up into the sky. The two of them stood on the clouds. The former cast a legendary farsightedness spell, and the situation on the southern horizon was instantly unobstructed. South of the man-made lake, at the edge of the Crystal Forest, a huge black shadow was crawling forward. The speed at which the other party advanced was very slow. The reason why it produced a heaven-shaking sound was because it was gnawing at the ground as it walked. Bang! 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 Find more to read at Empire. As the giant creature advanced, funnel-shaped holes appeared on the ground one after another. Matthew narrowed his eyes. Mulan's expression was also slightly serious. It's a giant raised by the order of calamity in the astral world. Fortunately, it's not a real giant. It's just a test subject of the cooperation between the Order of Calamity and the God of Midnight. It was indeed a giant beast. Matthew saw it clearly. Half of the other party's body looked like an 8-armed ape, but the other half looked like a giant spider. Chapter 1367 8-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. Chapter 1367 8-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. At this moment, half of the giant beast's spider-like body was stuck close to the ground, and its slender claws frequently knocked on the ground to drag its huge body forward slowly. Behind him, half of its body was like an ape, and it was constantly biting the rocks on both sides with its bloody mouth. It seemed to love eating dirt. This thing was like combining an ape and a spider. It looked creepy and uncomfortable. A test subject? Matthew was not surprised. No wonder it looks like a crude piece of junk. Mulan reminded him. Don't be careless. Although it looks like the suturing of a giant creature, it's not essentially the case. This is a demon. As they spoke, there was a new message on the data panel. Hint, you have encountered the 8-armed demon Triurson, LV24/Demon Lord/Super Giant Creature, the son of the great evil demon Trier. Behemoth knowledge, you have sensed that Triurson was born from Trier and Medora, the mother of the nest, Astral. Was it actually a demon? Matthew was slightly surprised. The term demons did not refer to a specific race but to those groups of monsters that could not be classified as devils, evil spirits, or even other species. For example, the one who created the 1,000 transformations, Jaslavin. She herself was a powerful demon. There were big and small demons, strong and weak demons, and the differences between them were extremely great. But they had one thing in common. Basically, they were terrifying monsters formed by violating the plane's will. In theory, demons born against the will of the plane were very easy to die young. Because they would suffer the curse of the plane, the risk of sudden death was far greater than other monsters. It was also because of this. All the demons active in the real world were ruthless characters. Some demons could even turn the curse of the plane's will into their own ability. In the astral plane, the great demons were existences that were even more terrifying than the gods. The reason why the God of Midnight had a transcendent status in the heavenly palace was not because of how powerful he was as a god, but because he had a great demon clone called Trier. According to Mulan, the great demon Trier's strength might be even stronger than the God of Midnight himself. From this, one could see how difficult it was to deal with demons. The demon that had appeared at the edge of the southern crystal forest was obviously there at the will of the great demon Trier. A level 24 top legend. It just so happened that he was stuck at the critical point of becoming a superior legend. Moreover, it was more than 250 meters tall and long. It should be the strongest enemy Matthew had faced after entering the Sampan Plain. The 8-armed demon crawled on the ground like a spider or an ape, crawling over in an extremely terrifying manner. If that scene were to fall into the eyes of a living person, they had probably already broken through their defenses and were utterly defeated. Unfortunately, Matthew's subordinates were all undead. There were no cowards under the death canopy. There was only a slight tremble in the soul fire. If you want to attack from the east, I can stop him for you. Mulan pointed at the 8-armed demon. Read latest stories on Empire. But if that happens, I won't be able to protect you. Matthew did not reply immediately. He stood on the clouds, his gaze sweeping from north to south. In the north was the Helen Mountains under the starlight. There was an illusory figure on the mountain and a golden sky above the figure. It was the projection of the army of petitioners from the God of Midnight's divine kingdom. The petitioners would not really participate in this war. However, their hymns and songs were enough to motivate all the participants. In the south was the 8-armed giant beast crawling forward. Judging from its posture, it was planning to slowly crawl to the south of the undead army and wait for an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, east of the man-made lake, the Holy Guardians and the various mercenary groups were already setting up defensive measures. If they were allowed to set up a defensive line, it would be much more difficult to attack them head-on. The lake water could not kill the undead, but the undead's combat power in the water was very low. The fortifications could also keep the undead army out, making it easier for the defenders to use various methods to deplete the power of the death canopy. Once the undead calamity's snowball was interrupted, the death canopy would constantly drain Matthew's power. As time passed, he would definitely suffer. The snowball can't stop. Matthew's eyes flashed with determination. This battle must be fought, and we must win. At that moment, a strange thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He was familiar with this feeling. Matthew had this feeling when he was on the battlefield in the moss green hills. Have I entered the equilibrium node again? Matthew was a little surprised. However, he quickly realized that he did not seem to have entered the equilibrium node. However, there were still some strange scenes in front of his eyes. He saw many scenes, some of which were clear, and some were blurry. The amazing thing was that Matthew could always interpret the information effectively in those scenes. Outside Eternal Barrier, Edmund was alone, facing off against the astral spaceships from the Heavenly Palace. On the deck of the spaceship, there were thousands of shadows. They shouted loudly and demanded something. However, Edmund did not reply. He just stood there alone, allowing the shadow cast on the Eternal Barrier to be stretched out. Twin Paradise Ruins. Isabel walked on the ruins like a ghost. Chapter 1368 8-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. Chapter 1368 8-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. Not far away from her, the God of Midnight and the other gods of the Heavenly Palace stood there. Their figures overlapped. Sometimes, they even collided head-on. But nothing happened. It wasn't until a certain moment that Matthew understood that the path between the two sides was completely parallel from a certain angle. As long as they followed the established route, they would never have any interactions with each other. Matthew also saw many high-level demons hiding in the crack between the planes when Link was refining the puzzle lock. He saw the black smoke lingering in the sky above the cities of the Storluck planet and the places occupied by the Storluck industry in the abyss. He saw Lumiere's clansmen walking out of the forest. He saw the scene of the Southern Mage Army building Rolling Stone City in full swing. Then, he saw more friends. He saw Lorraine flirting with two women wearing antlers and white tube tops. He saw Eli walking hand in hand with a charming woman by a clear lake. He saw Bobo, who was waiting for his signal in the moonlight forest, cutting her nails out of boredom. His brain seemed to have completely evolved to be able to understand and process so much information at once. These scenes were so clearly projected in front of Matthew's eyes, as if they were within reach. This made Matthew excited. At the same time, he was confused. If it's not an equilibrium node, why do I have this strange feeling? It seems like all of this is closely related to me. It seems like what I am going to do next will be able to change their direction to a certain extent. When such doubts arose in Matthew's mind, he suddenly saw countless thin lines. These thin lines formed a deep or shallow connection with those images. At this moment, Matthew looked down. He realized that he was like a cocoon, tightly bound by all kinds of threads. That was the luck that was closely linked. That was the aftertaste of the hand of fate. That was the equilibrium node itself. Hint, due to your identity, status, strength, bloodline, background, and other special characteristics, an equilibrium node has completed a fixed call on you. You have become a fated rider, a rider of life. Your exploration in the domain of equilibrium has increased greatly. You can choose to obtain the ability from the domain of equilibrium, or you can choose to cultivate a stronger authority. After you solidify the equilibrium node, your every move may cause the equilibrium to collapse and a new equilibrium to be formed. Please be careful when making decisions related to your faction. At that moment, Matthew saw 3 light balls around him. The 3 balls of light represented the prime material world, the astral world, and the void world. Among them, the light ball of the material world was the brightest, which meant that Matthew's foundation in the material world was the deepest. The light ball from the void world was the newest and dimmest, but it gave off the feeling that it had the most potential, as if it could explode at any time. As for the light ball in the astral world, it was intermittently bright. It was as if he was at a sensitive point. Matthew felt his chest tighten. At this moment, he suddenly understood what Kesha had said to him. Unknowingly, have I already shouldered so many responsibilities and destinies? Actually, at the beginning, I just wanted to plant a few trees. He thought it was impressive just to have a bone dragon. This thought flashed through his mind. But Matthew knew. He could no longer go back. Perhaps reality was like the undead calamity, a snowball game. If he could not create a snowball before the crisis arrived, he might only be reduced to the fate of being crushed by other snowballs. Continue reading at Empire. I can't retreat or lose this battle. I can only win. Matthew adjusted his state of mind. At that moment, he broke away from the mysterious feeling from before. After pondering for a few minutes, he said to Mulan, I plan to attack directly. I won't give them any chance to delay. During this process, I do need you to stall someone, but that person is not the 8-armed demon Triurson but Archbishop Underwood. As for my safety, you don't have to worry. I have many ways to protect myself, and I have enough guardian gods. Mulan thought for a moment. He agreed to Matthew's arrangement. Matthew directly led the undead army out of the hole they were hiding in. He ordered Filey to lead the Bone Dragon army to attack the soldiers in the south. Peggy helped from the side. The rest of the undead army directly surrounded the other positions in the south. To a necromancer, Undead Calamity did not require constant commands. He only needed to give a general order, and the former would carry it out on its own. In the next moment, the thick death canopy was one step ahead. The mighty undead suddenly squirmed toward the lakeside. When Underwood noticed this scene, the undead army was already less than 20 kilometers away from the lakeside. The eastern shore of the man-made lake immediately sounded the alarm. Kill them in the water. The mercenaries on the east coast let out earth-shaking roars in an attempt to boost their morale and that of their companions. The group of undead was about to enter the water. But at this moment, Chapter 1369 8-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. Chapter 1369 8-Armed Demon and the Burning Silver Dragon. A figure suddenly flew out from the west bank of the man-made lake. The figure flew in the air for a distance and instantly turned into a giant turtle that was 40 meters long. The giant turtle lay down in the lake. He didn't seem to do anything. Almost instantly, the water in the lake was sucked dry. Underwood's eyelids twitched in the air. Just as he was about to stop Matthew, a mage holding a huge axe suddenly appeared beside him. Use your strongest divine spell on me. Mulan's entire body was shining with gemstone starlight. After saying that, he crazily hacked at Underwood's body with his giant axe. Underwood was forced to attack. However, when his divine spell hit Mulan, it disappeared. Very quickly, Underwood began to suffer Mulan's barrage of counterattacks. A battle between a mage and a priest began. On the ground, Matthew had transformed into a deep-sea dragon turtle and was crazily sucking in seawater. Swallowing seawater was the deep-sea dragon turtle's instinct. Every time he drained a small lake, he would spray water at the eastern shore. The scale of the man-made lake was not very large. Especially in front of a species with extraordinary talent like the deep-sea dragon turtle, it was even more insufficient. Not long after. Therefore, the lakes that posed a fatal obstacle to the undead's march were all sucked clean by Matthew. The mercenaries on the east bank of the man-made lake enjoyed the man-made rain from the dragon turtle. What was worse was that, due to Matthew's ability to breathe steam, the rainwater that he spat out was boiling hot. At first, some of the mercenaries were not sensible and even raised their heads to touch it. In the end, his face was soon scarred, and his palms were red. For a moment, the east coast was filled with screams. In this chaotic situation, the death canopy began to operate on its own. The dark gray clouds carried nearly 50,000 undead. They surged over in a mighty manner. At this moment, an 8-armed demon, Triurson, had finally arrived at the south bank of the man-made lake. As soon as the monster that looked like an ape and spider arrived, it could not wait to pounce on the main camp of the undead calamity. As a giant beast, the instant death judgment was almost ineffective against him, and his huge body alone was enough to crush the undead's camp. Of course, Matthew would not let him succeed. In fact, as soon as the 8-armed demon approached, Matthew was the first to rush over. The deep-sea dragon turtle's crawling speed was not slow. It seemed to be at least 60 kilometers per hour. The 8-armed demon was about the same. The two sides met on a small hill on the south bank of the man-made lake. Bang! The dragon turtle stubbornly rammed its head against it. However, the difference in weight was obvious. The deep-sea dragon turtle was only 40 meters long. Just by looking at its size, the 8-armed demon was almost 10 times bigger than him. Just once, the deep-sea dragon turtle was sent flying far away. Caw, caw, caw. The 8-armed demon patted its stomach as if nothing had happened and let out a frog-like laughter. However, this was exactly what Matthew wanted. Boom! Following that collision, Matthew was almost unable to maintain his wilderness form and instantly turned into a human. It was also because of this collision. His body once again lit up with the light of the white tiger. Read latest stories on Empire. You've been attacked. This time, you've finally triggered the Patronus. Next, enjoy the white tiger strength that belongs to you. The voice of the Patronus rang in Matthew's ears. Immediately after, he felt a raging flame burning on the surface of his body. That was the power of ether that could burn souls. Prompt, white tiger of all creations, Patronus, has been activated. While the white tiger was in effect, you will be immune to all physical, magic, and soul damage. You will obtain the special effect Ether Flames, which means that every ordinary attack or magic attack will directly burn the enemy's soul. Duration, 60 minutes. Chapter 1370 How do you want me to enter such a small place? Chapter 1370 How do you want me to enter such a small place? After the power of the Patronus was completely activated, Matthew felt that he had become unstoppable. He immediately activated the legendary flying spell and charged at the giant beast in human form. Whoosh! He appeared on the back of the 8-armed demon. Matthew casually grabbed the shovel and hacked at the thick, rock-like demonic skin. Clang! Clang! The iron shovel collided with the demon's skin, producing a metallic sound. The shovel was as sharp as ever. However, it didn't seem to be that easy to completely cut open the demon's skin. After Matthew's attack, he had only dug a small hole in the other party's skin. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this demon's natural armor was. However, it did not matter if the physical attack did not cause any effect. Matthew's entire body was burning with the ether flames that originated from the Patronus power. Each of his attacks was accompanied by a burning of the soul. This was the supreme profound meaning of ether essence. Clang! Clang! The shovel was still flying. Matthew was digging holes as if he wanted to plant a tree on a giant beast. His movements were practiced and elegant. With every movement he made, countless low-level evocation spells related to ether, such as fire, ice, lightning, throwing knives, acid arrows, and so on, would be automatically released around him. His target was the giant beast beneath his feet. These evocation spells didn't cause any trouble for the 8-armed demon. But the ether flames themselves could. Matthew could clearly see that the 8-armed demon's health was dropping bit by bit. This speed was astonishing. It was as if he had dug a hole next to a small reservoir. The water in the pond was about to reach the bottom. Woo-woo. The beast under Matthew's feet wailed. Until this moment. Only then did this monster react. The 8 arms grabbed Matthew as if they had just woken up from a dream. It's okay. I'll take care of it. Just continue digging. The voice of the Patronus sounded in Matthew's ear. Matthew did not hesitate. He just repeated his usual digging action. A large amount of black blood spurted out from the pits. It was obvious that he had already dug through the surface of the giant beast and reached the level of flesh beneath the natural armor. Boom. At this moment, a huge palm slammed into Matthew's body. The huge palm covered the necromancer's figure. But in the next second, a sharp bulge appeared in the middle of his palm. Puff. As the 8-armed demon wailed in pain, Matthew, who was surrounded by ether flames, stood there unmoving. He wasn't hurt by the slap at all. Instead, a bleeding hole appeared in the middle of the hand. Woo-woo. A baby-like cry came from under the demon's skin. Immediately after, the other hands also grabbed over one after another. One of the hands grabbed Matthew and pulled him away from his back. Then, it slammed him onto the ground. Rumble. Dust billowed on the ground. The demonic hand was also smashed into a bloody mess. However, Matthew, whose entire body was burning with ether flames, was still unharmed. He easily broke free from the demonic hand. Then, he flew back to the demon's body, changed his posture, and used a different weapon to continue digging. Bang bang bang. This time, Matthew used a sickle. The scythe of the god of agriculture could cause internal damage to the enemy, and demons also had internal organs. In comparison, the scythe seemed to be more suitable for hitting the giant beast than the shovel. Following Matthew's high-frequency attack, realizing that it couldn't do any harm to Matthew, the demon became even more afraid and angry. One demonic hand after another flew towards Matthew like a fly swatter. Matthew dodged. Unfortunately, he was not very proficient in using the legendary flying technique. In the end, he couldn't dodge the opponent's 8 hands. Bang! Continue your journey with Empire. He flew towards the sand dune beside him like a missile. Boom! The huge kinetic energy exploded on the ground. Immediately after, a meteor shower descended on this unlucky land. Matthew walked out of the meteor shower. He knew that all of this was the special effect of the ether flames. Every attack of his was accompanied by the supreme profundity of the ether laws. He now had the strength of a superior legend. Unfortunately, with Matthew's consciousness, he could, at most, exchange 20 to 30% of this strength for combat power. Is this the power of a holy mage? Any Patronus can give a target super combat power for 60 minutes? Matthew looked at the ether flames flowing across his body. His heart surged. He felt like he was really burning up. Seeing that the 8-armed demon was being beaten back by him, Matthew wanted to pursue it. Who knew that at this moment? The 200-meter-long beast actually shrank into the ground. Puff. 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 The 8-armed ape on the spider's back curled up like a python. The 8 legs under its belly were also gathered into a ball. Immediately after, the 8-armed demon, which had been so majestic, had shrunk into a strange meatball. The meatball rolled wildly on the ground. He was actually flying towards the crystal forest in the south. Do you plan to escape? Of course, Matthew wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He immediately leapt into the air, and his body, which was burning with ether flames, expanded in the wind again. Wilderness form, Silver Dragon. The Silver Dragon's body was already considered huge in front of humans, but in front of the rolling meatball, it seemed a little petite. Chapter 1371 How do you want me to enter such a small place? Chapter 1371 How do you want me to enter such a small place? But even so. In front of Matthew's silver dragon's relentless pursuit, the eight-armed demon, who had suffered greatly from the ether flames, did not dare to resist at all. It was just running away. However, the silver dragon was much faster than it. 10 seconds later, before they reached the edge of the crystal forest, the silver dragon that was burning with flames had already caught up to the eight-armed demon. At this time, Matthew aimed at the demon's butt. He was prepared to give the other party a vicious blow. But at this moment, a dark cloud flew over their heads, covering the stars in the starry sky. Matthew suddenly felt something. He gave up on his sneak attack on the eight-armed demon and looked up. At that moment, he saw the dark cloud suddenly fold its wings and smash towards him like a sharp, spindle-shaped object. Matthew did not dodge. He directly rushed towards the other party. However, the spindle was quite cunning. Seeing that the two sides were about to collide, its wings suddenly spread out and flapped hard, stirring up the airflow to brush past Matthew. Even so, the ether flames on the silver dragon's body still burned the other party to a certain extent. The latter let out a painful cry and hurriedly flapped its wings to raise its altitude, maintaining a certain distance from Matthew. It was only at this moment that Matthew saw the enemy clearly. It was also a giant, but it was disguised as a dark cloud floating in the air. Hint: you have encountered the giant raised by the Order of Calamity, the astral twin-headed dragon, Dota, level 21/legendary creature/giant creature. The astral two-headed dragon was a monster similar to the winged dragon wind god. However, its body was much larger than a normal winged dragon wind god. Matthew observed. Its wingspan was close to 80 meters. If it were an Ender, it would definitely be a terrifying beast that could cause a huge disaster. However, this was the astral plane. He knew many monsters in the astral world would undergo various mutations under the illumination of the cosmic starlight. Becoming large was also a relatively common mutation. Matthew reckoned that the Order of Calamity must have mastered some of the giant cultivation techniques through the Void Lord's channels. However, this technology was not stable. Otherwise, the Order of Calamity would have swept across the astral plane long ago. Whether it was in front of the astral two-headed dragon or the eight-armed demon, the silver dragon looked so small. However, the flames on his body determined the outcome of this battle more than the difference in size. This was also the reason why Matthew was in a hurry to push the war forward. The arrival of the Void Ruler had already stimulated the burst of the Patronus's power. Then let him properly test the depth of the White Tiger power. Roar! The silver dragon let out a clear cry. He flapped his wings and flew toward the two-headed dragon. This was undoubtedly a provocation. However, the astral twin-headed dragon appeared to be very rational. It did not accept Matthew's provocation. Instead, it circled in the sky with considerable restraint, relying on its skillful control of the airflow to avoid Matthew. Matthew glanced at the ground. At this moment, the eight-armed demon had already rolled back into the crystal forest. It was frantically gnawing on something on the ground. Because only dust was left on the ground, it was difficult for Matthew to see the demon's movements clearly. However, he could clearly see the opponent's health bar on the data panel. Can eating crystals recover its HP? It recovered so quickly. Matthew was secretly shocked. The ether flames had indeed dealt a lot of damage to the eight-armed demon, but the damage was nothing compared to the demon's extremely high HP recovery speed. Unless he could stop the other party's actions and continue to give more burning effects. However, it was obviously very difficult for him to do this. Stay connected through Empire. This was because there was an astral two-headed dragon eyeing him covetously. This guy doesn't want to fight me at all. He only wants to protect his boss and retreat to eat the crystal. Matthew suddenly understood. Had the Order of Calamity's usage of the giants reached such a level? For a heavy beast like Triurson, there was actually a wingman supporting him. The two-headed dragon Dota alone was enough to shock everyone. However, this guy displayed unparalleled speed and cunning that he would not be fooled. It was difficult for Matthew to directly deal with the two-headed dragon. As long as the two-headed dragon was around. Even though the opponent's attack could not cause any damage to him, the disturbance of the airflow and the occasional collision were also very annoying. It would greatly affect Matthew's efficiency in suppressing the eight-armed demon. More importantly, Matthew didn't want to enter the crystal forest. That place was very strange. There was a very dangerous aura hidden there. Matthew even suspected that it was the astral plane. If the other party lured him over, he might very well be forced to leave the sampan plane and enter a completely unfamiliar world. Under such circumstances, even with the protection of the Patronus, it would no longer be safe. Matthew quickly calmed down. He immediately gave up on chasing the eight-armed demon and ignored the twin-headed dragon hovering above his head. Instead, he flapped his wings hard. He flew towards Night Angel City. The astral twin-headed dragon immediately moved. He hung behind Matthew like a fly, occasionally harassing him, but he did not dare to engage him. Matthew ignored him. He flew north over the man-made lake. When he passed by the camp of Frederian army, he deliberately lowered his altitude and swooped down with a wave of dragon breath. Whoosh! Dragon breath swept across the camp. Many of Frederians were burned by the dragon fire, but they were not afraid. Instead, they took out small hand axes from their waists and threw them at the silver dragon's wings. Chapter 1372 How do you want me to enter such a small place? Chapter 1372 How do you want me to enter such a small place? Whoosh! 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 Waves of air-piercing sounds rang out. Many axes accurately hit Matthew. If my Patronus is not active, the silver dragon would have died here. Matthew had a new understanding of the combat power of the Frederian Legion. It seemed that it would be very difficult for the undead army to achieve a crushing victory against them. There's no hurry. Matthew calmly maintained a low altitude. As he flew, he observed the overall situation. At this moment, the undead army had already crossed the shallow artificial lake and arrived at the southern front line of Night Angel City's defenders. It was just as Matthew had expected. Explore more stories at Empire. Under the lead of the Bone Dragon Army and Peggy, these soldiers only resisted for a short while before collapsing. Many sentry posts that were being hastily built had fallen. From the sky, Matthew could clearly see that the defensive line of the local garrison was shrinking towards the north. The ground echoed with the cries of the soldiers. Compared to the clamor on the defensive side, the silence and tranquility of the undead army gave the defending army even more pressure. He believed that it wouldn't be long. The southern front line would be completely occupied by the Death Canopy. On the other side of the Helen Mountains, the legendary mage Mulan had perfectly stalled Archbishop Underwood. A powerful bishop could play a considerable role in a war. As long as Underwood had no time to care about the battle, Matthew believed that as long as he slowly endured, the balance of the war would eventually tilt towards his side. As long as I can kill those two giant beasts. Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but look back, and what he saw made him feel strange. The astral two-headed dragon followed behind the silver dragon like a fly. However, the eight-armed demon Triurson was still digging in the ground of the crystal forest. Was this guy not worried about the situation in Night Angel City at all? Matthew didn't have time to think. He had already flown to the southern city wall of Night Angel City. The silver dragon's vertical pupils constricted slightly, because he saw a dozen ballistae on the city walls. These ballistae had a high elevation angle, and it was obvious that they were not meant to deal with normal units. This is a ballista specially designed to fight against flying units. Matthew's heart was filled with the instinctive fear of the silver dragon bloodline. Even though he had the protection of the guardian god's power, the fear was so strong and real. They even prepared a dragon-catching net. Matthew found many shiny special tools behind the ballistae. A giant beast that was enveloped by the dragon net. Even if he did not suffer much damage, his movements would be restricted for a while. It seems that they have understood my silver dragon form and are quite well prepared. Unfortunately, they didn't think of the Patronus Guardian's power in my body. At that moment, Matthew suppressed the fear in his heart and flapped his wings. Then, as if he was committing suicide, he crashed into the southern city wall. Bang bang bang. The sound of a cannon being fired exploded in his ears. The guards on the city wall were trying their best to stop the silver dragon from approaching. Unfortunately, all of their actions had become useless. Matthew nimbly flapped his wings and avoided most of the arrows that were blocking his way. In the next second, the silver dragon crashed into the southern city wall like a meteor that was unafraid of death. Rumble. A huge gap was instantly created in the city wall. The omnipresent flames ignited the dust. Explosions sounded one after another. A wailing sound rang out near the city wall. The astral creatures in the distance watched in disbelief as the suicidal silver dragon flew up from the ruins and rammed into the surrounding buildings like a bulldozer. Rumble. Rumble. Near the southern city wall, a large number of buildings were mercilessly destroyed by the silver dragon. Matthew, who had an invincible body protection, released the bestial nature in his body to his heart's content. He directly turned into a ruthless demolition machine, using his body to smash the cold rocks and bricks. Just as the silver dragon collided with the buildings near the southern city wall one after another, balls of ether flames and countless low-level evocation spells descended on the place. The astral creatures near the city wall had just survived the impact of the silver dragon. Immediately after, in despair, they found that fireballs the size of gourds had appeared above their heads, blue lightning claws had risen from their feet, and the ground was covered in frost. Even the wind that they breathed into their lungs carried a vague sharpness. Matthew's sudden attack caused a huge commotion in the south of Night Angel City. Everyone ran away from the silver dragon in a panic. Chaos, panic, shock, and other emotions began to spread in the city. The aura of death began to gather at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as Matthew was wantonly demolishing the buildings, there was finally movement in the city. The Cathedral of the God of Midnight. At the top of the obelisk, 12 plump, priest-like men in thick red robes jumped down. They were connected end to end and flew around the obelisk like birds. Then, the gravity on them reversed. The red-robed priests soared into the sky. And during this process, the priests unbuttoned their clothes one after another. Their red robes fell to the ground in the wind. Only then did Matthew realize that it was not a person hidden in the red robe. Chapter 1373 How do you want me to enter such a small place? Chapter 1373 How do you want me to enter such a small place? Instead, they were fanatic believers of the God of Midnight. Each of them carried in their arms pale and unconscious women. Half of these women were humans, but there were also elves, dwarves, half-orcs, and barbarians. It was not difficult to tell from their skin color. These women were not natives of the astral plane. They either came from the prime material plane, or they were snatched by the astral mercenaries from the nearby secondary plane. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. What are they doing? The answer was soon revealed. The zealots took out daggers from their waists. Their expressions were fanatical and devout as they shouted, "In the name of the holy war, kill all enemies." Then, they used a dagger to cut open the women's throats. These poor girls, who were still unconscious just now, suddenly woke up in intense pain. However, how could they know that this was the last remaining charm of life that they could feel? Under the stimulation of intense pain, they struggled helplessly in the zealot's arms. However, all of this would only aggravate the bleeding. A few seconds later, the zealots' bodies were dyed with the blood of living beings from the material world. Then they sang happily. Use the enemy's blood. Welcome the glory of God. They flew higher and higher until they were level with the top of the obelisk. At that moment, the fanatics let out their last cry. Let's fight. This is the starting point of the war between the gods, and all the heretics will be burned together with me in the fire. I will live forever, while the enemy will sleep in hell. As soon as they finished speaking. Read exclusive content at Empire. They slit their throats with blood-stained daggers. For a moment. A large amount of blood splattered around the obelisk. 24 corpses were entangled with each other. Their flesh melted and gradually turned into specks of light. Light and blood intertwined. At a certain moment, a bell that seemed to come from heaven rang. Under the gazes of countless living beings in the city, a ball of light as hot as the sun suddenly appeared on the obelisk. The ball of light transformed into a door. Immediately after, the door of light was pushed open. Countless angels with flaming wings flew out of the door of light. There were more than 100 angels in this batch. After they flew out of the door of light, they were like a strict army arranged on the right side of the obelisk. Immediately after, many illusory figures flew out from the door. There were 700 to 800 of them. They were petitioners from the God of Midnight's divine kingdom. The petitioners formed a bright screen of light and laid it on the left side of the obelisk. In the next second, little angels that looked like babies appeared in the sky above Night Angel City. They waved their tender and fair arms. There was no movement. Golden raindrops fell from the sky like rain. The raindrops fell on the living beings. The wounded recovered. The fearful became full of courage. Those who shed tears will no longer be sad. And those who were tired became energetic again. This scene moved all the residents. It is our duty to resist foreign enemies and save or destroy the inferior races in the material world. This battle is the beginning of the holy war. We should swear the name and duty of our God to our enemies. My God Calvado, guardian of the astral world, protector of the outer planes, terminator of evil mages, last ruler of the heavenly palace. After this battle, I will be in charge of Starry Night. On the right side of the obelisk, a battle angel clad in golden armor and burning with a red divine flame announced the oath from the heavenly palace in a majestic manner. Matthew temporarily ended the demolition work and poked his head out of the dust. Starry Night? The God of Midnight actually wanted to advance at this juncture and even wanted to increase his clergy? Does he want to touch the astral world? Who gave him the courage? Matthew was a little confused. At this moment, a pillar of light that reached the sky and earth replaced the original obelisk. A heart-wrenching roar came from the top of the light pillar. Matthew looked at it. The 8-armed demon Triurson had actually teleported from the crystal forest in the south to the top of the pillar of light. At this moment, its ape form seemed to have become the main form. It skillfully pulled at the pillar of light like a real ape. This guy looked a little majestic under the contrast of the holy light and the hymn. If not for the disgusting spider body and organs on its back, no one would believe that this guy was a demon. The enemy is Necromancer, Destroyer, Matthew. Kill without mercy. The battle angels declared coldly. Immediately after, hundreds of angels and petitioners charged towards Matthew. In just an instant, Matthew felt his body become much heavier. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. In the next second, he turned around. He realized that there was a pillar of light behind him that shot straight into the clouds. Matthew looked around. He discovered that there were many similar light pillars. The same message flashed across the data panel. Hint: you have been suppressed by the divine punishment of the Midnight God, in the process of promotion. When you enter the range of the divine pillar and its coverage, you will bear the total weight of the divine pillar itself and the 8-armed demon attached to it. In the blink of an eye, more and more light pillars fell from the sky. They were like huge nails. It directly nailed the silver dragon to the ground. Matthew felt like he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, unable to move at all. Is this the way to deal with the Patronus power? Matthew looked at the angels and petitioners who were surrounding him like flies. The former was wielding a flaming longsword and slashing at his own skin. Although it could not cause any damage, the sharp sound of the longsword rubbing against the dragon's scales was really annoying. The latter simply sang a spiritual hymn in Matthew's ear. Half of these hymns were hymns from Calvado, the god of midnight. Half of it was to blame Matthew for the heinous sins committed by the evil heretics. Even though Matthew's will was extremely firm, in the face of this round of mental attacks, he also felt a trace of weakness. As expected, the power of a Patronus is not invincible. Looks like this is the set meal that the midnight god prepared for me. It will stall how long my Patronus can last. Under normal circumstances, I'll die in an hour. Matthew's mind was quite calm. Do we need to escape? Matthew? The voice of the Patronus rang in his ear. There's something wrong with the god of midnight's divine power. Isabel didn't fulfill her promise. With the suppression of these divine pillars, even a true upper legend would feel uncomfortable. Matthew calmly replied. You can help me think of an escape route. But before that, I plan to struggle a little longer. The Patronus sounded a little depressed. He couldn't help but remind him. We are facing the midnight god, the only powerful god left in the heavenly palace. It is not shameful to take a few steps back at this time. However, at this moment, Matthew suddenly raised his head and looked at the horizon. My people are here. In the next second, all the living beings in the sampan plain were shocked to find out. A dragon head that occupied almost the entire sky appeared in the starry night. The dragon's head was still swaying left and right, and it was squinting its eyes at the sampan plain. Soon after, a shy voice sounded in the sky. Matthew? How do you expect me to get in such a small place? Hint, you have summoned the real giant beast, Alistair. Chapter 1374 Alistair's Claw. Chapter 1374 Alistair's Claw. When Alistair's figure appeared on the starry sky of the sampan plain, the millions of creatures who witnessed the majestic appearance of the giant beast were all shocked. This was a true giant. Its back stretched for thousands of miles, looking like a mountain range that could be walked on. Its head and torso occupied almost all of the sky. There were also extremely long giant feet hidden under the horizon. All the astral creatures in the sampan plain felt an unprecedented panic. They were being stared at by the giant beast. It was as if they had come to the real end of the world. However, at the same time, Alistair's exclamation and complaint echoed in Matthew's heart. Why do you have the scent of a heavenly dragon on you? There's also the Void Ruler's bloodline? Oh my God, Matthew, you've really screwed me up. If I had known that you were the target of the Void Ruler and the five-clawed heavenly dragon, I would never have signed a contract with you. It's over, it's over. Both of them seem to view you as their exclusive property. Although I've arrived in the material world ahead of time, I could have been independent of them. Now, I'm bound to offend the Void Ruler. I'm afraid I'll have to turn to the Void Whale Fenrir next. Matthew didn't know how to explain it either. The aura of the heavenly dragon was probably from the soul of the heavenly dragon on the island. The slumbering heavenly dragon's soul might have wanted to wake up long ago, but it needed external stimulation, so it left a portion of its aura in Matthew's body. The arrival of the Void Ruler just happened to fulfill the conditions for the awakening of the heavenly dragon's soul. As a result, Matthew's body was filled with mixed marks. Besides the Void Ruler and the five-clawed heavenly dragon, strictly speaking, I also have the mark of the Purgatory Girl on me. Matthew laughed at himself. Is that so? I didn't notice it at the time, but the Purgatory's brand isn't enough to make me feel fear. The two I mentioned just now are the best among us giant beasts. Alistair's tone sounded like she was sighing. Matthew asked curiously. Are the five-clawed heavenly dragon and the Void Ruler on the same level? Alistair said with certainty. Of course. The Void World has always had a legend of three kings. In theory, there are three strongest giant beasts. They are the supreme kings of the Void World. In the era when the five-clawed heavenly dragon was still active, he, Urkus, and Fenrir were the three giant beast kings. The five-clawed heavenly dragon's grade is half a grade higher. You have to know that at that time, the Void Ruler and the Void Whale were both female and only the five-clawed heavenly dragon was male. Under the arrangement of the 3 kings, 1 male and 2 females, the void world is relatively peaceful. The conflict between Fenrir and Yurkus is not as sharp as it is now. It was only after the death of the 5-clawed heavenly dragon that Fenrir and Yurkus turned into males. They were at loggerheads with each other, which caused the void world to be in turmoil for a long time. Now that Yurkus is quite powerful, even if the 5-clawed heavenly dragon returns, it's still unknown who will be the male and female. Experience more content on Empire. This is bad, this is bad. This means that I have also offended the Void Ruler. When the days of the heavenly change arrive, I will be pressed to the ground by him. Alistair's tone was filled with fear and unease. It was reflected in her actions. She could not help but wail. However, in the eyes of the people on the sampan plain, this scene was a sign that the giant beast was about to go berserk and destroy the world. Everyone looked at the sky anxiously. Fortunately, the gate to heaven was still there. The petitioners fearlessly sang the Midnight God's hymn. The angels also raised their flaming swords and fearlessly faced the giant beast's phantom in the sky. This scene could more or less give some psychological comfort to the people in the city. "I'm sorry." Matthew apologized sincerely. "I didn't expect to bring you so much trouble." Alistair sighed. "No need to apologize. I know you can't be blamed for this." "Oh, you smell so good. It's hard to refuse. I couldn't help but sign a contract with you because of this damn charm." "I knew it. I knew it. This kind of charm is not something that ordinary giants can resist. Even the Void Ruler is no exception. I'm just a little afraid now. Other than that, it's not a big problem." Matthew glanced at Alistair, who was in the starry sky. This lady seemed to be really afraid. Her body was shaking violently. "Oh my God, that giant beast is going to get angry. Where did this beast come from? Why does it have such a huge body? The giants of our church are nothing compared to them." Matthew could vaguely hear people from the Order of Calamity calling out from the city. He wanted to laugh. "Don't worry, Alistair. The relationship between the Void Ruler and me is not completely hostile. The bloodline he gave me can make me the Lord of the Void World after I die. From this point of view, he might not take his anger out on you." Matthew consoled. "Moreover, as you can see, I am currently being suppressed." Alistair suddenly woke up from a dream. She was a little embarrassed and said to Matthew in her heart, Sorry, I was a little scared out of my wits." Did you summon me here because you need my help? I can help you pierce through this plane. All I need to do is stomp my foot." Matthew quickly stopped her. Chapter 1375 Alistair's Claw. Chapter 1375 Alistair's Claw. Don't. Please don't." Piercing through the sampan plane was too exaggerated. Even undead creatures could not withstand a plane disaster of that level. Matthew didn't want to bring the undead calamity to wander in the void turbulence. "I'm just suppressed by the divine pillar. This power comes from the heavenly palace, a god called the Midnight God. He seems to be still advancing to the starry night god. Can you help me?" Matthew hurriedly made a detailed request. Alistair said confidently. "Is that a difficult problem? I can directly pull out the divine power anchor between this drifting plane and the heavenly palace. I can also put one of my claws on this plane and lend it to you 3 times. Remember to be careful when you use it. Don't use too much force." Matthew was overjoyed. "Don't worry, I definitely won't use too much strength. I will cherish your claws very much." Alistair said with some embarrassment. "You don't have to cherish my claws. Actually, my claws are already very itchy. I was just looking for a suitable place to rub them. What I'm worried about is this drifting plane. If it can't withstand a claw attack that is too strong, it might be pierced accidentally. At that time, I might have to go to the astral plane to rescue you. This is a very taxing job. Your body is too small, and I'm a little short-sighted." As they spoke, Alistair's figure slowly disappeared from the sky. Night Angel City. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They turned their gazes back to the silver dragon that was being suppressed by the divine pillars. But at this moment, everyone suddenly realized. The divine pillars that originated from the Heaven Realm Gate actually showed signs of instability one after another. A few minutes later, the golden pillars of light that pierced through the sky and earth disappeared without a trace. The suppressed silver dragon flew out of the ruins, bringing with it sand and flames that filled the sky. Catch him. There's no need to panic. The obstruction of divine power is definitely only a temporary phenomenon. This is the astral plane, our territory. Kill that silver dragon. The angels flew forward while shouting slogans. The hymn from the petitioners was as loud and clear as ever. The core members of the Church of Midnight did not become timid and cowardly just because they had lost the protection of their God. On the contrary, they became even more fanatical and radical. They were infected by these people. The other residents in the city also became excited and full of courage. The silver dragon Matthew had transformed into flew over the southwest city wall. Below, countless astral creatures were throwing stones at him. In the direction of the Valley of Redemption, there were also refugees who spat into the sky. A fanatical emotion spread across the land. Is this the truth about the Holy War? Matthew was shocked. Soon after, he deactivated Silver Dragon transformation at the edge of the western wall. Then, he stood alone at the top of a tall tower. He stood there. Matthew could overlook the entire battle situation. To the west was the Valley of Redemption, to the south was the man-made lake and the crystal forest, and to the east was the entire urban area of Night Angel City. Everything was in his eyes. At that moment, a strange spiritual throb emerged in Matthew's heart. Alistair's reinforcements had arrived. The feeling was very subtle. It was not just the feeling of having an extra hand but also the muscle memory of this hand. It was just like how you used your hand to pick up chopsticks. You didn't need to issue detailed instructions in your brain to control your fingers or how to pick up the chopsticks. You only needed to issue a general command, and the hand would complete it on its own. The claws provided by Alistair were the same. At that moment, Matthew only felt that the claw naturally belonged to him. In an instant, the wind blew. Matthew looked up and saw the angels and the army of petitioners rushing towards him. Even faster than them were the 8-armed demon Triurson, who had already recovered more than half of his HP, and his wingman, the 2-headed dragon. The Night Angel City's defenders arrived very quickly. Experienced Tales with Empire. They instantly surrounded Matthew, who was on the tower. Under everyone's gaze, Matthew, who was surrounded, was calm. He narrowed his eyes and slowly stretched out a hand, then carefully pressed down. A terrifying killing intent burst forth from Matthew's body. Everyone trembled. The defenders inside the encirclement retreated a few steps in unison. Even the angels were no exception. However, a few seconds later, it was as if nothing had happened. He's deliberately mystifying things. The battle angel roared and wanted to charge forward. However, the 8-armed demon was even faster. Whoosh! He instinctively jumped towards Matthew from the middle of the urban area. Walala! Countless buildings along the way were destroyed. Many astral creatures could not dodge in time and were directly smashed into meat paste. At this time, the 8-armed demon leapt high into the air, its nearly 200-meter-long body covering the starry sky like a dark curtain. Its body quickly descended. However, at a certain node, his descent speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Because a claw descended from the sky. It suddenly slapped over from outside the plane. Like swatting a fly, it slapped the huge figure of the 8-armed demon directly onto the ground of the western urban area. Boom! The voice lost its meaning at that moment. All the survivors in the city looked around in a daze. All they could see was the collapsing buildings and the rising dust. Their ears were filled with buzzing sounds. Chapter 1376 Alistair's Claw. Chapter 1376 Alistair's Claw. Only the living angels knew what had happened. Their faces were pale as they looked at the thick stone pillar standing on the ruins. No. It was not a stone pillar. It was a claw. The claw of a giant beast. That giant beast hasn't left the sampan plain yet. He attacked us. We need reinforcements. In the chaos, the battle angel shouted something with a face full of dust. But before he could finish his sentence, a huge object fell from the sky and slammed the angel to the ground. The angel instantly fainted. The object rolled a few times on the ruins. It only stopped when it crushed several buildings. The nearby astral lifeforms looked at the object in shock. It was only at this moment that they saw clearly that the thing was actually a hideous head. That was the head of the eight-armed demon. Hint: you have used Alistair's Claw to kill the eight-armed evil demon Triurson and the astral two-headed dragon Dota. Stimulated by the claw of Alistair and the aura of destruction, the speed at which your Tauran authority is being nurtured is suddenly increasing. Using other people's claws can increase the nurturing speed of the Tauran's authority? Matthew's eyes lit up. Is it because Alistair's is bigger? After that attack just now, he had completely figured out how to use the claw of Alistair. In the next second, Matthew flew higher in the sky amidst the chaos. He turned around and faced the south. Then, he raised his right hand in the air and pressed down fiercely. 5 to 6 seconds later, it only had 3 fingers, but its body was extremely thick. The huge claw that covered an area of more than a few hundred meters suddenly descended on the camp of the Frederian army on the east bank of the man-made lake. Boom! Everything was flattened. Frederian soldiers, who were known for their brutality and tenacious fighting strength, did not even show their usefulness. They turned into souls on the ground. At this point, the southern defense line no longer had any troops that could stop the advance of the undead army. After finishing all of this, Matthew turned around calmly. He raised his head and looked at the heaven realm gate in the sky and the obelisk below. Just like the previous 2 times, he only raised his hand slightly and put it down. A few seconds later, the insufferably arrogant claw of annihilation descended with a loud bang. Under the unstoppable bombardment of Alistair's claw, all the buildings and miracles visible to the naked eye were crushed into powder. The area where the claw attack had reached, a large number of astral lifeforms evaporated on the spot. There was no wailing in the city. They didn't cry, because everything had happened too suddenly. The astral creatures living in the surroundings could only see the buildings being crushed into biscuits. The fate of the people in those buildings could be imagined. Following the collapse of the heaven realm gate, the golden rain in the starry sky also slowly disappeared. The figures of the petitioners slowly faded away, and the spiritual power canopy they formed also disappeared shortly after the divine power was blocked. Find more chapters on Empire. The world was filled with a dilapidated aura. This was a disaster that no human could withstand. This was a devastating blow from the upper echelons of the food chain in the multiverse. Inside and outside Night Angel City, the church's artifacts that had been shining all this time dimmed one by one, until the last trace of divine light disappeared from the remains of the squashed obelisk. Only then did the remaining angels and the people of the Church of Midnight realize in despair. This place had become the forsaken land of the gods. What greeted them was not the beautiful vision of victory in the holy war. It was complete destruction. At the southern foot of Helen Mountain Range, Archbishop Underwood, who was still fighting against the legendary mage Mulan, saw this scene. He was completely stunned. Gods above! What did I just see? He stared blankly at the Night Angel City that was being reduced to ruins. He did not notice that the protective divine light on his body had also disappeared. Pa! The sound of an axe piercing flesh rang out. The silver light tore through Underwood's fragile body from head to toe. Immediately after, his body was cut into 2 by Mulan, who was holding a huge axe. However, it was different from the countless times before. This time Underwood could no longer revive successfully. The grey aura of defeat spread across the ground in an unstoppable manner. The giant beast claw didn't continue to appear. However, when the dark grey clouds calmly passed over the collapsed southern city walls and slowly piled up in the sky above Night Angel City, countless undead beings walked on the ruins with messy steps. The terrifying negative energy was like a death god. It was noisy and peaceful, taking the lives of survivors one after another. In the valley. Inside the city gate. On the ruins. In the corner. One after another, the astral creatures died in fear. Then, they would be resurrected peacefully. They were incomparably noisy in their lives. They were unusually quiet after death. As the noise in the city grew softer and softer. At a certain moment, there was only eternal silence left on the ground. At this point, the pure undead replaced the evil colonists. Eternal tranquility replaced the temporary clamor. The sampan plain ended the old era that was occupied by the noisy astral butchers. It welcomed groups of new residents who cherished their words like gold. Near the ruins of the obelisk, the broken and old pendulum suddenly gave off a powerful knocking sound. Thump. 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 This was the death knell of the old world. It was also the dawn of a new world. At the edge of the sampan plain. A floating magic ship. Chapter 1377 Alistair's Claw. Chapter 1377 Alistair's Claw. In a narrow room, a handsome young man was staring at the painting in his hand. The woman in the painting was feeding the 3 children in her arms with her 3 breasts. Her face was filled with kindness and satisfaction. In the background of the painting, a black shadow was peeping at the door frame. The strange thing was, the black shadow's posture of clinging to the doorframe was exactly the same as the youth outside the painting. At a certain moment, the woman in the painting suddenly came to life. She smiled and looked out of the painting. Can't take it anymore? My good lad, Setrunk. Setrunk's breathing quickened as he said. I want to go, kill him. For you. He added. The woman in the painting smiled gently. Then do it. What's the use of just talking? Setrunk said painfully. I'm waiting for an opportunity. I can't hold it in any longer, but I have to wait. Only in the astral plane, in the real astral plane, will there be a chance. The woman chuckled. What if he never leaves the material world? Are you going to acknowledge him as your father for the rest of your life? Setrunk was silent. The woman mocked. If you can't kill him this time, you might as well just acknowledge him as your real father. I think that Matthew is also very good. I don't mind being his lover. Setrunk immediately grabbed the frame of the painting and roared. No. You're mine, Jaslevin. At that moment, his expression became rather distorted. Jaslevin smiled faintly. Trash can't have me. You can't even touch my body, let alone my heart. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that staying in Gauss prison is so boring, I wouldn't even want to talk to you. Look at the pitiful 1,000 Transformers bloodline in your body. A descendant like you would be ranked behind 7 to 8,000 even if I wanted to visit you when I was at my peak. Setrunk's expression became even more distorted. He let out beast-like ravings. Then, he suddenly cursed. Those people are all trash. Trash. Is it so difficult to lure people to the astral plane? What Church of Calamity? What Church of Midnight? They're all trash. Jaslevin agreed. That's true. They're indeed a bunch of trash. But don't underestimate the Midnight God. This guy might surprise everyone. Setrunk was a little confused. He initiated the advancement ritual at this critical juncture. Isn't he courting death? Jaslevin covered her chin with one hand, revealing her ample breasts. She said lazily. On the contrary, the Midnight God has found the perfect opportunity. This might be his last chance and also the last chance for the gods of the heavenly palace. From every angle, his design is perfect. First of all, the new clergy he drafted for himself is Starry Night. This is a very tricky and confusing name. From the literal meaning, Starry Night can be the astral world plus midnight, or it can simply refer to stars and night. He can explain it however he wants as long as it can fool those fanatics who are loyal to him. Secondly, his new godhood involves the astral world. This is a daring attempt, but it also contains the opportunity for the heavenly palace to successfully counterattack. There aren't many factions in the astral world that dare to openly oppose the alliance of the Seven Saints. Of course, we can forget about the Dragon God Society. To say that the pentashade dragon god Baruch is an enemy of the Seven Saints is simply insulting everyone's brain. The God of Midnight was different. He was a true expert. If he stood up at this moment and became the flag of resistance against the alliance of Seven Saints, he would definitely attract the faith of a large number of believers in the astral world. This was an immediate improvement. The Holy War was just a pretense. What he really wants to do is to open up new territory and recruit new followers in the name of the Holy War. Hearing this, Setrunk couldn't help but ask doubtfully. This guy is suddenly so high profile. Wouldn't he be suppressed by the Seven Saint Alliance? Jaslevin sneered. Suppress? How? Do you really think that the Seven Saint Alliance is as invincible as it seems? If Isabel is really that powerful, why did she have to find the nameless mage? If those four holy masters could settle everything, why did they let Yuru and Qin Wuyue, who were in seclusion, suddenly come out? In fact, the Seven Saint Alliance paid a heavy price for the Blood Moon attack. Isabel has forcefully refined the Chaos Mystery Lock. Her strength has indeed increased, but the bad news is that she has reached the end of her life. I suspect that every time she uses her power in the following days, she will rapidly consume what little life she has left. A holy mage like her can't possibly transform herself into a lich. Since she has refined the Chaos Mystery Lock, she is not qualified to challenge the path of ascension like Fei Zibin. Under such circumstances, the seemingly invincible Seven Saint Alliance is just a hard glass. It's very hard but also very fragile. It's just that not many people realize this. Discover stories at Empire. The God of Midnight took advantage of the declaration of the Holy War to temporarily suppress Matthew in the Sampan Plain. Isabel did not stop him, which is enough to prove my speculation. She does not have long to live. Chapter 1378 Alistair's Claw. Chapter 1378 Alistair's Claw. And it seems that Matthew is not that important to her. This is good news for you. Setrunk muttered. If that old woman is going to die, shouldn't we be more careful just in case she goes crazy? Jaslevin said disdainfully. If everyone were as cautious as you, then there would be no miracles in this world. The God of Midnight is betting that he hasn't crossed Isabel's bottom line. He only wants to expand his influence further in the astral world. This is originally his sphere of influence, but he just wants to go one level higher. The facts have proven that he made the right bet. Even if he unexpectedly suffered a loss in the Sampan Plain, it won't affect the overall situation. As long as the God of Midnight himself doesn't fall, he will become a major force in the astral world that stands out against the alliance of Seven Saints. His influence will even overwhelm the previous Storluck Industries. Explore more at Empire. And unlike outsiders like the Storluck Industries, the Midnight God has a very deep foundation. Not only is he one of the earliest gods in the Heavenly Palace, but he also has a top-tier avatar like the great evil demon Trier. He also maintains close contact with many twilight creatures. Some even suspect that Noah, the god of luck, is another avatar of the Midnight God. After Loa fused with the Mad Second Hand, he once had an ambiguous history with Isabel. That's why people have always thought that the God of Midnight and Isabel are actually a couple. As the two strongest combatants of the opposing camp, they have never been at loggerheads with each other, and this time is no exception. This series of conspiracy theories stunned Setrunk. He couldn't help but ask. Where did you get this information? Jaslevin smiled. I was talking to the other prisoners in the prison. I can't guarantee the accuracy of the information. But no matter what, the desire of the astral plane for the material plane is unstoppable. The days of heavenly change are coming, and 80% of the astral planes will collapse. The planes closer to the core will be more stable. The inner planes can't accommodate so many people, so the most stable world is the prime material plane. It's not only the home of the living beings in the prime material plane but also the land that all the astral beings dream of. Once the holy war of the god of midnight begins, there is no way to stop it. Setrunk was silent for a long time. After a while, he loosened his grip on the frame. So what does this have to do with me killing Matthew? I still have to wait until he enters the astral plane. Only in the astral plane will Isabel's Patronus Guardian be vulnerable. Jaslavin yawned. It's not related. Like I said, I was just bored, so I talked to you. Now, I'm going to take a nap. When I wake up from this nap, if you haven't advanced to legend, you won't be qualified to talk to me anymore. Good luck, my descendant. As soon as she finished speaking, the painting returned to its original state. Setrunk gripped the frame tightly. After a moment, he seemed to have made a decision. Not long after, the magic ship slowly sailed towards the sampan plain. Hint, you have killed the giant beast Triurson. You have successfully plundered Triurson's ability Mountain Swallowing and obtained a random strengthening 8 arms. Mountain Swallowing, you can recover your stamina and health points by swallowing rocks, only applicable in the wilderness. 8 arms, you have obtained a total of 8 arms in exchange for advantages in attack and convenience in life, applicable to both main body and wilderness form. You destroyed the sampan plane with the Undead Calamity. You received a series of titles, Legendary Shapeshifter, Destroyer Matthew, Giant Beast Claw, Despicable Matthew. During the process of using Alistair's Claw, your Minotaur authority, growing, has resonated with it, and you have obtained the opportunity to turn Alistair's Claw into a spell. Do you wish to consume a large amount of XP to analyze Alistair's Claw into a self-created spell? Note, the power of the self-created spell, Alistair's Claw, will be slightly lower than the original. Chapter 1379 Octopole Celestial Instrument and Wings of Wind. Chapter 1379 Octopole Celestial Instrument and Wings of Wind. This was the first self-created spell Matthew had obtained since he transmigrated. Although it was not purely original, it was still a brand new spell. Of course, he had no reason to refuse. After all, he did not lack XP. Matthew knew that creating this spell had no effect on Alistair. This spell was actually just an imitation of Alistair's Claw at the elemental level. Its principle was to restore the strength of Alistair's Claw through the effects of magic as much as possible. Matthew chose to confirm. He could feel the XP in his body pouring out like a water pump. Not long after, the Minotaur's authority, which was still being nurtured, was slightly moved. A strange feeling rose in Matthew's heart. There was some more suspended knowledge in his mind. At that moment, he suddenly understood how to use magic language to restore the appearance and power of the Claw of Alistair. Hint, you have analyzed and mastered the self-created spell, Alistair's Claw. This spell was defined as a 5th grade spell. It involved the 3 domains of necromancy, evocation, and curses at the same time. It was a hybrid spell. This spell was also classified as a tiered spell. In theory, the effects of the spell could be divided into 3 levels. 1. Regular Alistair's Claw mimics the giant beast Alistair through evocation and necromancy. Its attack is far more effective than ordinary Tier 5 spells and can crush most common objects. Discover more content at Empire. 2. Destructive. The destructive level of the Claw of Alistair is based on the regular level. Through the summoning of the spell domain, it obtains the consent of the giant beast Alistair and then adds a projection of Alistair's giant claw in the spell to enhance its power. The destructive level of the Claw of Alistair will have the power to surpass most legendary spells. 3. Reality level. This is the highest level of the Claw of Alistair. which is to summon the real Claw of Alistair to attack a special target through magic language instead of a behemoth contract. The power of this spell is Superior Legend Plus. To use the reality-level Claw of Alistair, you need to exhaust your friendship with Alistair. Remark: the probability of summoning the giant beast Alistair through your giant beast companion has been reduced to 93%. Please make Alistair your friend as soon as possible. Good heavens! Even if it was just a projection, it could simulate the strength of a legend. Matthew deeply felt that the mage class was gradually lacking in strength. On the contrary, the domains related to giant beasts would be his focus in the future. However, my friendship with Alistair is instantly reduced by 7%. It seems that the rumors about the giant beasts being lazy and unwilling to go out are true. I have to think of a way to satisfy her preferences and increase my favorability with Alistair, Matthew thought. In any case, the acquisition of a new spell with legendary power was great news for Matthew. Other than that, pushing the sampan plane in one go also raised Matthew's reputation in the astral world. Hint: since you have launched the undead calamity in the sampan plane and successfully destroyed almost all the forces, your reputation +3, sampan plane/outer plane. The scene of you unleashing the undead calamity and destroying Violent Dragon Town, New Moon Mountain, and Night Angel City will be transmitted to the astral world, the material world, and the surrounding secondary planes in the form of a phenomenon. Those who meet the following conditions will have the opportunity to capture these images. 1. Survivors from the sampan plane and witnesses from the surrounding planes. 2. Astral gods and other powerhouses of the same level, including the abyss, purgatory, and the evil spirit worlds. 3. Bards of the multiverse. 4. Ordinary creatures. Astral creatures require 13 points of perception, physical creatures require 17 points of perception. Hint: you have established a rather high prestige and image in the astral world. There will be a number of daring people who will try to join your army. There will also be 1 or 2 weak or remote settlements. After receiving these phenomena, the living beings there will treat you as a god. From now on, when you step into the astral world again, you will no longer be a nameless person. The name of Matthew the Destroyer will accompany you for a long time. People would fervently discuss the undead calamity that had happened in the sampan plane. Until the next hot topic appears. The increase in reputation in the astral world was certainly not a bad thing for Matthew. It didn't matter, even if the image he established was evil and negative. At the very least, such a high reputation could scare off some people with ill intentions. This was also one of the reasons why Matthew wanted to attack the sampan plane. He had to show off his strength to the public. Only in this way could he live a peaceful life. Now that he had successfully destroyed the original astral forces in the sampan plane, everyone who wanted to accept his bounty had to weigh their own strength. Were they stronger than the 3 major forces in the astral world? In addition, he had also established a connection with the pentashade dragon god Baruch. I can tell Baruch to remove my bounty later. This undead calamity is a very good excuse. Speaking of which, he can be considered to have killed Lance in a physical sense. How should I fool him? Matthew thought for a moment. He felt that the pentashade dragon god Baruch still had some value. Although he had almost suffered a great loss from Basnov. Chapter 1380 Octopole Celestial Instrument and Wings of the Wind. Chapter 1380 Octopole Celestial Instrument and Wings of the Wind. However, Matthew's attitude towards the gods of the Heavenly Palace was still quite open. I can cooperate with them, I can make use of them, but I absolutely cannot trust them. He silently warned himself in his heart. At this moment, Matthew suddenly felt the surge of elements from the undying domain. This kind of feeling was already a common occurrence for him. He calmly accepted the upgrade of the undying domain. Hint: you have successfully completed an undead calamity. Your exploration of the undying has increased from a veteran to a controller. Controller's power: you can choose from the spells in the undying domain and make it your signature spell, which will be greatly strengthened. Undying domain? Matthew did not hesitate to choose the spell he was most familiar with and used the most. Hint, you have obtained a new signature spell, Instigation. The new effects of this spell are as follows. 1. Greatly increases the success rate of instigating a rebellion. 2. The target of the rebellion has changed from a single target to a group. You can, at most, instigate all the undead within 20 meters * 20 meters of your field of vision to rebel at the same time. 3. Every time you instigate an undead to defect, your HP will recover by 1%. At this point, a satisfied smile appeared on Matthew's face. Because he had not gone through the special training of the signature spell, there was still room for improvement in theory for this spell. He didn't dare to imagine. If he were to go to the arcane castle and train this spell hard, how insane would its upper limit be? If only I could break the boundary between the living and the undead. Matthew thought with some hope. However, what he did not expect was, after generating the controller's power, the elements in the undying domain were still churning wildly. It was as if countless snowflakes of ashes had appeared in his eyes. Those ashes were flying around him crazily like shredded paper. Immediately after. Continue reading at Empire. A surge of power surged out from the ashes. Matthew subconsciously reached out to grab it, and then he felt something hot. That was the authority that came from the Undying Realm. Hint, you have obtained the authority of the Undying Domain, the Undying Father. Undying Father, Undying, you have supreme authority over the elements of the Undying and related fields. In addition, you will receive the following effects. 1. During meditation, the efficiency of forming soul crystals will increase by 6 times. 2. You have absolute authority over the undead below the high level. You can instantly take away the life of an undead, and you can also promote a low-level undead to a mid-level undead. 3. You have the aura of enlightenment. You can cast the aura once a month. The undead in the aura will be affected by you and slowly increase their strength and attributes in all aspects. They will also have the opportunity to understand the spells and abilities you have explained to them. 4. You have gained the ability to freely enter and exit the negative energy plane and can quickly shuttle through places with dense negative energy. Other than that, you also have a territory in the 4th ring of the negative energy plane. If you transformed yourself into a lich or other undead creature, then you can become the lord of that predetermined territory. In the current situation, you can temporarily enter and exit that territory and obtain the resources inside. You have absolute control over any object in that territory. But you can't stay too long. The undead calamity was indeed the most powerful ritual ground in the undead realm. Matthew had launched an undead calamity, which was equivalent to completing a great practice in the relevant domain. Not only did the undying domain advance by leaps and bounds, even negative energy, plagues, graves, and other related domains had improved. The only regret was that Matthew had yet to enter the death domain. However, he had already found some ideas. I activated the undead calamity and killed so many people, but I ended up in the life domain. If I want to enter the death domain, do I have to do the opposite? Thinking of this, Matthew scratched his head. He looked at the corpses on the ruins in front of him and thought, I can't possibly give birth to so many people, right? That would be too tiring. Immediately, Matthew's attention returned to reality. He stood on the ruins in the center of the city, not far from the broken obelisk. He flew into the sky and looked down at the entire city. Most of the area had been covered by the death canopy. The newly born undead walked aimlessly on the ruins. Some walked and stopped, some stood in a daze, and some wrestled with each other as if they were exploring the meaning of life. Everything was so harmonious. Except for the eastern part of Night Angel City. A magic ship? Matthew looked up. Suddenly, a black shadow that looked like a mountain range floated over from the starry sea in the east. It was a giant magic ship with a gray-black dragon horn flag. Behind the magic ship, there were 7 or 8 smaller ships that were docked on the floating dock in the east of the urban area. Matthew knew. The floating dock was located at the edge of the sampan plain, while the Sea of Stars was the link to other planes. The connection between the sampan plane and the astral plane had a time pattern. According to the information he had gathered before, in the next 3 days, the sampan plane would not be connected to any other plane in the astral plane. What was the point of these magic ships coming here? Chapter 1381 Octopole Celestial Instrument and Wings of the Wind. Chapter 1381 Octopole Celestial Instrument and Wings of the Wind. Are they here to watch the show? With a trace of doubt, Matthew threw out the magic carpet and slowly flew higher. However, what surprised him was a black shadow flew out from the giant magic ship docked at the floating dock. The black shadow was stepping on the same magic carpet as him. Alexander? Astral Expedition Team? Matthew looked at the black dragon horn flag again, and this realization flashed through his mind. A few seconds later, the black shadow arrived in front of Matthew. The former removed the hood attached to his cloak, revealing a familiar face. As expected, it was the former warden of the Black Suwa Mountain, Alexander. The latter smiled and looked at Matthew. I thought you needed help, so I rushed over as soon as I received the news. Who knew that I didn't even have the chance to add icing on the cake? Matthew's heart jumped. Is it news from the Alliance? Alexander nodded. Something like that. Hood informed me. He didn't say where he got the news. I originally wanted to bring my brothers here to take advantage of the situation. Now, it seems that we can only waste energy for nothing this time. Matthew looked grateful. Thank you. Although the other party did not help, it was already not easy for Alexander to come. Matthew had to accept this offer. Matthew then pointed to the survivors in the eastern suburbs of the city who were in a panic. I didn't intend to keep anyone, but it seems that you have already established a firm foothold in the astral world. Do you need any help? Alexander said bluntly. Yes. These people are very useful to us. I came here to discuss this matter with you. Matthew nodded decisively and said. Then you can pick some up. Alexander immediately sent out a spell signal. Half a minute later, with the giant magic ship in the lead, all the ships on the floating dock had tentacles that looked like iron pipes. It was different from those soft tentacles. The tentacles on the magic ship looked very hard, and there were also some protruding parts that looked like lampshades. A moment later, those tentacles extended to the sky above the sampan plane. The bulge on it lit up with an extremely dazzling white light. These white lights were like searchlights that shot straight down from the sky and landed on the streets, alleys, and wilderness in the east of the city. The figures that were hit by the white light struggled a few times before they slowly floated up in the direction of the light. Then, they were sent to the inside of the tentacle tube like fish being fished up. Finally, they were captured and brought to the captive room of the magic ship. In the beginning, the survivors who didn't know what was going on would resist for a while. In the end, more and more people realized that these white lights could actually save them from the desperate situation of being chased by the undead army. That's why the survivors of the sampan plane began to chase after the white light. More and more people were sucked into the tentacle tubes. Within the white light, the survivors looked at the ruins of the city with tears in their eyes. Their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. At least a few people looked at the magic ship of unknown origin with worry. That's the general principle. Our ship can carry at least 30,000 to 40,000 people. These people are very useful in the astral world. I won't talk about the details. Anyway, thank you so much, Matthew. We owe you another favor. Alexander didn't hide his joy and thanked Matthew. Matthew was actually very curious about how Alexander planned to deal with so many captives. 30,000 to 40,000 people. Your journey continues with Empire. Merely eating, drinking, and searching were a huge expense. Normal forces could not take it at all. But on second thought, Alexander was the former leader of the Black Suwa Mountain prison. He would deal with these astral captives. He was a professional. There was no need for him to worry too much about them. He waved his hand. This isn't much of a favor. These people aren't of much value to me anyway. Even if they all become undead, they will only become a part of the death canopy. Once I end the undead calamity, these undead will become dispensable. I've already obtained enough elite units. The rest are not worth mentioning. Alexander looked at Matthew with admiration. You're already thinking of taking the initiative to end the undead calamity. It seems that you're not acting on impulse. When I first met you, I kept wondering what ability you had to be valued by Isabel and Edmund at the same time. Oh, and Ronan. Now that I think about it, the judgment of the big shots is indeed not wrong. You're the first necromancer I've ever met who can restrain the undead calamity's desire to expand. Matthew smiled. You're exaggerating. There aren't many undead calamities in history, right? Alexander said seriously. I have a friend who used to be a necromancer. He didn't resist the temptation of the undead calamity and ended up as a slave of the death canopy. Actually, I came over to remind you of this point. However, it seems that it is unnecessary. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. Then he asked. What do you plan to do next? What I mean is that after the undead calamity is ended, the sampan plain will definitely become vacant. This place will become a place that many forces will covet. You have to know that this is a dimension that initiates travel between various worlds and planes. It's like a ferry that can determine the situation and fate of many worlds. Chapter 1382 Octopole Celestial Instrument and Wings of the Wind. Chapter 1382 Octopole Celestial Instrument and Wings of the Wind. This means that whoever controls this place controls the lifeblood of these worlds to a certain extent. You should understand what I mean, right? Matthew nodded. I have no intention of completely destroying this dimension. The undead calamity is just a show of force and a potential deterrent. After I end the undead calamity, I will place the undead in a cemetery. Usually, they will not disturb the recovery of this plane. Compared to before, the sampan plane will, at most, have a lot more negative energy. I plan to build a trading station in the north of Night Angel City under the name of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. I will gradually re-establish trade and commerce with the astral world and other worlds. Matthew explained his intentions. Then, he looked at Alexander with a smile. Alexander rubbed his chin and said, I know that you are someone who doesn't like to claim everything alone. Matthew spread his hands. I can let you join. However, I have a question. Aren't you going to attack Purgatory? Alexander explained. The expedition to Purgatory is a very long thing. We need to maintain the logistics and supply lines. After we left the material world, we broke away from the Alliance and became a roaming mage army that was responsible for its own profits and losses. And the war itself is about financial resources. At least for me, before I fight a war, I will first think about how to earn enough wealth to support this war. Of course, I have other plans, but you taking down this sampan plane is like a pie falling from the sky for us. We don't need anything else. We only hope that you can provide us with a channel for business, just like you said before, a trading station, that can allow the prime material plane and the astral plane to exchange what they need. This is the best news for our stone core. This means that we don't have to worry about anything at the front line. Stone core? Matthew raised his eyebrows. Alexander took the initiative to explain. This is the name we used when we were in the astral world. The name of the stone was established to commemorate a master monk who resisted the invasion of the outer plane many years ago in the Far East. Do you see the flag of the black dragon horn? That was the black gold dragon's magnificence. We plan to take advantage of the reputation of the dragon army in the Three Dragons calamity from the east during the Troll era. Alexander explained the origin of his army's name. Then, he told Matthew. They had already conquered a secondary plane adjacent to the Abyss and the Arcane Wilderness. That place was called Noon Town. Coincidentally, Noon Town was originally a secondary plane connected to the sampan plane. Under normal circumstances, it would take another month for Noon Town to connect with the sampan plane. However, the stone core was established by the Alliance mages. There were many experts who were proficient in plane studies. After receiving Hood's message, they set up a plane traction field and changed the order of the sampan plane, which was why they arrived there in advance. After that, Alexander and his stone core intended to attack an abyssal plane. They hoped to recruit enough demons from the abyssal plane. Then, he followed the gap between the abyss and the purgatory to the edge of Morgan's purgatory. That's right. The first target of Alexander's expedition was Morgan's purgatory. Matthew had some impression of this. Morgan's purgatory was not the only force behind the purgatory's invasion of the Far East. Margaret had also died tragically here. Matthew still remembered the black goat that crazily devoured the corpses. Fortunately, Soria had killed one of the heads of Morgan, the Lord of Nine Hells. It could be considered as venting her anger on behalf of Margaret. The current situation was: Morgan was heavily injured and was nowhere to be found. Of course, Alexander wanted to beat them up and take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The two of them talked about their future plans for a while. The topic turned back to the sampan plane itself. No matter what. To be able to meet people from the same camp in a domain close to the astral world. Matthew was in a good mood. Just as Alexander said, he was not a person who liked to eat alone. The subsequent development of the sampan plane would definitely involve many people. Rhaegar and his Rolling Stone Kingdom. Ronan and his wife and their southern mage army. Perhaps Isabel, Soria, and Edmund would be dragged along as well. And Chen. Therefore, it was not inappropriate to add Alexander and the old mages of Mount Black Sua. Matthew's mind was clear from the beginning to the end. He might have relied on the undead calamity to take down the sampan plane. However, he would be strangled to death the moment he showed off too much. Even with Alistair around. Find adventures at Empire. Matthew was not qualified to wrestle with the top powerhouses. Moreover, he had to be careful. Destroying a world and managing a world were two completely different things. He needed more people to share the risk. At the same time, it would save his energy. Then that's about it. In the next 10 years, before the trading station in the sampan plane becomes bigger, all the spoils of war obtained by our stone core in the astral plane will be handed over to you. I believe you will give us a fair price. Other than money, what we need more is materials from the prime material plane. Our needs are very large, and the retail sales in the Alliance Mall will definitely not be able to satisfy them. When you return, you may have to go to the Roderick factory. In this way, we can obtain a more stable and large supply of goods. Chapter 1383, Octopulse Celestial Instrument and Wings of the Wind. Chapter 1383, Octopulse Celestial Instrument and Wings of the Wind. Alexander concluded. Matthew nodded. You can leave your current contact information. We'll talk about it in detail later. Alexander obeyed. At this moment, there were very few survivors left in the eastern part of the City of Night Angels. They had either been transformed into the undead or captured by the magic ship to become Alexander's slaves. Alexander's face revealed the intention to bid farewell. My subordinate just reported to me that we captured a total of 34,629 people. Even according to the standard of 200 gold coins per head, this is a generous gift worth 7 million. We can't take out that much money now. I can only promise you that as long as it's a war in the astral world, the stone core will serve you twice for free. Matthew nodded slightly. Sure. I look forward to working with you in the future. Good luck. Alexander turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He turned around and quickly said. After returning to the prime material plane, try not to look for anyone else. Go and find Edmund. He has a way of concealing your aura. Yes, you don't have to be particularly nervous. Ordinary legends won't be able to sense the changes in your body. After saying all this, Alexander left without looking back. Matthew looked thoughtfully at the back of the former warden of Black Sua Mount. Has he discovered my void bloodline? Why else would you want me to look for Edmund? Matthew couldn't figure out the meaning behind his words. However, he could clearly sense the kindness in Alexander's words, so he decided to follow his suggestion. It just so happened that he had not seen Edmund for a long time. After experiencing so many things, Matthew's opinion of Edmund had also changed a lot. Chatting with a superior legend wasn't a bad thing. Alexander led the magic fleet and left the floating sea. The sampan plain was completely quiet. Matthew organized the agile undead to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war in the ruins. After a while, another familiar figure appeared in front of him. Viscount Fan? Matthew was slightly stunned, and then he handed the lost lantern to the other party. He smiled and said, "This time around, I've filled it up. It's almost overflowing." Viscount Fan sighed as he recalled the souls stored in the lantern. "I know that every necromancer can walk this path, and I also know that an unusual existence like you can't resist the temptation of the undead calamity, but I didn't expect you to do it so quickly, and did it so decisively. However, I still have to thank you properly. Without you, the souls of these astral creatures would never be able to return to the underworld under the interference of the powerful existences in the outer planes. You saved a large number of souls and made a great contribution to the underworld." Then, he hesitated. "There are too many of them this time. I can't decide what kind of reward I should give you. Why don't I let you choose?" As he spoke, he placed 3 items in front of Matthew. Matthew looked at it. The 3 items were a spear that was shining with a strange luster, a bronze knife. It was an oval sphere made of brass with countless circles, lines, and words. Beside the brass sphere was a pair of wing-like objects. The wings were also made of brass. These two seemed to be a combination, and from the style, they were incompatible with the things in Ander. On the data panel. Hint: you have discovered the Sun God Spear, the Meat Cutter, and the 8 Extreme Celestial Instrument and the Wings of Wind. Sun God Spear, degraded divine weapon. The Sun God's weapon. Even though the divine fire has been extinguished, it still has an extraordinary sharpness. If only someone could reignite the flame on it, it would once again be classified as a powerful divine weapon that could destroy everything. Meat Cutter, otherworld rare item. You can cut off a piece of meat. Before your wound heals, this piece of meat can replace you to be immune to damage that can cause death or serious injury. Find adventures at Empire. Remaining uses: 6. Octopulse Celestial Instrument and Wings of Wind. Octopulse Celestial Instrument. You can use this treasure to enter the plane core of any secondary plane and obtain information related to that plane and its surrounding planes. Wings of the Winds. You can place these wings into the heart of the plane and control the direction of the plane's rotation in the multiverse. Note: the Octopulse Celestial Instrument and the Wings of the Winds contain an ancient trade route from Ander to the eastern continent. Chapter 1384, Matthew is destroying the world. Chapter 1384, Matthew is destroying the world. Matthew looked at Viscount Fan with a burning gaze. "Why do you have so many good things on you?" Viscount Fan smiled faintly. "As long as you live long enough, you will have some stock. If it were you, you might be richer than me. A lot of things that seemed ordinary at that time may become extremely precious in the next era. Even if you collect a pile of waste, in the long years, there will always be a part that can find its use. Occasionally, you will find 1 or 2 surprises. This is the charm of time." Matthew's eyes were filled with curiosity. "How long have you lived?" Viscount Fan did not avoid it. His eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. "I was already in the underworld when the first batch of twilight creatures arrived in Ander." Matthew fell silent. This was a terrifying answer. The lifespan of the twilight creators far exceeded that of most of the gods in the heavenly palace. Even the ancient gods before the establishment of the heavenly palace might not be able to compare. And Viscount Fan was actually an old thing on the same level as the twilight creators? He did not know if it was an illusion. Matthew felt that his right hand was a little itchy, as if he was about to automatically release the touch of death. However, this did explain why Viscount Fan had so many treasures on him. Even though Viscount Fan was guarding a corner of the underworld, he was still not to be underestimated. No wonder the Spirit Touch Hall has no opponents in the Crow Pavilion Demon Domain. If you want to, unifying the underworld is not a problem for you, right? Matthew looked at Viscount Fan with a burning gaze. Viscount Fan shook his head. You're wrong. I've just lived a little longer. Although there is a general rule that living longer has a higher probability of being stronger, there are some exceptions, such as me. My strength is not as strong as you think. The reason why I can survive until now is that I rarely make mistakes. I've seen a lot of people who were stronger than me and lived longer than me, but they all made fatal mistakes, so after a moment of glory, they ushered in a cliff-like decline. In comparison, I prefer to keep a low profile and do my own thing. Matthew was a little emotional. You actually resisted the temptation of becoming a god. Viscount Fan was a character from the era when the Twilight creatures arrived in the world of Ander. Then, while most living beings were pursuing the path of becoming a god, there should be many opportunities for him to become a god in his life. However, he did not do so. On the contrary, he was willing to become a civil servant under the command of death. Not everyone could make such a choice. Viscount Fan smiled. He did not deny that he had a chance to become a god. He explained softly. Not everyone wants to become a god, at least, that's not my pursuit. I only care about the underworld, and I only hope that it can be as eternal as the universe. In my opinion, the underworld is the cornerstone of the multiverse. As long as I maintain this cornerstone, no matter how the wind blows and rain blows outside, my world will remain as peaceful as ever. That's enough. Viscount Fan's tone was very cold, carrying the unique coldness of the underworld creatures. However, Matthew felt a lot of true feelings. Not everyone is eager to climb, Matthew. Viscount Fan said a few more words, which was rare. That's too tiring. If I could, I just want to be a stone in the underworld looking up at the starry sky. The underworld is my hometown and also the place where I sleep after I die. The starry sky is beautiful, but for me, just looking is enough. Matthew was influenced by Viscount Fan's words, and his heart became calmer. Then, he could not help but shake his head. Even if you don't want to climb up, the condition of being safe in a corner is that you have enough strength, right? Viscount Fan blinked. Of course. The stones of the underworld are very hard. In fact, ever since Lord Death was suspected to have fallen, there have been people from all walks of life coming to the underworld. Some were secretly probing, while others came to cause trouble. Most of them heard that I was very rich and wanted to squeeze some money out of me. I'm actually quite grateful to them. Matthew was puzzled. Why? Viscount Fan said calmly. Because they work hard after they die. Much harder than when they were alive. Matthew's mouth twitched slightly. Okay. For an emissary of the underworld, such a cold joke was not too much. After all, he had used similar cases to threaten those arsonists. At this moment, Matthew's gaze shifted back and forth between the three items. His eyes were a little troubled. Do I have to choose one of the three? Your next chapter awaits on Empire. Can I have it all? Viscount Fan thought for a moment. Of course not. But you can only choose two at most. Matthew was pleasantly surprised, but he quickly calmed down. What are the conditions? Viscount Fan said. Help me kill someone. Matthew asked tentatively. Could it be that the matter on Dragon Island hasn't been settled yet? Viscount Fan shook his head. It's done. Just as you were busy launching the undead calamity to destroy the world, Shanair had already led his men to destroy the Church of the Underworld's nest on Dragon God Island. That guy was very ruthless. He detonated the volcano under the sea of the Divine Dragon Island. After that battle, the entire island sank to the sea level. There were almost no surviving members of the underworld cult on the island. Chapter 1385, Matthew is destroying the world. Chapter 1385, Matthew is destroying the world. Just like you, he also brought me a large number of souls. However, those souls were all stolen by the underworld cult. This just so happens to match my previous guess. The underworld cult is indeed secretly stealing souls that are supposed to go to the underworld. But Shanair isn't very honest. He hid something from me during this commission. He told me that he would use the poisonous fang to break the dragon god's ring created by the underworld cult, but in fact, he did not do so. Instead, he stole the dragon god's ring through other means. So, until today, the poison fang and the divine dragon's ring have fallen into Shanair's hands. You should understand what I mean. Matthew frowned. Killing Shanair isn't worth this price. In fact, read New Adventures at Empire. Matthew knew very well that he could not kill Shanair at all. As long as he did not court death, a rogue of this level would definitely not die. However, it was a bargain. He had to bluff. Discount Fan was stunned for a moment before he laughed. I don't want you to deal with Shanair. I just want to remind you that he has these two treasures in his hands. Isn't the relationship between you guys not very good? If he plans to use those two treasures to do something, at least you can be prepared. I want you to kill another person. His name is Hayek, the deputy leader of the underworld sect. Hayek is one of the few survivors on Dragon God Island. According to Shanair's description, this guy took away at least half of the treasures of the underworld cult and has now fled to the east coast. He is likely to go north to the north or live in seclusion near the Helen Mountains for a period of time. Matthew was puzzled. Why do you want to continue chasing him? Do you have interest in the treasures of the underworld sect? Discount Fan shook his head. I just don't want anyone to lie to me. Matthew, you've dealt with me many times. I think I've always been a very easygoing person. In business, fairness is important. I hope you can help me find Hayek. Before you kill him, it's best to find out what happened on Divine Dragon Island. Matthew shrugged. There's no doubt about it. Shanair must have lied to you. Maybe he took the other half of the treasure for himself and then found someone to pretend to be the deputy leader of the underworld sect. It's even possible that the so-called Hayek was actually fabricated by Shanair out of thin air. Discount Fan said with a serious expression. What you said is certainly possible, but I need evidence. About Hayek, I can be sure that this character really exists, and it is indeed like what Shanair said. After the destruction of Dragon Island, Hayek went ashore alone and is currently wandering in the south. He has a very high status in the underworld sect. Before the incident on the Dragon God Island, this guy had been pushing forward the plan to find the Prophet of Death. Death Prophet? Matthew's heart skipped a beat when he heard this word. He remembered that when he and Olerin met in the tombs, they had indeed met a group of people from the Church of the Underworld. Those people kept saying that they wanted to ask the Death Prophet to do something. Because it was related to Olerin. Matthew naturally asked a few more questions. What kind of person is this? Discount Fan glanced at Matthew and muttered. The Prophet of Death is just a name, a title. Many people in history have used this title, but the most famous one should be a clone of the God of Death. During the Golden Age of Heavenly Palace, the Death loved to walk in the mortal world. He would transform into all kinds of images to experience the mortal world. One of the more famous images was the Prophet of Death. It was a solitary adult man. People often met him in the wilderness, but most of the time, he was sleeping. The Prophet of Death liked pranks very much. He always liked to pretend to be a dead person lying in a coffin and then put on a show of the corpse. He even often played similar pranks in the funeral procession, so for a long time, his reputation was not very good. And in a certain generation, which was also the most active period of the Death Prophet, he appeared many times at the scene of the disaster and gave a death warning to the nearby creatures. In about 100 years, the Prophet of Death informed everyone in advance about the arrival of tsunamis, sudden avalanches, fire without warning, and the upcoming locust plague. Over time, he became very famous in Ander. But people have different opinions about him. Some people think that the Death Prophet can predict the future and always give warnings. He is a kind-hearted person. Some people believe that the Prophet of Death's warning never changed the outcome of the disaster. In hindsight, his warning was meaningless except for increasing panic. Some people even suspected that the disaster was brought by the Prophet of Death. Without the warning, the disaster would not have happened. This kind of statement was very popular in many northern city-states. But in my opinion, that was just Lord Death finding some fun for himself out of boredom. He actually didn't think so much at all. Was the Prophet of Death actually the incarnation of death? Matthew's heart trembled. Then Brother Olerin. He quickly asked. The Prophet of Death you mentioned, does he like to use fireball? Discount Fan shook his head and looked at him strangely. As far as I know, the Prophet of Death that Lord Death has transformed into has never used the fireball spell. In his long life, there has never been a precedent for him to use the fireball spell. Well, there is no such thing in my memory. Chapter 1386 Matthew is destroying the world. Chapter 1386 Matthew is destroying the world. On the contrary, Lord Death had always felt that the simple and crude fireball spell was simply a disgrace to the name of magic. He once found the goddess of magic, Yili, and asked her to remove fireball from magic. The reason he told the goddess of magic Yili was that fireball was too low-end and not mysterious enough, affecting the dignity of magic. But as far as I know, the deeper reason was probably because his friend and rival, the sun god Gerard, always liked to use fireball against him. The sun god Gerard loved to use fireball? Matthew's expression became a little subtle. Discount Fan did not need to lie about this matter, and with his experience, it was reasonable for him to have some understanding of the death god and the sun god. If that was the case, then, the origin of Olerin was interesting. Discount Fan looked at Matthew curiously. What kind of expression is that? Matthew coughed. I just didn't expect the big shots to be so childish? Discount Fan chuckled. Sometimes, big shots are often much more childish than you think. Speaking of which, from what I know about the teachings of the Underworld sect, they firmly believe that there is a god of the Underworld above the Death God. When the reign of the Death God ends, the god of the Underworld will descend to the Underworld to take charge of everything. According to them, the god of the Underworld would descend into the body of the Death Prophet, replacing the incarnation and authority of the god of death, and then become the supreme of the Underworld. It was for this reason that Hayek had been searching for the Death Prophet. Unfortunately, since the disappearance of the god of death, the Death Prophet had completely disappeared. No one could find his hiding place. If I had to guess, he might be sleeping in some corner right now. Matthew scratched his head in his heart, secretly thinking that Viscount Fan was really good at judging people. His relationship with Viscount Fan was actually quite good. However, the matter of the Death Prophet was a little sensitive. Your journey continues with Empire. Matthew had promised Olerin to give him as little trouble as possible, so he chose to hold back. He said decisively, I can help you get rid of Hayek and find out the truth about Shanair and Divine Dragon Island. Among these 3 items, I want to take the meat cleaver, the combination of the octuple celestial instrument and the wings of the winds. As he spoke, he reached out and took what he wanted. Discount Fan did not stop him. He only said in surprise, I thought you wouldn't miss the sun god's weapon. Matthew shrugged. I want it too, but a life-saving item is better. As for the octuple celestial instrument and the wings of the winds, I have just conquered the sampan plane, and you have already given me such timely treasures. Of course, I have no reason to refuse. The sampan plane was a ferry between the material world and the astral world. Although Matthew had taken over the ship, Matthew could not decide when and which dock to dock at. After obtaining the octuple celestial apparatus and the wings of wind, he could control the sampan plane to travel between specific worlds. This would greatly increase Matthew's control over the new territory. Moreover, this pair also contained a trade route to the eastern continent. Matthew could not miss it. The meat cleaver was a life-saving treasure. Matthew had never rejected any life-saving items. Especially after experiencing this undead calamity, he was actually even more eager to improve his strength. However, the improvement of one's spell strength was not something that could be done overnight. It had only been a little over a year since he had first summoned Filey. Matthew's progress could already be described as the speed of light. For a mage, he actually needed time to settle down and digest. However, in the current situation, quietly developing seemed to have become a luxury. Even if he had Isabel's Patronus on him, Matthew had to make more preparations. As for the Sun God Spear, anyway, it's in Viscount Fan's hands. I'll just save up more souls and exchange them with him next time. Matthew thought so. There was a moment. He even thought of creating another undead calamity. Fortunately, his rationality dispelled it in time. Greed is really scary. Matthew was secretly alarmed. However, at this moment, the death canopy suddenly began to shake violently. The original two projections of the death god had different degrees of materialization. Immediately after, accompanied by a strange, mournful cry between heaven and earth, the third death god's projection descended. Matthew's pupils constricted. The facial details of this death god's projection were quite clear. He could almost see the hair on the death god's face. The other party's incomparably cold and domineering expression was also lifelike. Matthew had a feeling that the other party was about to come back to life. Hint, under the push of the death canopy, you have automatically summoned the third death god's projection. The strength of the undead calamity continues to increase. Warning, the death canopy has produced a slight backlash on you. At that moment, Matthew only felt the blood in his chest boil, and a warm current rushed up, wanting to shake off Matthew's hands and feet and wantonly wander between heaven and earth. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for a moment. Matthew did not hesitate to use the authority, the undying father, that he had just obtained to suppress him. Backlash from the undead calamity? Viscount Fan was originally attracted by the projection of the Grim Reaper. But very quickly, he looked at Matthew with a serious expression. Matthew nodded lightly. Not a big problem. I can suppress it. Viscount Fan hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to speak. These three projections of the death god will only add fuel to the flames of the undead calamity. Since things have come to this, their existence will only harm you. Chapter 1387 Matthew is destroying the world. Chapter 1387 Matthew is destroying the world. Matthew agreed with him. I understand. After a while, I will start to disperse the undead calamity. I will not give them the chance to lose control. Viscount Fan nodded. Let me give you a hand. I can also use the power of Lord Death to raise the level of the Lost Lantern. As he spoke, he took the Lost Lantern from Matthew. In the next second, Viscount Fan's figure suddenly appeared above the death canopy. Matthew narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had seen Viscount Fan personally take action. He was still facing the projections of the death god. Viscount Fan bowed slightly to the three projections of the death god, then raised the Lost Lantern in his hand high. In an instant, the three projections of the death god actually opened their mouths at the same time. Do you want to detain me? Viscount Fan waved his robe expressionlessly. His lips parted slightly, and then a sharp howl burst out from Viscount Fan's chest. Wang! Matthew subconsciously covered his ears, but he still felt a splitting headache. Above the sky, the projections of the three death gods instantly turned into countless black bats and fled in all directions. Viscount Fan continued to scream and threw the lantern in his hand. Those black bats involuntarily merged into the lantern. 5 minutes later, the starry sky above the sky was clear, and there was no longer the projections of the death god. The lantern in Viscount Fan's hand was shining brightly, as bright as the stars. He handed the lantern to Matthew. All right. Now, those malevolent resentments will no longer affect your spells. Matthew asked. Do you mean that the projection of Death God is actually a malicious resentment? Viscount Fan nodded. They are the resentment of the creatures you killed through the undead calamity. From the perspective of negative energy, they can increase the power of the undead calamity and add fuel to the fire. This itself is a kind of spell and a ritual field that pries the plane's law to manifest externally. Because the brand of the Lord Death is still firmly imprinted in every related field, these resentful collections will appear in front of us in the appearance of the Lord Death. But you don't have to worry about them because the real Lord Death can't possibly descend in a projection of this level. These are just shells. Discount Fan's tone seemed to be a little sad. But after saying this, he put on the crow mask. This meant that he was preparing to leave. Matthew tactfully did not ask further. He looked down at the strengthened lost lantern. Record: Discount Fan used the legendary ability, Death Scream, to destroy the projection of the God of Death. Hint: your lost lantern has been greatly strengthened. The following are the new or enhanced functions. 1. The number of spirits that the lost lantern can store has reached 100,000. 2. Discount Fan Soul Chains. After activating this special effect, the lost lanterns will project a large number of soul chains within a 300-meter radius to capture nearby spirits. This chain has an extremely strong suppression, restraint, and capture effect on spirits. The effect on living people was reduced to 1/5 of normal circumstances. Can be used 3 times a day. 3. Viscount Fan's Scream of Death. The lost lantern can emit Viscount Fan's evil screech, which is extremely lethal to spirits and psionic experts. Can be used 3 times a day. 4. Wings of Dusk. Pseudo-legendary/leader mode. The Wings of Dusk that the lost lantern can summon has been greatly improved. Your Wings of Dusk now has a level 23 creature level. The Wings of Dusk will be an even better flying mount when you are traveling in the underworld or the negative energy plane. The Wings of Dusk was an ugly-looking flying mount. Its head had protruding teeth like a mouse, and its head was like a bat. Its skin was tight on its skeleton, its eyes were empty, its body was covered with mottled bone plates, and a pair of giant wings extended from its shoulders. If it wasn't for the flickering soul fire from time to time that made people realize that this was an undead creature. Most of the time, it looked more like a skeletal specimen. Matthew had never sat on the Wings of Dusk before, mainly because the level of his flying mount was not high. He had the Scarlet Flame Nightmare and the Heaven Realm Pegasus as companions, so he naturally didn't think much of it. Things were different now. Discount Fan had upgraded the Wings of Dusk to the legendary realm. Although it did not have a domain and did not meet the definition of a true legend, its attributes had indeed improved. Matthew planned to summon it the next time he went to the negative energy plane. At the same time, what made him even more curious was: how did Viscount Fan manage to raise the creature level of a creature that was obviously not legendary to above level 20? However, Matthew thought about it. Viscount Fan had lived for so many years and had countless good things in his hands. There was even something as strange as the Guild of Spells. It was not difficult to create a pseudo-legendary creature. After sending Viscount Fan off, the ruins of Night Angel City fell into a deathly silence. Matthew continued to search for the spoils of war in the city. At the same time, he also took some time to check on the situation in Jade Court. In the chat room of the Spell Guild, lines of records flowed in front of Matthew's eyes. The record he was looking at was from a while ago. At that time, the chat room was quite active. Lorraine, see? Matthew is destroying the world. Bobo, what a terrifying power. Is that Matthew's claw? So big. Richard, mages are all abnormal, especially necromancers. Riegar, wait, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Did I miss something again? What the hell did Matthew do? It wasn't mentioned in today's newspaper. Lumiere, +1. Lumiere, sorry, I clicked the wrong one again. But I really don't know what Matthew did. I only know that he rushed into a cave and told us to wait in the moonlight forest. Lumiere, wait, how do you know what happened? Aren't we in the same place? Lorraine, I'll give you a hint. Add more perception, or become a bard. Riegar, What does this have to do with perception? I've always been very sharp. Many madams said so. Hibbert, is Matthew here? Something happened. I don't know how to use this chat room function yet. Who can tell me how to privately chat with Matthew? Guildelf CC, I've already privately messaged you how to do that, at Hibbert. Seeing this, Matthew immediately looked at the private chat bar. Hibbert said. Something big has happened in the Jade Court. Tyraste suddenly returned and started a massacre in the city. He killed many elves. Vivian and I are very confused now. Should we help the defenseless elves or help Tyraste? This message was sent about an hour ago. Matthew hadn't noticed it before and had missed it. Hibbert added another message. Well, we've decided not to help either. You do your thing. Tyraste suddenly went on a killing spree? Matthew frowned. He felt that there was something wrong. This old thing entrusted him with the dirty work because he couldn't bear to kill his own compatriots. Why did he suddenly change his mind? It couldn't be that he was provoked by his undead calamity, right? Thinking of this, Matthew planned to make a trip to Windward Valley in advance. But at this moment, Peggy suddenly came over and reported. Matthew, at the edge of the Crystal Forest in the south, there's a magic ship. The pretty boy who's been flirting with you for a long time is on the boat. Matthew's face darkened as he shouted angrily, don't talk nonsense, but still followed Peggy. 3 minutes later, at the edge of the Crystal Forest, Matthew looked at Setrunk, who was standing on the deck of the magic ship. The latter held a deck of cards in his hand and said with a smile. How about a game on the boat? This is my wager. As he spoke, he placed a bronze book on the table in front of him. Matthew narrowed his eyes slightly. That was Shanair's Twisted Book of Equilibrium? Chapter 1388 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. Chapter 1388 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. The Distorted Book of Equilibrium was one of the necessary conditions for the promotion of the Equilibrium Envoy. This was a rather important divine artifact. How could Shanair give such an important thing to Setrunk? Matthew's eyes turned cold. Although he had only worked with Shanair for a short period of time, he had roughly figured out Shanair's temperament. Even if Setrunk was Shanair's son, the latter might not be able to hand over the real thing. Near the Crystal Forest is the edge of the Sampan Plain, infinitely close to the Astral Plane. Matthew looked at Setrunk's annoying face. To be honest, he was a little impulsive. But he quickly restrained himself. Matthew took a deep breath, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that why you called me? I'm very busy. Not interested in playing house with you. With that, he turned around and left. He didn't give Setrunk a chance to speak. On the magic ship, Setrunk was stunned. Before he came, he had imagined countless scenarios. He also knew that with Matthew's cunning, it would not be easy to trick him into the astral plane. However, he never expected this. Matthew was completely ignoring him. Matthew. Seeing Matthew's back getting further and further away, Setrunk couldn't help but raise his head and shout. If you leave now, I will make you regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous intent suddenly came from behind him. Relying on the control of a top-notch rogue, Setrunk leaned forward and dodged the deadly curved sword. Whoosh! Firefly cut across the back of Setrunk's neck, and then Brightmoon stabbed the enemy's back. Clang! Soldier's blade successfully cut into Setrunk's waist, but it made a sound of cutting into a metal plate. The coat of the leader of the Silver Frost Brotherhood had been cut open by the double blades, revealing the black metal plate tied inside. Soldier was not surprised and tried to attack again. But at this moment, a dozen ceramic guards suddenly appeared from the cabin of the magic ship. The surface of these ceramic guards flickered with a dazzling radiance. This light had a certain immobilizing effect on most living beings. It was only ineffective against the undead. But even so, Soldier chose to retreat after failing to land a hit. He danced the dance of the knife dancer on the deck. His figure was as graceful as the fallen leaves in the wind, making it impossible for the ceramic guards to catch him. Over there. Setrunk pointed with his right hand, and a red light hit Soldier's head. In the darkness, a huge red symbol appeared above Soldier's head. This was the exclusive ability of the City Gang's professional system, Underground Wanted. It is difficult for a wanted unit to enter stealth mode. It could be said to be the nemesis of rogues. With a red mark above his head, Soldier chose to retreat without hesitation. All the ceramic guards swarmed forward. Setrunk's gaze was fixed on Soldier, who was glowing with a red light. In the next second, an extremely overbearing force erupted from the other side of the magic ship. Setrunk's face instantly turned pale. Because the moment the moonlight exploded, his body had already received a violent impact from the Tauren skeleton. Puff! A crisp sound rang out. Setrunk's body turned into a soft clay figurine. Sure enough, it's just a substitute. Peggy didn't want to fight anymore. She left the magic ship with Soldier while the ceramic guards were rushing back. Very quickly. Explore stories at Empire. At the edge of the crystal forest, only a few low-level zombies were left looking around blankly. The rest of the people had disappeared. After a long time, footsteps came from the passage between the cabin and the deck again. Setrunk walked up from below with an ashen face. He looked at the stunned zombies, wanting to vent his anger, but he looked around suspiciously. In the end, he still did not choose to enter the sampan plane. The magic ship slowly sailed away. On the other side, Matthew had already arrived near the ruins of Violent Dragon Town. He had already thought it through. From the very beginning, Setrunk was not on the same level as him. His mentor, Shanair, might still have some weight. But Setrunk was far from enough. With the passage of time, this kind of clown would only be mercilessly bypassed by Matthew. Matthew did not intend to waste any more energy on the other party. The next time I negotiate with the Pentashade Dragon God Baruch, I can get him to use the name of the Dragon God Society or some other astral organization to issue a bounty for Setrunk. Matthew's eyes flashed. As for the reward, 1,000,000 sounded good enough. 1,000,000 Alliance gold coins were enough to make most of the outlaws in the astral world stare at Setrunk's head with red eyes. Even if Setrunk really had the ability to survive the siege of those outlaws, he probably didn't have much energy left to pester Matthew. Put out a bounty to kill the enemy. This was also a new way of thinking that Matthew had established after leveling the sampan plane. He was actually not short of money now. In contrast, his fortune was still snowballing at an impressive rate. The rate of increase was no slower than the undead calamity. Since he had so much wealth, there was no need to keep clinging to the thought of poverty. The money earned was used to solve problems. For a loach like this rogue, let his peers deal with him. Chapter 1389 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. Chapter 1389 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. Matthew was now looking forward to what kind of expression Setrunk would have when he learned that his bounty had increased to 1,000,000. He wouldn't come up with a show of killing himself to get a reward, would he? I'll have to ask Richard and Chuka later. Maybe the 1,000 Transformers can really do that. Matthew returned to the ruins of Brutal Dragon Town. Soon, he found the dock where he had stopped earlier. The undead calamity did not change the rules of the ferry. Matthew waited for a while. As he wished, he boarded the return ship. He sat on the boat and thought about his next trip in boredom. After understanding the situation in the sampan plane, the most important thing now is to resolve the mess in Windward Valley and Jade Court. Although I don't know what Tyraste wants to do, the current order in Jade Court will definitely be greatly overturned. Every time there is a change, it means that there is a business opportunity. Perhaps I should be more forceful and directly occupy Windward Valley. Matthew pondered for a moment. He felt that the success rate of this plan was quite high. If it were the previous him who proposed to occupy Windward Valley, the elves would definitely protest angrily. But They should at least be grateful that Matthew did not launch the undead calamity in Jade Court. Perhaps Tyrest's actions were also a sign of him being frightened by me. Matthew thought to himself. After that, I'll deal with the Scar of the Dead according to the original plan. I just don't know if the void bloodline in my body will cross paths with the Scar of the Dead. And that phoenix egg. I didn't know if I could salvage it. Speaking of which, the Scar of the Dead project can actually be realized with greater value. I always thought that the elves didn't have much profit, but now it seems that they just look very thin. After dealing with the Scar of the Dead, I have to immediately apply to go to the Arcane Castle to train my spells and my signature spells. After that, I have to find a way to enter the Death Domain and reach a balance between life and death. Only then can I consider advancing to legend. Matthew kept thinking. The ferry boat was also bumpy. But fortunately, this time, the ship did not stop at Fairy Island. Although there were a few strange-looking passengers, everyone was safe along the way. Matthew successfully crossed the amniotic lake and returned to Windward Valley through the Troll Corridor. After returning to the Prime Material Plane, Matthew didn't do anything. Instead, he contacted Edmund immediately. He had the communication crystal ball given by Edmund. Although the crystal ball was used to contact Isabel, it also contained Edmund's contact information. After Matthew activated the crystal ball, he found a corner and waited quietly. He knew that Edmund was currently on duty at the Eternal Barrier and might not be able to respond to him immediately. Therefore, he was prepared to wait for a while. 10 minutes later, a familiar face appeared on the crystal ball. You're finally willing to come and find me. Matthew. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Snake Mountain Castle was located at the junction of the northern ice fields and the Far East. The snowy peaks that stretched over 1,000 miles on the ice field gradually melted, turning into low hills and basins. Large swamps surrounded the intermittently roaring volcanoes. The most famous volcano was Mount Amor, which had erupted 19 times in a decade. The harsh environment had turned this area into a no-man's land northeast of Ainder. Especially after the invasion from the Outer Plane many years ago. The Amor volcano belt had become sparsely populated. However, sparsely populated did not mean that other animal populations were not active. In fact, the Amor volcano belt was as rich in species as the tropical rainforest. Most of these species were active in the chain of swamps on the back of the volcano. These lowly beings who were seeking a chance of survival in the decaying swamp could see the floating castle floating in the crater of Amor volcano as soon as they raised their heads. That was the legendary mage Edmund's own floating city, Snake Mountain Castle. So the legend of Pumpkin Valley is true. Matthew stood on the tower of Snake Mountain Castle, overlooking a large canyon in the southeast. There was a thick fog in the canyon that did not disperse all year round. What was even stranger was that the mist was sometimes pale green and sometimes pink, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Matthew saw a large number of giant pumpkins at the edge of the fog belt in the canyon. Every 10 minutes, a pocket wyvern or wyvern would swoop down from the eastern cliff. If they were lucky enough, then he would successfully grab a ripe pumpkin from the edge of the canyon. However, if they were unlucky, they might be controlled by the mysterious force field in the canyon, and eventually, they could only watch helplessly as their bodies were dragged into the fog. Not long after, there would be a giant pumpkin in the canyon. Because it was very far away, Matthew could only make a preliminary judgment that there was one or more strange magic ritual grounds in the valley. The ritual venue was related to life magic or otherworldly magic. This could be one of the projects that Edmund was working on. He recalled horror stories about Pumpkin Valley and even pumpkin men that had spread in a certain part of the world during the Alliance. Matthew felt a chill run down his spine. Coincidentally, at this moment. Chapter 1390 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. Chapter 1390 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. A group of black-winged mages that looked like giant crows flew across the air corridor below the tower. Matthew saw them suddenly tighten their arms, making them stick to their chests like fins. Then, the group of mages flew in the sky like fish swimming. They only needed to shake their waists and legs slightly, and the flying formation formed by everyone could advance smoothly like a torpedo. Matthew couldn't even feel any magic fluctuations from it. That group of black-winged mages should be practicing some sort of collective flying spell. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Matthew's sight. A clear and loud bell rang from the direction of the castle's bell tower. Very quickly, a group of magic apprentices in uniform walked out of the crescent-shaped gate of the ancient building. They had thick scrolls or books under their armpits, and each goblin servant behind them was struggling to pull a small cart filled with cauldrons and magic equipment of various size. Matthew glanced at it. Most of the apprentices had pig skin, lilies, broken tendons, grass, and some purple powder in their cauldrons. Probably just finished potions to make the slowing potion. The knowledge that he had learned while cramming up on his basic skills appeared in Matthew's mind. Then, he saw that most of the apprentices were rushing through the long corridor and a spiral staircase to reach the large dining hall on the second floor. Far away, Matthew could smell the strong aroma wafting from the dining room. It was the smell of buttered bread and roasted suckling pig. He saw some of the apprentices studying hard, even at mealtime. Of course, there were also some young men and women who took advantage of the rare break to relax. In just 10 minutes, Matthew saw that there were at least a dozen pairs of men and women in the student lounge that was only one corridor away from the cafeteria. Even if they occasionally bumped into each other at the door of the lounge, they just smiled at each other. Then, they went about their own business. Not far away, a young magic teacher was introducing his newly summoned companion to 7 or 8 girls who were surrounding him. It was a shockingly fat flying elephant. The young teacher looked very attentive. Although those female students were not very beautiful, they were all full of youthful aura. They gathered together and occasionally let out some exclamations. The young teacher couldn't help but show a proud expression. On the lawn to the west, a few unlucky guys who had been punished were painstakingly cleaning up the horse manure. The Edmund Magic Academy reared strong astral warhorses. These warhorses were not only hot-tempered but also very mischievous. They were clearly proficient in human nature. Seeing the acolytes digging up the feces, just as they heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly, they heard a popping sound. The acolytes' faces were filled with despair. Fortunately, at this moment, a pretty girl ran over and announced that the teacher's punishment for them was over. Hence, the unlucky ones who had made a mistake suddenly cheered. On the contrary, the warhorses were clearly displeased. The scene fell into Matthew's eyes. A sense of envy suddenly welled up in the depths of his heart. It's so good to be a student. Although it was also very hard, it didn't seem to be that hard. Matthew's sigh did not last long. 3 minutes later, someone led Matthew through the teleportation array at the top of the tower and directly teleported to the highest point of the Snake Mountain Castle. After greeting a few acolytes who were in charge of guarding this place, Matthew finally managed to meet Edmund's projection. He had no choice. Edmund had been watching the astral world from the eternal barrier. In fact, he had the ability to directly project the projection in front of Matthew. But for some reason, this time Edmund insisted that Matthew come to his territory. Matthew had a favor to ask of someone. Naturally, he could only agree. I'm glad you came to see me. I know you haven't changed your mind, but your opinion of me must have changed, right? On the stargazing platform, Edmund looked at Matthew with a smile. Matthew was silent for a moment before he replied. The Alliance's situation isn't as good as I thought. Edmund continued. It's not just not that good, it's very bad. We're on the verge of destruction at any moment. I'm not making excuses for myself. But morality, that thing is a noble product of civilization in times of peace. And the situation we are facing now is neither civilized nor peaceful. As you can see, all the enemies want to eat us. Matthew nodded lightly. After a trip to the sampan plane, Matthew had a more intuitive understanding of the undisguised contempt and hostility of the astral life towards the life of the prime material plane. The hostility was almost unreasonable. It was the purest and the most barbaric. It was as if they had returned to the ancient times. Perhaps the world had always been like this. However, the existence of the eternal barrier made many people living in the material world naively imagine that peace would really exist forever. "I've always wanted to know something," Matthew asked sincerely. "Why does everyone want to enter the prime material plane, be it the void or the outer planes? Of course, I understand that the prime material plane is beautiful, but why is it worth it for them to pay so much? Even if it costs their lives to violate us?" Chapter 1391 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. Chapter 1391 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. Edmund replied seriously. "I'm not sure about the void world. I think there are three main reasons why the outer planes desire the material world so much. First, the astral creatures of today were actually a part of Einder's beings in an even more ancient era. However, in the early stages of the plane division, they had failed in their fight against the alliance of trolls and gods. So they were exiled. In the end, they had no chance to touch the material world with abundant water and grass. They could only seek an inch of living space in the realm with a worse environment. Therefore, to these races, they were also natives of the material world. The environment of the astral world had tempered their bodies, making them stronger than before. They yearned to wash away the humiliation of their ancestors and recapture the most fertile land of the material world. Secondly, the environment of the astral plane is too unstable. Many outer planes may be habitable for a certain period of time, but suddenly, the environment might change greatly due to external stimulation, leading to the mass extinction of populations or species. Therefore, all the astral forces would take the initiative to seek a way out after they developed and strengthened. The closer they were to the material world, the more stable the plane structure would be, and the changes in the environment and climate would not be so extreme. Therefore, it was an instinctive behavior for astral creatures to encroach on the material world. Sometimes, they really just wanted to get a little closer. It was just that over time, getting close became crossing the line. Third, and most importantly, the days of heavenly changes are approaching. The entire multiverse will be subjected to an unknown number of impacts. The earth may be torn apart, and the sky may no longer exist. Some even believed that half of the astral plane would evaporate and the rest would be severely torn apart. Only the prime material plane was the most stable. Even if it were torn apart, it would not collapse like the outer plane. This was also one of the reasons why they yearned to return. Matthew was silent. So everything is for survival? Edmund nodded. Indeed. Of course, you don't have to pity them because of this. Astral creatures have completely different values and perceptions from us. They pursue an extreme law of the jungle and lie by nature. At least to the Alliance, most of the astral factions don't have the value to cooperate because they're too despicable. Of course, they didn't think so of themselves. Matthew looked at Edmund with some doubt. Are you worried that this undead calamity will make me feel guilty? Edmund blinked. I just want to tell you that I used to be like you, fantasizing about a world without fierce struggles and where all living beings cooperated with each other. Even today, I am one of the few people in the Alliance who is willing to cooperate with the gods. But in fact, I feel quite pessimistic about the road of cooperation. Matthew was interested. Why? Because the other mages didn't agree? Edmund shook his head. This is only a superficial reason. In the end, it's still because there are supernatural powers in this world. Matthew was all ears. Edmund explained. Once a person has extraordinary power, they will lose their reverence. Think about it. If you're just an ordinary person and you encounter something that's a little unfair, you'll most likely choose to tolerate it. Although this matter makes you feel very unhappy, you will only lose a small amount of benefits. After that, there will be some emotional fluctuations. It is actually nothing to endure. But once you have extraordinary power, do you think you'll still choose to endure? No. Impossible. Extraordinary power caused people's tolerance for pain and displeasure to plummet. As long as there was a little bit of displeasure, you'll want to vent your anger through violence. This was the terrifying aspect of extraordinary power. Strength does make you stronger, but it also fundamentally distorted your personality. This distortion was common. There were almost no exceptions. Therefore, as long as there were such a group of people with distorted personalities and extraordinary powers in this world, no matter if they were mages, gods, demons, devils, or anything else, they would certainly have a bloody fight with each other. The stronger the individual's extraordinary power, the more intense the battle between them would be, the more terrifying the disaster would be. This is the nature of the extraordinary world. There cannot be any peaceful coexistence. It will never be possible. These words were clearly from the bottom of Edmund's heart. Matthew was greatly moved after hearing this. Before Matthew could respond, Edmund continued. Therefore, if we want to create a world where all races coexist peacefully, we must completely eliminate the supernatural powers in this world. Many years ago, when I visited the Cyberdragon, an arcane machinist proposed such a worldview to me. It was a world without magic. Everyone was just an ordinary person. At most, some people were stronger, while others were weaker. The difference in strength between individuals would not be too big. In such a world, because there is no magic, other things will be developed to increase production efficiency, such as the technology of the Cyberdragon and Cloud Elves. Because there is no supernatural power, people are no longer brave and ruthless. Even if they lose their temper, they will not hurt each other. Chapter 1392 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. Chapter 1392 Extraordinary Power and Parasite Skull. The energy and time that men use to explore supernatural powers can be spent on better things. Under such circumstances, as long as we can find a way to provide enough food, clothes, and shelter, and at most add a little entertainment, the world will become a beautiful place. Matthew subconsciously shook his head. That's unlikely. Edmund stared at him with a sharp gaze. Why do you say that? Matthew hesitated for a moment and said frankly. There was no magic in the world I once lived in. Compared to Ander, its environment is certainly not bad, but it is not as good as you think. Edmund's brows furrowed, seemingly disappointed. Matthew also fell silent. A few minutes later, Edmund cleared his throat. Get down to business. Alexander secretly sent me a message saying that the Void Ruler might have left a small gift on you. Matthew tensed up. Alexander was indeed one of Edmund's men. The boy had gone to the astral plane and still maintained such a close connection with Edmund. Don't be nervous. Alexander has no ill intentions. He just wants me to help you. Edmund laughed. After all, I have something like this on me. As he spoke, a faint blue radiance lit up between his eyebrows. At that moment, Matthew's glabella resonated strongly with it. Two streaks of blue light converged together. The white sky turned into an eternal starry night at this moment. Hint, you have detected that Edmund possesses the Void bloodline, King Tyr. I didn't expect you to be one level higher than me. Edmund laughed at himself. That's true. I was thick-skinned enough to ask the Void Ruler for it. And you, the Void Ruler voluntarily came to you. Of course, the treatment is different. Matthew asked in a deep voice. What's so different about me? Why did the Void Ruler take the initiative to give me this thing? Edmund looked at him meaningfully. Only you know the answer to this question. If you're still confused, it means it's not time yet. What's important now is that you realize that this gift is a double-edged sword. It will bring you a lot of trouble. But it will also open the door to a new world for you. Let's talk about the trouble first. First of all, the existence of the Void bloodline will attract the attack of the Void creatures, but this problem is not severe, because very few Void creatures can penetrate into the main material world. There may be more in the future, but it should not be so fast. Secondly, don't think that the void bloodline will only take effect after death. This thing has been nibbling away at your elemental layer ever since it entered your body. Once your physical elements are completely depleted, you will be no different from death and directly transform into a void creature. This is the most fatal problem. Of course, I have a ready-made solution here. As he spoke, a magic book with a strange pattern on the cover floated in front of Matthew. As long as you master this spell, eat a deer or wolf every 3 months. Any creature of similar size can offset the nibbling of the void bloodline. And you'll benefit from it, said Edmund slowly. Matthew took the magic book and looked at it. Hint, you have obtained a magic book. The book records magic of the other world, parasite skull. Remark, Edmund once used this technique to devour the astral remnant body of the pentashade dragon god Baruch. Chapter 1393 Changes in Tyraste. Chapter 1393 Changes in Tyraste. To be honest, Matthew had a conflicting mentality towards the spell. He simply checked the description of the spell and felt that it was so evil that it even made people's hair stand on end. Unlike the traditional spells of the world of Aender, all the principles of spellcasting were clear, and the underlying logic was also orderly. The spell Parasite Skull seemed to be somewhat specious. Even Edmund. It was also because he knew how it was, but he did not know why. If it wasn't proven in practice, Matthew even suspected that this was a fake spell. He composed himself. He looked down carefully. He found that if he wanted to practice this spell, he had to use the power of ether and his own blood to enlighten a specific skull. The so-called enlightenment. It was also a kind of ritual magic from another world. The goal was to awaken the part of the spirituality in the head, and this part of spirituality was related to eating. As long as he could successfully awaken it, then, the cultivation of this spell was close to success. As for the choice of the head, it was mentioned in the magic book. The best way was to cultivate his own head. Under such circumstances, once you successfully cultivate the parasitic skull, your head can be separated from your body at any time. Not only does it have an incomparable advantage in terms of casting efficiency, spell strength, and casting accuracy, but it is also equivalent to having a second life. The parasite skull naturally had many means of escape, and it was almost impossible to be captured by the enemy. As long as the parasitic skull could escape, as long as he continued to devour living things, he could obtain a new body. It looks a little like the cultivation method of incarnation in Xianxia novels. Matthew scratched his head. As expected of a spell from another world, the style was indeed very different. But if he had to choose for himself, he would not easily cultivate his own head. After all, the book made it very clear. If one wanted to enlighten the head, one had to cut off one's own head, hold it in one's arms at a specific time, and sing the incantation that matched the ritual. Matthew felt terrified just thinking about that scene. Moreover, he only cultivated this spell to resist the invasion of the void bloodline. There was no need for him to sacrifice himself in pursuit of the power of magic. If he chose another person's head as the carrier of the parasitic skull, then there were 2 rules there. The original owner of the head must not have any spirituality left, or there may be a backlash during the casting process. The higher the strength of the original owner of the head, the greater the power of the parasitic skull. The above 2 points were not too big of a problem for Matthew. Necromancers were naturally sensitive to spirituality, so it was easy for them to find a clean and sanitary skull. As for whether he was powerful enough when he was alive, Matthew also had a way to make rough judgments. Anyway, it's only used to replenish elements regularly. If there are other ways to replenish elements in the future, this spell can be sealed. He still did not like the parasite skull. The main thing was that this thing was too evil. The lives that were eaten by it were almost completely erased from existence, as well as traces of birth. Its essence would be devoured by the caster, leaving not even a scrap of the soul behind. This was a little too much for Matthew. And on this point, Parasite Skull was actually similar to the possession of the 1,000 Transformers. However, according to the magic book's description and Edmund's note, the spell Parasite Skull had a very strong growth potential. In fact, it was very suitable for mages to cultivate as their signature spell. We'll see. He closed his spellbook and expressed his sincere gratitude to Edmund. No matter what. This was a priceless magic book. Matthew had rejected Edmund before, but Edmund was still willing to help him, which was already quite generous. Don't stand on ceremony with me, Matthew. I'm actually very happy that there's someone like me in the Alliance, even though you were forced to do so, and I did it willingly. Edmund chuckled as he handed Matthew a dark purple amulet. This is a concealment talisman. It can conceal the abnormal aura on your body. After you learn the Parasite Skull, you can suppress the void bloodline by filling in the elements. At that time, no one will be able to discover it. Before that, I suggest you wear this amulet. It will save you a lot of trouble. Matthew thought for a moment, then obediently took the amulet and thanked Edmund again. The latter smiled and continued the previous topic. After the trouble, the next thing is the benefits that the void bloodline can bring you. First of all, it can strengthen your physical fitness in all aspects. The void bloodline can increase your body flexibility, energy recovery speed, alertness to danger, sensitivity to abnormal smells, and so on. Secondly, it can make you more focused. If you were to measure it, the void bloodline will at least increase your focus daily. Don't underestimate this point. Over time, it can create additional wealth for you. Finally, and most importantly, I suspect that the void bloodline is a stepping stone to the domain of ether. Ever since I possessed the void bloodline, it was as if I had been enlightened. The speed at which I learned magic and mastered the domain was countless times faster than before. Chapter 1394 Changes in Tyraste. Chapter 1394 Changes in Tyraste. You could say that. As long as you have the void bloodline, even if you are just an ordinary person, you will become a magic genius. And your magic talent is all round. As long as there were enough resources, you might touch the ceiling that ordinary people could not imagine. Of course, there was a limit to the increase in magic talent. According to my observations, it would only raise your talent in all fields to the level of an ordinary genius. However, it was impossible for one to catch up to a true super genius. In other words, it could only rigidly push your talent to a fixed level, not add bricks to your original level. Matthew nodded. Edmund had made it very clear. Even if he stacked 7 or 8 void bloodlines, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up to a monster like Hibbert. But this thing could at least make up for Matthew's shortcomings in some areas. In fact, his magic talent was not very high. If it wasn't for his existing system, it was impossible for Matthew to reach this step so quickly. Finally, Edmund sighed. My talent is probably the worst among all the superior legends, but I still condensed 10 magical domain fruits. In terms of comprehensive aspects, I'm second only to Lady Isabel. The void bloodline played a huge role in this. So you don't have to be too resistant to this. In the end, there's no right or wrong in power itself. Sometimes, there's no need to investigate the source. Just think about how to use it. Matthew immediately revealed a look of enlightenment. Then, he suddenly could not help but ask. Is teacher more all-round than you? Then would she also? Edmund laughed and shook his head. You're thinking too much. She's a real genius. If not for the Calamity Mage, she would be the supreme of mages, the kind that has never been seen before. Matthew laughed dryly and quickly dismissed the absurd idea. If even Isabel had the void bloodline, what was the void ruler doing? The two of them chatted for a while. Matthew found an opportunity to ask. You've helped me so much that I want to do something for you. Is there anything I can do for you? Edmund looked at him with a faint smile. Can you join the Snake Mountain gang? Matthew smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to join the Snake Mountain gang, but I really don't have the energy to spread out in other areas now. Edmund did not seem to mind. Just kidding. I don't need you to do anything here if you have the heart. Put in a good word for me in front of Ronan. Oh, and give these back to Ronan sometime when he's in a good mood. As he spoke, a few wooden boxes appeared in front of Matthew. Edmund waved his hand. The box opened automatically, revealing pieces of women's clothing with bold designs and fine materials. Matthew was shocked. What are these things? Edmund said without changing his expression. Oh. These are the clothes I borrowed from Ronan's house. I haven't had time to return them to him, so please pass them on to him. Matthew fell silent. Edmund said nothing. After a while, Matthew said with some difficulty. The relic of the goddess of magic, Yili? Edmund smiled and nodded. Indeed. Yili was an unprecedentedly eye-catching person. Whether she was alive or dead, she longed for everyone's attention to be on her, especially men. She wished that all men would concentrate on learning her magic when they were working and that they would be in heat with her all the time when they were free. Therefore, she stuffed her undergarments with the mysteries of magic and seductive illusion traps. To be honest, it was not easy to obtain Yili's reward through these traps. I was visiting Ronan's house and accidentally brought them back. Sigh, I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to improve myself too much. Matthew looked at the boxes of private clothes and began to think about how to refuse Edmund. Edmund winked at him. You can choose a few of them to take away for yourself. Not everyone is qualified to touch the goddess of magic's undergarments. Perhaps you can understand the meaning of magic from them. Don't worry, I've already reached a tacit understanding with Ronan. He will never take his anger out on you because of this. If it really doesn't work out, you can pass them on to him through Qin Wuyue. Matthew. You should be willing to help with this small favor, right? Matthew sighed helplessly. He had already guessed that Edmund might have stolen something from Ronan. He did not expect it to be the secret treasure of the goddess of magic. Edmund might have compensated Ronan in some other way. But this matter must have made Ronan very unhappy. Matthew did not want to get involved. But now that Edmund had put it this way, it would be ungrateful to refuse. He could only put away all the boxes and prepare to pass them to Ronan through 177. Even if he were brainless, he would not have passed it on through Qin Wuyue, as Edmund had said. Who knew if Qin Wuyue knew that Ronan had hidden these items from the goddess of magic? What if this caused a couple's quarrel? He was definitely going to be in big trouble. After losing Ronan and Qin Wuyue's favor. Chapter 1395 Tiraced Change. Chapter 1395 Tiraced Change. Wouldn't Matthew have no choice but to turn to Edmund? This old man is really scheming. I have to be careful. Matthew secretly made up his mind and replied respectfully on the surface. Find adventures at Empire. I'll try. Then, he shifted the topic to the handling and subsequent development of the sampan plane. As an experienced legendary mage, Edmund gave Matthew a lot of useful advice. When Matthew invited him to participate in the development of the sampan plane, Edmund readily agreed and told Matthew that he could lend him a group of people to help him in emergencies. After Matthew's own people arrived, just sent those people back. After Matthew expressed his gratitude again, he said that he would make a decision based on the situation. After all, it was not just Edmund that he wanted to invite. According to past practice, Qin Wuyue and Ronan's Southern Mage Army were the main forces that would develop the sampan plane. This was also Matthew's small reward for the 2 legends who had taken care of him. So many legends had been pulled into the game. This meant that Matthew's profits from the sampan plane would be greatly shared. However, he was also very clear in his heart. It's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Only in this way could he continue to strengthen his strength without worries. Anyway, he had already earned enough from attacking the sampan plane. For the benefits of subsequent development, he wasn't that greedy. It was fine as long as he had a share. After leaving Snake Mountain Castle, Matthew immediately returned to Jade Court to check on the situation. In Windward Valley, it was a bleak scene. The soldiers of the Windchasers could be seen everywhere maintaining order. However, the situation here was not as chaotic as Matthew had imagined. Most of the entertainment organizations were closed at this time. It was said that a group of the Wood Elves who caused trouble had been arrested. The remaining people either cooperated with the search obediently or hid at home. With Hood as the leader, the investigation of the Alliance mages in Windward Valley was surprisingly smooth. They did not even encounter much resistance from the elves. The reason was simple. Compared to the search for the evil art master's accomplices in Windward Valley due to the attack on the Alliance mages, the drama that was happening in other parts of Jade Court attracted the attention of the elves. The former Windchaser Grand Marshal, the Elven Regent, the Sword Saint of the Apocalypse, Tyraste, was exterminating the remnants of the Willow Branch and the Council of Elders. And the executor of the massacre. From the beginning to the end, there was only Tyraste himself. Matthew had already heard about this from Hibbert. However, he still felt that it was a little unbelievable. Therefore, the first thing he did after returning to Windward Valley was to verify this matter. Matthew found Hood in the middle of a group of Vedro golems. What happened? I heard Tyraste went mad. He asked Hood, puzzled. Hood was also happy to see Matthew. He wanted to ask about the situation in the Sampan Plain, but when he saw Matthew's question, he quickly replied. Yes, the night before yesterday, Tyraste, who was supposed to go slay a dragon, suddenly returned to the Jade Court. At dawn that day, 12 members of the original Elder Council died. Those corpses were all killed by their heads exploding. The murderer's method was simple and clean, completely killing them with one blow. There were many rumors circulating during the day because the murderer's method of committing crimes was very similar to the Bamboo Stick Gang, but the degree was much more serious. Some people suspected Tyraste, but that was still a minority. But the next night and last night, Tyraste launched another operation. This time, he killed nearly 200 Wood Elves in one breath. Some of them were members of the Council of Elders, and some were members of other elven organizations with high positions in the Willow Branch. Because there were too many people involved, more than one person saw the scene of Tyraste's murder, which eventually led to accusations and panic throughout the whole process. Yesterday afternoon, Tyranny was still leading the Windchasers to comfort the civilians from house to house. She was still trying to clarify that this must be a misunderstanding or that someone was framing them. But this morning, Tyraste publicly admitted that he was the one who killed those elves. At the same time, he also revealed a plan he was about to push forward. From the first of the next month, all Wood Elves who were 600 years old or older had to leave Jade Court and enter the ancient elven shelter known as the Forest of Secret Light. They would spend the rest of their lives in the shelter. The news had already spread. The entire Jade Court exploded. All the elves thought that Tyraste had gone crazy. There were people demonstrating in the streets. There were also people who directly rushed in front of Tyraste to scold him. Even the Windchasers had internal strife. Currently, only the Shadow Leopard and Moon Radiance were still under Tyraste's command. Even these two troops. Many of them were also very dissatisfied with Tyraste's atrocities and his subsequent plans. But what made the elves uneasy was that, at present, Tyraste's whereabouts were elusive. Everyone knew that he was in Jade Court, but no one could follow him or find him. Even his daughter, Tyranny, was at a loss. The people from Willow Branch were terrified. Tyraste was like a ghost executioner to them. No one knew when he would appear and take their lives. Chapter 1396 Tyraste's Change. Chapter 1396 Tyraste's Change. It was also because Tyraste had attracted enough attention. Our operation in Windward Valley became rather smooth. As of this morning, we have already found 113 Wood Elves who colluded with Lance. These Wood Elves were all imprisoned. Theoretically, we need to inform the Jade Court and get their permission before we can send them away. But in this situation, we can do whatever we want. Hood's tone sounded like he was gloating. As the leader of Giliu City, who was on good terms with the Wood Elves, he seemed happy to see such a big mess in Jade Court. Matthew had always been a bystander. However, he was more concerned about the changes in Tyraste. He tried to recall. Before leaving Jade Court, Tyraste had indeed said that he had a very important plan to implement. Now that he thought about it, it was probably a plan to exile elves over 600 years old to the secret light forest. Matthew obtained a detailed version of the Path of Glory plan released by Tyraste from Hood. It was a more precise description of how to determine whether the conditions to enter the secret light forest were met in reality. According to this, after reaching the age of 600, the Wood Elves can no longer stay in the Jade Court and the nearby forests. They can either choose to enter the sanctuary to enjoy their old age, or they can only wander in the territories of other races. The only exception was the executor of the Path of Glory. The executor was the supervisor who ensured that this plan could be properly operated. The first supervisor was Tyraste himself, without exception. He was over 600 years old. In order to ensure that others could abide by these rules, he could not exile himself. Matthew frowned slightly. Tyraste's plan was a little too exaggerated and bold. As far as he knew, Wood Elf became a young adult at 120 years old. Between 120 to 300 years old was the more active youth period. During this period, the elves had a strong creative meaning and learning ability, and their ideas were more advanced and trendy. 300 to 600 years old was the mature period of Wood Elves. At this time, not only did the Wood Elves have a more mature mind and a comprehensive understanding of the world, but all aspects of their bodily functions had also reached their peak. They were not completely resistant to accepting new things. Over 600 years old was the old age. According to Hood's rough investigation, at present, there were about 60,000 Wood Elves in the Jade Court, of which about 18,000 were over 600 years old, which met the conditions for exile. This was close to 1/3 of the population. Even if it was Matthew, he didn't plan to modify 1/3 of the Wood Elves at once. This old elf is too extreme. The Necromancer could not help but sigh. Hood also nodded. Experience more content on Empire. He won't succeed. There is a limit to people's fear of violence unless he is really willing to kill those 18,000 elderly elves. But then again, he really seems to have the strength. Matthew muttered. Do you know what Tyraste encountered after leaving the Jade Court? Hood shook his head. No one knows where Tyraste is. The Elven Sword Saint is a very unpopular profession. We don't even know what abilities he is proficient in. Unless the 7 saints personally make a move, the other mages don't dare to say that they can definitely win against Tyraste. We only know that he did go to the Court of Fallen Leaves because on the morning of the second day, when Tyraste returned to the city, a huge green dragon head was hung directly above the northern city gate. I've confirmed it. It's the head of the green dragon, Fat Tina, who has been harassing the Jade Court all these years. He really killed the green dragon. Matthew clicked his tongue. The cunning of the green dragon Fat Tina was well known to the world. Previously, she had been able to escape unscathed after dealing with Jade Court for so many years. Now that Tyraste had made a move, the green dragon was instantly killed. I remember that she has a Dracolic backing her up. Matthew recalled his encounter in the Troll Underground Palace. He felt that the changes in Tyraste were a little abnormal. Originally, Tyraste had succeeded in slaying the dragon, and his prestige in Jade Court could be said to be second to none. The elves supported him from the bottom of their hearts, fantasizing that he could become the hero who led Jade Court to revive. However, no one expected the situation to suddenly explode like this. Most of the elves in the city are in a state of panic. Some are cursing Tyraste, while others are crying and praying to the fallen ancient elven god. The order in the city has completely collapsed, and everyone has no time to care about themselves. If this continues, it won't be long before a food crisis and other big and small crises break out in Jade Court. There were also elves who wanted to assassinate Tyraste. You should be able to guess the result. In short, the current situation is very strange. The ordinary elves were completely helpless against Tyraste. They were so desperate that they started writing to us for help. Look, this is a letter from an elf called Manister. I've read his resume. This guy is an out-and-out elven supremacist. He used to be a hardcore supporter of Tyraste, and he also advocated overthrowing the Elders and Willow Branch to establish a new ruling group. However, ever since Tyraste announced the Road to Glory plan, Manister's attitude has changed greatly because he's 650 years old. Chapter 1397 Tyraste's Change. Chapter 1397 Tyraste's Change. Hood handed a letter to Matthew. Matthew opened it and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Manister actually wanted the Alliance to send someone to uphold justice and arrest Tyraste immediately. It looks like they really are desperate. Matthew folded the letter again. Hood shrugged. Who says so? There were also many wood elves who fled to the Eversong forest overnight and sought help from the night elves. However, the night elf royal family was very smart. They did not receive these stowaways and even chased the wood elves back to the border of the Eversong forest. If you ask me, after a while, the elves will ask for help from Purgatory and Abyss. Matthew couldn't help but laugh. However, his expression immediately became serious. I have to go talk to Tyraste. Hood reminded. Be careful. Tyraste might be in a bloodbath right now. Matthew nodded. He then left Windward Valley and walked on the main road that was sparsely populated. Unknowingly, it was already nearing the end of May. The phoenix flowers on both sides of the road were especially blazing. The bright red color swayed in Matthew's eyes under the sunlight. The entire city was filled with a decadent and solemn smell. It was an entire afternoon. Matthew was looking for traces of Tyraste in the city. However, what surprised him was discover stories at Empire. Even he couldn't find where Tyraste was hiding. He had gone to look for Tyranny and Bina. The former had a sad face, while the latter was at a loss. It seemed that she was not mentally prepared for the current situation. Evening. Matthew stood on the southern wall and looked down at the partially completed protective umbrella. At that moment, he heard light footsteps behind him. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Tyraste did not have any hostility towards him for the time being. Because if the other party wanted to attack him, it was impossible for him to hear the footsteps. Are you looking for me again? Tyraste's tone was as calm as ever. Matthew looked back. The old elf was dressed the same as before, and his temperament had become calmer. He was dressed in casual clothes, and his hands were empty. He didn't look like he was on a killing spree at all. Why did you do that? Matthew went straight to the point. Tyraste's face was as dark as water. Because longevity is a curse. You humans can live up to 100 years, but the long-lived wood elves can live up to 1,000 years. This means that you humans have a self-repair and regeneration mechanism, but the elves do not. In that case, we can only rely on external forces to supplement this repair mechanism. Matthew shook his head. You should have known this long ago. What I want to know is, why did you suddenly do it? Tyraste's eyes lit up. 'Cause I got the apocalypse epiphany. Apocalypse epiphany? Matthew had a bad premonition. Tyraste nodded. What kind of apocalypse epiphany? Can you describe it? Matthew braced himself and continued to ask. He knew that Tyraste's profession was the Apocalypse Sword Saint. He thought that the apocalypse in this title was more or less related to the plain will or the will of nature. Now it seemed that it might not be the case. Hard to describe. Tyraste's voice was filled with unprecedented confidence and determination. It was probably when I was killing the green dragon that I realized how easy it was for me to kill an evil dragon that had troubled the Jade Court for so many years. At that moment, I seemed to understand something. So I was actually so powerful. Actually, I don't have to worry so much. Since I have a grand plan in my heart, I will use the simplest way to realize it. You're not going to stop me, are you? As a necromancer who just destroyed a plane with the undead calamity, I don't think you have the right position or power to do this. He said the last sentence. Tyraste raised his eyebrows slightly. Matthew felt a sharp light burn his eyes. At that moment, Matthew's perception of Tyraste had undergone an earth-shattering change. If the previous Tyrelast was still a piece of unpolished jade that was extremely restrained, now he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Sharp. Chapter 1398 Absolute Moment and the Miserable Wood Elf. Chapter 1398 Absolute Moment and the Miserable Wood Elf. Matthew looked at Tyraste calmly. Neither I nor the Alliance have any intention of interfering with your decision. This is your own business. The Alliance will remain neutral towards Jade Court. Matthew was not lying. In fact, the Seven Saint Alliance respected the majority of the secular powers in the continent. Whether it was a human city-state or an elf city, it was rare for mages to forcefully interfere with local or regional politics. Jade Court and Watcher Highland were similar examples. This was also related to the nature of mages who were indifferent to what was happening around them. A satisfied expression appeared on Tyraste's face. Matthew immediately asked, "How many times have you fought since you became a sword saint?" Tyraste was puzzled. Why ask this question? Matthew's tone was very normal. "Oh, just asking," Tyraste replied. "I rarely fight, and I rarely have disputes with people. Even when I had a conflict with the elders last time, I only punished those who were the leaders of evil and did not harm their lives. Strictly speaking, killing the green dragon Fat Tina was the first time I saw blood in all these years. Of course, many years ago, when I was still the Grand Marshal of the Windchasers, I killed many outsiders who tried to invade the border of Jade Court, but that was a long time ago." A hint of reminiscence appeared on the old elf's face. "It was so long that I could barely remember the faces of those enemies, nor could I remember what I looked like at that time. Sometimes, I even doubt the authenticity of those memories. The young me in my memories is like a different person from the current me. This is also one of the sorrows of the long-lived species. The past you have already died. A brand new you have quietly formed in your body and has all the memories of the past you. Do you feel a little scared when I say this?" Tyraste looked at Matthew with interest. Matthew nodded seriously. "It's really scary." He could feel that what Tyraste said to him was true. It looked like this incomparably powerful sword saint of Apocalypse Enlightenment also had many confusion and puzzlement in his heart. "The first reason I came to you today was to confirm the authenticity of the plan for the Path of Glory." Matthew changed the topic back to the right track. "Ever since this plan was announced, the Alliance has received a lot of feedback from Jade Court. As you may have guessed, many people have written to us asking for help." A trace of anger and disdain flashed across Tyraste's eyes. He said to Matthew in a hurry, "Give me a list of those people. I promise they won't harass you again." This time, Matthew firmly refused. "No, I won't do that. First of all, if you really want to find them, you must have a way to find them. Secondly, those people are essentially no threat to you. Finally, I want to tell you that the Glory Path plan you announced is too extreme and may cause chaos. So far, the Alliance and I are unlikely to personally intervene. But only if you don't mess things up." When Matthew said these words, he observed Tyraste's expression and emotional changes cautiously. In order to capture the thoughts of the Sword Saint of Apocalypse Enlightenment in a more comprehensive manner, Matthew even quietly activated his equalized perception. This helped him to judge Tyraste's likes and dislikes from the elemental level. Tyraste snorted softly. Then, he said rather unyieldingly, "I can't mess it up. As you can see, those people can't stop me at all." Matthew showed an unconvinced expression. "Of course, I know how powerful you are. I also know that very few people in this world can stop you. But I have to be responsible for the Scar of the Dead project. You know what happened recently. The evil art master Lance swaggered into the Jade Court and tried to assassinate me. As far as I'm concerned, this matter came to an end after I took down the sampan plane. I will do my best to deal with the scar of the dead. During this period, I don't want to be affected. Tyraste was naturally not stupid. He heard Matthew's implied meaning. What do you want? Matthew took a light breath and tried to make his voice sound calm. There was no other way. Tyraste's personal strength was there, and now there was a suspicion that his personality had changed drastically. Even if Matthew was completely in the right, he did not dare to bully him. I will request the Alliance to station a defense team around the mage camp. In addition, for the next 36 months, Windward Valley will be under high alert. I will move the mage camp to Windward Valley as soon as possible. If possible, I hope to sign an agreement with Jade Court regarding the lease of Windward Valley. Tyraste's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Lease? Do you want me to hand over Windward Valley? Matthew felt immense pressure. But this time, he did not back down. He believed that Tyraste's current focus was still on dealing with the Wood Elf's internal problems. Windward Valley was definitely something that could be discussed. Chapter 1399 Absolute Moment and the Miserable Wood Elf. Chapter 1399 Absolute Moment and the Miserable Wood Elf. According to our investigation of the evil art master Lance, the Windward Valley is an important channel for the creatures from the outer planes to infiltrate the main material plane. I have already suffered a near-fatal attack, and of course, I don't want to suffer a second time. Therefore, this investigation must be thorough. In addition, I used the Undead calamity to destroy the sampan plane. In order to prevent a large number of undead from spilling into the Jade Court, I decided to personally guard the Windward Valley. This is to solve the problem for you. You don't want zombies or skeletons to knock on the door of an ordinary elf's house every 3 or 5 days, do you? Matthew spoke frankly. Tyraste fell silent. Of course, he knew that the other party was talking nonsense, but at this juncture, he really did not have the extra energy to argue with Matthew. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly became a little irritable. He looked at Matthew with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. This killing intent disappeared in an instant. However, Matthew keenly caught it. His heart thumped violently. On the surface, Matthew was still very calm. Windward Valley is still your land, and I have no intention of occupying it. However, judging from the current situation, whether it's to track down the remnants of the Order of Calamity, to manage the Scar of the Dead, or to deal with the remaining undead calamity in the sampan plane, I need to obtain the right to stay in Windward Valley for a long time. And our existence can actually help you divert the attention of the ordinary elves, right? Hearing this, Tyraste finally spoke slowly. All of Windward Valley can't be given to you. Matthew was quite decisive. Then I'll take half. After dealing with the ruins left behind by the undead calamity, I plan to develop the sampan plane for the second time. This requires a lot of manpower and investment. For this reason, I plan to form a business group for plane development. At present, many people have invested, including archmages like Edmund. As long as you can handle the situation in Jade Court, you will definitely have a share in the development of the sampan plane. Tyraste emphasized expressionlessly. I want a share of the Jade Court. Matthew was quite straightforward. Sure. His stance was very soft. The main thing was that Tyraste's stance did not look as soft as before. Moreover, Matthew had actually planted a small trap in his words. The prerequisite for him to divide the benefits for the Jade Court was that the political situation of the Wood Elves could remain stable. However, based on Matthew's current premonition, the carnage in Jade Court would not stop so soon. Tyraste, whose temperament had changed drastically, thought that he had found the key to solving the problem. But he might not have realized it. When he raised his knife, he might not be able to let go anymore. This was different from Matthew's leveling of the sampan plane. The dead in the sampan plane were all astral creatures who had once massacred humans. This was revenge for a tooth, so he had no psychological burden in launching the undead calamity. But Tyraste was different. He was facing his fellow countrymen who had the same blood as him. Such a rash use of extreme measures to try to solve the internal problems of the race. There was a high chance that it would cause even bigger problems later. Matthew had a vague premonition. Something bad might happen in the Jade Court. Matthew's prophecy spell was, of course, a pile of dog shit. But his intuition was quite accurate. In the past. If his intuition was only a vague warning sign. Now. After having the solidified equilibrium point on his body, Matthew could feel that the once fuzzy feeling had become clear and intense. At the same time, he had also become more cautious in weighing his decisions. He could feel his every move, and even a thought could change the balance between many factions. This balance was so delicate. It was like walking slowly on a pile of broken glass. If he was not careful, he might be stung. Except for the half of Windward Valley that I've given you and the area near the Scar of the Dead that we agreed on earlier. No other mage can go anywhere except you. Tyraste slowly stated the remaining conditions. Matthew, who had obtained the core benefits, was quite easy to talk to. He didn't even hold Tyraste accountable for the evil art master Lance. Under Matthew's deliberate flattery, the atmosphere of their conversation became much more relaxed. Tyraste's mood seemed to have improved as well. Tyranny told me before that your skeleton is very special. It can actually appreciate the relics of the ancient beauty god, Harther. This is the key to the basement. You can bring it here to appreciate it at any time. If there's anything you like, you can take one or two and just let me know. Matthew smiled and took the key from the old elf. Tyraste's mind was still very clear. Matthew gave him a way out. He immediately returned the favor. The relic of the ancient god of beauty was still quite valuable. Matthew thanked him and naturally said something nice. The two of them chatted for more than 20 minutes before bidding each other farewell. Soon after, Matthew returned to Windward Valley and began to arrange for the mages' camp to be moved to Windward Valley. But after a long time, Tyraste's face would still appear in Matthew's mind from time to time. The change in the old elf before and after slaying the dragon was really touching. Edmund is right. Power is terrible. Anyone who has tasted power will face the risk of losing control. Chapter 1400 Absolute Moment and the Miserable Wood Elf. Chapter 1400 Absolute Moment and the Miserable Wood Elf. It was difficult to simply define Tyraste's actions as right or wrong. However, as an outsider, Matthew felt that it would be difficult for him to achieve his goal by doing so. It might even be counterproductive. Tyraste's change also made Matthew secretly alert. He reflected on whether his way of thinking and behavior had changed with the growth of his power. The answer was, of course, yes. No supernatural being would deal with problems with the thinking of ordinary people. This change was not necessarily a bad thing. Matthew could actually accept the change in his power. However, he had to ensure that the changes were controllable. It was fine as long as there was no deviation from his principles. And this undead calamity, he was actually walking on the edge of a deviation from his principles. Fortunately, I stopped it in time. Matthew silently reminded himself in his heart that he must always reflect on himself in the future, otherwise, it would be easy to fail. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the seven saints, especially the holy mages, were extremely valuable. In essence, they were no longer the same species as ordinary humans or even ordinary legends. However, they still did not do anything too extreme. Compared to Tyraste's sudden awakening, Matthew's killing quota, which he had thought was ridiculous, was not so hard to accept. Now that he thought about it, the absurdities of mages or gods. Perhaps it was also caused by the subtle distortion of power on one's personality. It was just that the aspects reflected were different. Thinking of this, Matthew felt a little awkward about power. If there is no supernatural power in this world, it might be a nice place. This thought flashed through his mind. Then, he smiled bitterly. He buried himself in his work again. For the next 2 days, With the help of Hood's golem troops, Matthew successfully carved out a territory near the Troll Corridor in Windward Valley. They simply and crudely demolished the original buildings. He also planned to build barracks for the Seven Saint Alliance here. This move did not meet much resistance from the elves. This was because Tyraste had really attracted the hatred of all the elves. In just 2 days, the number of elves who died in his hands continued to soar. Although most of those who died were former dignitaries, and they were all old, all the wood elves were in a panic. In order to avoid getting involved in the huge change in Jade Court, Matthew bound all the members of the Scar of the Dead project to the previous mage camp and the new camp in Windward Valley. And during this period of time, the tragedy in the Sampan Plain also gradually spread to other places through abnormal phenomena and gossip. Of course, the mages had already received the news. Matthew could feel it. The apprentices and assistants had looked at him with respect before, but now they were in awe. Wherever he went, everyone worked meticulously. No one dared to neglect their work. Therefore, the subsequent transfer of the camp was also quite smooth. All of Matthew's orders were executed perfectly. This made him quite satisfied. For Matthew himself, the plan to intimidate the creatures in the outer plane had come to an end. His original goal was to end the battle as soon as possible. At present, it seemed that he had exceeded his mission. Next, he just had to wait for his reputation to continue to ferment. Very quickly, Matthew sent away the legendary mage Mulan and the other invited companions. Mulan was quite friendly to him. When he left, he even held Matthew's hand and told him to remember to visit Gem Mountain in the future. Matthew guessed that it was because this legendary mage had completed a rather important mission while not doing much. Mulan would be able to get a decent reward from the Silver Council this time. Matthew also had a good impression of Mulan. He had no choice. Who wouldn't like an invincible gem that could be hung on their body? He was even thinking of pulling Mulan into his guild of spells. This way, when he went to the astral world in the future, it would also give him another layer of personal protection. Other than Mulan, Bobo and Lumiere, who had been on standby in the Moonlight Forest, set off for the west of Rolling Stone Town 3 days after Matthew's return. Lumiere had received the order to expand Rolling Stone Town. Next, he had to lead his tribe to help Rolling Stone Town deal with the problem of the mountain tribes. Bobo seemed to be quite free recently and offered to help, so the two of them went together. Hibbert and Vivian had also finished the initial optimization of the weave. The two of them returned to the northernmost floating city. However, the two of them were mages. After Matthew opened the access, they could visit the Moonlight Forest at any time, so it was not difficult to meet. Especially after being optimized by these two genius mages. The guild spells had received quite a bit of improvement. The first was the most frequently used Hand of Magic. This spell was given multiple characteristics. Originally, there was only one Hand of Magic that was shared for free. In other words, when a member used Hand of Magic, the other member had to wait for him to finish using it and wait for the cooldown to end before continuing to use it. Vivian had perfectly optimized this sharing Hand of Mage, allowing everyone to have one working Hand of Magic. This solved the conflict between the members. The disadvantage was that it seemed to have lost some of the spirit of sharing. Then, it was the instant teleport function. Chapter 1401 Absolute Moment and the Miserable Wood Elf. Chapter 1401 Absolute Moment and the Miserable Wood Elf. This was also done by Vivian. As long as a guild member holds a badge that has been enchanted by Vivian, they can enjoy 3 free instant return trips. As long as you are in the Ander Plane. No matter how dangerous the situation is, you can quickly escape and return to the Moonlight Forest. This was a very important life-saving method for anyone. The return spell would leave a magic mark, and the enemy was likely to track them into the Moonlight Forest. This was something that all the other guild members needed to face together. Matthew felt that the return spell was quite valuable. He had Ella the Owl and the other nature souls who were still active in the Moonlight Forest build a small tavern near the return point. It was convenient for the members to rest after returning. In the future, when the guild grew and the number of members increased, Matthew would not mind selling some drinks or providing other services in the tavern. Vivian's technique was worthy of the name of a genius in magic. But compared to Hibbert, even Matthew, who loved her milk tea, had to say that there was a gap between geniuses. This guy added a time-stop series guild spell for Matthew despite there being a lack of magic sea anemones. Absolute moment. Through this spell, you can lock the time in a narrow space with yourself. During the time lock period, you will not be able to move but will be immune to all damage. Fixed supreme magic, instant cast. Duration 1-3 seconds. Remark, you can actively remove absolute moment. Daily usage, 1 time. No doubt about it. This was a powerful life-saving spell. 1 to 3 seconds of controllable invincibility, enough to help members to avoid much fatal damage. Silver Snake Richard, who had always been cold and aloof, couldn't help but chat in the chat room for a long time after seeing this spell. It was probably because this spell could greatly increase his combat strength. The others were also amazed. Many members probably thought that Matthew was just playing around with this guild. But now it seemed like this guild was actually quite useful. And at the level of detail, Hibbert's design was ingenious. First of all, this spell is open to all members but can be reserved in advance. The reserved person has priority. Secondly, using this spell required a large amount of guild contribution points. These 2 points ensured that this spell would not be abused to a certain extent. What was even more amazing was that, ever since that spell appeared, Matthew found that the various resources in the guild warehouse began to increase exponentially. In order to accumulate contribution points, all the members had contributed a lot of resources. The guild storage looked like it was thriving. Only the guild elf, Cece, was crying silently. For the next period of time, Matthew set an example and only went back and forth between the Sampan Plain, Windward Valley, and the Scar of the Dead. He focused on the work at hand, occasionally taking time to study the foreign spell, the parasite's head. Matthew did it. The other mages naturally followed suit. However, even though the mages did not leave their homes, the news from Jade Court would spread to them through various means. After every meal, when Matthew walked into the camp, he could always hear the mages' discussions. Have you heard? There was a serious wave of refugees in the Jade Court, and many wood elves were running towards the Eversong forest. Your information is outdated. The night elves have closed the entrance to the forest of Eversong. Some of the fleeing wood elves have gone to Jiliu City, while others have fled to the highlands of the Watchers and further north. How tragic. I thought that Tyraste would be a very open-minded regent of the wood elves. I didn't expect him to turn into a tyrant. Forget about the tyrant. He's clearly a demon king. His strength is simply unfathomable. There have been more than a dozen assassinations against him in the past few days, but all the assassins died on the spot as soon as they approached. Could he challenge a superior legend in the alliance? Mages and elves were actually not on good terms. This was especially true for the mages who worked for the Umbrella at the Scar of the Dead. They had a lot of friction with the elves. Under such circumstances, even they felt that the wood elves were miserable and Tyraste was a demon king. It could be seen how extreme the old elf was. Matthew would not restrict the discussion between the mages. As long as they could stay in the camp quietly and not go out to cause trouble, they could talk about anything. As for the fate of the wood elves, it was all up to them. Matthew was actually hoping that Tyraste would cause more trouble. Recently, the Umbrella 2.0 plan was implemented quickly and well because there were no wood elves to hold them back. However, on the afternoon of the third day, a subtle piece of news reached Matthew's ears. Hood ran over and told him. Lady Allen has been imprisoned by Tyraste. Tyraste's recent actions have angered the Jade Court. According to incomplete statistics, the number of elves who have died in his hands has already exceeded 2,000. It's been a long time since such a serious casualty occurred in Jade Court. Compared to the damage caused by Tyraste, the dragon calamity is simply a joke. He's lost almost all his supporters, even his daughter has turned against him. No one supports his plan for the path of glory. The old elves will not support it, and none of the young elves will because they will not exile their parents. Even the most loyal Shadow Leopard and Moonglow of the Windchasers have collectively resigned. The order in the city has become a mess, and some people mixed in. Under such circumstances, Ms. Allen, who had remained silent, finally couldn't help but talk to Tyraste. Nobody knew what they talked about. But Allen never showed up again. Tyranny suspected that he was imprisoned by Tyraste. I used a prophecy spell to measure it. Allen's current state is indeed a little strange. Her mana should be sealed. In Jade Court, only Tyraste can do this. Matthew's expression immediately became a little serious after listening. It didn't matter if Tyraste messed with others. Experience more on Empire. But Winter Moon, Allen, was a mage of the Alliance. If he really imprisoned Allen, it would be equivalent to provoking the Alliance. Could it be that in just a few days, Tyraste had already become so arrogant? Matthew felt that something was wrong. However, that day, when he used his equalized perception, he did not find any signs of being bewitched or his mind being blinded. This meant Tyraste's actions were all from his heart. Matthew couldn't help but grit his teeth. The Scar of the Dead project had just been on the right track, and the protective umbrella was progressing in an orderly manner. Why were there always problems appearing? He had thought that Tyraste would be the one to stop the trouble. He did not expect himself to become the biggest troublemaker. Matthew could only sigh with emotion. Don't worry, Allen is a mage of the Alliance. As long as Tyraste has a shred of consciousness, he won't do anything to her. Matthew calmly said to Hood. Go to the Silver Council and report in detail what happened in Jade Court. Remember, only one of the 7 saints or Lord Ekmund is required to know about this matter. Matthew had already reported this matter. The Silver Council's reply was similar to Matthew's. As long as Tyraste could stabilize the situation, the Alliance would not interfere. However, things were different now. He had to report again. Hood nodded and left in a hurry. Matthew then ordered all the mages not to leave the camp. He hurriedly left Windward Valley. Matthew first returned to the cemetery and brought the Holy Grail of Sin and the Crown of Sin with him. Then, he returned to the Jade Court. Matthew wasn't in a hurry to find Tyraste, because his instincts told him that doing so might put him in danger. He wanted to talk to Tyranny first. 20 minutes later. On the 2nd floor of the Prancing Pony Inn, Matthew found a haggard Tyranny in Bina's room. Her eyes were bloodshot and she looked lost. When she saw Matthew, Tyranny stood up immediately. She held Matthew's hand excitedly and said, It's a demon. It was the demon who bewitched his soul. However, Matthew only looked at her with a hint of pity. No demon can bewitch his soul. You should know. Tyranny's face instantly turned pale. Then, she collapsed onto the sturdy wooden bed. Chapter 1402 The Nightmare Pendant and Bina's Choice. Chapter 1402 The Nightmare Pendant and Bina's Choice. Matthew looked at Tyranny's dejected look and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Tyranny was actually a rebellious female elf. She liked women, and she was a bully. She had done many outrageous things with her position as the Windchaser General. She had probably given Tyraste a lot of headaches in the past. But now, the situation between the two seemed to have suddenly reversed. The rebellious Tyranny was shocked to find that her father was 10,000 times more rebellious than herself. Tyraste's actions could not even be described as rebellious. In the Elven society, he was equivalent to the enemy of the whole world. And from the looks of it, he had no intention of restraining himself. It seemed that Tyranny had tried to dissuade Tyraste, but the final result was not satisfactory. Would it remind Tyranny of her father's failed attempt to restrain her? However, Matthew did not think about it for too long. Tyranny's current situation was the same as most of the Wood Elves in Jade Court. Of course, they would not yield to Tyrest's violence. However, other than not lowering their heads, there was nothing they could do. Matthew stood there quietly, giving Tyranny a chance to catch her breath. The latter sat limply on the bed, her eyes dull and powerless. Matthew had never seen her look like this before. This was probably the first time in her life that the Windseeker General, who had been able to call the shots in the Jade Court for a long time, had encountered such a painful setback. And the setback came from her father. He was so powerful that it was difficult to look at him directly, and it was even more difficult to have the determination to fight against him. Tyranny was clearly in a state of despair. After a long time. Only then did she catch her breath. She looked up at Matthew. "Is there any way you can stop my father?" Matthew answered truthfully. "It's hard. But I'm working on it. First of all, I'm here to confirm Ms. Allen's condition." Tyranny shook her head weakly. "I don't know. I've been with Bina recently. I don't even dare to go to the Windseeker camp. I don't know how to face them. I went to look for my father, but he seemed to have changed into a different person. When I talked to him, he didn't seem to be listening at all. It was as if he had lost all his patience overnight. He doesn't look impatient on the surface, but I feel like he's racing against time. I even suspect that he has some terminal illness. But there's no reason for that. He's a sword saint, a superior legend. If nothing unexpected happens, he can live for at least 2,000 years. What could defeat him?" Towards the end, Tyranny seemed to be talking to herself. Terminal illness? Matthew was slightly stunned and immediately felt that this was Tyranny's whimsical imagination. He had seen Tyrest the other day. The old elf was in good health and could kill most people in this world. After a person advanced to legend, they would be immune to all common diseases and symptoms. It was impossible for Tyrest's mood to suddenly change because he was ill. But for Tyranny, once this thought arose, it was like a drowning person grabbing onto a straw. She stood up from the bedside with a whoosh, her slightly swollen eyes widening. No, he really might have gotten some kind of illness. He wants to fulfill his wish before he dies, so he's so impatient. I have to find him and ask him clearly. I must go to him. As she spoke, she wanted to rush out of the door. Matthew subconsciously wanted to stop Tyranny, but the latter instinctively wanted to make an aggressive move. Fortunately, Matthew's current physical fitness was not bad. He dodged Tyranny's shove and was about to follow up. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out. "Nini, look into my eyes." That sentence seemed to have magic. Tyranny turned her head. At this moment, Bina, who was standing by the bed, raised her right hand. A topaz pendant appeared in her palm. The pendant was slowly swaying in the air. Tyranny's eyes became blank. "Look into my eyes, listen to my voice, the wind and the clouds tell you that everything is fine, the moon and the flowers have come to rest, we should sleep." Bina's voice was as gentle as water. At that moment, Matthew felt as if he had returned to his infancy, and his mother's warm whisper was heard as she coaxed him to sleep. Warning, Bina is using the quasi-divine weapon, Nightmare Pendant and Calming Spell. You are about to receive the check for the sleepiness. You will be sent to Dreamland after 3 consecutive failures, duration, 20 minutes to 4 hours. Why did Bina have a quasi-divine relic? This thought flashed through Matthew's mind. However, he was not too worried. He believed that his willpower was strong enough to avoid the sleepiness check without the help of external objects. Warning, the first sleepiness check has failed. You are about to fall asleep. The second sleepiness check has failed. You are about to fall asleep. Matthew's eyelids instantly became extremely heavy. At the critical moment, he pressed his chest hard, and the 3 divinities took effect at the same time. Matthew's brain instantly sobered up. How is it so powerful? Matthew was quite surprised. His spiritual power was not low, and after devouring the spiritual source of the evil art master Lance, he had reached the legendary level. Read latest stories on Empire. but even so, he actually couldn't resist the other party's hypnosis? Chapter 1403 The Nightmare Pendant and Bina's Choice. Chapter 1403 The Nightmare Pendant and Bina's Choice. He looked at it. Bina was still around level 10. Her strength was quite transparent, so she couldn't be that dangerous to him. Then the key was still the pendant in her hand. At this moment, Tyranny, who had failed to save herself, fell to the ground and hit Bina's soft chest. Bina was still comforting her in a low voice. Tyranny fell into a deep sleep, even drooling. Bina's chest was wet. She shot a glance at Matthew and blushed. Matthew quickly averted his gaze. Bina then moved Tyranny to the bed and made her comfortable. After that, the two of them carefully left the room. I'm sorry, I can't let Tyranny go to Mr. Tyraste. It'll be dangerous for all of us. The moment they left the room, Bina apologized to Matthew one after another. Matthew looked at him thoughtfully. Was that pendant given to you by Tyraste? Bina bit her lip and nodded quickly. The night that Tyraste returned to the Jade Court, he was probably the first to find me. He gave me this pendant and the usage of the calming spell. He also told me to use this to control Tyranny's actions when necessary or when something unexpected happens. I didn't understand what he was talking about at first. It wasn't until the next morning, when people were talking about the murder in the city, that I vaguely realized Mr. Tyraste's intentions. Speaking of this, she smiled bitterly and sighed. I can actually understand what he did, but I don't dare and don't want to go against his will. For ordinary people like us, he is like a god. He felt Bina's uneasy gaze. Matthew immediately comforted him. You did the right thing. If you let Tyranny go to Tyraste, it might only intensify the conflict. And you're not the only one who feels fear and helplessness when facing Tyraste. I'm actually not much better. A look of relief flashed across Bina's face. However, she still lowered her head as if she felt very guilty about helping Tyraste. Matthew thought for a moment. For the time being, you and Tyranny can go to my mage camp first. That should be the safest place in Jade Court. As long as Tyraste doesn't completely lose his mind, he won't attack the Alliance camp. Bina lowered her head, and the uneasiness on her face became even stronger. No, I can't do that. Matthew was puzzled. Are you afraid of offending Tyraste? Bina nodded. She hesitated for a moment before mustering up the courage to say. Mr. Tyraste, he said he was willing to take me as a disciple. Matthew was enlightened. Is this the condition he used to exchange for you controlling Tyranny for him? Bina said bitterly. Yes. Matthew frowned. But what about Tyranny? Have you ever thought about what she would think of you if she knew about this? Didn't you tell me before that although she's very strange, she's actually a very good person and is very suitable to be friends? The guilt on Bina's face grew. Stay connected through Empire. However, she still bit her lip and said. I know that I might lose my friend, Tyranny, and I might let down many of the wood elves who have helped me. But that's life, isn't it? As she spoke, she raised her head with red eyes. I have to make a choice. Matthew sized up the beautiful human girl in front of him. At this moment, he realized that he had overlooked many things about Bina. Compared to a year ago when she first came to Jade Court, she had really changed a lot. Mr. Tyraste did go overboard, but I don't care. Bina spoke at an extremely fast speed. 2 months ago, I found out that my father was willing to spend a lot of money to send me here to learn the dance and sword chant of the elves. His original purpose was to marry me to the Lord of the High Leaf region. The one who was famous in the village for his love of elven art. Unfortunately, after the Black Dragon calamity, the feudal lord's family in the High Leaf region was unable to recover. Later, he also planned to marry me off to the Lord of Red Mountain. As you know, not long after, the original lords and nobles of Red Mountain also lost their power. But for a shrewd businessman like my father, he had almost never lost money on his investments. He knew very well that many nobles in the south admired the elven culture. As long as his daughter became the rare human sword chant and mastered the dance of the elves, then she must be a hot commodity in the marriage market. He was going to let me study here for 2 years. But now, things had changed. I reckon that it won't be long before he finds an excuse to write a letter urging me to go back. Matthew looked at her quietly. How did you know? Bina lowered her head. My brother wrote to tell me. He and I have been very close since we were young. He also accidentally eavesdropped on our parents' conversation in the middle of the night before he knew about my father's plans. Therefore, I can't go back, at least not now. Under Matthew's slightly puzzled gaze, Bina said angrily. The thing is, my father is going to get me to marry Uncle Rhaegar. Her expression was extremely shy, and her words became light and floating. Chapter 14:0 for the Nightmare Pendant and Bina's Choice. Chapter 14:0 for the Nightmare Pendant and Bina's Choice. Matthew didn't hear it clearly at first. Only then did he react. Who? Rhaegar? Bina nodded heavily, her neck and ears completely red. Matthew felt that it was ridiculous and that Bina's father was dreaming. But after a while, he was not so sure. I heard that many people are persuading Uncle Rhaegar to have more children. Many dubious women find an excuse to go to Uncle Rhaegar's house. They all want to give birth to their children, especially sons. I don't want to be that woman. I can't imagine how I should face Sif in that situation. It was as if the most shameful thing had already been said. Bina became calmer. She told Matthew in a low voice about her family. Originally, Matthew only knew that Bina was born into a wealthy family. Her father was also a famous businessman in Rolling Stone Town. He only found out today. It turned out that Bina's father was the same as Misla's and the others. They were all trusted aides brought by Rhaegar from the kingdom of Suki. Bina's father was deeply trusted by Rhaegar. He managed most of the food industry in Rolling Stone Town, and was also involved in the handicraft industry, textile industry, and part of the military procurement. Other than that, Bina also had a faint Tieflin blood in her. These factors were enough to make the family behind her become the future aristocrats of the Rolling Stones kingdom. To be honest, if Rhaegar really wanted to have a son or remarry, there was nothing wrong with Bina's father marrying his daughter to him. You could have told me about this earlier. Matthew blinked. I can. Bina smiled gratefully, her eyes shining with a strange light. But I can't always ask you for help, right? Actually, I don't blame my father. He just made the best choice for the family and himself out of his position. He gave me very good conditions. I had no worries about food and clothing since I was young, and I lived a happy life compared to most of my peers. I even got the opportunity to enter Jade Court to study. This is already a very luxurious condition, so I won't blame him. But I can't do exactly what he wants. I don't want to rely on anyone else anymore, not my father, not you, Matthew. Matthew frowned. So you chose to follow Tyraste? Bina said solemnly. He promised to teach me the true way of sword chanting. He promised to give me the power to protect myself and even stand on my own feet in this world. That's enough. As she spoke, Bina's eyes lit up, and she looked at Matthew with an indescribable look. I don't really like brandishing knives and lances that much, but power is a fascinating thing, isn't it? You see, so many elves are against Mr. Tyraste, but they can't do anything about him. I don't want to be like Mr. Tyraste, but I hope to rely on my own strength to seek a living space. This is the best opportunity for me, even if I have to lose Tyranny as a friend. Matthew sighed softly. Of course, it is not wrong to pursue power. I am also on the road to pursuing power. But Tyraste's situation is too extreme. I suspect that he has lost control of himself. However, Bina interrupted Matthew, which was rare. But you like it when a power is too strong to control, don't you? Matthew looked at her in confusion. Bina stared at him with bright eyes. You like Sif because she can easily tear those terrible monsters apart, right? I heard that there is a type of person who will not easily fall in love with ordinary girls. They will only fall in love with those women who have great power because the latter makes them feel dangerous. The dangerous aura is actually the greatest source of stimulation and attraction between men and women. Are you such a person? Matthew? Chapter 1405 The Mandate of Heaven Sword Technique and the Call of the Eastern Continent. Chapter 1405 The Mandate of Heaven Sword Technique and the Call of the Eastern Continent. Feeling the unusual heat in Bina's eyes, Matthew couldn't help but want to reply. It's normal for men to like powerful roles, right? Then, he realized. His guess about the Abyss deathmatch was correct. Sif had indeed killed those level 20 fallen angels. Barther's blood was indeed terrifying. Matthew immediately replied. So, were those monsters really killed by Sif? How did she do it? Bina pouted, and her cheeks puffed up. She was obviously unhappy with Matthew's forceful change of topic. However, regarding what happened in the Abyss death duel, the two girls probably had a tacit understanding in private. Bina knew that she had let it slip, so she chose to remain silent. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Matthew wasn't that eager to know what happened when Sif turned into the daughter of Purgatory. He took the opportunity to divert Bina's attention. He spoke again. I respect your decision. But you must always pay attention to your safety. I think Tyrest's current situation is not very stable. Yes, his attention is all on his clansmen, but there's no guarantee that he might turn his attention to outsiders at any time. I'm not sure if the master-disciple relationship between him and you is as strong as you think. You have to judge it yourself. As he spoke, he took out 3 spell scrolls from his inventory and handed them to Bina. These were all escape spells, and they were not top-notch. However, if they were prepared in advance, they should be able to fight for a chance of survival for Bina, even against Tyrest. This was the advantage of spells over melee classes. In the past, Bina probably wouldn't accept Matthew's things. But this time, she chose to accept it with a smile. Matthew could clearly feel the change in the girl's temperament from her eyes. Compared to the impressive confession she made when she left Rolling Stone Town, Bina had indeed matured a lot. She obviously had her own thoughts. This made Matthew appreciate it even more. I'll protect myself. I've been learning these things since I left Rolling Stone Town. Bina's voice was light and cheerful, as if she had obtained something extraordinary when she had put away the scroll. On the contrary, Matthew suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He came here mainly to find out about Tyrest's situation from Tyranny. From the current situation, Tyranny knew very little. Perhaps the poor girl spent most of her time under Bina's hypnosis. She never saw her old father. On the other hand, Bina had secretly become Tyrest's disciple. Thinking of this, Matthew was about to ask Bina if she had any information about Tyrest's location. The latter, however, spoke as if they had telepathy. Every morning at 4 o'clock, I will go to Phoenix Village to learn about the bamboo staff sword technique from Mr. Tyrest for about an hour. Phoenix Hill is the small hill near the southern city wall. There is a bamboo forest on it. I've taken you there before. If you have a message for Mr. Tyrest, I can pass it on for you. Jay knows about our relationship, he knows we're both from Rolling Stone. Matthew weighed the 2 troll sacred items in his hand and slowly said. That's just right. Please tell him that I have 2 treasures from the era of the Troll Empire. I hope he can help me identify them. If possible, I will send them over in 2 days. The Holy Grail of Sin and the Crown of Sin were treasures that were extremely sensitive to evil elements. The feedback on the changes in his spirit was especially clear. If there were traces of Tyrest's mind being distorted or his will being disturbed, no matter how brilliant his methods were, it was impossible for him to hide from these 2 sacred objects. Bina agreed readily. The next day, in the same room at the Prancing Pony Inn, Bina brought a message from Tyrest. Mr. Tyrest asked me to tell you that he's in the middle of something very important, and he doesn't want to be distracted at this juncture. If there's something more important, he'd be willing to see you, but not for the study of relics. Also, he told you not to worry. He won't hurt Ms. Allen. If you're worried, you can send a messenger to write to Ms. Allen. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. It seemed like Tyraste was very clear about his intentions. As long as he didn't hurt Allen and didn't implicate the Alliance, everything was fine. Since the other party had given him enough face, Matthew naturally couldn't continue to pester him. After he returned, he immediately sent Sanger to send a letter to Allen. The letter arrived as promised. Allen also wrote back to Matthew. This reply was not long. On the one hand, Allen told Matthew that she was currently safe and had not been hurt by Tyraste. On the other hand, she also expressed her hope that the Alliance could intervene and stop Tyraste's actions. She thought that Tyraste was standing on the opposite side of the Elven society. The Wood Elves, regardless of gender or age. No one would support him. Any policy that lacked the support of the masses would only lead to a greater disaster if it was pushed forward with extraordinary power. Matthew actually agreed with Allen's point of view. Tyraste's steps were too big. This was no longer a matter of threading lines but directly stabbing the elf's hearts 3 times. Chapter 1406 The Mandate of Heaven Sword Technique and a Call of the Eastern Continent. Chapter 1406 The Mandate of Heaven Sword Technique and a Call of the Eastern Continent. However, he was powerless like Allen. So he wrote another letter to comfort Allen and said that he would do his best to report the situation here to the Alliance, hoping that the Silver Council would make the right decision. In the midst of the exchange of letters, Matthew also learned from Sanger that Allen was imprisoned on a small hill called Tradewind Cliff by Tyraste. It was located at the second highest point of the Jade Court. The scenery was good. She was fine, but her mental condition was not good. She was probably worried about the future of the Wood Elves. The owl sent the reply from the Silver Council. As Matthew had expected, the Silver Council hoped that he could pay close attention to Tyraste's mental state but not easily interfere with the elves' internal decisions and actions. It was said that a special committee had been set up within the Parliament, and they were discussing the issue of the Jade Court intensely. They would give a clearer answer as soon as possible. Matthew read the reply letter several times and the summary was, "Watch from a distance." Then, Hood told him the truth behind the reply letter. The 7 Saints and Lord Edmund are not here, and a few legendary mages are busy. No one in the Silver Council can take care of this. Besides, it's not a bad thing for them if some elves were to die. They did form a committee about the Jade Court incident, but the members of the committee were all level 20, tier 5 mages. Most of the time, they would only discuss the appearance and figure of the Wood Elves. A few times, they were studying how to save the Alliance from the catastrophe caused by Tyraste. In fact, they were doing it for their own benefit. However, when someone asked who was going to face Tyraste, this group of people began to discuss serious topics such as the meeting's end and what to eat for lunch. This was the Silver Council. Matthew was not surprised by this. Most of the powerful mages had their own faction. Even Mulan, who was a partial but powerful legend, had his own mage tower. He rarely paid attention to the people of the Silver Council. The rest who signed up for the council were either messengers for the 7 Saints and Edmund or mascots. Moreover, it was indeed a little difficult to expect a bunch of old people who had yet to reach legend to discuss how to deal with a sword saint who was a superior legend. Seeing this, Matthew followed the Silver Council's instructions and turned a blind eye to what happened in Jade Court. But at the same time, he also paid close attention to Tyraste's situation. Every day, he would chat with Bina for a while. Originally, he thought, Tyraste had only accepted Bina as a disciple perfunctorily. However, after these few days of understanding, Matthew realized that Tyraste must have put in some effort to impart the swordsmanship method. This was evident from Bina's daily complaints about how difficult it was to practice the sword. However, her swordsmanship was becoming more and more exquisite, and there was even a hint of indescribable charm to it. Does Tyraste really want to take Bina as his disciple? Could it be that this little girl really has sword arts talent? Matthew couldn't help but look at her in a new light. A few days later, Bina also told Matthew that the sword technique she was currently cultivating was the Heavenly Mandate sword technique that Tyraste had created after encountering the apocalypse. It was said that the Heavenly Mandate sword art had 3 stages. In the first stage, the bamboo stick was used as a sword. Because the bamboo stick was hard and brittle, it was difficult for the novice to control the strength. Using this as a weapon was the most suitable for training spiritual power. After reaching this level, you can enter the second stage of learning. The second stage focused on the practice of various types of real swords, focusing on the accumulation of a large number of actual combat experience. It was necessary to achieve the proficiency of each type of sword to the realm of perfection. There were no shortcuts at this stage. You could only bury your head in training. Before the third stage, you need to accept the apocalypse. Only after the apocalypse. Only then could he reach the mysterious realm of everything can be a sword like Tyraste. Matthew was very interested in the apocalypse that Tyraste mentioned. He had wanted to beat around the bush to figure it out. Unexpectedly, Bina said directly. Teacher once said that the sword technique he cultivated came from the Jade Phoenix sword technique left behind by the Divine Phoenix, but it had already surpassed it. In the process of practicing that set of sword techniques, he gradually comprehended a realm similar to the integration of heaven and man that the martial monk spoke of. When he encountered the apocalypse, he saw many scenes. Some of them were scenes of unknown lands, and the other was the scene of the apocalypse in the Far East. He guessed that the scene of the unknown land might have come from the eastern continent, and the apocalypse enlightenment he encountered seemed to have been summoned by the incarnation of the heavenly dragon. The apocalypse of Tyraste actually came from the eastern continent and the heavenly dragon? This was something Matthew had never expected. For a while, he even suspected that the old elf was bewitched by the Void Ruler. At first, Matthew did not believe it. Until Bina displayed one of the moves of the Heavenly Mandate sword technique in front of him. Bina's moves were quite standard. It seemed that she had indeed been taught by a famous teacher. But most importantly, it was the charm of her sword that made Matthew feel a little different. He had once sensed the soul of the heavenly dragon on the island. He was quite sensitive to the aura of the heavenly dragon. Therefore, he was certain that the other party's sword move was indeed related to the heavenly dragon. At the same time, Matthew also reacted. No matter how talented Bina was, she couldn't have mastered it so quickly. Chapter 1407 The Mandate of Heaven Sword Technique and the Call of the Eastern Continent. Chapter 1407 The Mandate of Heaven Sword Technique and the Call of the Eastern Continent. The sword slash she had shown him. It was probably displaying the power and charm of Tyraste. The old elf was indeed an old fox. He clearly knew Matthew's concerns, so he kept using various methods to send signals of goodwill to Matthew. He definitely wouldn't be able to release Alan in the short term, because the latter would become a stumbling block to his plan. However, he would never go against the alliance. He knew where to draw the line. After understanding everything, Matthew had nothing to say. Since Tyraste was determined to shoulder the fate of the Wood Elves by himself, he could only be a bystander to welcome the arrival of the next wave. However, this incident touched Matthew in another way. The twinkling of the 7 stars. Tyraste's apocalypse. Yulian's summoning from the Far East. As the days of heavenly changes approached, the once sealed power of the eastern continent seemed to be overflowing. That unknown land might be welcoming a new round of recovery. This feeling was not groundless. Ever since Matthew solidified the equilibrium point, he had a hazy ability to capture fate. This kind of capturing ability was still relatively shallow. But he believed that he could see a general direction. Northland, east. In the unseen world. Matthew looked northeast. After passing through the Helen Mountains and the fertile black sand plains, he followed the Continental Highway all the way north, passing through Swordwinter and Twin Cove and wading through the Death Triangle, which was filled with ice, snow, and killing intent. That was the end of the barren road, and that was the Far East, which had suffered from disasters and hardships. Now, Matthew saw red and purple auras rising. He saw disaster, war. There were also new lives. No wonder Li Weiqi finally chose to go all out to the north. There may be traces of active coiling dragons in the far west, but if the eastern continent really welcomes an opportunity to recover, the Far East will definitely welcome a new transformation. Perhaps he really has a chance to become a legend. The lines in his vision slowly disappeared. Matthew retracted his gaze. The entire world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. And all he could do? Hard work and waiting. For the next period of time, Matthew no longer asked about Jade Court, and at the same time, he strictly restricted the scope of the mage's movements. Other than executing the umbrella program, no one was allowed to get close to Jade Court. Tyraste also gave him face. The few windchasers who were still loyal to him were sent to maintain order near the Scar of the Dead. Matthew's project was going exceptionally well. He even had the time to go to the sampan plain to take care of things. After taking down Windward Valley, Matthew almost immediately built a huge cemetery outside the Troll Corridor. There were not many undead in the new cemetery, but the negative energy was very strong. The main reason was that Matthew was now rich and was willing to spend money. He directly arranged for 2 boxes of negative energy crystals to cultivate the atmosphere. Other things such as the black locust tree, the dead man's wooden pillar, and high-grade tombstones were all there. Considering the convenience of trade in the future, Matthew had also opened up a trade route in the middle of the cemetery. The switch of this trade route was controllable. When it was closed, it was a part of the cemetery. When it was opened, it could be independent and not affected by negative energy. When the caravan walked on the trade route, they could not help but bear the pressure from both sides of the cemetery. This was also Matthew's little idea. The sampan plane was the transit port between the prime material plane and the astral plane. As long as it was managed properly, the profits would definitely roll in. Matthew also wanted to confirm his dominant position. Stay tuned to Empire. Although the probability of being kicked out was very small, he had to give himself a sense of existence, right? Through the 4th cemetery built in Windward Valley, Matthew also transported the bones of the fierce horse, bone dragon, and giant to the sampan plane. The negative energy in the latter was currently very dense. Especially around Brutal Dragon Town, it had become a negative energy plane in the outer plane. Matthew planned to open up a huge undead transformation area in this area. Ritual arenas like this didn't need to be specially operated. The climate created by the undead calamity was enough to make it work on its own. Matthew only needed to ensure that this secondary plane was under his control. In his plan, there would only be 2 cities in the sampan plane in the future. One of them was the Rest in Peace Town, which was built on the ruins of Brutal Dragon Town. Rest in Peace Town was Matthew's city of the undead. It will not be open to the living outside. A large number of graveyards would be built here for the undead to rest while attracting other undead units from various planes. The remains of mammoth bone dragons were buried nearby. Matthew planned to let them transform on their own to save some effort. The other was Oak Town, built on the ruins of Night Angel City. Matthew planned to plant an oak forest there to dilute the negative atmosphere of the new city. Oak Town was in charge of foreign trade, so it should attract a portion of the astral population in the future. But that was all in the future. Matthew still had a lot of things to do. The first thing he had to do was to disperse this wave of undead calamity. Fortunately, Discount Fan had helped in advance and digested the projection of the Grim Reaper. When Matthew rushed back to the sampan plane, the death canopy had already controlled more than 70,000 undead. Chapter 1408 The Mandate of Heaven Sword Technique and the Call of the Eastern Continent. Chapter 1408 The Mandate of Heaven Sword Technique and the Call of the Eastern Continent. Even if the power was in his hands, Matthew could also feel the unwillingness of the death canopy to stop. Not only that, The other party even transformed into all kinds of evil thoughts and constantly persuaded him to use the excellent mobility of the sampan plane to use the undead calamity to devour the living beings of other secondary planes. This could make Matthew's power even stronger. This temptation was indeed straightforward and shocking. Fortunately, Matthew was determined. It took 2.5 days. Matthew removed the undead calamity ritual spell step by step. The moment the death curtain dissipated, countless resentment and hatred rushed into Matthew's soul. Unfortunately, Matthew was determined and unmoved. Moreover, he had the lost lantern in his hand, so he directly collected those scattered grievances. Although these grudges were not souls, they could actually be extracted into spirituality. Matthew did not intend to do so. It would be more cost-effective to leave it to a professional like Viscount Fan. After all, he was still thinking about the sun god spear in the other party's hand. After the undead calamity was lifted, the fate of the 70,000 plus undead became a problem. Of course, Matthew would incorporate the elites into the regular army. But most of the undead are just common soldiers. The precious slots of the Book of Dead Souls would not be wasted on them. Theoretically speaking, losing the power source of the death curtain, sooner or later, they would dissipate on their own. They just needed some time. But Matthew knew very well that this out-of-control undead could brew a disaster, and it would be a waste to let them disperse. In order to better deal with the aftermath, he had no choice but to personally use the art of rest to take down these undead one by one. He did not pay much attention to this aspect. This was because the entire sampan plain was a huge cemetery in his plan. The resting undead could lie wherever they liked. In order to ensure that their bones would not lose their spirituality and become fragile under the wind, sun, and rain, Matthew would still send a portion of the undead to bury their compatriots on the spot. This was because the number of undead was too large. Matthew only had 100 undead symbolically put together a tombstone. Tombstones could be used to mark the resting spirits. One day, if Matthew wanted to wake them up again, he only needed to activate the spirituality on the tombstone. After resting, most of the undead would slowly corrode and become a part of the earth again. If it was in the prime material plane, Matthew estimated that after 10 years, there would be less than 30% of the 70,000 undead left. However, the negative energy in the sampan plane was dense enough. After 10 years, at least 80% of the soldiers would still be able to get up and go home to work. If Matthew was willing to do more in-depth maintenance, this time could be maintained for even longer. Matthew hurried back and forth between the sampan plain and Windward Valley. It was the end of May. Good news came from the mage camp in Windward Valley. The extension of the Umbrella Project 2.0 was completed. Apart from Grey Lake that was the most difficult to deal with, the other areas near the Scar of the Dead were all surrounded with scorched earth of death. The rest of the oak trees would follow. When the oak forest was completely planted, Matthew would personally make a large-scale, balanced contract to achieve a better defensive effect. During this period, many of the extended sections of the Scar of the Dead also showed signs of ash monsters trying to counterattack. However, because of the advance plan, Matthew's mages were not to be trifled with. They quickly used various means to eliminate the ash creatures. At this point, other than Grey Lake, the expansion of the Scar of the Dead had been curbed. Matthew could shift his focus to the most important part. During this period of time, Matthew's Guild of Spells also welcomed 2 new members. In the far north, Li Weiqi and Camilla joined the Guild of Magic one after another. Hence, the guild's warehouse, which was already growing increasingly bloated, had some new specialties from the north. The previously deserted chat room was now filled with people popping up almost every day. The one who chatted the most was still Rhaegar. Not only did this guy use up all the free chats he had every day, but he also used his high contribution points to buy a lot of extra chats. The template of the chat room was a little like Matthew's QQ group in his previous life. Hence, Rhaegar's level was the highest. Moreover, every time he appeared, he would carry the title of Guild Elder. When he spoke, there was always a strange, oppressive feeling. People who didn't know him would probably be intimidated by him. Fortunately, everyone in the group knew each other well. Matthew, who liked to watch the fun, had also developed the habit of checking the president's badge once a day. All in all, the development of the Guild of Magic was quite positive. The only thing that surprised Matthew was that Sif had not joined the guild even though he had invited her a long time ago. To be precise, ever since Sif went to the Warlock Academy in the Floating City, Matthew had not greeted her since. For this, he had specifically asked Rhaegar. Rhaegar claimed that the Warlock Academy's courses were easy, and Sif should have been free to join the guild long ago. Matthew was even more confused. Sif's cold and warm attitude suddenly made him feel an itch in his heart. He almost wanted to go to the Floating City and ask what was going on. Fortunately, Matthew restrained himself in time. There are still many things waiting for me to do. I should wait until the next time I go to the Floating City and take a look at the Warlock Academy on the way. He thought so. Matthew was currently learning the spell Parasite Skull, which Edmund taught. He chose the skull of a Draconid warrior from Brutal Dragon Town, which perfectly met the requirements. Its spirituality was between strong and weak, and its skull was strong. The original owner's strength when he was alive was also relatively outstanding. Even so, Matthew had spent a lot of effort to control this head. The spells of the other world were too evil. Read New Adventures at Empire. Matthew lacked the experience to draw lessons from, and many times, the casting path that he usually relied on did not work. He had to rebuild a new spellcasting circuit. This was also one of the difficulties of spells from another world. It was very difficult for people with conservative thinking to master spells from another world. Fortunately, Matthew was quite agile. At the beginning of June, he had successfully mastered the Parasite Skull and trained the Draconid warrior's head to be able to scale freely. It could shrink down to the size of a thumb. According to the suggestion in the magic book, it could be made into a pendant or an earring to be kept by one's side. Matthew chose a pendant mainly because it was not easy to lose. After mastering this spell, he would have had a chance to get rid of the amulet that Edmund had given him. However, the situation in Jade Court was very unstable. Matthew did not intend to capture creatures nearby for consumption. He originally wanted to go to the nearby Court of Fallen Leaves to catch an unlucky person for experiments. However, just as he was about to leave, a mage apprentice who was responsible for keeping an eye on Grey Lake at the southern city wall suddenly rushed over. "Lord Matthew, there's something strange happening at the Grey Lake. It's not supposed to be a boiling day today, but the lake water suddenly started to boil violently. My other companion also saw the figure of Lord Tyraste beside the Grey Lake. We weren't sure if it was him. It could be a wandering soul." However, after the figure of that elf lingered nearby, the Grey Lake began to boil abnormally. Grey Lake, Phoenix Egg, the apocalypse of the eastern continent? A strong, uncomfortable premonition stimulated Matthew's nerves. He took a deep breath. "Inform Lord Hood. I'll go take a look first." Chapter 1409 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. Chapter 1409 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. The first thing Matthew did when he arrived near Grey Lake was to disperse the creatures nearby. The number of wood elves near the Scar of the Dead was relatively small. Other than those who lost control and lost their minds, normal wood elves were unlikely to come here. But apart from intelligent life, the various species that were everywhere in the Jade Court could also enter the vicinity of the Grey Lake by mistake, although their nature would make them wary of the Grey Lake. However, the sudden appearance of the ash monster could take away the lives of animals that approached in an instant. This would cause the power of ashes to rise. After Matthew started working on the Scar of the Dead project, he made a request for the security management and the protection of the creatures around the southern city wall. The elves were quite cooperative in this regard. However, that was before. The city gate guards were responsible for expelling nearby creatures. However, the situation was different now. The situation in Jade Court was unstable, and many important positions were facing a serious shortage of manpower. The city gate guards were no exception. When Matthew went to look for them, he found that the original guard post was a mess and empty. Helpless, he could only look for the windchasers, who were still trying to maintain order. In the end, it was a moonlight party from the windchasers that took over this responsibility. They sent out 6 elven moonlights to evacuate the creatures near Grey Lake. After confirming the safety of Grey Lake, Matthew asked the acolyte in charge of keeping an eye on them to return to the camp. He then ordered a few of his mage assistants to prepare some cold caltrop stones and condensing potions. The boiling intensity of the Grey Lake varied. Every time it became intense, the ground near the Jade Court would tremble slightly. Fortunately, there were many trees nearby. The roots of many old trees had already penetrated 1 to 200 meters underground. It was the existence of these forests that firmly guarded this land. Otherwise, this area would not be suitable for living beings. 3 earthquakes a month was too much. As for the situation and emergency measures for Boiling Day, Matthew had left it to his men to plan. Originally, he did not have high expectations for these people who were freeloading on the project. However, ever since he returned from the Sampan Plain, a few independent mage assistants had actually come up with a few strategies to stabilize the Grey Lake on the Boiling Day. One of the plans was to use ice elemental materials such as cold caltrop stones and high-strength condensing agents to reduce the intensity of the boiling of the Grey Lake. After Matthew finished reading it, he brought some people to do a small experiment. He found that this plan could effectively solve the boiling situation of Grey Lake and set this plan as a regular plan. Then, he prepared a lot of related materials for the mage camp. During this process, Matthew also felt the benefits of having people working under him. Many of the mages who were trained in magic were actually not inferior to Matthew in terms of theoretical knowledge. They only lacked resources and opportunities. If he could use them well, Matthew himself would be much more relaxed, and he would be able to devote his precious energy to more important careers. For example, planting trees. While the mage assistants were returning to the camp to prepare the cold caltrop stones and other related supplies, Matthew came to Grey Lake alone. As soon as he got close, a strong power of ashes wantonly slapped his face, accompanied by the boiling and rolling in the middle of the Grey Lake. Large amounts of sparks were shaking outwards. The sparks carried the mud, emitting a strong smell like a mixture of sulfur and mud. The smell was nauseating at first. Smelling for a long time, Matthew actually found it a little charming. What pure power of ashes! Matthew looked at the boundary of the Grey Lake that was constantly trying to expand. He looked at the scattered sparks and mud. He felt that as he approached, the impact from the domain level became more and more intense. Strictly speaking, pure void energy was unable to penetrate the interior of the material world. Void and matter were opposites. Therefore, the tentacle that the Lord of the Void, Yurkus, projected on the ground was not the embodiment of the power of the void, but the domain that was closest to the void that he could find in the material world. Ashes. The so-called ashes. It was the state of the soul and the flames of matter at a certain moment after they had sublimated. In the ashes domain controlled by Yurkus, time was frozen. All matter was in a state of ashes, and it was between burning and extinguishing. The conditions were quite harsh. On the other hand, Matthew could also pry into the true meaning of the void domain from the ashes in front of him. He walked alone by the lake, unaffected by the ashes that filled the sky. He had a domain of negative energy and the power of the undead. This was enough to keep Matthew safe in the ashes domain. But even so, when he was so close, he could still feel the terror of the power of ashes. It was a feeling of extinction. It could stimulate the deepest fear of the universe and the void in human blood. At this moment, Matthew suddenly heard a voice that sounded like a human. "Are you angry? Then destroy. Destroy everything. Kill. Kill. Kill." He quivered and immediately blocked those crazy ravings. Matthew's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Enjoy new adventures from Empire. Because when he heard those ravings, in the middle of the gray lake, the huge phoenix egg was exposed to the air as the lake water boiled violently. Matthew saw it clearly. Most of the outer shell of the phoenix egg had been corroded by the power of ashes, and a layer of yellow and black liquid had formed. Chapter 14:10 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. Chapter 14:10 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. Inside the fluid layer was a clear, tear-like liquid. Bright flames flickered in the depths of the liquid. The flame was dark red. Unfortunately, that scene was fleeting, and the phoenix egg sank very quickly. Warning, you have heard the oracle from the slaughter domain. Continue to listen, and you will have the opportunity to step into the slaughter domain. However, during this process, your own will may be disturbed by the slaughter will. Slaughter domain? Matthew was deep in thought. Ashes and slaughter were not particularly closely related. But if one really tried, the two domains could still be linked together. But the problem was, there didn't seem to be a god of slaughter in the history of Aender. Matthew rummaged through his mind and could only find a few gods whose clergy was related to killing, such as the god of murder. However, there was a significant difference between murder and slaughter. Those gods who were so sensitive to the definition and explanation of concepts could not possibly make a mistake in this aspect. Since there wasn't even a god of slaughter, then where did the oracle come from? Could it be that the phoenix egg gave birth to a creature that was born with the slaughter divine domain? Was Tyraste influenced by this, and his will deviated? Matthew thought to himself. He tried to get closer to the depths of the gray lake. He did not dare to use the magic carpet, but relied on the legendary flying skill to slowly approach the phoenix egg in the middle of the lake. And during this process, Matthew could clearly feel that even with the protection of the negative energy domain and the power of the undead, the pressure he was facing was also increasing. It was as if even the boundary of his domain was about to be nibbled away by the power of ashes. At a certain moment, Matthew felt he could go no further. If he continued, he might not be able to defend his domain anymore. And that place was only about 30 meters away from the phoenix egg in the center. This result caused Matthew to regret it. But he still strictly followed the rules and chose to retreat without hesitation. He had just retreated a dozen meters. All of a sudden, Matthew's eyebrows became hot. He knew that something was wrong, but the reaction of the void bloodline and the power of ashes was so fierce that it instantly suppressed all external domains. In his bloodline, a surge of energy gushed out, and the relevant memories were deeply imprinted into Matthew's mind. After that moment, the surrounding ashes no longer felt any pressure. Instead, it became a kind of energy that made him feel extremely close. Hint, your void bloodline has resonated with the ashes domain. You have mastered a new ability from the void bloodline, Ash Funnel. Ash Funnel, you can use the power of the void bloodline to dispel the power of ashes and obtain a large amount of soul dust. .com. Soul dust. Through the creation technique, you can fuse soul dust with incomplete spirituality to obtain a large number of high-quality soul crystals. The ash funnel activated automatically. In an instant, 6 void funnels appeared around Matthew. All the ashes that passed through the funnel would turn into strands of gray dust. The dust looked a bit like ashes, but lighter than ashes. Facing such a situation, Matthew was both happy and worried. He was happy that the new ability could actually dissolve the ashes in the gray lake, and there was a chance to convert the dissolved items into high-quality soul crystals. Worryingly, he could feel that the inch of void between his eyebrows had expanded slightly during the resonance just now. Even though it was not serious, Matthew seriously suspected that every time he used the ash funnel, the void bloodline would devour him more. At that time, it would be hard to say if Edmund's otherworldly spells could still produce a restraining effect. However, Matthew was also a decisive person. Seeing that the ash funnel had been activated, a large amount of soul dust was produced by his side. As such, he took out his storage tool to collect the soul dust. The dispelling power of the ashes funnel worked as he walked towards the phoenix egg. Not long after, Matthew arrived in front of the rolling phoenix egg. The temperature there was actually not high. But Matthew looked at the phoenix egg and felt as if his skin was burning. This was the egg of the divine phoenix. Matthew's eyes were slightly silent, because the egg was completely dead in his eyes. Even if it was the deep red flame in the egg, it was only a projection of the divine phoenix in the egg. It could not even be considered spiritual, let alone a soul. Those sounds didn't come from the phoenix egg. They come from somewhere else. There's something else down there? With the power of the ash funnel, Matthew broke through the thick and swollen surface of the lake and carefully sank down. Under the slowly rolling phoenix egg, Matthew found a space that looked like a basement. The ceiling of the basement was riddled with holes, and golden light could leak out at any time. The phoenix egg was right above the basement. Every time the golden light struck, it would cause the gray lake to surge violently and the phoenix egg to roll. The boiling of the gray lake is because of the power in this basement? Matthew was extremely surprised. He tried to move towards the basement, only to find that he was repelled by a few unknown forces. The power was very overbearing, but it had nothing to do with the Void Ruler. It can actually form an independent space in the Ashes domain? Matthew was even more surprised. He activated his X-ray vision and equalized perception. A few minutes later, he finally saw the situation clearly in the basement. Chapter 14:11 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. Chapter 14:11 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. It was an oval-shaped underground stone chamber. Rather than calling it a stone room, it was more like a huge stone basin buried in the soil. The ceiling above the stone basin was almost corroded by various forces, but the materials around it and below were intact, not affected by the power of ashes at all. In the middle of the stone basin, Matthew saw something familiar. It was a stone pillar that soared into the sky. The bottom of the stone pillar was flat and smooth, and the top had a bulge that looked like a huge mushroom. It was almost identical to the stone pillar that Matthew had seen in the troll underground palace that stored the evil crown. When Matthew stared at the stone pillar, he could vaguely see the outline of a sharp sword in the stone pillar. Warning, you have discovered the lost divine artifact, Sword of Slaughter. Immediately after, Matthew saw thin golden shadows around the stone pillar again. The shadows moved too fast, like loaches, sometimes appearing on the stone walls of the stone basin and sometimes wandering on the ceiling that was full of holes. The golden light that Matthew saw earlier was caused by these thin shadows. He took a closer look. Only then did he realize that those tiny golden shadows were actually golden koi. Matthew could tell at a glance that these koi were not creatures of Aender. They were most likely from the eastern continent. He observed for a few more minutes. At a certain moment, the koi fish suddenly jumped up high from different angles. Matthew heard the roar of a dragon. Immediately after, the projection of the five-clawed heavenly dragon was reflected on the ceiling. Boom! The blurry projection of the heavenly dragon angrily pierced through the ceiling with its claws and fiercely chiseled at the bottom of the phoenix egg. The latter immediately bounced up and rolled in the gray lake, but in the end, it rolled back and firmly pressed against the mud basin. The five-clawed heavenly dragon furiously pounded the ceiling. But very quickly, the golden shadow dispersed and turned back into countless small koi fish. They began to swim around the most important stone pillar. During this process, Matthew seemed to hear the ravings from the slaughter domain again. Warning, you have discovered a sealed heavenly dragon's soul. It is eager to break free from the seal of the Sword of Slaughter and the void tentacles and return to the 7 stars of the abyss. The soul of the dragon found you and tried to interfere with your will. You, Divinity +3, are immune to the interference of the heavenly dragon's soul's will. Read latest stories on Empire. When the heavenly dragon's souls will interfered with him. Matthew could clearly feel the violent, angry, and hostile emotions. Even though he had completed the immunity with the divinity in his hand, he still did not dare to be careless. He exited the Grey Lake in one breath. When he was about 5 kilometers away from Grey Lake, Matthew stopped and took a breath. He could feel it. The interference from the heavenly dragon's souls will finally come to an end. This exploration was a pleasant surprise. Matthew's brain spun quickly. Soon, he figured out the most critical part. The reason why the phoenix egg was rolling in the Grey Lake was that the sleeping heavenly dragon's soul wanted to break through the original seal and return to the 7 stars of Unz. As the 5-clawed heavenly dragon and the Void Ruler were competitors in the same ecological niche, the latter naturally did not want to see the 5-clawed heavenly dragon return easily. Therefore, after the seal of the Grey Lake loosened, he used the evil art master to bewitch the wood elves to throw the phoenix egg into it. This was a second reinforcement of the seal. As expected, I knew the wood elves wouldn't throw the phoenix egg in for no reason. Matthew's eyes lit up. What he could be sure of now was the phoenix egg was indeed dead. The oracle that Matthew heard from the slaughter domain should have come from the stone pillar in the center of the stone basin. To be exact, it was the divine weapon, the slaughter sword, in the stone pillar. The level of the slaughtering sword seemed to be on par with the 5-clawed heavenly dragon and the Void Ruler. Otherwise, under the corrosion of these two existences, it would have long been unable to remain independent. That sort of slaughter might be the first seal against the heavenly dragon's soul. The tentacles of Urkus may be the second. The phoenix egg was added to be the third seal at the last minute. According to this line of thought, when evil art master Lance bewitched the elven queen to give birth to the Scar of the Dead, it wasn't just to occupy a corner of the material world. It was more likely to slow down the return of the 5-clawed heavenly dragon. Considering that the return of the 5-clawed heavenly dragon was very likely to accelerate the arrival of the days of heavenly change. Looking at it. Had the Void Ruler actually done a good deed? Matthew didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he was also very clear that at their level, every move was for their own grand ambitions. He could no longer judge the other party's position purely by good or bad. Fortunately, I didn't blow up the lake directly. If that's the case, the soul of the heavenly dragon will probably be liberated, and the 7 stars of the Unz will welcome the 3rd star to be lit up. Matthew was a little glad. He thought it over again and felt that his reasoning should not be too far off. However, there were still many questions in the details. For example, the origin of the Sword of Slaughter. And why was the storage method of the sword so similar to the evil crown? Could it be that the Sword of Slaughter was also related to the giant demon god? Even the return of the 5-clawed heavenly dragon and the illumination of the 7 stars were only Matthew's guesses. Considering the unclear information, no matter what decision he made, it was risky. Chapter 14:12 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. Chapter 14:12 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. Matthew stood there and thought for a full 20 minutes. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Actually, the Scar of the Dead project can also be transformed into a long-term operation project. Whether from the perspective of interests or reality, this decision is much better than reckless bombing. I just don't know what Tyraste and the Alliance's higher-ups think. If I can convince them to agree, then I can simplify the team after Umbrella 2.0 is completely completed, leaving only a portion of people in charge of daily operations and maintenance. Then, I can turn this project into a long-term project and solve it completely in other ways at a certain point in the future. He had to admit. This idea was much more tempting than simply blowing up the Scar of the Dead. The latter would be him earning a sum and leaving. The former was equivalent to raising a chicken that could lay golden eggs. Moreover, he could also pluck the wool of the wood elves from time to time. The premise was that the situation in Jade Court did not continue to worsen. However, Matthew was also very clear. The necromancers of Bayan City probably had the same idea as him. But they failed. There might be a concern that the necromancer would be corrupted by the Void Lord. But when it came to Matthew, this problem seemed to be solved. After all, he had already been reserved by the Void World in advance, so there was no possibility of him being corrupted again. I wonder if the upper echelons of the Alliance know about the existence of the five-clawed heavenly dragon and the slaughtering sword. Matthew muttered in his heart. Soon after, the mage assistants brought the materials to Grey Lake. Matthew immediately poured a large amount of cold caltrop stones and condensing potions into the lake. Without the help of an additional spell, the boiling Grey Lake became much calmer. The cold caltrop stone and the condensing potion should have reduced the frequency of the five-clawed heavenly dragon attacking the seal physically. It's a solution that doesn't solve the root cause. If I want to operate it for a long time, I have to think of a way to solve the problem of the heavenly dragon's soul. After confirming that the Grey Lake had returned to its calm state, Matthew pondered and returned to Windward Valley. Today, his discovery in the Grey Lake involved a lot of secret knowledge. He had to go to the Cauldron House and ask 177 to help him investigate. Stay connected through Empire. At night, he received a private message from Rhaegar. The latter relied on his high contribution points and completely treated the guild badge as chat software. He sent a lot of texts to Matthew. Matthew read 10 lines at a glance and got a rough summary. The main content of the private message was about the progress of the construction of Rolling Stone City. The Southern Mage Army did indeed have the ability to build things up. According to Rhaegar, the inner city had been built, and the outer city and the prototype of the natural moat barrier around Rolling Stone City had also been completed. It would be officially completed in June. By then, Rolling Stone Town would become an incomparably magnificent city. There would be a lot of land in the city that would be open to the public in batches, and it would be entrusted to various people to develop on their own. Rhaegar expressed. In order to build the new Rolling Stone City, he already owed the Southern Mage Army a large sum of money. The money was to be paid off with a portion of Rolling Stone Town's future earnings. But that would take a full 60 years. It could be seen that although the mages were efficient, the fees they charged had also reached an appalling level. However, Rhaegar felt that the money was well spent. New Rolling Stone City was a super city that could accommodate 300,000 to 500,000 people. The city was divided into various functional areas. It was completely an independent fortress that could be self-sufficient under extreme conditions. The only problem was the population of Rolling Stone Town was still too small. When he was preparing for the Battle of the Moss Hills, Matthew knew that the population of Rolling Stone Town was only a little over 10,000. After absorbing the people of the High Leaf Ridge, the Golden Fertile Field, and the Red Mountain, the population of Rolling Stone City had reached 30,000. The rapidly expanding population had already posed a great challenge to the original order of Rolling Stone Town. A lot of people complained to Rhaegar. But Rhaegar was very clear-headed. He thought that the short-term pain of population expansion would pass sooner or later. If he wanted to develop Rolling Stone City into one of the best cities in the South, he needed more people. There wasn't enough population. What the Southern Mage Army built was just a castle in the air. The so-called Rolling Stone Kingdom. It was just a vassal that purely relied on the power of mages. Currently, Rolling Stone City had a very good population influx rate. However, it was still far from Rhaegar's expectations. He asked Matthew in a private message if there was a way to increase the population quickly. In addition, he even emphasized this in the letter. If nothing unexpected happened, the Rolling Stone Kingdom would be announced at the end of July. There would be a founding ceremony and many other ceremonies to be carried out. He hoped Matthew would attend them. Looking for a necromancer to ask about the method to increase the population, you are really something. Matthew complained silently. However, he really had a way. In addition to vigorously introducing immigrants, he also had a strong halo in the domain of reproduction and could stimulate fertility. In the long run, the population of Rolling Stone Town was not a problem. As for the founding ceremony of the Rolling Stone Kingdom, July. I should be able to participate. Matthew conveniently filled out a number of memos for himself in case he was careless and forgot the proper business. For the next few days, the Jade Court was peaceful. Tyrest's terrifying massacre slowed down. In fact, more than 3,000 Wood Elves had died at his hands. Compared to the entire Wood Elf community. Chapter 1413 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. Chapter 1413 Ash Funnel and Weapon Master. It was already 5%. The current Tyrest had already become the embodiment of terror in the city. Thanks to him, the production and living order of Jade Court had completely collapsed. At least half of the Wood Elves chose to flee. Some of them fled to the edge of the forest, some to the vicinity of Jiliu City, and some even returned to the more dangerous Court of Fallen Leaves. The remaining elves. Most of them were gentle and meek. They were helpless against the rule of Tyrest and finally chose to reconcile with him. Matthew heard. There were already some flexible Wood Elves who suggested that they could build some treehouses at the edge of the Jade Court for the elderly who were over 600 years old and unwilling to enter the secret light forest to live. Some people thought that they could cooperate with Jiliu City and other big cities to give the exiled elderly elves a place to enjoy their old age. In their eyes, with the superiority of the elves, it was not difficult to get a good position in the human city. These plans were circulating in the streets and alleys, and had not been formally proposed by people with weight. However, anyone with discerning eyes could see the change in the direction of the wind in Jade Court. Tyrest had used force to kill a portion of them. Some people were scared away. Now, the Jade Court was finally completely under his control. Matthew received an important piece of news. 5 days later. It was the morning of June 10th. Tyrest would personally send the first batch of elven elders over 600 years old into the secret light forest. It was said that these elderly elves were all willing. This was a very important ceremony. Tyrest sent a message to Matthew through Bina. He hoped that Matthew would attend the ceremony. Matthew naturally wouldn't refuse. He was actually very interested in the Forest of Secret Light, the legendary ancient refuge of the Wood Elves. Thus, he noted down the time and day. Then, he went to do his own things. June 6th, morning. Matthew came to the Crucible house again and asked 177 about the information he had asked him to investigate. 177 said leisurely. You are right, Matthew. There has never been a god called the God of Slaughter in Aender. And in history, most of the killing clergy in Aender was in the hands of outsiders. The first master of the slaughter godhood was the demon lord Gale of the Abyss. The second was the famous great evil spirit, Philip. Experience more content on Empire. The third master of the slaughter godhood was a powerful god in the heavenly palace. But killing was not his main divine duty. Guess who he is? Matthew thought for a moment. Murder god? 177 shook his head. Why would you bring up a sewer rat? Matthew asked again. Vasnov? 177 revealed a disdainful expression. In my opinion, the second-generation god of war is just a little stronger than a sewer rat. Matthew was troubled. I don't know much about gods. Is there any hint? 177 blinked. You have a domain that is strongly related to that god. Matthew was even more troubled. Which domain? I have a lot of domains on me. However, he suddenly understood. You mean sun god Gerard? 177 nodded in satisfaction. It's him. Gerard got the clergy of killing a long time ago. At that time, there were still people who guessed that he would become a god in the domain of killing. However, I didn't expect this kid to hold it in for a long time and finally choose the clergy of the sun. But the clergy of slaughter has always been in his hands. The killing sword that you asked me to help investigate is also one of Gerard's special weapons. Matthew was a little puzzled. But I heard that there's also a sun god spear. What kind of weapon is the sun god then? 177 shrugged. Oh, the sun god in history was a true master of weapons. He liked all kinds of weapons. It is said that in order to master as many weapons as possible, he cultivated 32 arms. This is to make it convenient to use them at the same time. Of course, rumors are always exaggerated, but I think the number of arms of the sun god will not be less than 16. Speaking of which, are you really not considering learning to be a weapon master? The weapon master I'm talking about is the name of a high-level spell. After learning it, you can use multiple weapons at the same time, and you can also increase the proficiency of those weapons. I see that you have quite a number of weapons with you. Chapter 14:14 What is the price? Chapter 14:14 What is the price? Is there such a spell? Matthew was rather curious. 177 said in a serious tone. There are all kinds of spells in the spell library. Remember, don't stick to the necromancy domain. You're a mage first, then a necromancer. Matthew was stunned. Then, he nodded to 177 in thanks. He knew that this tower spirit was giving him a friendly reminder. It was probably afraid that after this undead calamity, he would accidentally be biased. From an objective point of view, overindulging in a specialized domain was a common problem for mages. This wasn't just a problem for the necromancers. There were also many other domains. Mages in the domain of enchantment could easily turn themselves into experts in figurines. Mages in the domain of evocation also tended to hurl fireballs at every problem. Mages in the illusion domain had the risk of indulging in the beautiful dreams they had woven for themselves. Path dependence was human nature. Mages also needed to specialize in their own domains. But needs were needs. Indeed, he couldn't set his sights and pursuits too firmly, or else it would affect his future limit. Matthew intended to jump out of the existing framework system and try more spells after completing the balance between life and death. As for the weapon master mentioned in 177, he had already silently memorized it in his heart and would go back to the spell library to find a copy. Then, Matthew and Tower Genie 177 started discussing their recent experiences. The main point was Tyraist's abnormal behavior and Edmund's views on supernatural powers. 177 immediately retorted. Don't listen to that fellow Edmund's nonsense. He's just saying it because he is already affected by it. First of all, the idea and experiment of a world where all supernatural powers have disappeared was not proposed by him. It was first proposed and designed by a great occult machinist of the Cyberdragon. Later, with the participation of other arcane machinists and a small number of mages, it formed a semi-finished product. Secondly, Edmund himself, as a person who has a stake in the supernatural powers, is not persuasive in saying these things. You have to understand that it is because he has strength that he can say things with such ease. To put it more bluntly, if a red button appeared in this world, as long as the button was pressed, all the supernatural powers in the entire world would return to zero. Guess who would press it? Would you? Would Edmund? 177's tone was quite domineering. Matthew chuckled and shook his head decisively. Although Edmund's words had touched him, he was also a person who had a stake in the supernatural power mentioned by 177. Returning to normalcy was certainly not what he was after. Isn't that just dandy? 177 yawned. There is no point in talking about this topic except to satisfy one's spiritual sense of justice. If the button I just mentioned really exists, only Lady Isabel and Lord Nameless have the slightest chance of pressing it. There's no chance for anyone else. Edmund would probably choose to hide it or simply destroy it. Matthew looked curious. Why Isabel and Nameless? 177 shrugged. Oh, that's because they're both mentally ill. In comparison, the mental state of the other mages is too normal. Matthew smiled in relief. As for Tyraist, I think he might have been affected by the slaughter sword, but the root cause is probably that he has completely let go of his self-restraint. 177 continued. Elves are creatures with a very single element, and the characteristics of creatures made up of a single element are easy to go to extremes. In a specific aspect, this race is either extremely stubborn or stubborn. Once the stubborn reins are loosened, they are very likely to become unscrupulous and lawless. Tyraist's behavior seems to suggest that he has taken the initiative to loosen the moral rope that restrains him. He can only rely on his own beliefs to act now. If he loses even his last belief, then he will completely fall into confusion. At that time even losing control will be a light punishment. .com. Speaking of this, 177 paused for a moment, and there was a hint of emotion in his tone. Actually, I think he's a very brave guy. Matthew nodded. To be able to reach this step, one's will is naturally incomparably firm. Do you think he has a chance of succeeding? 177 shook his head. I don't know. There's no precedent for this in history. What do you think? Matthew muttered. I'm not sure either, but I'm not too optimistic about his future. I can feel that, following his wanton slaughter in Jade Court, the will of nature has developed a strong dislike for him. For a wood elf, this is a very dangerous signal. 177 shook his head and said. Then it's over. He might not be far from the wrath of heaven. Speaking of which, it's normal. In the judgment of the will of nature, slaughtering one's own compatriots is a great crime. If it were in the ancient era when the will of nature was more active, he would probably be plagued by bad luck by now. Even in this era, people who encounter the hatred of the will of nature are easily unlucky. Generally speaking, people often use the protection of the opposing domain to eliminate this influence, but Tyraste could not do it. He could only carry the malice of the will of nature alone and continue to move forward. Unless there is a higher level of will willing to open its arms to him to offset the negative effects of the will of nature. Chapter 14:15 What is the price? Chapter 14:15 What is the price? Hearing this, Matthew revealed a thoughtful expression. The heavenly dragon's soul? Or was it the will of slaughter and destruction from the eastern continent? But this was Ander. How valuable was the eastern continent's apocalypse here? He referred to the encounters of the Sandalwood King and his subordinates. Matthew even suspected that the fundamental reason why Tyraste was hated by the will of nature was because of his unique apocalypse. Is there any other way to solve the situation in Tyraste? Matthew asked casually. 177 thought about it. Of course, there are ways. After all, human morals are dead, and the will of nature is alive. There are always ways to fool them. Let me think. I've already mentioned the first option. Find a stronger thigh to hug and ignore the hatred of nature's will. The second method is to form an alliance with a person who is recognized by the will of nature to reduce his dislike from the will of nature. However, doing so will drag down the will of nature's favor. I don't think anyone will be willing to do this for him. There's a third way. It's the most suitable way I can think of for the current Tyraste. That is to become a god. Matthew's eyes lit up, and he motioned for the tower genie to continue. 177 said passionately. Since he decided to shoulder the fate of the wood elves, why didn't he become a god with the body of a sword saint? First of all, he has the qualifications to become a god. Secondly, the current attitude of the alliance towards the gods has become much more ambiguous. He can completely discuss it with the alliance. Perhaps he can really get a quota to become a god. Third, after becoming a god, Tyraste's level is almost equal to the will of nature, and the so-called heavenly punishment will not happen. Fourth, the wood elves lack such a spiritual belief. Tyraste's great reform as a mortal body was bound to suffer setbacks. But what if he became the god of the wood elves? As long as he could become a god, everything he had done before could be cleared. Overnight, countless pious elven priests would appear and take the initiative to compile the essence of his teachings. Your next journey awaits at Empire. Even if he was essentially on an exiled path of glory, it could also be interpreted as a test and experience from the gods. Matthew nodded repeatedly. As expected of Ronan's tower spirit, it was definitely active and knowledgeable. From Tyraste's perspective, becoming a god was really the best solution at the moment. As the days of heavenly change approached, the rules set by the Calamity Mage were slowly losing effect. As long as they could obtain the support and permission of the Alliance, the elven god Tyraste was not empty talk. Unfortunately, the little wood elf doesn't have the same level of foresight as Sir 177. I guess he's going to bury his head and kill until the end and then silently bear the curse of nature's will. Shaking his head, 177 looked heartbroken. It was as if he was very concerned about the future of the wood elves. The two of them chatted for a while more. Matthew asked, "What has Lord Ronan been busy with recently?" 177 answered without hesitation. "Hanging in the sky." Matthew asked curiously. "In the sky? The moon?" 177 shook his head. "It's the east. Do you still remember the light and shadow of the city floating above the endless ocean?" Matthew nodded. "Rumor has it that it's the ruins on the clouds." 177 explained. "No, it was a projection of a world from a lost history. In the long river of time, some worlds would suddenly evaporate overnight, and these evaporated worlds were usually disturbed by some terrifying supernatural power. Before and after that period of time, they would not leave any traces, as if they had disappeared into thin air. But if it exists, it will leave clues. Those disappearing historical worlds will form a projection in the material world at a certain moment. There are many treasures in this kind of projection world. It's a natural treasure for mages, so the high-level members of the Alliance except Isabel and Nameless all went in. Ronan and his wife were no exception." Matthew was enlightened. No wonder there weren't any higher-ups in the Alliance recently. It turned out that they had all gone to the dungeon. Matthew's eyes revealed a hint of interest. However, in an instant, he was mercilessly attacked by 177. "If you want to enter the lost historical world, you should first advance to Superior Legend. Those below the Superior Legend rank are not qualified to enter. Why else do you think I'm chatting with you here?" Matthew smiled helplessly. A Superior Legend was still too far away from him. It was better to settle the matter at hand first. Then, he prepared to leave. Before he left, 177 suddenly asked, "Have you been to Cyberdragon?" Matthew shook his head. 177 suggested excitedly, "You really should go and see it when you have time. You can ask the Silver Council for a public visitation quota. Cyberdragon is a very magical city. I believe that the future of mankind, and even the future of Aender, is brewing there." Matthew looked at 177 in surprise. "I will. But why do you suddenly say that?" 177 sighed. "I was recently invited to participate in a confidential project of Cyberdragon. Due to confidentiality, I can't reveal the specific content of the project to you. I can only tell you that it's a very realistic game. It was so real that it was easy for people to not distinguish between reality and virtual reality. You really should go and see it. If you have the chance, it's best to get a test quota for that project." Chapter 14:16 What is the price? Chapter 14:16 What is the price? Hearing 177's grand recommendation, Matthew nodded solemnly. After leaving the Cauldron House, Matthew didn't return to Jade Court but came to Black Sua Mountain. Hera, who was extremely busy, greeted him. He hurried to the small dark room where Hex was. It was still the jailer who was in charge of leading the way last time. After opening the door, Matthew handed the scroll that Setrunk had given him to Hex. Shanair personally investigated the cause of Lori Fengta's death. "I took a look, and there shouldn't be anything wrong." The haggard Hex calmly opened the scroll and read it carefully. Half a minute later, the old woman slowly raised her head. "I can't accept my son being hurt like this. I wish to summon his soul and prepare a resurrection ritual." Matthew turned around and left. He did not want to get too involved in this matter. Hex was once a legendary necromancer, and Matthew was still wary of her. He had already reached his limit. However, before Matthew could leave the room, Hex's voice came from behind. "Do you want to know what happened in the Scar of the Dead back then? Why do the elves hate Bayan City so much? Do you know what kind of terrifying thing is buried under the grave area of the Scar of the Dead? Matthew stopped slightly but did not turn around. Hex's old but powerful voice floated over. I can assure you that the secrets I know are things that even the Alliance mages don't know. Whether it's Isabel, Link, Soria, or Nameless, none of them are insiders. In the entire world, only 3 mages know what happened when Bayan City took over the Scar of the Dead project. The other 2 necromancers have left Ainder long ago. I am not afraid to tell you their names. They are Dania, the Nightmare, and the Pale King Dickens. Matthew's pupils constricted. Dania the Nightmare was the previous mayor of Bayan City. She was the original owner of the skill that Matthew had obtained in the rainforest swamp. She was also a member of the Nightmare family, one of the 3 major families in Bayan City. Pale King Dickens was the previous mayor of Bayan City. Like the current mayor, he was a member of the Ritz family. The lady in front of Matthew was obviously from the Fonta family. But Matthew was not more concerned about this. Do you know who I am? Coincidentally, a cockroach crawled over from the corner of the wall. Hex reached out her trembling hand and let it crawl along the back of her hand to her ear. Under Matthew's gaze, the cockroach got into Hex's ear. Then, it disappeared. Hex's low laughter echoed in the small, dark room. Thanks to these cute little animals, I can occasionally hear the wind outside. From a tree master to a destroyer, your growth rate is quite amazing. I haven't seen a necromancer as good as you in years. Hex's tone was full of emotion. Matthew could also feel the pure admiration in her eyes. But even so, he did not waver easily. He just calmly replied. You're wrong. Besides you, I also know what's under the Grey Lake. Under Hex's slightly surprised gaze, Matthew replied confidently. The soul of the sleeping 5-clawed heavenly dragon and the sword of slaughter, am I right? Hex asked in surprise. Have you solved the riddle of ashes? This is impossible. With your ability, how did you defeat the power of the void? Matthew smiled without saying a word. This made his figure seem unfathomable. He couldn't possibly tell Hex that he and the void were family, could he? Seeing this, Hex's voice became a little dull. I underestimated your ability. Without the help of the chains of human desire, you actually managed to spy on the things at the bottom of the Grey Lake. But you should be interested in what happened back then. This may be helpful for your next move. Even if he wanted to leave, Matthew had to admit that he was very interested in what the necromancers of Bayan City had done. He knew very well that he could not follow the other party's rhythm. Hence, he said, your son cannot be resurrected, and I will not summon his soul. But I'll try to contact his wife, Ash. The last time we met, Ash was already trying to find Laurie's ghost. Maybe she has already found it or has some clues. I can help you contact Ash, but you have to tell me what Bayan City has done on the Scar of the Dead project. Hex was silent for a moment. Then, she warned. You can contact Ash. But don't believe her, don't believe any young and beautiful woman. This is something that children of your age need to pay attention to at all times. Matthew asked with interest. Why? Hex said calmly. Because I was young and pretty once. Matthew shrugged. Don't worry, I'll be on guard against Ash. Hex still looked worried. Take out 10 times the vigilance you have against me and keep an eye on that woman. I must know the final whereabouts of my son's ghost. Matthew said that he could only do his best. He couldn't give any guarantees. Hex was straightforward. After both sides reached a tacit understanding, she immediately said. We found something very precious in the Scar of the Dead. Experience tales at Empire. Matthew asked without hesitation. Soul crystal? Hex was speechless. Yes. I didn't expect your research to reach such a deep level in such a short time. But there's an even more important secret. Matthew looked at her calmly. Please, continue. Hex said mysteriously. We discovered the secret of immortality in the Scar of the Dead. She had thought that Matthew would be surprised or moved. At least there would be an emotional fluctuation. However, the young man in front of her had once again exceeded her expectations. From beginning to end, Matthew looked very calm. "Do you hear me? That's immortality." Hex could not help but emphasize. "Don't you long for immortality?" Matthew spread his hands, his eyes bright. "So, what is the price?" Chapter 14:17 The Emperor of the Sioux Clan. Chapter 14:17 The Emperor of the Sioux Clan. Hex looked at Matthew with surprise. "Is this your first reaction after learning that there is a way to live forever in this world? You don't look like a young man. Discover more stories at Empire." Matthew smiled. "Perhaps you have underestimated the young man? Besides, there are many kinds of young people." Hex shook his head. "No, in most cases, it takes time to be sophisticated. Your reaction was too calm, as if you had rehearsed it in advance. Or perhaps, you have encountered similar scenes in other places? In short, your performance is not like a soul that is less than 30 years old." Even though Hex did not hide her surprise, Matthew could not help but sigh in his heart. The eyes of these legendary mages were really vicious. He was indeed able to remain as calm as he was now because of the eternal immortal orchid. And Matthew's soul was indeed not as young as he looked. Logically speaking, Hex had lost the power of a legendary mage. However, her instincts and senses were still sharp. This made Matthew click his tongue in wonder. However, he did not dwell on this topic for too long. Instead, he quickly cut to the chase. "Tell me about what you people from Bayan City did back then. I heard that the city lord of that year, the Pale King Dickens, planned to resurrect the Scar of the Dead into a ghost tentacle." Hex nodded. "This is the plan we presented to the Alliance." Matthew asked curiously. "Are you planning to use negative energy to replace the ashes?" Hex said seriously. "It's covering, not replacing. The energy left behind by the Void Ruler cannot disappear into thin air, and with the means of the material world, it is almost impossible to digest this energy. Therefore, the best way is to cover it. As long as it is covered properly, it can ensure that the energy from the void does not leak out and then seal it. If the Alliance gives us permission, that's what we're going to do." Matthew nodded thoughtfully. In fact, from a necromancer's point of view, this plan was indeed feasible. But the problem was, doing so was equivalent to handing the mobile bomb, the Scar of the Dead, to Bayan City. The resurrected death tentacles will be an independent undead lord. It would be the servant of the Necromancer of Bayan City. Theoretically, it was still reliable. But in reality? The Alliance obviously didn't trust Bayan City that much. Thus, this plan was ultimately rejected by the Alliance. After that, we studied the Scar of the Dead from several other directions. We found a way to extract the power of ashes. Through simple energy conversion and a little ancient alchemy ritual, we can absorb a large number of soul crystals, which makes us ecstatic. We know that the Alliance doesn't trust us. The holy mages won't allow us to stay near the Scar of the Dead for long. Therefore, it didn't take long for Bayan City to reach a consensus. All the necromancers joined forces to convert the power of ashes into high-purity soul crystals. During that time, we worked almost day and night. When mentioning that past, Hex's face was filled with reminiscence. Matthew pinched his nose. As expected, necromancers were all the same when facing high-quality soul crystals. And then you were expelled by the Alliance. The Wood Elves hate you because you captured nearby creatures and threw them into the Scar of the Dead in order to carry out the evil act of man-made soul crystals, right? Matthew guessed. Hex sighed and said, "That is exactly what happened. Necromancers are a group of short-sighted scum. They have no honor at all. I thought I could persuade Dania and Dickens to stop this kind of exhausting behavior, but they promised very well, but they did it even more ruthlessly in private. I disdained to associate with them and was about to leave, but at this time, Dania told me that she accidentally discovered an incomplete transformation product in the process of high-speed extraction of soul crystals. She named the substance Ember Blood Crystal. The appearance of the Ember Blood Crystal had shaken my stance. Speaking of this, Hex lowered her head in shame. Matthew realized that this Ember Blood Crystal was probably the key to eternal life that Hex had mentioned earlier. Have you peeped into the realm of immortality from this substance? Hex nodded. Through experiments, we discovered that all living beings will immediately burn themselves after consuming an Ember Blood Crystal, turning their souls and bodies into ashes. However, as long as this pile of ashes is carefully preserved, a new life will crawl out of the ashes after 7 days. If it's a human's ashes, then a newborn baby will crawl out of the ashes. If it's a bird or a dragon, an egg will emerge from the ashes. A newborn is pure white at the beginning of their birth. When they grow to a certain age, they will suddenly awaken the memories of their previous lives and restore their personality. Theoretically, as long as you have an unlimited amount of Ember Blood Crystals, you can repeat the process of growing from a baby to an old age indefinitely. Of course, it's a form of immortality. Matthew was still unmoved. I still want to know what the side effects of taking the Ember Blood Crystal to revive are. Hex smiled helplessly. We only completed the first phase of the experiment on the human body, and then we were investigated by the Alliance. Chapter 14:18 The Emperor of the Sioux Clan. Chapter 14:18 The Emperor of the Sioux Clan. Although we had destroyed all the relevant information beforehand, Link and Isabel, who were in charge at the time, still noticed something. They thought that our actions violated the Alliance's manual and suspected that we had secretly implemented a taboo experiment. Then they carried out a strict investigation on the 3 of us. In accordance with the previously agreed secret contract, I refused to let go and did not reveal any information about the Ember Blood Crystal. However, the 2 scums, Dania and Dickens, pushed the blame onto me at the first moment. In this way, I became the scapegoat for the Ember Blood Crystal project and the previous act of Bayan City throwing living people into the Scar of the Dead. Because I was indignant about this matter, I fought with those 2 bastards, but I became the so-called traitor of the city. Heh. Hex's expression was full of mockery. Matthew didn't know if she was laughing at her 2 companions or herself. What happened after that? Matthew asked. What happened to them? Hex sneered. Link and Isabel aren't fools. Those 2 thought that they could live in peace by pushing the blame on me. In the end, they were captured and sent to fill the hole in the Heavenly Dragon battlefield. I shouldered all the crimes. In the end, it was just to bear the feeling of being forgotten and then sit in prison for decades. I don't care about that. Her gaze became sharp. Listen, boy. If you can find my son's ghost and bring him to me, I will give you a complete Ember Blood Crystal. I can even tell you the specific method of refining the Ember Blood Crystal. Is the Scar of the Dead not in your hands now? You're from the Alliance. Who will investigate you? You can completely operate it yourself. As long as you can find my son. Matthew was slightly tempted. He wasn't dreaming of immortality, but he was instinctively curious about these mysterious substances. Why don't you go yourself? This prison shouldn't be able to hold you, right? Matthew suddenly asked. Although Hex seemed to have lost all her power and Black Suwa Mount was a famous prison in the Alliance, Matthew still felt that this place should not have been able to trap Hex for so many years. In this regard, Hex's reaction was very calm. I can't leave here yet, not yet. Matthew's heart thumped. As expected. Judging from Hex's tone, she must have a way to leave. So he continued to ask. What kind of opportunity are you waiting for? Hex said calmly. I'll leave when my sentence is over. Matthew was stunned. Obey the judgment of the Alliance's laws and stay in prison. This was my promise to the person who captured me. Hex said with a solemn expression. Of course, I have to keep my promise. Even if a necromancer has no honor, I was born as a human, and I should have the dignity of a human. Matthew was instantly filled with respect. He could actually feel that Hex was different. She was a bit like a necromancer ascetic or knight.com. She was a rare spellcaster who cared about her own honor. Sure. All of this was based on the premise that she was not lying. My sentence is up in 3 months. Hex sighed softly. It was like a long dream. I wonder what kind of scene I will see when I see the light of day again 3 months later. Matthew still found it strange. If it's just a taboo experiment, it shouldn't be sentenced to decades of imprisonment, right? Hex glanced at him and said lightly. Oh, I killed a few mages when I was resisting the Alliance. Some of them are talents that the Silver Council believes will be the pillars of the next generation. I didn't care about those small things when I killed them back then, and there's no need to deliberately mention them now. Matthew was instantly speechless. As expected. He still couldn't have high expectations of the Necromancer's moral character. Hex was probably already quite frank. Just listen to what these old foxes say. You must not believe them. Matthew was secretly alarmed. He indicated to Hex that he would do his best regarding Lori Fongta. Then he talked about the origin of the Sword of Slaughter, hoping to get more secret information from Hex. About this. Hex also answered readily. The Sword of Slaughter was the weapon of the Sun God, but in this ancient era, this thing was a part of the giant demon god, but it later fell into the hands of the Sun God. After the fall of the Sun God, the Sword of Slaughter accompanied his god's kingdom to the ruins on the clouds. After the heavenly dragon's soul under the scar of the dead awakened, in order to get rid of the seal of the ancient Astromancer, it summoned the artifact from the ruins of the cloud with the resonance of the Slaughter domain. The heavenly dragon's soul wanted to devour the Sword of Slaughter to obtain more energy to break through the Astromancer's seal. However, it was discovered by the Void Ruler, which led to the Scar of the Dead. Hearing this, Matthew nodded secretly. This was almost the same as his guess. However, he originally thought that the Slaughter Sword was used to seal the 5-clawed heavenly dragon. He did not expect the latter to take the initiative to summon it. Back then, the Astromancers of the Eastern Continent divided the heavenly dragon's soul into 7 parts according to the position of the 7 stars of the abyss. 3 of them were sealed in Ander, and the remaining 4 were sealed in the places where the abyssal mothers were prevalent in the Eastern Continent. Chapter 1419 The Emperor of the Sioux Clan. Chapter 1419 The Emperor of the Sioux Clan. The one under the Grey Lake is only one of them. I'm not sure about the location of the other 2, but I suspect that they returned to their original positions some time ago. This will make the remaining heavenly dragon's soul even more violent. He will be eager to return to the 7 stars of Unz, and he is willing to pay any price for it. The Slaughtering Sword and the heavenly dragon's soul have a high degree of overlap in their domains. There's no need to mention the Slaughtering Sword and the 5-clawed heavenly dragon is synonymous with war and killing in any period of history. I've read some ancient books of the Sioux clan. It's said that the 5-clawed heavenly dragon believes that knives and fire are the cornerstone of civilization's evolution. The regions and plains where he is active have suffered from long-term wars. People are afraid of the might of the heavenly dragon, but they are also tired of the heavenly dragon's warlike nature. Therefore, he does not have many supporters on this land, let alone believers. Although I don't know the current situation under the Grey Lake, it's not that easy for the 5-clawed heavenly dragon to devour the Slaughtering Sword. After all, the latter has followed the Sun God for a period of time. Gerard's constant brand is enough for it to resist the soul of the heavenly dragon for a long time. For you, this is actually an opportunity. The Slaughtering Sword is eager to escape. Perhaps you can take the opportunity to become its master, but this may offend the heavenly dragon's soul. Hex said in a general manner. Matthew asked for a few more details. She patiently answered them one by one. A moment later, Matthew left the dark room and promised to visit her again to report on Lori. Before leaving Mount Black Suah, Matthew looked at Hera again. This once high-spirited legendary automaton was now living a tight life. Matthew could feel Hera's panic and anxiety when she was chatting with him. Hera expressed that she was still not suited to be a warden. Currently, Mount Black Suah was in serious deficit. She had done everything she could to make up for it. But the hole was still there. If this continued, she could only sell the fixed assets of Mount Black Sua in exchange for cash flow to quench its thirst. Next time, if you have a way to earn money, you must come and find me. Otherwise, I'll really have to sell my ass. Hera said to Matthew with red eyes. I'm very good at fighting. The appearance fee is just a symbolic 1 million. Matthew scratched his head helplessly. How about? I'll help you ask Alexander. Well, I see him occasionally. Exhausted, Hera said. Please ask him to come back. Don't play house in the astral world. Why don't we switch positions? I'll go to the astral world to lead troops to fight. I'll definitely be stronger than him. Matthew smiled. He could only guarantee that Hera's words would be delivered to Alexander as soon as possible. Matthew thought that the latter probably did not want to see the Black Sua mountain that he had managed for many years go bankrupt. He should be able to help Hera. After leaving the Black Sua mountain, Matthew went to a market in Jilliu City and bought 2 pigs. Then, he brought it to his interdimensional space. It was the first time he had used the parasite skull. After using the parasite's head to eat 2 pigs in one go, Matthew could clearly feel that the emptiness between his eyebrows had disappeared. It felt like it was being filled. It made him feel happy but also a little sluggish. The parasite's skull can indeed fill in the elements. As expected, when it comes to matters of principle, Edmund can still be trusted. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. At least in the short term, he would not have to worry about the Void bloodline. Then, he returned to the Jade Court. For the next 2 days, Matthew buried himself in the camp to learn Tier 5 spells, including the Weapon Master mentioned in 177. During this period of time, the trees planted by the Druids also kept up with the progress of the scorched earth of death. Matthew took some time off. A balanced contract between the oak forest and the scorched earth of death was specially made for the extended section of the Scar of the Dead umbrella. Because there was a successful precedent. Therefore, he only needed to follow the script. It only took 1 night. In just a few seconds, he had completed the balanced contract that was close to 2/3 of the extended stage. This process benefited Matthew greatly. He had obtained a large number of Legend Path practice points. And his practice of the legendary path had officially entered the stage of Wind and Frost from the initial stage. At this point, he was about to face the most difficult plateau period before becoming a legend. As long as he could break through the Frost stage. After that, the dew, flowers, and fruits all came naturally. And at the final step, this meant that Matthew could condense his domain fruit. This was the highest achievement of the Path of Mages in the domain. It was also the symbol of a senior legendary mage. Matthew was able to reach this level at level 17, and he was already considered an absolute leader among his peers. Except for freaks like Hibbert. It would be difficult for others to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. However, Matthew was not complacent. He was no longer that fledgling mage. He had seen too many geniuses and experts. He knew that his true strength had yet to come. Before that, the only thing he had to do was to focus on developing. Matthew was working back and forth between the mage camp and the Scar of the Dead. The Jade Court had also become quiet these days. It was as if it had happened overnight. All the Wood Elves accepted this result. The entire city was still lifeless. However, the order that had collapsed earlier was slowly restored. It was really incomprehensible. And in his daily chat with Bina, Matthew learned that Tyranny was one of the few Wood Elves in the city who still openly opposed Tyraste. In order to prevent the conflict between the father and daughter from escalating, Bina had no choice but to increase the frequency of her nightmare pendant's usage. Tyranny was sleeping longer and longer. This worried Bina. The nightmare pendant was a very powerful item. If Tyranny was controlled by it for a long time, it was very likely that she would never wake up after a certain hypnosis. Bina had actually wanted to give up. But Tyraste warned her. Before the first batch of elderly people over 600 years old entered the light forest, Tyranny must be strictly controlled. The teacher had already spoken. She could only struggle to accept it. Matthew could feel her helplessness and worry. But apart from comforting her verbally, Matthew didn't have any good ideas. At night, Matthew was lying on the bed in the mage camp, and he had a rare insomnia. Tomorrow will be the day when Tyraste banishes the first batch of elven elders. I keep feeling like something's going to happen. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild. Suddenly, his consciousness became hazy and heavy. Immediately after, Matthew's consciousness seemed to have been dragged into a huge space. As far as the eye could see, beneath his feet were endless mountains and plains. The hill that rose in the distance had the characteristics of a Dawnshell landform. When the wind blew, the sound of a flute came from the mountains. Above him was a starry sky. There were 7 extremely bright stars in the starry sky. Matthew immediately noticed. There were 2 figures beside him. One of them had a big belly and a stunned expression. He was the current lord of Quarter City, the spokesperson of Purgatory in the human world, and the descendant of the Sioux clan, Yu Lien. The other was a young elf with a bamboo stick in his arms. Matthew stared at the elf for a long time. Tyraste? He asked with uncertainty. Before the other party could speak, an extremely imposing figure suddenly appeared above the galaxy. At the same time, a shocking voice sounded in Matthew's heart. I am the Emperor of the Sioux. 1,000 years ago, I led thousands of troops into the Milky Way. Now we are coming back. Are you willing to be my vanguard? Matthew's expression instantly became a little strange. Warning, you have detected the deception domain. Chapter 14:20 Prayer Incense Burner and Keeping Your Mouth Shut. Chapter 14:20 Prayer Incense Burner and Keeping Your Mouth Shut. What was this familiar feeling of fraud? Matthew cursed in his heart. However, he remained silent. He had just arrived and didn't know where this place was. It was better to keep a low profile. The 3 people below were silent. The shadow on the Milky Way snorted coldly. Where are the soldiers? As soon as he finished speaking, with the Milky Way as the stage behind it, a scene unfolded like a painting. In the picture, thousands of soldiers and horses followed the burly figure in armor and charged into the battle. Matthew saw it clearly. The first thing he saw was a group of thin figures wearing short gray robes. These people were carrying green longbows, with guns hanging from their waists, and riding on cranes, flying through the sky. This is the Flying Crane Army. Immediately after, on the vast land in the painting, a group of burly and powerful men were riding on fat and strong earth dragons as they pushed forward. The weapons in their hands were more varied, there were spears and halberds, and also double-bladed axes, but most of them were heavy weapons. The knowledge of the Sioux appeared in Matthew's mind. This should be the Yellow Dragon Army under the Emperor of the Sioux clan. The last scene of the painting came to the sea. On the stormy waves, one after another, supergiant turreted ships appeared out of nowhere. No matter how big the waves are, the ship was as stable as flat ground. There were still many tamed sea beasts busying themselves on the sea near the ship. On the ship, soldiers in light blue shirts were moving on the deck and mast as if they were walking on flat ground. All of a sudden, a loud roar covered everything. It was the artillery fire from the ship. In just an instant, it killed a sea beast that was wreaking havoc in the sea on the spot. This was Sioux Country's Sea Tower Army. Above the Milky Way, the momentum of the 3 armies was especially shocking. As the scroll slowly closed, the impressive figures of the 3 armies gradually transformed into 3 towering peaks. The mountains stood on the plain and connected with the Milky Way. The vivid scenes were like colored ink paintings. It gave people a strange and realistic feeling. Matthew could strongly feel that the army in the painting had definitely existed. Is this what happened in the eastern continent more than 1,000 years ago? Matthew was slightly excited. However, he did not let his guard down. The scene was real. It didn't mean that the shadow of the Emperor of the Sioux clan in the Milky Way was real. At this moment, the shadow spoke again. If you don't believe me, you can go to Swordwinter's Pier and look for a sea elf named Jew. He will guide you to where you should go. However, Jew's tracks are hard to find. You need to first go to the shipwreck site in Swordwinter City and find a lost shrine. There is a statue of the Sioux Emperor near the shrine. You just need to light a sandalwood incense stick on the shrine. As long as you are loyal to me and work for me, you will definitely obtain supreme glory and extraordinary power. There's no point in saying more. I'll let you see my divine power first, and then you can decide whether you want to become my vanguard. As he spoke, a golden light fell from the Milky Way. The golden light sank into Matthew's body. Immediately after, some knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind. Hint, you have obtained the relevant knowledge and the specific production method of the incense burner of prayers. Incense burner of prayers, theoretically, you can fulfill some simple wishes through this item. Prayer spells? Matthew raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Just as he wanted to talk to the shadow above the Milky Way, the latter waved his hand in boredom. Go, go. This is the divine realm, not a place where mortals like you can stay for long. In the next second, a powerful, repulsive force drove Matthew away. He and the two figures beside him immediately turned into nothingness. A few minutes later, the shadow above the Milky Way also disappeared in silence. The land was still vast. The stars were moving on top of the mountain, and the sun and moon were nowhere to be seen. A tiny shadow appeared on the mountain range again. I'm really back. Matthew, who had returned, had a surprised look on his face. Thanks to Lance, Matthew's spiritual power had increased substantially after he used the Sea Elf meditation spell to devour 2 units of spiritual source. His focus increased exponentially. He found that he was able to control his spiritual power with ease. Just now, when he was about to be expelled, Matthew had left an anchor point for his mental strength there. After his consciousness returned to the real world, he wanted to activate this anchor point and then enter the space. He did not expect to succeed after only one try. This should be an illusion world similar to the evil thought space of the evil art masters. The images I saw just now were all illusory. Or, it's a projection of a certain real space in the illusion world. Matthew walked alone in the dark mountains. He deliberately closed his eyes and walked randomly. But no matter which direction he walked in, he would not hit the mountain, nor would he fall. This was the characteristic of illusions. Matthew knew that the person who created this illusion world must be very skilled in the field of illusion. But the embarrassing thing about illusions was that it was very difficult to really do everything. Some scenes might be able to pass off as real if they were deliberately maintained by an illusionist. But now, Matthew had turned around and observed the space again. He found that there were loopholes everywhere. Chapter 14:21 Prayer Incense Burner and Keeping Your Mouth Shut. Chapter 14:21 Prayer Incense Burner and Keeping Your Mouth Shut. This meant that the illusionist who created this illusionary world was not very careful in maintaining it. He must have been distracted by something else. This gave Matthew a chance to take advantage of the situation. In his thoughts, Matthew saw Yu Lian's figure again. He walked over to greet the other party, but Yu Lian did not seem to see him and continued to do his own thing. This is also an illusory projection. Matthew understood. Yu Lian and Tyraste should have entered this illusionary world at some point in time. Thus, they left behind a projection. The difference was, the time Yu Lian entered was closer to the present. As for Tyraste, it was very likely that he had accidentally entered this place when he was young. Therefore, the projection left behind by the other party was quite young. Considering Tyraste's age, this illusionary world had obviously existed for some years. Perhaps this illusion world is maintained by Tyraste. Matthew thought of the apocalypse of Tyraste. However, she felt that the time did not match. If Tyraste had achieved the apocalypse when he was young, why would he become the Grand Marshal of the Windchasers later? Matthew thought about it and felt that there were many contradictions. So, he immediately gave up trying to figure out the content. Instead, he wholeheartedly searched for loopholes in the illusion space. Not long after, Matthew was certain. The ground is full of fake pictures. Wherever I go, the three mountains follow me. This is either the illusion master is lazy, or the material is limited and can only be recycled. So he turned his gaze to starry night. I should have a pair of wings, Matthew called out in his heart. A moment later, a pair of angelic wings had really grown out of his back. With the help of wings, Matthew successfully flew up. Sure enough, as long as you have enough spiritual power, you can get what you want in the illusion world. However, the fantasy wings consume a lot of spiritual energy to fly continuously. I don't know if I can hold on until I reach the Milky Way. He wouldn't die from falling anyway. Matthew flew straight ahead. After flying for an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived at the place where the shadow had appeared before. But soon, Matthew was disappointed. The Milky Way is also a sticker. This illusionist was able to pull me into the illusion world from my sleep. I thought he was a super expert. I didn't expect the details to be so rough. He traveled back and forth between the Milky Way. Sometimes, one could even see the curtains between the scenes. This illusionary space was like an album of ink paintings stacked together. The scene was very beautiful. But the structure was really crude. When Matthew flew back and forth across the Milky Way, it didn't take much effort to find the gap between the three images. A small wooden house was hidden in every crack. Matthew pushed open the door of the first cabin. The furnishings in the wooden house were rather simple. There was a bed, a set of tables and chairs, a cabinet, and nothing else. The cupboard was empty. There was only a blanket on the bed. On the table was a thick diary covered in dust, and beside it were two slender charcoal pens. Matthew opened the diary, which was filled with the words of the Sioux. The knowledge of the emissary of equilibrium was enough for him to read the contents. Matthew read it seriously. He then realized that the owner of the diary was a guard of the Great Wall's mage army. The jailer was responsible for guarding a legendary creature called the Mirage Dragon. The jailer was a dutiful fellow. He would write down what Mirage Dragon ate every day in prison, how many times he went to the toilet, how many times he cursed at the emperor, how many times he played Hand of Magic. These were all recorded in detail in the diary, and it was said that an additional copy was reported on time. From the diary, Matthew learned a lot about the Mirage Dragon. He knew that the Mirage Dragon was lustful and liked beautiful women from all races. He was also extremely cunning and bullied the weak. He was proficient in illusions and deception and had done many ridiculous things in the eastern continent. And the reason why Mirage Dragon was imprisoned there. It was said that he had deceived the daughter of a certain emperor of the Sioux clan, causing the latter to commit suicide. The emperor was so angry that he locked the dragon in the prison of the Nine Nether Land and ordered the owner of the diary to guard it. Matthew read this part over and over again. He vaguely guessed that the so-called Nine Nether Land was very likely referring to the current Far East. But what puzzled Matthew was, from the map the jailer had randomly drawn in the diary. Back then, the Far East was also the front line against the demons. Why would a place that could fall at any time become the first choice for prisoners? It was not difficult to tell from the information revealed in the diary. This so-called Nine Nether Land not only imprisoned the illusion dragon but also many extremely vicious criminals. Wasn't the Sioux country afraid that the Nine Nether Land would be captured by the demons and the prisoners would collectively celebrate? Matthew skipped this part of the chapter with doubts. While reading the diary, he was particularly sensitive to any information related to time. In the end, he sorted out such a timeline. Several years before the meteor calendar, the Mirage Dragon, legendary creature, was defeated by the Great Wall mages and imprisoned in the Nine Nether Land. Meteor calendar year 120, the jailer's daily record was interrupted. Meteor calendar year 800, suspected that the Mirage Dragon himself left a diary that mocked the jailer and cursed the emperor of the Sioux clan. Meteor calendar year 1219, the suspected Mirage Dragon wrote in his diary, I found a way to leave, I'm a genius. And a long passage related to it. Chapter 14:22 Prayer Incense Burner and Keeping Your Mouth Shut. Chapter 14:22 Prayer Incense Burner and Keeping Your Mouth Shut. 12:19, that was last year. Matthew suddenly understood. From that, he understood that the Mirage Dragon sensed that the days of the heavenly change were approaching. He had predicted in advance that a certain disappearing historical world would form a projection in the material world. And during this process, Mirage Dragon could use the passage between the historical world and its projection in the material world to project his illusion space in the Nine Netherland onto the continent of Aender. He could use this illusion space to trick some people who knew about the existence of the Sioux clan into coming in and working for him. The last page of the diary was, "I'm not far from escaping." The handwriting looked particularly fresh, and it might even be a pen that had been used in the past few days. Phew. Matthew gently closed the diary and exhaled. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. If the jailer wrote the diary for daily reports, it might also be to pass the time. Then why did Mirage Dragon write in the diary? This was counterintuitive. Matthew felt that even the contents written by the jailer might not be entirely credible, because this world was projected by the Mirage Dragon. He could completely make minor adjustments in the details. He even suspected that the Mirage Dragon knew that he had returned and was deliberately showing him these things. Matthew composed himself. There's no need to be so paranoid. The goal of the Mirage Dragon must be to escape. His true body is in the Far East. It's impossible for him to forcefully cause harm to me from such a far distance. I just need not be greedy. After leaving this little wooden house, Matthew immediately went to the second room. The area of this small wooden house was much larger, and there were many bookshelves inside. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of magic books. There was even this sign hanging at the door of the house: the reading room of the Great Wall Mage's Army. Between the bookshelves, Matthew could even see the scroll dragons busying themselves. However, these were all illusions. Matthew had nothing to do with them. He walked past a scroll dragon, then searched the shelf and took down a book. Matthew glanced at the table of contents. The book was called The Burning Heart Curse, and it recorded the spell, as well as 7 related variations and support spells. The Burning Heart Curse was a variant of illusion which could interfere with a person's emotions, making them easily anxious and furious. This spell was ordinary when used alone. However, if the group version were used on a group of targets, it would have a qualitative effect. The crowd would amplify the shared emotions. Rage and anxiety would destroy everyone's rationality. Matthew tried to record the contents of the book in his mind. This process was a little strenuous. After all, his existence itself consumed spiritual energy. But in the end, Matthew did it. When he closed the heart-burning curse, his brow bone began to hurt, and his eyeballs were throbbing. Matthew knew that this was a sign of insufficient mental strength. He immediately exited the illusion world. In the next second, Matthew's consciousness returned to the mage camp. The anchor point is still there. I can go back in at any time. He heaved a sigh of relief. The contents of the spell that he had just recorded began to quickly appear in his mind. Matthew took some time to copy the heart-burning curse onto the scroll. After finishing all of this, he went to the deception domain, and after accumulating enough deception elements, Matthew obtained a new domain ability. Keep it a secret. You can define certain information related to you as top secret information. From then on, everyone who knows this news cannot leak this news to others through language or written form. This ability is interesting, but why is it an ability in the domain of deception? Could it be that in order to complete the fraud, I have to keep my mouth shut? Matthew felt that it was a little far-fetched. But anyway, he had entered the domain of fraud through anti-fraud methods. No matter what ability he obtained, it would be an unexpected surprise. It would be a waste not to take it. He took a short rest and recovered some of his mental strength. Then, he took out the incense burner of the dead that he had used when he advanced to a high-level necromancer. He replaced the incense burner with spices such as cassia, cloves, and pepper. Then, he inserted a short sandalwood stick into the incense burner. Matthew fetched a charcoal pencil. He wrote a line of magic words in the Sioux language on the base of the incense burner. A simple, incense burner of prayers was completed. I'd like to see how this mirage dragon will fulfill someone's wish. With such a feeling, Matthew lit the sandalwood incense in the incense burner. Gray smoke curled up. Matthew began to chant the prayer that Mirage Dragon had given him. Not long after, the rising pillar of smoke transformed into a rather square face. That face asked solemnly, "What is thy wish?" Matthew thought about it and decided to make it simple. "I want to pick up money at least once in the next 24 hours. His face was calm as he said, "Simple. Place 100 gold coins into the incense burner. Your wish will naturally come true." Chapter 14:23 The Saint and the Pope? Chapter 14:23 The Saint and the Pope? Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. If I pray with 100 gold coins and the money in the wallet is less than 100 gold coins, it is considered a successful wish, right? Even so. He endured the pain in his heart, took out 100 gold coins from his bag, and threw them into the incense burner. The incense burner was not big. But the magical thing was that every time Matthew put in a gold coin, the latter would disappear into the ash smoke in the furnace. Not long after, 100 Alliance small gold coins were gone. Matthew looked up. At this moment, the short incense in the incense burner had already burned to a third of its original size. The lines of the face formed by the gray smoke became more realistic. You can easily take out 100 gold coins, but you still want to reap without sowing. It can be seen that you are a greedy guy. The face on the incense burner said seriously, "Your wish will come true. But you must be careful. Too much greed will incur the punishment of fate. You may encounter a little accident or setback in the process of realizing your wish. These are all necessary arrangements of fate. But if you remain loyal to the great Sioux Emperor and recite my name when you encounter setbacks, I can save you from these unpleasant things. Remember this, it's important." The other party's tone became very stern. Matthew looked up in surprise. The short incense in the incense burner quickly burned out. The gray face disappeared. A wisp of gray smoke lingered around Matthew's body. Matthew looked down at the data bar. Hint, you have received a blessing from the incense burner of prayers, a little luck. A little bit of luck. The good news is that you have a little bit of luck. The general news is that you really only have a little bit. Looks like that Mirage Dragon really knows a little wishing spells. Matthew knew that his blessings could not be faked, but this level of good luck did not guarantee that he would be able to pick up a wallet in the next 24 hours. At most, his daily life would be a little more comfortable. Its effectiveness was so low that it could not even be called a blessing. At most, it was equivalent to a mage's cantrip. Matthew checked his luck through the equilibrium node on his body. He confirmed that this place was not affected. This meant that the Mirage Dragon's wish was definitely not achieved through normal casting channels. Actually, this was normal. If the Mirage Dragon's wish were really that powerful, he would have long escaped from the prison of the Nine Netherland with his own abilities. Why would he need help from others? Matthew thought that if the Mirage Dragon wanted to bait him, it would definitely find a way to achieve its wish through other means. Thinking of this, Matthew silently hung 3 special spells on himself and used the supermodel ability of spell delay to infinitely delay the trigger point so that he could use it when necessary. And those 3 spells were: Counterspell, Spell Rebound, Spell Elimination. When he encountered a spell effect, the above 3 spells would be triggered in turn. Even illusions could not directly affect him. Then Matthew threw this matter aside and went to work. He had recently been learning the Tier 5 spells Dead End and Lost Mind. These 2 spells could reduce the target's resistance and provide a high legendary penetration. After learning these 2 spells, Matthew was a qualified legendary support. At least it was not difficult for him to help Olerin. These two spells weren't difficult to understand. The domain it belonged to was also the domain of the undead that Matthew was good at. So, Matthew learned very quickly. The sky had just brightened. He had successfully mastered the basic techniques of these two spells. After that, it was time to practice repeatedly. However, Matthew did not strike while the iron was hot and continued practicing. He changed into a decent mage robe and left the mage camp in a hurry. Because today was Tyrest's big day. It should be the day Tyrest's wish was fulfilled. Before sunset today, the first batch of elderly elves who were said to be voluntarily banished would enter the jungle of secret light. This was a symbolic event. Even if Tyrest didn't invite him, Matthew will go over and check it out. Early morning. The Valley of Godly Trees. This was a valley located northwest of the Emerald Jade Court. The Jade Court was a large city built on a continuous mountain range and forest. Judging from the topography, the main body of the city and its surroundings were covered with all kinds of hills. It was also because of this. Many low valleys in the hills became the gathering places of elves. The Windward Valley in the east was an example. It was the same in the Valley of Godly Trees. However, compared to the open terrain and larger area of Windward Valley, the area of the Valley of Godly Trees was much smaller. The trees here were extremely sparse, forming a small vacuum in the lush forest. So, looking down from above, this valley was like the courtyard of the city of Jade Court. It was already early June. Although the sun in the south wasn't as scorching as July and August, it still carried a scorching heat. Matthew arrived early. He originally wanted to find a quiet spot under the shade of a tree to watch the ceremony, but he found that it was not easy. There were also some trees in the Valley of Godly Trees. However, most of these trees had withered leaves and could not shelter the living from the wind and rain. There were also some ancient stone buildings. Chapter 14:20 For the Saintess and the Pope? Chapter 14:20 For the Saintess and the Pope? But most of the weathering was severe, and the ceiling had basically collapsed or cracked. Matthew finally found a place with a good view and shadow. This is probably the place with the most sunlight in the entire Jade Court. Matthew sighed inwardly. He realized that he was not the only one who was finding shade. Many wood elves who had heard the news were also looking for shade everywhere. Because of the lack of light, the skin of the wood elves was generally very fair. It could even be said to be frighteningly white. When Matthew and Lorraine were chatting, he learned from the latter that, at some point in time, southern bards generally liked to use the lame character setting of vampires pretending to be wood elves to write scripts, in order to create contrast and conflict in the plot. However, it was a bad joke. The popularity of this scene also indirectly reflected the similarities between wood elves and vampires in terms of appearance. At least in front of other races who were not familiar with both. It was common to confuse them. In the morning, a large number of wood elves had already gathered in the Valley of Godly Trees. It was not difficult to tell from the way these people came and went. They weren't invited by someone or organized to gather here. They had probably heard about the news that Tyrest had previously announced, so they came to see what the situation was. Most of the wood elves who came to watch were below 600 years old. Occasionally, he could see a few older ones with worried faces. Matthew saw many faces among these wood elves who had chosen to flee. Some of them had fled to Jiliu City, some to Eversong Forest, and some to the north of Jade Court in some scattered villages and valleys. However, many of these elves appeared at the scene. Perhaps they had sensed the change in the direction of the wind, or perhaps they had truly realized the strength of Tyrest, and in the end, they slowly leaned towards compromise. This was human nature. After all, in the second half of May, the light pool used to send away the wood elf corpses worked almost 24 hours a day. Many elves talked about that terrible time in private. They all called it the Bloody May. It was said that they no longer mentioned the name of Tyrest but instead used the seemingly vague pronouns that lord, that marshal, and that butcher. No matter what, Tyrest's plan was beginning to bear fruit. There were no longer any elves in the city who dared to oppose him. Or rather, he had killed all the rebels. What a terrifying, extraordinary power. Matthew sighed inwardly. This was also the first time he witnessed an individual changing the future of a race with extraordinary power. He felt that there was a need to learn from him. Sometimes, one's thoughts really couldn't be too rigid. The extraordinary world was different from the ordinary world. In his thoughts, a group of young elves dressed in strange clothes suddenly walked out of the valley. With their arrival, the surrounding wood elves were slightly agitated. Everyone was staring at the group of young elves. The onlookers' gazes were very complicated. Matthew pricked up his ears and listened for a while. Only then did he realize that the red and green willow pattern clothes worn by this group of young wood elves were actually the 100-flower clothes worn by zealots in ancient times when worshipping the god of elves. Ever since the fall of the elven god, it had been many years since a wood elf had worn such clothes. Not to mention walking around the city. This scene obviously shocked the unsuspecting onlookers. Matthew could hear them whispering. In the past, this was an extremely outrageous move. Everyone would probably quickly scold it and then hand it over to the willow branch to deal with. However, things were different now. After 5 bloody months, the wood elves had learned a lot. Before they figured out the origin of this group of young people, no elf dared to act rashly. However, they could not avoid all kinds of complaints and accusations in their whispers. Matthew just wanted to laugh. He had heard of these young wood elves from Bina. They were a group that Tyraste had secretly organized a long time ago. These young wood elves were a bit like the bamboo stick gang from back then, but this group was not as aggressive. They only regarded protecting Tyraste and his glory and reputation as their first priority and did not take any extreme actions. It seemed to be a simple personal cult. Because they didn't walk up to the stage. Therefore, this group did not receive the attention of the other elves. Until today. Tyraste clearly has its own group in confidence, but it didn't let them participate in the implementation of the Path of Glory plan. He killed all the people who were in the way by himself. After bearing all the notoriety, he let these young people gradually come out to stabilize the situation. Matthew saw something. Tyraste had arranged this so that these young people could be accepted by the other wood elves faster. He had placed a lot of concern about this. Matthew had heard that most of the members of this group were from Moonlight and Shadow Leopard in the Windchaser army. Other than being a little younger, there were no problems in other aspects. They wouldn't have stage fright even if they were dragged out to fight. Not to mention maintaining order and carrying out Tyraste's plan. Chapter 1425 The Saint and the Pope? Chapter 1425 The Saint and the Pope? There were only a few hundred people in this group. However, in Jade Court, a few hundred youths were already a force that could not be ignored. Matthew saw them coming out of the valley and going to other places in the city in pairs. Not long after, some of the young people began to return to the Valley of Godly Trees. They often had 1 to 3 elderly wood elves behind them. Those were obviously the old men who were about to be exiled. These elderly elves were not tied up, and the young elves did not impose any physical restrictions on them. They just walked one after the other. The young elf in front walked lightly, while the old elf behind him had a gloomy expression. His legs seemed to be filled with cement, and it was difficult for him to move. But even so, as the sun rose high in the sky, the number of elderly elves in the Valley of Godly Trees gradually exceeded 800. They were the first elves to go to the secret light forest, and their average age was over 700 years old. I don't know how Tyraste did it. It's impossible to make these old men walk out of their homes willingly with mere intimidation, right? Some of them had fled initially, but later returned to the Jade Court. It seemed that they had specially come to participate in this ceremony. Matthew was secretly amazed. Just as he was silently observing the situation in the valley, he heard a new piece of news from the crowd next to him. The ruins of the stone buildings in the Valley of Godly Trees were the ruins of the temple of the god of elves. Ever since the fall of the elven god, the Valley of Godly Trees had become uninhabited. It had been a long time since it had been so lively. Tiraced. Matthew's eyes flashed. At this moment, he found an unexpected figure in the crowd. It was actually Winter Moon, Alan. She walked alone on the ruins of the temple, her expression a little sad. Was she released by Tiraced? Matthew took the initiative to walk over and greet Alan. When he got closer, he found that Alan was much more haggard than before. I'm sorry. After a simple greeting, Matthew expressed his apology to Alan. Alan shook her head calmly. You don't have to apologize to me, Matthew. I know there's nothing you can do about it. As long as the legendary mages don't want to interfere, there aren't many people on the continent who can stop Tiraced. Even though her expression and tone were very calm, Matthew could feel a faint complaint from the other party's wording. He had to remind her. The legendary masters did not stop the Council of Elders. They also didn't stop evil Art Master Lance. You should know that. A helpless look flashed across Alan's face. I understand, of course I understand. The Ancient Alliance gave the Jade Court a high degree of autonomy, which is something that many Wood Elves are proud of. For many years, the Alliance has never interfered with Jade Court's decisions. I once thought that this was a good thing, proving the strength and heritage of the Wood Elves. However, after the Scar of the Dead incident, I had doubts about this. Now, I feel that the Alliance's non-interference may not be a good thing for the Wood Elves. Matthew smiled helplessly. There was no such thing as having both in this world. He could only cough and beat around the bush. There is no such thing as having the best of both worlds. The Alliance has always maintained a consistent attitude in matters related to Jade Court. Although I don't understand what the big shots are thinking, I think Tiraced would be very happy to see the legendary mages respect the elf's power so much. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Alan's face. Of course, Tiraced was happy to see it. He is the most conceited and dictatorial elf ruler I have ever seen. Matthew raised his eyebrows. What about the Elven Queen? Alan's expression was a little ugly. Then, she smiled bitterly. Well, my choice of words was careless. In the history of the Wood Elves, there were indeed many rulers who were worse than Tiraced, but he must be the craziest one. Matthew said calmly. He's not really crazy. He sent me a message when you were in prison, promising me he wouldn't hurt you. Now it seems that he should have done what he said. Alan was slightly stunned and then said reluctantly. He really didn't do anything to me other than house arrest. I'm just a little scared. I've never seen a butcher like him, and my instincts tell me he'll never get what he wants. This goes against the most basic common sense. The Elven Mage said with certainty. However, her tone was very soft. She probably didn't have much confidence in herself. With the terrifying strength that Tiraced had displayed, it would indeed make ordinary legends despair. Not to mention that Alan had yet to enter the legendary stage. Seeing that the other party still had a grudge, Matthew kindly advised. Sometimes we can decide very little, and we can only follow the tide of fate. In addition to your identity as an elf, you are also a mage. If you are not so obsessed with the present, perhaps you can see something else. Alan obviously understood Matthew's advice. She bit her lips hesitantly, then smiled helplessly. Don't worry, I won't openly oppose Tiraced today. Too many elves have died, and too much blood has been shed. I don't want more innocent elves to die because of my instigation. Chapter 1426 The Saint and the Pope? Chapter 1426 The Saint and the Pope? Even if I have to fight against Tiraced, I will do it through my own efforts. Matthew felt something strange about the other party. Are you planning to advance to legend? He knew that Alan had been stuck at level 20 for a long time. As a non-pure-blooded Supreme Heaven, she had long had the capital to advance to legendary, but she was accumulating more capital. Now, it seemed unwise to forcefully advance for the sake of Tiraced. Moreover, ordinary legendary mages could only escape when facing a powerhouse like Tirelast. They might not even have the chance to escape. Matthew wanted to persuade him again. However, Alan's eyes were extremely determined, so he gave up. Everyone had their own legendary path. Perhaps Tyraste was Alan's destined opportunity. My father is a demigod of the forest. He is the guardian of the three great forests in the south. Green Jade Court, Court of Fallen Leaves, and the Eversong Forest. The three forests were full of his footprints. I inherited his will and power, so I should be the guardian of the three great forests. My power is not enough to challenge Tyraste. But I can feel it. In the near future, these forests will suffer a terrible backlash because of Tyraste's radical actions. Can you hear the whispers among the trees? The will of nature already hated Tyraste's actions to the core. I have to be prepared for the disaster that could happen at any time. Matthew nodded quietly. From this point of view, Alan's desire to become a legend was understandable. Matthew cast an invisible magic ball, and the two walked side by side in the ruins. Because they happened to talk about Alan's background. Matthew suddenly asked nosily. I heard that your mother seems to be related to the goddess of moon, Asha. Matthew had known for a long time. Alan's father was a demigod of the forest who walked the human world as a stag. However, there were different opinions about her mother's identity. Matthew had always been curious, and he had only had the chance to ask today. After asking, he felt a little uneasy and felt that he had been too presumptuous. However, Alan's attitude was very frank. Yes, the rumors are true. My mother is indeed the incarnation of the goddess of moonlight, Asha. But I had no feelings for her, at least not nearly as deep as my feelings for my father. For Lady Asha, I'm just a byproduct of her accidental birth after a short, exciting game. For the gods of the heavenly palace, this is normal. I only heard of my mother's existence from my father when I was young, but I've almost never seen her. Perhaps I've seen her briefly after I was born, but I don't remember. Alan's tone was rather indifferent. Matthew coughed. Is that so? I wanted to tell you that after the blood moon strike, Asha's moonlight forest has been in my hands. I used the moonlight forest to build a magic guild. There are many like-minded friends in the guild, including mages and some top talents from other professions. I want to invite you to join my guild, but because of the special nature of the moonlight forest, I don't know if it's appropriate. For Matthew, Elven Mage Alan had always been on his invitation list. The only awkward thing was Asha. However, Alan did not seem to mind. She only asked in confusion. What is the Guild of Spells? Matthew thought for a moment. How about I take you there in 2 days? Alan nodded slowly. She did not seem to mind the relationship between the moonlight forest and Asha. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. If Alan joined the guild, it wouldn't be long before the guild gained another legendary general. As the president, Matthew naturally benefited. As for Guild Elf Cece, considering that the other party was only a remnant of Asha's consciousness, it should be able to coexist peacefully with Alan, right? Matthew suddenly looked forward to what Alan and Cece would say when they met. Just as Matthew was roughly introducing the Guild of Spells to Alan, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the Valley of Divine Trees. This time, the commotion was even bigger than the one caused by the young elves in the 100-flower costume. The two of them flew high in the sky. Matthew immediately saw a very special woman among the elves. Bina? Matthew's eyes were filled with surprise. He knew that Bina would most likely attend the ceremony today, but he thought that she would be a bystander like him. However, he did not expect Bina to be with the group of young elves in the 100-flower costume. What was even more surprising was that the elves seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally surrounding Bina in the center of the crowd. She was wearing an ancient elven costume. After Alan's reminder, only then did Matthew realize that Bina was wearing the clothes of an ancient elven saintess. It was a very unique long dress. The top of the dress was very tight, showing off Bina's proud figure. Bina's breast was considered quite rich among humans. And among the usually barren elves, she was even more outstanding. As a result, her appearance attracted all sorts of gazes with unknown meanings, but most of them contained undisguised hatred. Is that child your friend? I'm afraid she's going to be used by Tyraste, Alan said worriedly. Chapter 1427 The Saintess and the Pope? Chapter 1427 The Saintess and the Pope? Did you see the looks in the others' eyes? They don't dare to hate Tyraste, but they will not spare those related to him. Matthew was not worried. On the one hand, he knew that Bina was a very smart girl. She used her courage to seize the opportunity given by fate to climb up. Naturally, she knew what kind of risks she would face in the process. On the other hand, Matthew also believed that Tyraste must have made thorough preparations for today's ceremony. At least for today. No matter how much hatred the elves cast at her, she was most likely safe and sound. As expected. After entering the ruins of the Valley of Divine Trees, the young people surrounding Bina suddenly dispersed, leaving the girl standing alone under a broken stone pillar. Only then did everyone see. Bina held a heavy stone basin in her arms. There were 7 or 8 types of flowers, a dozen types of fruits, and leaves with green worms wriggling on them. At the same time, she was carrying an inconspicuous bamboo stick on her back. That's Tyraste's bamboo stick. Alan was also a little surprised. In her arms was a stone basin that the holy fairy maiden would only use when holding the highest level of sacrifice. This was a custom inherited from the troll era. That stone basin alone weighs dozens of pounds, and there are some water and flowers and fruits in it. Matthew also noticed. Bina held the stone basin in an unnatural manner. From time to time, her chest would lean forward. It was probably quite strenuous. However, her expression remained indifferent. There was a sacred beauty to it. Matthew carefully examined the girl and confirmed that she had at least 3 charm-related spells. If one stares at her too long, one would even hallucinate as if he saw a walking ball of holy light. In the era before the gods rose, these were all common methods used by little gods with unstable foundations. Bina stood in front of the elven elders who were about to be exiled. She did not speak passionately but just stood there like a statue. Time ticked by. The atmosphere was unusually solemn. It was just past noon. Bina finally moved. She hugged the stone basin and slowly turned around. Then, she walked around the path beside the ruins and headed up the mountain. This is the path to glory. Please follow me. Her voice was clear, crisp and dignified, giving people a refreshing feeling. More importantly, Bina said this in Elvish. As Bina's figure gradually walked up the mountain, the group of exiles also began to move forward. One by one, they formed a long line and climbed up the mountain path. Bina led them to the top of the mountain and circled down another path. Because the queue was very long, people who went up the mountain and people who went down the mountain would see each other on these 2 different spiral paths. Some people had just gone up the mountain. Some of them were already at the foot of the mountain. Out of curiosity and some other excitement, Matthew and Alan also joined the team. Camphor trees and beech trees lined the mountain road. There were also some tenacious valley lilies growing near the top of the mountain. A cool breeze blew, taking away the heat on everyone's faces. Bathed in this strange fragrance and cool air, all the elves felt much calmer. As they advanced, Matthew could hear singing coming from the front of the line. Alan explained. This is a hymn used to praise the god of elves. Usually, only the Holy Maiden is qualified to sing on specific occasions. Tyraste's path to glory is not made up out of thin air but based on evidence. It is said that in ancient times, in order to avoid an unprecedented disaster, the god of elves created the secret light forest as a refuge. However, the space of the refuge was limited, and not all elves could enter it. At that time, only the most devout believers were eligible to enter the sanctuary. Even these people, before entering the sanctuary, had to go through a ritual called the Path of Glory. It was probably like this. At this point, Matthew was finally certain. Tyraste was planning to resurrect the god of elves. Alan was obviously aware of this, but from her reaction, she seemed to be caught in a dilemma. This meant that she knew. If Tyraste could successfully ascend to divinity, the fate of the Wood Elves could indeed usher in a huge turn for the better. But why did he choose a human as the holy maiden of the elves? Matthew could not help but think of the taciturn face of the old elf. After a lap. It took about half an hour. But Bina did not rest. She continued to walk up the mountain along the original road with the stone basin in her arms. The elves followed in turn. More subtly. This time, there were actually other onlookers who followed one after another. They bowed their heads in silence. It was as if they were performing a long and devout prayer. Matthew could feel the influence of the atmosphere. It was a wonderful feeling. One couldn't simply use herd mentality to solve doubts. In this valley, Bina sang hymns, and the young people in the 100-flower costume walked the path of glory. All of this formed a ritual field that was enough to shake the hearts of the onlookers. Matthew didn't follow along on the second lap. He waited quietly near the temple ruins. In less than half an hour, Bina's figure appeared in Matthew's vision again. However, this time, she did not continue to climb the mountain. Instead, she bent down and placed the stone basin on the ground. Then, she slowly retreated to a stone house in the middle of the ruins. Matthew's heart skipped a beat, and he followed curiously. Bina was alone in the stone house. Is Tyraste not here? Matthew was a little surprised. He thought for a moment and decided that it was not a good time to communicate with Bina, so he decided to leave. But at this moment, the other party took the initiative to look in the direction of the invisible magic ball. Perhaps it was because it was a little strenuous to walk. The girl's face was slightly red, and her fair skin was covered with beads of sweat. She asked gently, "Matthew? Is it you? I just felt that you have been following me. Do you want to do something bad?" Matthew appeared and explained. "I was just curious. Does that justify you tailing me?" Bina interrupted Matthew. Matthew looked at her in surprise. The girl burst out laughing. "I was just joking with you. I was so tired just now. I still have to walk 3 more times in a while. I have to rest well. I became the holy fairy maiden. Is it very surprising?" Matthew nodded. Bina said in embarrassment. "The teacher didn't want me to tell you this in advance. It wasn't until this morning that he told me to ask you something if I had the chance to meet you." Matthew asked. "What is it?" Bina said expectantly. "If the god of elves resurrects and forms a church, are you willing to be the patriarch of this church? Or, to put it another way, the church's new pope?" Chapter 14:28 9 Ghosts, Baleful Wind, and Divine Phoenix Clone. Chapter 14:28 9 Ghosts, Baleful Wind, and Divine Phoenix Clone. No. Matthew was slightly stunned, and then he chose to refuse without hesitation. Bina did not give up. "The teacher said that being human doesn't interfere with this. He also told me that if you are worried about trouble, you can disguise yourself as an elf. As a mage, you should have many ways to do this, right? Of course, if you're not afraid of trouble, you can directly assume the position of a human. The teacher said he would take care of everything. If Tyraste had settled everything, why would he need me?" Matthew smiled in his heart but still shook his head and refused. His mind was very clear. Tyraste's actions were not only extremely dangerous, but he could also face the Alliance's punishment at any time. The other party wanted to tie him to the pirate ship. Of course, Matthew didn't want to be used by others. But he didn't say it clearly in front of Bina. He wasn't sure why Tyraste had taken Bina as a disciple and pushed her to the front of the stage. If it was to rope him in. If that were the case, it would be more advantageous for the girl if he remained silent. If Tyraste really took a fancy to Bina's temperament or talent. Why did Matthew have to be the villain between master and disciple? It was best to keep a distance like this. Matthew rejected her so straightforwardly. Bina looked a little disappointed. It was only then that Matthew noticed that her body was trembling from time to time. Her shoulders and chest were trembling violently. It was strange. She was clearly steady in front of so many people just now. Now she was alone with him. Instead, these abnormalities appeared. Matthew asked gently. A little scared, right? There are so many elves outside, and it's a big scene indeed. Bina shook her head. No, not at all. I'm just a little excited. Matthew was speechless. Bina chuckled. I was a little scared at first, but soon I told myself in my heart, if Sif encountered such a scene, what would she do? A woman like her can't be afraid, right? Instead, she might become very excited, so I imagined myself as her, and then I really became excited. As she spoke, her body even shivered. Matthew saw the girl's flushed face and bright eyes, and he was even more speechless. What kind of imitation is Sif in your eyes? He really wanted to ask. But in the end, he held back. Girls were sensitive to comparisons. Matthew knew this very well. Really, Matthew, do you really not want to be the Pope? What a glorious position. Bina looked expectant. Matthew shook his head indifferently. This matter involves principles. I can't agree to it, even if it's to be a puppet controlled by Tyraste. Moreover, if Tyraste wanted to become a god, he might not have obtained the permission of the Alliance. Bina's eyes widened. Her expression was a little incredulous. Do you need the permission of the Alliance to become a god? Matthew smiled. That's what it looks like at the moment. If the higher-ups of the Alliance don't allow it, it might lead to an even greater tragedy if Tyraste forcibly becomes a god. Bina's confused face flashed with worry. But very quickly, she bit her lip. I see. Thank you for your reminder. But I can't give up halfway, can I? I need the power and influence of my teacher. I need this identity. Whether it's Mr. Tyraste's disciple or the holy maiden of the elven god, these are my only chance to get rid of mediocrity. I've been an ordinary girl since I was young. But standing in this position, holding this stone basin, and meeting the gazes of those elves, I feel that I have become different. Even you, Matthew, you look at me differently today, don't you? I like this very much. I like the feeling of being watched. No matter how dangerous the future is, I want to give it a try. I don't want to live a life where I can't control my own destiny anymore. Matthew's eyes met Bina's bold gaze calmly. He read many other emotions from the girl's eyes that were filled with longing, rebellion, desire, unwillingness, yearning. There was also a trace of anger. Hence, he smiled and comforted. There's no need to be so nervous. The Alliance might not reject Tyraste's ascension to godhood. It's just like what I told you before. Once you get rid of the life of an ordinary person, you are destined to face more risks. Although the ratio between the two may not be absolutely symmetrical, it is generally positively related. Protect yourself. Bina nodded vigorously. Then she stood on tiptoe and took off a shoe. She dug out a small stone from between the toes of her white socks. After throwing the stone on the ground, the girl stuck out her tongue at Matthew. The sound of musical instruments came from the valley not far away. I've got to go, there's still a few laps to go. Matthew, will you be here all day? Bina pretended to leave reluctantly. Matthew nodded. I will be in the Valley of Divine Trees today. If there's anything, you can come to me directly. Chapter 1429 9 Ghosts, Baleful Wind, and the Divine Phoenix Clone. Chapter 1429 9 Ghosts, Baleful Wind, and the Divine Phoenix Clone. Bina's face lit up. She nodded and left with the stone basin. He watched the girl's back as she left. Matthew muttered in his heart. Isabel and the other holy mages and superior legends appeared in his mind. Would Isabel allow Tyraste to become a god? If she agreed, what about Ronan and Qin Wuyue? And Chan and Yurua? Previously, the goddess of moonlight had given away the moon in exchange for the opportunity to revive hundreds of years later. What right did Tyraste have? Or rather, What kind of chips did he have in his hands? I feel like I'm almost being used as a bargaining chip again. Recalling Bina's gaze when she looked up at him, Matthew naturally thought of the scene before the girl left Rolling Stone Town. It was really hard to reject her gaze. Fortunately, Matthew was sober enough. Jade Court is really a shitty place. If I had stayed in Rolling Stone Town, there wouldn't be so much shit. Matthew shook his head. I'd better concentrate on my own planting. He only needed to report the abnormal movements of Tyrese to the Silver Council regularly. Before a legend. He was only fit to be a moving vision and a microphone. Don't get involved in anything else. In his thoughts, he planned to leave. But at this moment, Matthew suddenly turned to the other side of the ruins. There was no one in the shadows, but he smelled a faint fragrance. Alan? Matthew looked at the shadow speechlessly. After a few seconds, the elven mage walked out of the shadows awkwardly. I thought you couldn't find me. Matthew frowned. Were you eavesdropping? Alan hurriedly waved her hand and said. No, I respect other people's privacy. I didn't hear a word you said. Well, the reason why I'm hiding here is because I saw you sneaking over here. I was worried that the two of you would do something ridiculous here. Matthew couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is the ruins of the temple of the elven god. Who would do stuff in a place like this? Alan puffed up her cheeks innocently. That's hard to say. It was Matthew's turn to be stunned. The elven mage blushed. When I was reading ancient books, I saw many similar descriptions of customs in some books. It was said that the Holy Virgin of the elf tribe was the most popular object of adultery. Many young male elves dreamed of having a tryst with the Holy Maiden during the elven god's sacrificial ceremony. This was almost equivalent to the achievement of slaying a dragon. Well, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, but for young elves, it was indeed something to brag about for a lifetime. Matthew finally reacted. So you wood elves used to do this, right? Wait, do something at the sacrificial ceremony? Wouldn't the god of elves object? Alan coughed, and her expression became more and more guilty, but she still explained to Matthew frankly. The elven god has always been open-minded. He believed that an appropriate affair could inject a hint of a moisturizer into the elf-snum marriage. It could maintain the freshness of life and occasionally satisfy the stimulation that the partner could not provide. He felt that this would help stabilize the overall structure of the elven community. Although I don't quite agree with his philosophy, from the historical statistics, when the god of elves was still active, the probability of the wood elves growing old together seemed to be the highest. After the fall of the god of elves, the phenomenon of men and women parting ways became more and more obvious. Matthew was completely silenced. What else could he say? As expected of a wood elf. So, does Tyrese have a lover? Matthew suddenly asked. Alan was stunned. She thought about it seriously for a long time and finally shook her head. No. He seems to care only for his stick. I mean his bamboo stick. Literally bamboo stick. Alan explained clumsily. Matthew looked at her with a smile. There's no need to stress it. The elven mage blushed and retreated into the shadows, disappearing. Matthew laughed and shook his head. From the perspective of the wood elves, Alan was actually quite young. Most of her mana was inherited from her father, the demigod of the forest. It was normal for her to be shy. The scene when Alan fled with a red face was quite romantic. Even a strong-willed person like Matthew would think that it was a beautiful scene. However, on second thought, even such a beautiful girl might become as numb as the other wood elves after a few hundred years. Matthew was instantly bored. He left the stone house, found a high spot, and continued to observe the progress of the ritual. In the afternoon, Bina continued to lead the exiles and other onlookers to repeat the glory of the elves again and again. A small interlude occurred during this period. On her third trip up the mountain, a strong female elf suddenly rushed out from the nearby camphor forest. She rushed to Bina and shouted, "There's no place for you here. The hymn of the elven god is not for a human like you to sing. Only the holy fairy maiden has the right to do this. Not a bitch who relied on her rotten chest to get to the top. After cursing, the vulgar female elf rushed in front of Bina and slapped her. Pa! A slap landed on Bina's face. Chapter 1439 Ghosts, Baleful Wind, and the Divine Phoenix Clone. Chapter 1439 Ghosts, Baleful Wind, and the Divine Phoenix Clone. However, the one who cried out in pain was the female elf herself. Under everyone's shocked gazes, amidst the terrified wails of the female elf, a bright red palm print quickly appeared on her face. What sorcery did you cast on me? The female elf was shocked and angry. At this moment, Bina's face was still extremely fair. Her expression was holy and calm, and she looked down at the female elf with a pitiful expression. God says that those who oppose the holy maiden and the ritual will suffer disaster. As soon as she finished speaking, the female elf's facial muscles were wrinkled in a wax-yellow color. Amidst the screams of horror, the female elf's facial features sank as if she had turned into a puddle of mud. Her skin was also weathered at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the aggressive female elf had turned into a wax statue by the mountain road. Drip. 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 Oil seeped out of the wax statue from time to time. Bina continued to walk up the mountain without looking back. However, the remaining elves were completely stunned. From their murmurs and discussions, Matthew learned that the punishment of turning the enemy into a wax statue was also the favorite method of the former god of elves. At this moment, in the eyes of most elves, Bina now had a hint of holiness. First, the young man in the 100-flower costume praised the great elven god and the elven saintess loudly. The exiled and the other onlookers quickly followed. On the mountain road, more and more elves followed Bina. On the 9th lap, Matthew estimated that there were 8,000 to 9,000 elves following her on their own accord. Someone was shouting the honorific name of the god of elves. Someone was shouting Tyrest's name. There was also a small group of people worshipping the Holy Maiden. Matthew activated his equalized perception. For a moment, the colors in the valley became colorful. He saw countless gray and white lights pouring into Bina and the stone basin on her chest. A small portion of the light was even extremely pure white light. Matthew knew that was the power of faith. And the pure white light represented the most fanatical faith. How terrifying. In just half a day, he has the momentum to condense divinity. Matthew felt that it was ridiculous. How much the wood elves yearn for a god. Under the support of all kinds of lights, Bina's figure became so voluptuous that even Matthew couldn't help but take a few more glances. At this moment, Matthew had to admit that Bina was right. The blessing of identity could give a life a charm beyond itself. Normally, Matthew definitely wouldn't stare at her for so long. Speaking of which, that wax statue shouldn't be the real god's punishment, right? Tyrest hasn't really become a god yet. He's not even a demigod. It's impossible for him to master divine power. It seems to be an illusion, but it's not entirely. Matthew stared at the wax figure of the female elf. He sensed a familiar aura. It was probably the power of the Mirage Dragon. The female elf had come so suddenly that Matthew had not noticed her in the crowd before, which meant that she had long hidden herself. At a time like this, how could any elf dare to openly oppose Tyrest? There was a high chance that it was arranged by Tyrest. The old elf is really thoughtful. Matthew subconsciously looked around, but he found nothing. But he was certain. Tyrest must be hiding somewhere in the valley. If everything went well, he won't show his face for the whole day. Ever since the concept of the resurrected god of elves was introduced, Matthew realized that Tyrest might have to retreat behind the scenes. Not to mention the ordinary citizens of Jade Court. Even Matthew would find it difficult to meet him. This was not to say that Tyrest was arrogant. It was because maintaining mystery was one of the necessary conditions to become a god. Any unnecessary public appearance could damage the dignity of the gods. The gods of the heavenly palace were always showing their faces and pulling people down, which was why they were in such a state. Tyraste clearly wanted to learn their lesson. There was also the Mirage Dragon. Matthew was almost certain that Tyraste was working with the Mirage Dragon. On the one hand, there were various illusions that appeared during the Path of Glory ceremony today. It was not easy to imitate the traces of the god of elves, especially to imitate divine spells through spells. However, if Tyraste had a powerful ally who was proficient in illusions, it would be different. On the other hand, it was because of Matthew's previous encounter. The day before the ceremony, he was pulled into the illusionary space of the Mirage Dragon. The timing was too coincidental. Matthew reasonably suspected that this was another one of Tyraste's preparations to pull him onto the pirate ship. The old man was very shrewd. If Matthew wasn't careful, he might become cannon fodder between the Alliance and Jade Court. Fortunately, he had become more cautious ever since he obtained the Void bloodline. This could also be considered a blessing in disguise. After 9 rounds of the mountain road, Bina led the exiles to the depths of the temple ruins and opened the portal to the secret light forest. Matthew couldn't see how she opened the door. However, he noticed that there was an inconspicuous little loach in the stone basin. That loach might be the incarnation of the Mirage Dragon in the material world. Then, a bright portal of light appeared in front of the elves. Behind the door appeared a leisurely day, beautiful woods, empty grasslands, and sapphire-like lakes. Hymns of praise for the elven god rang in their ears. Above the portal, countless shadows flew past. Those shadows caused a huge commotion among the wood elves. Chapter 1431 9 Ghosts, Baleful Wind, and the Divine Phoenix Clone. Chapter 1431 9 Ghosts, Baleful Wind, and the Divine Phoenix Clone. It was said that they represented the most loyal servants of the god of elves, Willow Angels. Due to the atmosphere, many elves, especially the elderly elves, recalled the glory of the Jade Court in the past. Their eyes were full of tears. Then, they resolutely walked into the portal. One figure after another disappeared behind the door. Matthew could feel that the divinity on Bina's body was condensing even faster. Of course, this divinity was only temporarily stored in Bina's body. When the time was right, Tyraste would take it away. By then, he had the power to officially become a god. After all the exiles entered the door to the secret light jungle closed. Bina said nothing. She silently disappeared into the forest. The remaining elves stood there dejectedly, unwilling to leave for a long time. They were even envious of the elders who could enter the forest. He could sense the burning faith power of the elves. Matthew's expression changed slightly. He grew more serious. He realized that he had underestimated the power of Tyraste after becoming a god. This guy was originally a level 28 mortal. Once he became a god, it was very likely that he would break through to level 30 and above. It was a power comparable to that of a holy mage. What was even more terrifying was, Matthew did not expect that the elf's desire for faith, which had been suppressed for hundreds of years, would be so terrifying. They were so desperate for a guardian god. And when this god really appeared, the faith they could give was as passionate as a tsunami. Not only that, the influence of the god of elves was not limited to the Jade Court. Jiliu City, which was deeply influenced by the Wood Elves culture, was the first to bear the brunt. Many human city-states in the south, especially the cities on the east coast, were also easily affected. At that time, this huge power of faith would gather on Tyraste alone. He might really be able to rival Isabel's strength in a short period of time. The reason why the gods of the Heavenly Palace collapsed was because they did not have a large number of believers to support them for hundreds of years. The current Ander, the racetrack of the gods, is actually a potential blue ocean. If Tyraste steps in, he will be like a whale. The more Matthew thought about it, the more terrified he felt. The firm belief in his heart was slightly shaken. Why not? Will it be embarrassing to be an elven pope? On the way back to the mage camp, Matthew was lost in thought. Unknowingly, his foot landed on a large rock. He glanced sideways. There was a golden light shining in the thick pile of fallen leaves. Matthew swept the leaves aside and picked up a purse. He pulled open his purse. Golden light shone brightly inside. Matthew raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it a storage item? He estimated that there were close to 20,000 gold coins inside. This was far beyond his expectations. However, in the next second, the purse in his hand suddenly began to melt, turning into a lump of mud and a few stones in an instant. Matthew pursed his lips. It really is an illusion. He looked at the data bar and confirmed that the illusion effect was offset by the spell. The counterspell series also worked on illusions. Unless it was in the territory of an illusionist, there might be a situation where the degree of offset was insufficient. It was applicable in most situations. Mirage Dragon was indeed an expert. However, he was still squatting in the Nine Netherland, and the quality of the illusion of long-distance combat through the wish spell was only average. Matthew had taken precautions. He threw away the stone and continued walking. He didn't walk far. He saw another money bag on the road. Matthew bent down again and found that there was still a large amount of money inside. This time, it was about 8,000. However, in an instant, money turned into sticks and cotton. Matthew looked at the data panel again. This time, it was counterspell. He threw away the trash and continued forward. When he was about to reach the entrance of the camp, Matthew found the third purse. The purse was placed in the middle of the road as if it was calling after Matthew. Matthew smiled without saying a word. He patiently picked up the money bag, but before he could see what was inside, the money bag turned into some animal fur. The spell rebound had also been triggered. What does Mirage Dragon mean by this, always using magic-level illusions to fool me? This wasn't even worth the 100 gold coins of the prayer fee, right? Matthew was very puzzled. He walked into the camp and saw a huge piece of gold placed there as soon as he entered the door. Considering that he did not have any spells that could break the illusion, Matthew picked up a stone and threw it at the gold. Bang! The gold turned into a pile of dog shit. Matthew was stunned. On the data panel. Hint, the Mirage Dragon has deprived you of your bit of luck. The Mirage Dragon had violated the rules of the wish spell and received a slight punishment. Mirage Dragon's disgust towards you +1. So petty? Matthew returned to his room in puzzlement, only to find that the incense burner was filled with gold coins. He counted and found exactly 100. It seemed that Mirage Dragon had returned all the money. He was also a particular person. Matthew thought for a moment. He decided to keep a distance from Tyraste, Mirage Dragon, and even Bina. The wind and waves here were too big. He felt that he could not grasp it. Of course, staying away from the Mirage Dragon didn't mean staying away from his illusion space. At night, Matthew left the illusionary space of the Mirage Dragon with ease. Then, he buried his head in the table and copied. Not long after, a few magic scrolls filled with the Sioux language were thrown on the table. This was a new spell that Matthew had just stolen from the library. 9 Ghost Wind. Translated into Ainder style, it was Bone-Corroding Wind. Bone-Corroding Wind was a Tier 5 AoE debuff spell. It can summon a gale of 9 spirits to attack a large group of enemies. A target enveloped by the wind will have its resistance, toughness, armor, and so on greatly reduced. At the same time, if caught by the wind, target units will suffer varying degrees of damage. Even the toughest meat shield would be crushed by several ghost winds at once. What was even more amazing was that the units captured by the ghost wind will show a bright green light, which makes it easy for the caster to focus fire or last hit. Matthew checked. There was no similar spell in the Alliance's spell library. It could be said to be an original creation of the Eastern continent. If he was shameless, he could even report this spell as a self-created spell and make a fortune. It was different from the heart-burning curse that was so difficult to learn. Matthew only used one night to master the negative energy domain spell of the 9-ghost wind. However, to truly take shape, he still had to catch 9 ghosts that met the requirements. Because of his principles, Matthew had very few ghosts. He could only wait until he returned to the cemetery and asked White Phantom Ollie if there were any suitable targets. For the next period of time, Matthew maintained a 2.1-line pace of life. During the day, he would plant trees with the druids and write a balanced contract. At night, he would learn all kinds of Tier 5 spells in the camp. Time flew by. It was June 17th. It was the boiling day of Grey Lake again. Matthew brought the cold caltrop stone and condensing agent to the side of the Grey Lake. As usual, the sparks and mud in the Grey Lake rolled violently. The phoenix egg went up and down inside. Sometimes, it almost jumped out of the lake. The heavenly dragon's soul is getting more and more impatient. Matthew shook his head. He was planning to extinguish the flames of Grey Lake. Suddenly, he stopped. Immediately after, he separated a wisp of spiritual energy and pierced it into the phoenix egg. At that moment, new information appeared on the data panel. Hint, a clone that meets the requirements has been detected. Do you want to bury the first spiritual power seed in the divine phoenix egg? Wait. It can accept the spiritual seed. Matthew's eyes lit up. Can I have a divine phoenix clone? Chapter 1432 The Growth of All Things and the Life-Hastening Spell. Chapter 1432 The Growth of All Things and the Life-Hastening Spell. The spiritual seed was a new ability that Matthew had obtained after entering the life domain. This ability allowed Matthew to plant his own spiritual imprint in a target that met the conditions and then completely control the other party. With his current level of spiritual power, at most, it could split into 2 spiritual imprints. In other words, he could have 2 clones at the same time. Matthew actually had some special respect for the divine phoenix egg. Compared to other units, he was not that eager to parasitize a divine phoenix's egg. However, from the perspective of the elemental plane, this egg was completely dead. There was no trace of a soul inside, not even a trace of spirituality. Even the greatest miracle might not be able to bring it back from the dead. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment. Then, he decided to seize this opportunity. At this moment, Matthew separated a wisp of his spiritual imprint and threw it into the divine phoenix egg. A spiritual imprint was actually a mass of spiritual energy that was outside of the soul. Matthew was very careful when separating and controlling it. This kind of mental power that left the body was easily exhausted because it lacked the nourishment of the main body. And once the spiritual energy in the periphery was exhausted, the brand that was wrapped in the core would soon fall apart. Before that, he had to find a suitable host point. The intense state in the Grey Lake increased the difficulty of Matthew's parasitism. He spent an extra 10 seconds before he completely sent his spiritual power into it. Phew. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. The situation was not too bad. Then, he imitated Vasnov's spiritual worm in his mind and turned the spiritual imprint into a worm. This action increased Matthew's parasitism success rate by quite a bit. He could clearly feel it. The spiritual imprint that had transformed into the form of a swimming insect was able to travel more smoothly inside the divine phoenix egg. Sure enough, these old guys' methods are more refined. Even if Matthew only imitated the appearance, it greatly increased the efficiency of parasitism. He controlled the worms to explore every corner of the divine phoenix egg. Along with this process, Matthew frowned slightly. No spirituality at all? How could it be parasitized? Can I stick directly to this egg yolk? If I do this, even if I succeed in parasitizing it in the end, I will only obtain a phoenix egg as an incarnation. I might not be able to become a real phoenix. Matthew realized the crux of the problem. This divine phoenix egg did not have the embryonic form of a little phoenix. It did not even have a bud. If he wanted to parasitize it, he could only turn it into an egg. This was not what he wanted. Once I choose to parasitize, I must extract the phoenix egg from the Grey Lake as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be attacked by the power of ashes day and night, and the speed at which I am eroded by the void bloodline may become faster. But if I take out the phoenix egg, it will definitely break the balance between the heavenly dragon and the seal. Matthew suddenly felt a toothache. He realized that the phoenix egg he was parasitizing was not as beneficial as he had imagined. Just as he was thinking hard, a violent roar sounded in Matthew's ears. The voice was sharp and rough. It gave people a feeling that their eardrums were about to tear. At this moment, Matthew had lost control of his mental worm. He had a headache for 3 to 4 seconds, and his vision turned dark red. He could feel liquid moving under his nose and in his ears, and his mouth was filled with a fishy smell. Matthew looked at the center of the Grey Lake in shock and anger. That was the roar of the heavenly dragon's soul. I want to tear the earth apart, and I want to tear the sky apart. I want to let the ocean hang above the starry sky. I want to let you taste the eternal flames and anger. The heavenly dragon's roar echoed in Matthew's ears. His temples were hurting badly. Fortunately, his mental strength was strong and his resilience was not low, so he quickly recovered. The heavenly dragon's soul is becoming more and more irritable. Matthew looked at the churning lake and calmly wiped his nose with a handkerchief. The heavenly dragon's soul at the bottom of the Grey Lake gave the worst impression. Compared to this irritable soul, the soul of the heavenly dragon under Equal Stream Island was much gentler. The two heavenly dragon souls even expressed their gratitude. Unlike this one, it gave people the feeling that it was an irrational beast. Is it because of the equalized messenger and the ritual field? Matthew thought of the great dragon lake, Equal Stream Island, and the ritual ground scattered all over it. He had previously realized that the envoy of balance had set up the ritual field to resolve something. Looking at it now, it was very likely that the other party had resolved the ferocity of the heavenly dragon soul. The two dragon souls' completely different performances were enough to prove the contribution of the envoy of equilibrium. He used the terrain and the power of time to successfully resolve the temper of the two dragon souls. This was obviously rare. I wonder how much time he used. If I go to the island to learn, can I set up a similar ritual field in the Jade Court? Matthew thought for a moment. He felt that this matter was very difficult to handle. His level of the equilibrium envoy was very low, and it was also a part-time job. It was definitely not as good as the skills of his predecessors. Moreover, the heavenly dragon's soul on the island was still sleeping. The dragon's soul at the bottom of the Grey Lake had awakened. It was definitely not that easy to fool and placate. But no matter what, Matthew was going to give it a try. After all, the phoenix egg still had a certain value. What if it really hatched? Chapter 1433 The Growth of All Things. Chapter 1433 The Growth of All Things. Matthew had a phoenix incarnation out of thin air. It was definitely a big profit. Even if it was still an egg, Matthew would, at most, waste a little spiritual imprint. There was no extra cost. Moreover, if the phoenix egg was hard enough, it could also be used to smash people. Matthew took advantage of the heavenly dragon's soul's resting time to concentrate again and re-establish contact with the spiritual imprint in the phoenix egg. This time, he was quite decisive. He scattered the spiritual imprint evenly into the egg yolk. The entire ball of marks turned into strands. It slowly began to fuse into the living matter that had lost its spirituality. This involved a process of spiritual activation. Matthew looked at it. The success rate of parasitism was quite high. As long as he could replenish his spirituality on time, it would be fine. If it were someone else, this might be a problem. However, after experiencing the undead calamity to his heart's content, Matthew did not lack all kinds of spirituality. If one were to stack up their spirituality, they would be able to hatch a phoenix. Then Matthew could start to think about how to complete the first flight of the clone. After finishing all of this, Matthew then turned his attention back to reality. At this moment, in front of him stood a man and a woman. The two of them looked at him nervously. The male mage was Henry, a rogue mage that Matthew had previously recruited and was now his assistant. Matthew glanced at Henry. The latter lowered his head slightly, his expression somewhat submissive. Matthew did not react, but he was a little disappointed. In his opinion, Henry was clearly a Tier 5 mage, but his aura was not as good as the Tier 3 female mage beside him. Perhaps it was because he was a wild mage and a necromancer that he was always unconsciously weaker when facing an alliance mage. Matthew gave him a lot of opportunities. However, he did not seem to have the will or ability to seize these opportunities. Matthew felt that Henry was still suitable for a position similar to a researcher or to maintain a fixed project. There was nothing wrong with his professionalism. It was just that his interpersonal relationships and management were all flawed. In comparison, the blonde, blue-eyed, and voluptuous female mage next to him was much more outstanding. She was a former mage apprentice, Leslie, who had worked with Matthew a few times before. Now that Leslie had successfully graduated from the academy, the graduation requirement for a mage apprentice was level 8. Leslie was obviously much more outstanding than this standard. Matthew vaguely remembered that when he sent the invitation letter to her, this female mage was already level 11. When they met again in the camp, Matthew noticed that Leslie was already level 12. She had done an excellent job in the management job that Matthew had assigned to her, and she had already begun to prepare for the subsequent advancement. This made Matthew look at her in a new light. Matthew knew a mage apprentice who graduated would level up very quickly. This was because the Magic Academy would give them a very good foundation. In order to build a foundation, they would even restrict their leveling speed to a certain extent. It was common for an apprentice to graduate at level 8 to 9, and then reach level 15 to 16 2 or 3 years later. This phenomenon was almost inconceivable to the wild mages. However, they often neglected the role of good preparation and the fact that professional mages were more talented. Leslie was a classic example. There were many apprentices in the mage camp who were similar to her. Some of them were about to graduate, some had just graduated, and they were all in a period of rapid development in their lives. Matthew was very optimistic about their future. He also realized that this group of people might become his help in the future. Therefore, Matthew had been in contact with the apprentices in the camp recently. Matthew was now famous. Not to mention the apprentices, even the official mages, came over to interact with Matthew quite enthusiastically. During this period of time, Matthew met many familiar faces. He planned to select some members from the Scar of the Dead as soon as possible and arrange some other projects for them. This process was both a test and a way to win them over. Except for the undead. It was time for Matthew to form his own mage team. Ronan's base camp was at Jewel Bay. Someone had to fill in the gaps in the mage area of Rolling Stone City, right? Lord Matthew? Are you all right? Leslie looked worriedly at the blood on Matthew's face. She had already made a cup of chrysanthemum tea and waited beside him. As for Henry, he was still in a daze. Matthew shook his head in his heart, but he was very calm on the surface. I'm fine. Leslie looked at the boiling gray lake and asked. I think I heard a roar just now, but it was not clear. But the intensity of the boiling seems to be getting higher and higher. I wonder what your previous plan is. Matthew replied calmly. Don't blow it up yet. I'm looking for other options. He didn't know that the heavenly dragon's soul was fighting with the void ruler, so he planned to blow things up previously. Now that he knew the inside story, Matthew wouldn't dare to do that anymore. Then what should we do? Seeing that Matthew had no intention of drinking tea, Leslie eagerly picked up 2 bags of cold caltrop stones from the ground beside her. These actions made her figure even more eye-catching. Even Matthew couldn't help but take another look. What's wrong? Leslie was not angry at all. Instead, she looked at Matthew with a smile. In the future, don't go out of the camp often. Even if you want to leave the camp, remember to wear loose mage robes. Chapter 1430 For the Growth of All Things and the Art of Desperation. Chapter 1430 For the Growth of All Things and the Art of Desperation. Matthew said seriously. You'll easily attract the jealousy and hatred of female wood elves. Leslie was slightly stunned. At this moment, Henry finally reacted. He gritted his teeth and glared at Leslie's chest. Those 2 bags of cold caltrop stones were clearly brought over by him. He took a step forward and asked. Lord Matthew, according to the current intensity, the materials we prepared previously may not be enough. Matthew said calmly. Then increase the dosage. Henry looked troubled. Yes, but the cost will go up a lot. Matthew looked up. Remember to write down every expense, list it as a bill, and send it to Jade Court together with the proof of purchase. This debt will be on their heads. Well, don't send it to the paralyzed Willowgate. Just give it to Bina. After saying this, he noticed that Leslie and Henry were looking at him with unusual eagerness. Matthew's gaze wandered between the 2 of them. I'll leave it to you, Lady Leslie. Under Henry's disappointed gaze, Matthew waved his hand and turned to leave. Leslie was very efficient. That night, Matthew received the money she had received from Bina. This also indirectly reflected that Tyraste had indeed silently taken over the administrative power of Jade Court. With his help, Bina became the most powerful person in the world. All elves knew. She represented the will of Tyraste. If the elven god was really resurrected, then she would be a well-deserved saintess. Matthew had thought that letting a human be the holy maiden of the elves would cause some trouble. However, the facts proved it. There was no disturbance at all. Tyraste had seen through his compatriots. This made Matthew even more awed by Tyraste's methods. The old elf was skilled in both literature and martial arts. He absolutely could not make an enemy out of him. Ever since the first batch of exiles entered the secret light forest, the Valley of Godly Trees, which no one cared about, became bustling with activity. Every day, many wood elves would come here for a pilgrimage, including many of the previous refugees. The situation in Jade Court had completely stabilized. Bina showed up once every 3 days, sending 800 to 1,000 exiles into the secret light jungle. Other times, she was hidden from the elf sight. Even Bina was like this. The image of Tyraste, who had completely concealed himself, became even higher in the elves' hearts. People couldn't remember the last time he appeared. The aura of faith in the Valley of Divine Trees was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, every day, young elves would sing and dance in the valley. They seemed to have forgotten the bloody storm of Bloody May and were immersed in the beautiful atmosphere of the revival of faith. The scattered voices of opposition were drowned out in the vast Jade Court. Even Tyranny and Alan, who had been the most adamant in their opposition, no longer appeared. Matthew guessed that the former was sleeping soundly under Bina's hypnosis while the latter was already preparing to advance to legend. This kind of singing and dancing environment was naturally the best for Matthew. Even Soldier benefited from it. This kid was squatting in a pile of authentic works of ancient beauty every day to appreciate aesthetics. His practice in the domain of aesthetics had entered the most critical state. Matthew estimated. It wouldn't be long before he could master the domain of art and beauty, accumulate enough practice points, and advance to legend with shadow, slaughter, and art and beauty. For a unit with a congenital deficiency like the Undead, it was already a miracle that he could advance to legend. Not to mention that Soldier had quite a number of domains. Matthew was already looking forward to Soldier's transformation after he became a legend. And he had not wasted his time. Other than the daily affairs and the maintenance of the Scar of the Dead, Matthew finally found an opportunity to activate the first spell enhancement training. After reaching rank 5, there would only be one chance for every rank. Through this kind of training, he would be able to train low-level spells into high-level spells. And before that, Matthew also went through a round of screening for the low-level spells he had mastered. He set 2 standards. First, if there were advanced spells in the future, they could be directly eliminated. There was no need to specifically increase their abilities. An example of this was malicious transfiguration/group malicious transfiguration. Second, practical and high frequency of use. In the end, the first spell he chose to upgrade was the Druid's signature spell. Rapid growth. The feeling after activating the spell upgrade training was very wonderful. Matthew could sense that his body had temporarily opened a two-way channel to the ether plane. This made him completely exposed to the ether plane, and there was a risk of being etherealized. At the same time, he also obtained a silver cloak that others could not see. Ether Cloak. During the duration of the Ether Cloak, you can use the target spell at a high frequency that exceeds the limit of the number of times the human body can cast spells. Current target spell, Rapid Growth. Daily usage 120 times. Warning, you have used the treasure speed gem on yourself. You have broken more shackles of the human body. Daily usage increased to 240 times. The mechanism of the training for increasing one's magic ability was actually very similar to that of Colin's tobacco leaves. It could break the bloodline restrictions that the human body uses to protect itself. But the difference was. Chapter 1435 The Growth of All Things and the Art of Desperation. Chapter 1435 The Growth of All Things and the Art of Desperation. The shackles of the spell upgrade training were fixed to a certain spell, and the gap between the mage and the ether plane was also small. Although there was also the risk of being contaminated by ether, it was much lower than taking Colin's tobacco addiction. However, Matthew considered that rapid growth was just a magic cantrip and that he needed more training to reach the tier 5 he wanted, so he simply used the rapid gem that he had obtained from the trader of the Alliance, Spencer. With his current mental strength and the divinity stored in his hands, he should be able to offset the risk of releasing more exposure to the ether plane. After the preparations were completed, Matthew went straight to work. The training that matched the spell of rapid growth was, of course, planting trees. It just so happened that the planting efficiency of the Umbrella Project 2.0 was far less efficient than the popularity of the Church of Death, so Matthew planned to personally lead the team to improve the progress. It was impossible to expect the Druids to complete the mission efficiently. Druids were naturally undisciplined existences. They may be keen on planting trees, but it was hard to force them to clock in every day as if they were completing a task and planting trees crazily like robots. That was impossible. Matthew went to patrol the surroundings several times and found that most of the Druids were either flirting, chatting, or simply flirting and chatting or in groups of 3 or 5. They had indeed planted many trees. But it was far from what Matthew wanted. Therefore, after Matthew started construction. This was the first time the young Druids of the Earth Society felt the shock of a cemetery. Matthew specially recruited a group of skilled workers from the Mother of Slaves to dig the hole. He compiled this group of coolie zombies into a separate roll book and had them dig holes in the outer layer of the previously planned extension zone day and night. Matthew was personally responsible for planting trees and growing them quickly. As for the laborious burial in the middle, the souls of nature in the holy oak tree seeds had been lying in the shelter provided by Matthew for so long that it was time to come out and exercise. As for those young Druids, Matthew's only request for them was to ripen as many seeds as possible. This wasn't difficult for Druids. Moreover, even if they could not catch up with the progress, Matthew also had the help of Ella and the other nature souls of the Moonlight Forest. All in all, on the first day, Matthew demonstrated the efficiency of planting trees under extremely mature teamwork. The Scar of the Dead started from Jewel Bay in the east, passed through Jade Court, and was absorbed into Rolling Stone Town. There were a total of 34 verdant bursts along the way. Matthew had already made plans beforehand. On the first day, he had covered 6 bursts by himself, which meant that he had created 6 forests. And this time, Matthew didn't choose an oak tree or a pine tree. As long as it was a suitable tree, Matthew didn't reject any tree. Very quickly, With a speed that left the druids dumbfounded, he planted oak forests, pine forests, camphor forests, peach forests, willow forests. Matthew's figure was like the grace of the god of agriculture in ancient times. The place he passed by. After a night, lush forests would appear. Under Matthew's lead. The druids, who were used to working slowly, suddenly began to work hard. They twisted into a rope, and there was a faint intention to compete with Matthew. Matthew didn't mind at all. He hoped that all the druids would be able to work hard for him. This kind of vigorous replanting continued until late June. Matthew spent almost a week wrapping up the 34 verdant bursts. This meant that there were nearly 4,000 towering trees in the 34 forests. Among them, Matthew planted more than 2,000 trees. The rest was the result of the joint contribution of the dozen druids. In the end, Matthew had finished his spell training before the ether cloak disappeared, and he had also completed the forest part of the umbrella project before the arrival of midsummer. He walked in a camphor forest that was filled with the fragrance of plants. Matthew silently felt the changes in the spells he had mastered. After more than 2,000 practices, rapid growth had undergone a qualitative change. It had become the Tier 5 spell in Matthew's heart. Growth of all things, original rapid growth at dawn every day. You can apply the rapid growth effect on all plants on 1 hectare of land at once. Every time you use growth of all things to create a forest, the forest will have a certain chance of randomly giving birth to the following 3 characteristics. 1. Light fairies. There will be a large number of light fairies living here, and they will respect you as their master. 2. Spring of the bright moon. A pool of water that glows under the moonlight will appear in your forest. This pool of water will inject more vitality into your forest. Using the pool of water can slowly recover your magic power. 3. Friendly animals. There will be many friendly and powerful animals attracted by these forests. They often have the potential to become the soul of nature. In addition, you can use growth of all things on undead or negative energy units. The latter would face an effect similar to divine spell, divine punishment. It can be used 10 times a day. The success of the spell training was something worth celebrating. Matthew had gained experience from this. He had already submitted an application to the Silver Council to enter the Arcane Castle, where he could upgrade as many low-level spells as possible to high-level spells. This experience would come in handy. What surprised Matthew even more was that this sudden large-scale replanting operation had actually allowed him to easily enter the domain of death. Of course, it was different from the undead calamity, which brought about rapid progress in the field of life. This time, Matthew had only reached the initial level of exploration in the death domain. Therefore, he had only mastered 1 domain ability. Desperate Call spell. Your instant death rate increases by 10%. This was a rather practical ability. Necromancer's combat methods were nothing more than summoning minions, negative energy reduction, and the probability of dying in 1 shot. The instant death judgment was of little value, making necromancers face a very passive situation when fighting one-on-one. Matthew had already cultivated the Reaper's Curse, a spell that could increase the instant death penalty. And now, he added this spell. His instant death judgment was much higher than that of ordinary people. It might come in handy at a critical moment. I have successfully entered the domain of life and death. These two are also a pair of sharply opposing but coordinated fields. I can complete the contract of equilibrium in a formula. I just need to modify the contract of equilibrium between the oak tree and the undead. In my previous plan, the definition of the various domains was the final stage, which was nature and immortality. I've incorporated life into nature and elevated immortality above death. As long as I can successfully enter these 2 domains and complete the definition of concepts and the writing of the equalized contract, my path of legend will basically be completed. Becoming a legend is also a matter of time. On the way back to camp, Matthew thought about a lot of follow-up matters. The camp was very quiet. The mages were very obedient, basically having fun in their own rooms, rarely going out to cause trouble. Matthew was very satisfied with this. He liked this peaceful atmosphere. However, just as he was humming a little tune, he arrived at the door of his room. But he found a slim figure. Tarani? Matthew looked at her in surprise. He rarely saw Tarani without armor or men's clothing. Not to mention wearing pajamas. At the same time, Matthew noticed that the young general's eyes were red and her eye bags were swollen. It was obvious that she had just cried. What happened? Matthew stepped forward. Tarani bit her lip and turned her head to Matthew's door. Her voice was hoarse and soft. Let's talk inside. Matthew nodded. But at this moment, a human figure rushed into the camp. Matthew looked back. It was Bina, who was wearing a grey nun robe and a veil over her face. Bina rushed over when she saw Tarani. A relieved smile appeared on her face. I finally found you. Come back with me. Time to sleep, Nini. As she spoke, the nightmare pendant appeared in her hand again, and an extremely sweet smile appeared on her face. When Tarani saw the pendant, her face instantly turned pale. Don't. She grabbed Matthew's hands with all her might, and the veins on the back of her fair hands almost popped out. Save me. Tarani helplessly and restrained herself as she whispered into Matthew's ear. She wants to kill me. Chapter 1436 Authority, Lord of the Tauren. Chapter 1436 Authority, Lord of the Tauren. Bina's eyes widened. Her expression was filled with innocence. Why would I kill you? Don't let your imagination run wild, you need a good sleep. As she spoke, she walked towards Tarani step by step. Matthew noticed. Compared to the past, Bina's demeanor was even more charming. A notification appeared in the data column. This was because she had a new illusion called Saint's Light. This illusion can increase charm by 2 points. Moreover, it would also produce a strong lethality in a specific group of people. Matthew thought that this was most likely the work of the Mirage Dragon. This illusion made Bina's every move seem warm and kind. Even Matthew himself knew the existence of the spell's effect. He still couldn't resist her. It could be seen how brilliant this illusion was. At the same time, it also meant that this spell was very suitable for Bina's temperament. However, as Bina slowly approached, Tarani suddenly resisted violently. She was like a frightened cat as she ran directly behind Matthew and hugged Matthew's waist tightly from behind. Tarani's chest was pressed tightly against Matthew's lower back and buttocks, making his buttocks hurt. Matthew was stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a scene. He wanted to shout at Tarani, but he found that the female elf general's face was full of fear. Her pupils contracted as if she was showing signs of mental disorder. Not far away, Bina was a little angry. Let go of Matthew. Don't trouble him. Come back with me. Everything will be fine after a night's sleep. Her voice was still sweet. However, it was like a death knell in Tarani's ears. She held Matthew's arms tightly and continued to exert strength, almost breaking his old waist. Wait. Matthew sucked in a breath of cold air, but he also realized that something was wrong. He reached out one hand to stop Bina from getting closer, then rubbed Tarani's head with the other hand, signaling her to calm down. She doesn't look too good right now. Matthew said to Bina. Why don't you leave for a while? Let her stay with me first. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Bina hesitated. However, she quickly nodded. I trust you. However, Matthew, this matter is what the teacher told me to do. I don't want to complicate things. How about this? If she stays in your camp, then nothing will happen. I'll have a few helpers outside, and once she leaves your camp, I'll come and get her, okay? Bina's tone was apologetic. Matthew could understand. Sure. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Bina bowed her head and thanked her again. Then she looked at Tarani with a complicated expression, finally turning around and walking away. Until the figure of the new elf saintess disappeared at the entrance of the camp. The arms that were stuck on Matthew's waist like iron hoops suddenly released. Immediately after, Matthew felt a cold aura. Tarani seemed to have turned into a mollusk as she weakly lay on Matthew's body. Matthew shouted without changing his expression. "Peggy! Give me a hand." The tall figure of the Tauran skeleton came over. Peggy carried Tarani on her shoulder with ease, and the latter let Peggy do whatever she wanted without any resistance. Her eyes hung on Peggy's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Matthew pushed open the door and beckoned Peggy inside. The Tauran asked as she walked. "Has she just been raped?" Matthew glared at her. "Put her on the bed." Peggy did as she was told and then asked, "So you haven't started yet?" Before Matthew could react, she was already laughing secretly. Tarani lay on her side in bed, still crying silently. Matthew couldn't help but berate. "Enough, stop blabbering, it's not funny." Peggy shrugged. "Matthew, you're seriously lacking in humor." Matthew sighed. "Of course, you can make fun of me as you please. But you should pay attention to others' feelings. Like this." He was stuck on the spot for a while. Because he felt that using the word lady or miss might touch the other party's already sensitive nerves, Matthew used her title as a substitute. "Get the general a drink." Peggy slowly walked to Tarani's side, ignoring the latter's reaction. She straightened her from the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. Then she asked gently, "Coffee or milk?" "Coffee can help you wake up, and milk can help you sleep." When she heard the word sleep, Tarani, who had been stunned by Peggy's actions just a moment ago, shivered like an angry cat. "Coffee," she said loudly. Peggy was a little surprised. "Have you decided so quickly?" "I was going to recommend you a combination of milk and coffee." Tarani lowered her head in pain. "Just coffee, please." Peggy nodded and left the room, wiggling her huge hips. A moment later, she came in with 2 cups of coffee, one for Matthew and the other for the guest sitting on the edge of the bed. Tarani clutched the steaming cup, still acting suspiciously. Chapter 1437 Authority, Tauran Lord. Chapter 1437 Authority, Tauran Lord. She took 2 sips of coffee, and a bitter look appeared on her face. She finished her coffee in no time. Then, she looked at Peggy eagerly. "Can I have another?" Peggy said readily. "Of course. I'm not the one paying." A stiff smile appeared on Tarani's face. Peggy took the coffee cup away and praised. "Look, Matthew, she's much more humorous than you." Matthew sat there as steady as a mountain. He was secretly looking at Tarani and saw that the latter was looking at him carefully. She didn't hide her scrutinizing gaze. Tarani's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. She tilted her head, revealing her flawless jawline and exquisite side profile. Tarani was a classic wood elf beauty. She was tall and slim, with long gray hair and a touch of light blue at the end. Her eyes were blue, and her eyebrows were curved like willow leaves. Her facial features were exquisite and small, and her nose bridge was high. Her lips were slightly thin, and her facial lines were strong. She had a kind of androgynous handsomeness. Usually, Tarani would wrap her body in thick armor. She wore pajamas then. Only then did Matthew confirm that her figure was indeed the opposite of Bina's. Ever since she entered the door, Tarani had been sizing up Matthew with a vague gaze. Matthew could roughly understand the other party's experience and nervousness. However, it was also very surprising that Tarani took the initiative to look for him. He was thinking about how to deal with this female elf. At this moment, Peggy walked in again and handed Tarani another cup of coffee. A strong fragrance wafted through the room. Tarani drank more than half of it, then pursed her lips and wiped the marks on them. She looked gratefully at Peggy. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Seeing this scene, Matthew was also amazed. A long time ago, he had learned from Bina's letter that the previous Tarani was actually an out-and-out elven supremacist. Due to historical reasons, Tarani hated necromancers, especially the undead. He didn't expect her to thank Peggy 3 times today. It seemed that she had indeed suffered a great shock. This might be the safest place in Jade Court. As long as you're here, no one will dare to hurt you. Matthew finally said slowly. If you have anything to say to me, now is the best time. But as far as I know, Bina has no reason to kill you. Tarani did not answer immediately. She rubbed the cup with her hands unconsciously. After a while, she tied her hair with her left hand. I was too nervous and said the wrong thing. It's not that she wants to kill me. She just wants to bring me into that terrible nightmare and trap me forever. She probably didn't want to hurt me. She had no choice. She probably wanted to protect me too. Tarani was somewhat incoherent. She seemed to want to convince Matthew but also seemed to be trying to convince herself. Matthew looked at him calmly. From Tarani's perspective, Bina was a complete traitor. She regarded Bina as her best friend and even her sweetheart. However, for the sake of her future, Bina chose to listen to Tyrest's orders and used the nightmare pendant to control Tarani. This could indeed be seen as a form of protection. However, the fundamental nature was still very clear. Tarani has deep feelings for Bina. She keeps finding excuses for her. Sure enough, people like to lie to themselves the most. Matthew laughed in his heart. However, he did not care about this. So no one wants to kill you? This time, Tarani answered quickly. No. There's someone. Matthew asked. Who? Tarani's voice trembled slightly. The executioner. When she said this, a deep fear flashed across her face. That was her father's nickname. Matthew did not say anything. Tarani added anxiously. You may think I'm exaggerating, but he really wanted to kill me. Then. I can't remember when it was, but it was the last time I was sober. When I broke free from that nightmare, I left the Prancing Pony Inn and found the valley. I found my own way to the place where they held the ceremony. I just wanted to talk to him, but I didn't expect him to have a very strange creature with him. Speaking of this, a look of recollection appeared on Tarani's face. That should be a dragon, right? A very funny dragon. His entire body was soaked in a huge water tank. His lower body was like a loach, and his head was floating on the surface of the water. He looked fierce and strange. I remember seeing similar creatures in ancient stone inscriptions when I was young. Matthew nodded slightly. That should be the Mirage Dragon's clone or projection in the material world. I accidentally bumped into their conversation. Actually, I was upset and didn't want to say anything, but he became very angry when he saw me. Tarani narrated. I couldn't see his movements clearly. When I reacted, he had already brought me to an empty courtyard. He looked really strange, no longer like my father. Chapter 1438 Authority, Tauren Lord. Chapter 1438 Authority, Tauren Lord. Actually, ever since my mother passed away, my relationship with him has never been very good. He was very strict with me, and I was sometimes very rebellious. We often quarreled, sometimes to the point where we almost fought, but even when we quarreled the most fiercely, it was never like that day. I don't know how to describe this feeling. He seems to have completely changed into a different person. He doesn't even seem like a living person anymore, but an irritable idol. Tarani tried her best to describe the feeling. Matthew raised his eyebrows in surprise. Go on. He said solemnly. Tarani nodded. Then he asked me a strange question. Let me imitate his tone. At that time, he said. Barbarian fool, is there really no cure? Well, it was more or less like that. It was a condescending tone as if he was a saint who saved the world. Matthew asked. So what did you say? Tarani blushed and stammered. I scolded him. Matthew smiled. There are probably not many people in this world who dare to scold Tyrest. Tarani felt a little wronged. I'm his daughter. And I was mad at that time. He was the one who was unforgivable. Why did he think that we were incurable? I directly scolded him for being cold-blooded and heartless. He was an arrogant and conceited man. I said that even if he took 10,000 steps back, and everything he did was for the future of the race, what does the future have to do with the ordinary else he killed? If the world is going to end tomorrow, can he casually execute me today? I was very agitated and said a lot of nasty things. Later, I mentioned my mother. For a moment, he was angry. I could clearly feel that he wanted to kill me. If Bina hadn't suddenly rushed over and sent me to that nightmare with the pendant, I might have really died. Speaking of this, a heavy sorrow appeared on Tarani's face again. She covered her forehead with her hands. I'm scared and in pain. This feeling is so clear. I can still remember the look in his eyes at that time. At that moment. He really wanted to kill me. Woo. Her breathing became extremely rapid, and her body twitched slightly. Matthew could feel the heavy sadness and pain, as well as a trace of confusion. She was also a poor child. He sighed softly. He knew that nothing he said would work at this time. Only hugging could heal people. So he stood up. However, before Matthew could take a step, a tall figure rushed over and pushed him to the side. Peggy hugged Tarani and patted her back gently. She whispered softly into the female elf's ear. Don't worry, it'll get better. There will always be setbacks in our lives, but everything will pass. Woo-woo. Hearing Peggy's comforting words, Tarani cried even louder. Peggy simply hugged her in her arms. Tarani was actually quite tall, but she looked petite in front of the taller Peggy. The Tauren skeleton kept comforting the female elf in her arms. As the latter cried, her grief and pain were vented and alleviated. Matthew quietly sat back down in his chair. He felt that this scene was a little touching. But for some reason, it was a little funny. Hint, you have experienced the feeling of being intercepted once. Your Tauren element +10. Matthew was speechless. Only Peggy would dare to show off in the territory of the Tauren Lord. Peggy was very good at comforting people. In less than 10 minutes, Tarani's emotions stabilized again. Matthew saw this and said calmly. To tell you the truth, your father Tyraste intends to become the new elven god. If you insist on standing on the opposite side of him, then he might indeed kill you. Tarani's expression froze. So, is that so? Had he already reached this stage? Matthew nodded. He gave Tarani some time to digest this and then asked. What are you going to do next? A trace of confusion flashed across Tarani's eyes. I don't know. Peggy patted her shoulder. Why don't you stay with Matthew? Tarani was shocked. Immediately, her expression became even more unnatural, and her words became stuttering. That's not good, is it? She stole a glance at Matthew out of the corner of her eye. Peggy waved her hand heroically. You don't have to look at him. I'm in charge here. The camp is full of boring mages and even more boring dead people. It's rare to have such a pretty little sister, of course you have to stay and accompany me. Let's go, I'll take you to get something delicious. As she spoke, she held Tarani's hand and walked towards the kitchen. Tarani didn't move. She was still looking at Matthew. Matthew said calmly. You can stay in the camp. I'll let Peggy accompany you. Don't go out for the time being. I'll help you talk to Tyraste. As long as you don't cause trouble. Tarani stood up obediently. I won't trouble you. Matthew nodded. Peggy pulled Tarani away. Matthew's eyes became a little more serious as he watched the two of them leave. Don't tell me that the person that Tyraste wants to advance to isn't an ordinary domain god, but an even more ancient law god? Chapter 1439 Authority, Tauren Lord. Chapter 1439 Authority, Tauren Lord. It was no wonder that Matthew was so suspicious. The domain god was the path of the gods in the heavenly palace. They would not abandon humanity after becoming gods and would even strengthen humanity as an anchor point to become gods. Only law gods needed to completely abandon humanity and embrace divinity. In Matthew's impression, the law gods were all ancient gods. They were gradually eliminated in the Age of Enlightenment because they could not keep up with the times. One could see some clues from Tyrest's attitude towards Tarani. If he had become the ancient elven god instead of the elven god, the wood elves might have really welcomed a revival. But, would he do that? Matthew lowered his head and pondered. Becoming a law god meant abandoning most of his personality and humanity. In a sense, it was actually a form of suicide. Matthew couldn't tell if Tyrest would take this path. However, he needed to think clearly about this. If Tyrest really became a law god and the wood elves were revived, would he and Rolling Stone Town be able to seize the opportunity and get a share of the profits? In any case, keeping Tarani by my side is the safest option. Matthew glanced at the kitchen. He had to admit that Peggy was really good at coaxing women. At this moment, there was already some cheer and laughter. The next day, Matthew took the time to go to the sampan plane. With the help of Viscount Fan's octopole celestial instrument, Matthew successfully passed through a door of light and entered the plane core of the sampan plane. The dimension core was a very mysterious alternate dimension. It was said that the shape of the dimension core of each dimension was different. The sampan plane's dimension core was like a black boat with two pointed ends and a spacious middle. Outside the ship was unstable dimensional turbulence. Hundreds of colorful vortexes appeared in the middle of the ship. Matthew approached the vortexes. He immediately felt a huge repulsive force. He knew that the dimension core was preventing him from entering. Matthew loved to face difficulties head-on. Immediately, he forcefully inserted the wings of wind into the light blue vortex in the center. In the next second, a pair of wings appeared on both sides of the vortex. Hint: you have successfully implanted the wings of the winds into the plane core, sampan plane. You can obtain information about the surrounding planes through the octopole celestial instrument and then use the wings of the winds to determine the direction of the planes and the order of landing. Before coming, Matthew had already memorized the usage of these two props. It was a little troublesome to use them beyond theory. It took Matthew a while to get the hang of it. He had used the octopole celestial instrument to determine the planes that those vortexes represented. The sampan plane traveled between the prime material plane and the astral plane, and along the way, it would encounter many secondary planes. There were 6 secondary planes near the prime material plane. And there were 15 of them near the astral plane. This number was definitely too much for Matthew. He was currently not interested in these secondary planes, and he did not want creatures from other planes to come to his territory and disturb him. Therefore, after a series of operations, Matthew deleted all the extra stops on the sampan plane. From now on, the sampan plane would only travel between Windward Valley in the prime material plane and Noon Town in the astral plane. The latter was currently in the hands of Alexander. It could be said that this move allowed Matthew to completely occupy this plane. Along with this process, a strong premonition appeared in Matthew's heart. Immediately after, he could feel that something was breaking out of his domain. Hint: you have successfully plundered the plane core of the sampan plane. Your plunder element plus 200, Tauran domain. With the accumulation of the relevant elements of the domain and your personal practice, you have obtained the authority of the Tauran domain, Lord of the Tauran. Tauran Lord, you have the supreme authority in the Tauran domain. In addition, you will receive the following effects. 1. You will become the spiritual leader of all the Taurans in Aender. Under your influence, a portion of the Taurans from the secondary planes will be summoned and will take the initiative to join you. 2. When you use a control spell or ability to control a target, the target must go through a round of willpower checks. If the exemption fails, you can make the target do any one-time action you want. Self-harm is allowed, but suicide is not allowed. 3. When your HP drops below 33%, you will automatically summon the soul of an ancient Tauren to possess you and gain temporary additional toughness. 4. When you kill a target with a domain, you can choose whether or not to invade the target's domain. 5. Your signature spell Instigation can be effective on the target group from undead to all summoned creatures, and when you are inciting the undead, you will receive additional bonuses. 6. This authority will automatically encroach on other domains related to the elements in the domain. Currently, it has already begun to encroach on plunder and coerce. It was finally out. What a domineering power! Matthew was beaming with joy. This authority had been nurtured for a long time and was finally successfully born with the help of Peggy and the Dimension Core. To be fair, this was the most overbearing authority Matthew had ever seen. As long as someone gets controlled, it's equivalent to being my dog obediently? It's a little unreasonable. Matthew could not hide the smile on his face. Unfortunately, the sampan plane had become his own graveyard, and he could not find a place to test the actual strength of the authority. Matthew could only patiently handle the Dimension Core. Then, he quickly returned to the material world. However, at this moment, Angel Rose found Matthew. She still represented the will of the Pentashade dragon god Baruch. Matthew and Baruch conversed for a while. Although the latter insisted that he was the one who killed Lance and Matthew should give the appropriate response, Matthew's attitude was even more unyielding. Lance died in his own hands. Baruch was only present at the correct time. He asked the other party to do more. Only then could he possibly fight for the right to descend into the material world. Baruch was very unhappy. But he couldn't do anything to Matthew. In the end, the two of them made an agreement. Baruch had helped Matthew put a bounty on 1,000 transformations Setrunk through the Dragon God Society and the other astral powers. Once it was confirmed that Setrunk was dead, Matthew would arrange a place for Baruch in the material world. The final result of the negotiation was satisfactory. After sending Baruch off, Matthew began to think. What position should I arrange for him? The second in command of the Bone Dragon army. I wonder if the former Pentashade dragon god will take a fancy to him. The days that followed were calm. July was right in front of them. The day of the founding of the Rolling Stone Kingdom was getting closer and closer. Matthew returned to Rolling Stone Town a week early. It was noon. The streets of Rolling Stone Town were crowded with people. The original Lord Main Hall had been emptied. The previously busy staff and the 5-member committee had moved to the City Hall of Rolling Stone City. Currently, it was said that the only person living in the Liege's residence was Rhaegar himself. Matthew didn't say anything to Rhaegar. He planned to have a sudden visit. He was planning to surprise Rhaegar. But who knew that he had just arrived in front of the Lord's Manor's door? He saw a sneaky figure alighting from a luxurious carriage. There was a faint smell of makeup coming from the carriage. The man got off the carriage and adjusted his belt. His movements were very practiced, but his face was still a little nervous. Matthew walked over and patted Rhaegar on the shoulder. Yo? Caught red-handed in adultery. Rhaegar was instantly frightened until his face turned pale. He turned around in exasperation. When he saw Matthew, the anger on his face quickly disappeared. Don't shout so loudly. He lowered his voice and pointed at the Liege's Manor. Sif's back. I also just found out about it. Chapter 1440 Who asked everyone to be one of them? Chapter 1440 Who asked everyone to be one of them? Matthew and Rhaegar walked through the gate of the Lord's mansion. After a few steps, they bumped into Sif in the corridor leading to the original office hall. She was exchanging pleasantries with Mrs. Wesley. Mrs. Wesley told her about how her legs were not good and how Rhaegar had found someone to treat her, but she had met a quack doctor. Her legs were cured, but her head started to hurt again. Sif listened with a smile and nodded from time to time. She still looked so obedient and lovable. You've lost so much weight. Rhaegar walked up to Sif. His emotions were actually a little agitated, but overall, he was still calm. Madam Wesley interrupted. She's taller, so she looks thinner. Sif stood between the two, the smile on her face even warmer. She took the initiative to hug Rhaegar. However, in the process of hugging, her gaze fell on Matthew. Matthew smiled back. A hint of surprise flashed across Sif's eyes. However, she hid this well. After releasing her hand, she spent most of her energy talking to Rhaegar. She only greeted Matthew gently. Matthew tactfully stood to the side and started chatting with Madame Wesley, leaving enough space for the father and daughter to reunite. However, during this process, he also carefully observed Sif's changes. The rebellious spirit she had when she left Rolling Stone seemed to have vanished. She looked as obedient as she had been at first. Sif was wearing a white floral dress today, looking like a cute girl next door. It was worth mentioning that Matthew noticed that all the freckles on her face had disappeared, and her skin had become fairer. It was just as Madame Wesley had said. She had grown a little taller. She wasn't short in the first place, only half a head shorter than Matthew, but now she was infinitely close to Matthew in height. This made Matthew feel a faint pressure. Her hair had changed from a reddish-brown to a deeper burgundy. Matthew was sure she hadn't dyed her hair. This should be the effect of the warlock bloodline awakening. He didn't know if it was an illusion. Matthew felt that there was something hidden in Sif's fluffy red hair. There seemed to be a life form hiding inside. Unlike the companion demon Nini from before. It seems to be a small snake? Matthew was also unsure. For him, Sif's body was shrouded in layers of fog from the beginning to the end. This fog blocked his perception. He could not even determine Sif's current strength and level at the first moment. Barthor's blood was indeed the strongest bloodline in Purgatory. Rhaegar looked like he had a lot to say to Sif. He pulled his daughter to the study room at the back to discuss the details. Matthew didn't spoil the mood. He greeted the two and went to the office hall to stroll alone. He was just looking for a place to kill time, but he didn't expect to meet Zeller, who was looking for something in a pile of documents. When Matthew went over, Zeller was bending over and coughing. His hands were quickly flipping through the documents on the bookshelf, and his eyes were focused on his hands. "Your cough seems to be worse than before. Do you really not need a doctor to take a look?" Matthew sat on Rhaegar's desk and asked with concern. Zeller raised his head in surprise, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. "You're back?" "Matthew. Well, it's time to come back. As for my cough, didn't I tell you before that it has nothing to do with the illness? It's rooted in my bloodline." Matthew asked curiously. "Is there a problem with the Amethyst Dragon bloodline?" Zeller stretched and placed a stack of documents from the bottom to the top, then poured himself a glass of cold ginger water. After drinking it, his cough eased a little. Matthew calmed down a little. He had the life domain and the plague domain in his hands. With his most basic intuition, he could also confirm that Zeller's life state was not a problem, nor did it seem like a disease. It should be the side effect of the warlock bloodline, just as the other party had said. Bloodline awakening gives warlocks extraordinary powers, but it also brings some drawbacks. Zeller slowly explained. The ups and downs of emotions are only a part of it. Every warlock will face different problems. As for me, every time I awaken a new ability or spell, there will be some extreme phenomena in my body. For example, the cough that lasted for a long time this time was mainly because my lungs and windpipe were extremely itchy, as if something was going to grow there. Last night, when I was sleeping, I dreamed that I had become a dragon, lying on a hill and breathing crazily. It felt so good, as if I could directly tear my itchy lungs with my hands. I'm probably going to grow a dragon's breath pouch here. He could only point at his chest and neck. Matthew's heart finally relaxed. That's a good thing. Zeller shook his head helplessly. Not necessarily. Many times, the mutation of the bloodline does not necessarily bring complete benefits. There are also warlocks who kill themselves during the awakening process, and the proportion of this group is not low. Because there is no way to control the direction of awakening, some warlocks will take the initiative to limit their bloodline after they mature to ensure that the next awakening will not cause them to be doomed. Chapter 1441 Who asked everyone to be one of them. Chapter 1441 Who asked everyone to be one of them. In my case, there is indeed a situation where a dragon's breath sac suddenly appears in my chest one day, causing my lungs to explode. But the probability of this situation is very low. I will always pay attention to my physical condition. Matthew nodded lightly. Zeller was a very reliable guy. As long as he didn't encounter a problem that couldn't be solved, he didn't need others to worry about him. Hence, after chatting a few more words about the bloodline, Matthew asked, "How are the preparations for the Rolling Stone Kingdom?" Zeller pointed at the newly added bookshelves next to him and said, "As you can see, it's a mess. To be honest, ever since the war, the City Hall and I have been working overtime, but even if we are very busy, there are always countless things waiting for me to deal with every day. The population of the surrounding territories is flooding in. Our management staff is insufficient and can't keep up with the demand. Look, this is the number of newly registered people, a total of 70,000 people. There are also some who are not registered. I estimate that the current population of Rolling Stone Town has exceeded 100,000. These people need food, water, jobs, clothes, and houses. During this period of time, there was a serious shortage of all kinds of materials in the town. The original manual workshop expanded several times, but it could not keep up with the increase in demand. Even the sandpaper used by the City Hall to record data and documents was not enough. The Southern Mage Army is willing to help us with all kinds of necessities. They plan to build a few golem factories in the new town area. Golems and automatons will be responsible for managing a series of assembly lines. This will provide jobs for the new population of Rolling Stone Town and also meet the needs of production. But the problem is that we need to provide the materials to build the golem factory ourselves. At present, there are only two solutions. Either we buy it from the Alliance at a high price, or we continue to borrow from the Southern Mage Legion. Last night, I did some calculations with Riegar. For the sake of the new Rolling Stone City, we've already taken out a loan for 60 years. Even if the golem factory can be established and can also recruit and train enough skilled workers. Let's take sandpaper as an example. This kind of paper needs to consume the skin of plants to be made. The inferior bamboo is also fine, but there are not enough plants near Rolling Stone Town. Your forest has just grown, and the quantity is far from enough. The raw materials for other necessities are also in urgent need. Also, there is a big problem with the currency. Many people say that they don't have enough currency to trade. This is because we traded Alliance gold coins. However, the number of Alliance gold coins issued is not that large. It is difficult to meet the sudden expansion of trade needs. Now, many places in the town have begun to barter. Some people take the opportunity to raise prices or issue some strange credit items as a substitute for currency. Not to mention the hygiene problem. Rolling Stone Town established a comprehensive system of sewers, dry toilets, and fixed-point discharge a long time ago. The locals in the town have always been law-abiding, but outsiders are not used to it. Many people don't even know how to use dry toilets. They still insist on urinating on the roadside. Zeller was complaining. Matthew would give his opinion at the beginning. After that, there was silence. He rubbed his temples. Fortunately, I'm only a magic consultant. The thing I regret the most in my life is agreeing to help Riegar. Zeller concluded with a bitter smile. There has never been a precedent in the history of the human race to gather so many people in one place. It's really noisy with so many people crowded in a city. Sometimes I really wish I could turn them all into frogs. Matthew could only comfort him. Then, he quietly changed the topic to the founding ceremony. Zeller didn't seem to care much about this. It's just a formality. It's just a declaration ceremony. According to the suggestion of the Southern Mage Army, we sent invitations to many city-states on the East Coast, some port cities in the north, the Troll Kingdom, the Jade Court, the Ancient Lands, and some other factions. Under the witness of these people, Madame Qin Wuyue will crown Rhaegar as king. This is also a silent declaration. Rhaegar is the king, but the alliance is above the king. The ceremony will last for about 3 days. The first day is a warm-up with all kinds of performances and celebrations. The second day is the official announcement. The third day will be more celebrations. Rhaegar is still thinking of some ideas. He plans to hold a martial arts tournament, but I vetoed it. If he comes to you about this, you mustn't support him. Zeller advised earnestly. Matthew smiled and quickly expressed that he would not support Rhaegar in organizing the tournament. This thing was just looking for trouble. And it cost a lot. How are things on your side? I heard that many else died. Zeller asked. Matthew sighed softly. It is indeed tragic, but it has nothing to do with us humans for the time being. Zeller nodded. That's good. Pay attention to your safety. If you need anything, just tell us, although we may not be able to help you. Matthew's heart warmed. However, he didn't say much. He had long regarded Rolling Stone Town as his home, and his friends like Rhaegar and Zeller were as close as his own family. Chapter 1442 Who asked everyone to be one of them. Chapter 1442 Who asked everyone to be one of them. Previously, when Matthew was short of money. Basically, he would borrow from Rhaegar. At this moment, Rolling Stone Town's finances seemed to be a little tight. Matthew wondered how he could help. At this moment, Zeller said. Right, your subordinate Eugene came to see me. He said that he had solved the problem of the demons around the forest, but he also said that the demons were not alone. There seems to be a large abyss crack in the east, and more demons are pouring out. Those demons are currently active near Apple Avenue, but they may also approach our territory in the future. I sent a group of scouts to investigate a few days ago, but there are no results yet. Eugene? Matthew remembered that Eugene, the son of the forest, had led a team to eliminate the nearby demons. It had been a long time since he had returned to the oak forest. He had forgotten about this matter. He did not expect there to be a follow-up. I'll go over and take a look in a while. Matthew said. The area around Apple Avenue seemed to be the territory of Mulan, the shield of Jewel Mountain. Mulan killed the demon lord there. Were those demons here for revenge? He and Zeller continued to chat for a while. Not long after, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the two of them. Matthew? Shall we take a walk in the garden? It seemed like Sif had already taken care of Rhaegar. She smiled as she came to Matthew and generously extended an invitation. Zeller lowered his head and continued to search for the missing documents. His cough, which had just subsided, seemed to have become heavier. The garden Sif was referring to was the small garden behind the Lord's Guard camp. Matthew had come to this camp several times before, but he did not notice the courtyard. It was a summer afternoon, and the sun was scorching hot. The top of the garden was covered with green vines, and the bottom was much cooler. This place had probably not been taken care of for a long time. The path was covered with all kinds of wildflowers, but it also had a different scenery. The two of them walked for a while, but neither of them spoke. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little strange, Matthew took the initiative to ask Sif about her life in the Warlock Academy. Sif answered naturally. It's boring. My teacher didn't let me interact with other warlocks. She told me that warlocks must learn to be alone. Once they encounter a situation where there are many people, they must become the focus of the crowd. Only then can they live on their own. Otherwise, they will become a vassal of others. Warlocks repel each other. Two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Therefore, every student in the Warlock Academy has their own space to move around. Even if we want to make friends, we will not interact with our peers. I have a few friends at the academy, but they're all mages. Warlocks had such a saying? Matthew thought for a moment. This seemed reasonable. After all, warlocks relied on charm to make a living. Two people with similar charms staying together, it could lead to conflicts. I thought the lives of the mages would be exciting, but after experiencing it myself, I realized that their lives were even more boring than ours. Sif said in embarrassment. In the beginning, I felt that I wanted to improve myself, so I often went to listen to the various classes of the mages. Later, I slept for a long time in class, so I didn't go much. My life at the academy was very monotonous. I had to sleep 12 hours a day. Teacher hopes that I can stimulate the potential of my bloodline, but I don't think I can do it. Speaking of this. She suddenly slowed down and looked up at Matthew. Do you think I'm prettier? Matthew blurted out without hesitation. Of course. You're prettier than ever. Of course, this was the truth.